Chapter 81 Alone. Richard turned around and looked. Hey! Isn't this the previous chief? The black-haired beauty Amelia? It turns out that she also rushed back from areas other than the mud swamp. That's right. The rewards for redeeming points are so good. She should have been notified by now. When I saw the tall and graceful black-haired beauty Amelia coming towards me, Richard knew that the other party must have something to ask him. Could it be that the previous chief was coming to his team? That's great. Richard suddenly felt happy and quickly made a pause gesture and said, "Recruitment is suspended. Thank you for your support." "Thank you. TCH, who said it just now?" They said he was the young archer of Team Richard. They were so happy for nothing. A girl carrying a long bow said angrily. "Richard, I want to discuss something with you," Amelia said with some hesitation. Although Richard thought that the black-haired girl's expression was a little strange, he didn't think much about it and said directly, "Senior Amelia, is there anything I can help you with? Then let me tell you straight. I have just formed a team. I and another second-level wizard apprentice are leading the team. There are still 2 people missing. So I want to invite Meluo and Karina to join my team. But it seems the 2 of them have already joined your team." "You see," Amelia said this and stopped talking. Richard suddenly felt speechless. Empty joy. He had just planned to recruit 2 teammates. But instead, he had to send out 2 more teammates. In this case, he, the freshman chief, would be left alone. What a bad start. However, for Senior Meluo, it is definitely safer to go to a team led by Amelia and another second-level wizard apprentice than his team. So, Richard turned around and looked back at Senior Meluo. Meluo had a troubled expression on her face. But maybe because she didn't speak, she didn't express any opinion towards Amelia. At this time, Meluo also seemed to realize Hans's previous situation. On one side was the junior student whom she had agreed to agree with yesterday, and on the other side was her good friend Amelia. Richard thought for a while. As a human being, we can't make things difficult for others. From the bottom of my heart, Meluo-senpai will definitely be stronger than her side if she follows Amelia. After all, he was the chief of the previous term and also a top figure among the second-level wizard apprentices. He also has the top-level witchcraft prop crystal skull given by Mentor Maya. His strength is extremely strong. What's more, there is another second-level wizard apprentice in the team. So, Richard smiled and said, "Senior Meluo, you and Kalina should follow Senior Amelia." "Richard, what about you?" Meluo said hesitantly. "Don't worry. As the chief freshman, I can form a team anywhere." Richard smiled and patted his chest, comforting him. Looking at the retreating figures of Senior Meluo and Karina, Richard would be lying to himself if he wanted to say that he was not disappointed at all. When he turned back, Richard saw a familiar green color from the corner of his eye. Hey, isn't that Ophelia Acorn? With her iconic green hair? Seeing her standing quietly by herself, looking out of place with her surroundings, it seemed like she was alone. How about that? An idea flashed in Richard's mind, and he stepped forward. "Ophelia, do you have a team? If not, why don't you form a team with me?" Richard smiled and took the initiative to talk. The green-haired girl Ophelia looked at Richard with clear eyes and said, "Okay." When Richard heard this, he was overjoyed. Sure enough, as he expected, Ophelia, the transfer student, had not been invited yet. This time, he was lucky enough to get a bargain. You know, Ophelia's strength definitely reaches the level of a second-level wizard apprentice. It's true that the east is not bright, and the west is bright. Richard rubbed his hands and said, "Formal introduction. Richard Clavel, from the Kingdom of Heron." Ophelia chuckled. "Is it necessary to look like this?" Ophelia Acorn, from the Kingdom of Brittany. Ophelia, look. Should we go find 3 more teammates? Or is it just the 2 of us? You are the captain. You decide, Ophelia said with a faint smile. Ophelia immediately threw the question to Richard again. In fact, in Richard's mind, he and Ophelia are equivalent to 2 second-level wizard apprentices. In terms of combat strength, they are not much worse than the average team, and the spoils only need to be divided into 2 parts. But, just as Richard was thinking, a noise came from the side. Richard turned his head and looked. Hey, it was Ram and his girlfriend. I saw Ram excitedly arguing with a second-level wizard apprentice about something. Senior Akim, you just promised the 3 of us to join. And now you have formed another group in less than 5 minutes. This is really too much. The second-level wizard apprentice named Akim also seemed quite angry. Maybe he didn't expect that Ram would dare to question him in public like this. He said angrily, Andrea is really good. I thought that even if you two are better than each other, Andrea is a little bit close. But the gap should not be big. But I didn't expect that you and your girlfriend didn't even master a 0-level witchcraft. Can you blame me? As soon as these words came out, Ram was speechless for a moment, and his face turned red. But just when Ram wanted to say something more, Andrea, who was standing next to him, calmly pulled Ram away and said, Senior Akim, we can just find another team. Sorry for disturbing you. Akim's face softened and he said softly, Andrea, I very much recognize your strength. What I said just now is also very clear. The strength of Ram and his girlfriend does not match our team. But for you, our team is very welcome. Do you really want to stop thinking about it? Thank you, Senior Akim. I have promised Ram before. So I'm sorry. Andrea bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Akim, the 2nd-level wizard apprentice, saw this and stopped trying to persuade him. He looked at Andrea with regret and left. Ram clenched his fists, looking unwilling, and said to Andrea, Andrea, I'm really sorry for holding you back. We had agreed on this. But I didn't expect that. More than half an hour has passed now, and many teams have registered and are already packing their bags, preparing weapons, potions, food, etc. This made the wizard apprentices, who had not yet formed a team, start to become a little anxious. Although, in the end, the school will also assign the remaining apprentices to randomly form teams. But one can imagine the situation of the team. They are all the ones left over by others. Or they have weird tempers and are difficult to get along with. It is certain that more than 90% of them are ugly or have low abilities. Now, Andrea also frowned slightly. Although she didn't say anything, she was quite troubled in her heart. Richard saw the scene not far away and raised his eyebrows. To be honest, if it was just Ram and his girlfriend, he would not have the slightest idea of inviting them to join the team. Although there was no conflict between him and Ram. They were just casual acquaintances. However, now that Andrea is here, it will be different. After making up his mind, Richard stepped forward quickly. Andrea, Ram, Courtney, you are all here? How is it? Have you found the team? Richard asked with a smile. Ram looked happy when he saw Richard coming, but seemed to have thought of something again, lowered his head, and shook his head. Chapter 82 Richard's team. Not yet. The three of us wanted to join a team together, but something went wrong. By the way, Richard, you are now the head freshman, so the team you formed must be extraordinary. Right? Andrea lightly punched Richard in the chest and teased with a smile. Uh-huh. Haven't you finished forming a team? That's just right. There are 3 of you, and I only have 2. How about we form a team together? What? Richard is not joking. Right? You haven't formed a team yet? Ram raised his head in an instant, looked at Richard with stern eyes, and said in disbelief. Courtney on the side also looked surprised and excited, with an expression like a drowning person who has found a life-saving straw. Really? Look, Ophelia and I are the only 2 people in the team right now. Richard pointed at Ophelia not far away and said, This is too unexpected. Of course we are willing. Ram pulled Courtney, unable to speak to himself with excitement. Richard, I never thought that we would be able to team up together one day, Andrea said with a smile. Her attitude was clear in her words. Originally, he thought that Richard would be promoted to a 2nd-level wizard apprentice soon, but it would take a long time for him to be promoted, and the intersection between the two would only become less and less in the future. At this time, Courtney gestured at Ram and winked. Ram suddenly realized and said, Richard, Courtney and I are relatively weak. You see, the 2 of us count as 1 share. May I? Richard did not expect that Ram would take the initiative to raise this issue. Originally, he was still thinking about how to speak more appropriately about the distribution of spoils. After all, past life experience has told us that eating from the same pot is not a good idea, as it will seriously dampen work enthusiasm. At this time, Ophelia came over and said proactively, It seems that everyone is ready. Richard, as our captain, don't you make some arrangements? Well, let me start by saying that the rules for distributing points and spoils are that the more you work, the more you get, and the less you work, the less you get. For now, the final points will be temporarily divided into 4 parts, and Ram and Courtney will count as 1 for each of the others. After the mission is over, appropriate adjustments will be made based on how much everyone contributed along the way. Do you have any opinions? Richard looked around and saw that everyone nodded in agreement. So he said, okay. Everyone will follow me to register the team first. And then pack up your things and bring all the potions. Potions, weapons, equipment, alchemy bombs and other items. It will take 10 minutes. Meet here later. So, Richard led a group of people to the center of the square. There are dozens of apprentices arranged by 3 factions and responsible for registration matters. Richard randomly found an apprentice who happened to be vacant and asked, "Hello. Let's register." The apprentice didn't seem to know Richard. After looking at the patterns on the chests of the 5 Richards, he said, "I'm sorry. The school requires mixed formation and requires a 2nd-level wizard apprentice to lead the team. You are all 1st-level wizard apprentices. Did not qualify. Please check. My name is Richard Clavel." Richard. "Hey! Are you the freshman chief Richard? Of course it's no problem. I was sorry just now." The apprentice's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded. After all, he has the information notes here. The top 3 in the freshman ranking competition are assumed to have the strength of a 2nd-level wizard apprentice, and can form their own team to participate in the clearing mission. However, what Richard and the others didn't notice was that not far away, there were several wizard apprentices with the devil's flower on their chests, who happened to be registering for the team next to them. When they heard the words freshman chief, they immediately began to look Richard and his companions up and down. One of the purple-haired boys looked at Richard meaningfully. "Okay. Please tell me the name of the team leader." "The names of all members, and the name of the team." The apprentice continued. "Captain Richard Clavel. There are 4 members in total. Namely, Ophelia Acorn, Andrea Johnson. The name of the team." Since Richard was not good at naming, he was hesitant about the name of the team. Ophelia looked at Richard's embarrassment from the side, and couldn't help but smile playfully and said, "Just call Richard's team." "Good idea." Andrea also said with a hint of teasing. "Yes. What a good name." Ram and Courtney agreed with a smile. Richard was speechless for a moment. Who would use his own name as the name of an entire team? At least Richard felt that this was a bit too shameful. I didn't hear the names of the other mission teams nearby, but they were usually names like Death and Withering Team, Shadow Wings Team, etc. Mighty and domineering. However, Richard couldn't defeat the others in the end. So Richard's team was established. First, please take the mission crystal. It contains the area division for this mission. Your team is assigned Area 132. As long as you use your mental power to probe into the crystal, you can see the specific location. Secondly, after killing the underground race, please be sure to record it with the mission crystal. Just use your mental power to control it, and it will automatically identify the underground race and record it, which is very convenient. The apprentice said after handing Richard a small crystal ball. After Richard put it away, he told the 4 of them to pack their bags and meet here in 10 minutes. When Richard returned to his dormitory, he quickly packed up the weapons and equipment he had prepared. The most distinctive ones were the 4 boxes. Richard put almost all the alchemy bombs originally placed in the dormitory into these 3 boxes. In another box, there are eggs of the soul-eating spider. This time, he has a goal. The most favorite is of course the ancient mixture, the Crimson Shock mixture, a rare mixture derived from an ancient formula, which greatly increases the total amount of mental power, continuously vibrates to purify the mental power, and slightly improves the mental qualifications of the drinker. There is no doubt that this is what Richard values and wants most. But the 2,000 redemption points next to it are prohibitive. Compare it, and you will know how difficult it is. Evilfin Murlocs, Advanced Murloc Warriors, are an underground race with the same combat power as a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. 100 points will be awarded after killing them. At this point, you can see how difficult it is to obtain the Crimson Shock mixture. The next best thing is Marley's mixture, which requires 1,000 points. 10 minutes later, the group of 5 were ready to go. Andrea, who was wearing knight armor, walked up to Richard and briefly talked to him about his witchcraft and abilities. Andrea has intermediate knight strength, is good at using swords and shields, and has mastered the superficial 0-level witchcraft, weakness, and dark element shield. Ophelia, although she has not yet participated in the assessment for promotion to a 2nd-level wizard apprentice, she possesses the strength of a 2nd-level wizard, high affinity for dark elements and nature, high mental strength, proficiency in the level of magic, extraordinary cultivation, proficiency in the level of 0 witchcraft, thorn entanglement, and extreme growth, and proficiency in the crossbow. At the same time, It also has the seeds of the rare plant bloodthirsty demonic vine, the shadow-type mutant plant giant trapper grass, the venom rafflesia, the seeds of self-exploding mushrooms, etc. Ram, a quasi-knight, is good at crossbows and has not yet mastered witchcraft. Courtney is a quasi-knight, good at bow and arrow, but has not yet mastered witchcraft. Chapter 83, First Encounter with the Murloc. After several people finished telling their stories one by one, Richard thought for a while, and found that he was still satisfied with the strength of the entire team. Even the team composition is even stronger than the original plan. Richard looked at the mission crystal again. His team needs to prioritize the surface caves, underground rivers and caves in Area 132. These are the favorite places for underground races to hide. Of course, after the team is assigned an area, it does not mean that it cannot go to other areas. As long as the team cleans up the area they are responsible for, they can go to other areas to search for underground races at any time. At the same time, if you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat, you only need to crush the mission crystal. A device at the school's base will sense it and immediately send a rescue team. The rescue team is composed of top 3rd level wizard apprentices and is powerful. What needs to be noted here is that the crushed mission crystal is the small crystal ball that Richard just received, not the mark crystal that was previously distributed to everyone. The mark crystal is a thumb-sized prismatic crystal. But Richard knew that if he really encountered a strong enemy, it would be better not to place his hopes on the school's rescue team, because the underground rivers are so complex. The map only depicts the main passages, and the branch lines are not marked. So there is a high probability that you will be cold by the time the rescue team arrives. Everyone, as the captain, I would like to emphasize again that the division of labor in this clearing mission is as follows. Andrea is responsible for attracting the enemy and blocking the defense. Ophelia is responsible for restricting the enemy's movement. And Ram and Courtney are responsible for shooting. My words depend on the situation. No problem. Andrea raised the steel shield in his hand. Andrea was wearing a fine knight's armor, and all of his equipment, including swords, shields, and bows, were of extraordinary quality, and should have been made by famous craftsmen in his principality. It can be said that Andrea is one of the strongest human shields among the new students of Ignis School. Yes. Ophelia nodded obediently. As for Ophelia, Richard believed that her strength was above average even among one-hand plant control witchcraft. He is extremely skillful in using it, and his control ability is extremely powerful. Richard also feels a headache when facing him. Richard's eyes finally fell on Ram and Courtney. He tried hard to think of some strengths. No advantages between the two of them. Forget it, since they can set off on their own after preparations are complete. Many teams may want to harvest the underground races one step ahead and earn points, so they have already set off. Therefore, Richard and the other 5 people did not dare to neglect and started to set off immediately. The team stood with Andrea in front, Ophelia and Richard in the middle, and Ram and Courtney in the back. In this order, they formed a forward formation and went straight to the destination Area 132. Perhaps it was because the school was making too much noise this time, and there were no traces of wild beasts on both sides of the trail. Half a day later, Richard and the other 5 arrived at the predetermined location and started searching on the spot. This is an undulating hilly area, about 100 miles away from the spider trail in a straight line, and is already on the edge of the mud swamp. The hills are covered with lush vegetation, with trees and shrubs scattered in an orderly manner. There are caves of various sizes of wild beasts and monsters scattered around, and there are 3 entrances to the underground river. After a brief discussion, a few people decided to go directly to the underground river. After all, the probability of underground races in underground rivers extending in all directions is much higher than the probability of being in a cave somewhere on the ground. As soon as they entered an entrance to the underground river, Richard summoned 4 people and said, "The view in the cave is limited, so everyone must be alert and cautious. After all, no one knows what will happen in the cave. Those underground race creatures may encounter relatively powerful creatures at the beginning. So if we don't want this to become our graveyard, we must always pay attention to our surroundings." Hearing what Richard said, Andrea's expression immediately became serious. As the pioneer of the team, if he is attacked, he will most likely bear the brunt of the attack. And Richard is right. He may directly encounter powerful creatures. If he is not careful, he may be killed. Amid everyone's surprised expressions, Richard began to recite incantations and perform witchcraft. I saw a huge inverted pentagram magic circle with a diameter of several meters projected onto the ground from the crystal ball on top of Richard's bone summoning staff. A heavily armed skeleton soldier crawled out from inside. Shit! No way. Richard, I haven't seen you use this trick before in qualifying. How come you can do it now? Is it possible that you just learned it? Ram was stunned and said, Think about myself. Half a year has passed, and I haven't learned any zero-level witchcraft. But I have learned 2 tricks. But what about Richard? This is the 6th or 7th witchcraft he has mastered. Alas, the gap between people is sometimes even greater than the gap between people and dogs. Richard did not summon all 4 skeleton soldiers, but only 1. The reason is also very simple. First, considering that he has not encountered an enemy yet, summoning 4 skeleton soldiers at the same time is unnecessary and consumes mental energy. Too big. Secondly, you should always keep a trick up your sleeve so as not to scare your teammates. After Richard summoned a skeleton soldier to guard him, he suddenly felt much more at ease. The group of people continued to search forward, since the cave led directly to the underground river. After walking slowly for several hundred meters, they discovered that the ground was getting damper and covered with various moss plants. When they reached a fork in the road, Andrea, who was responsible for opening the road, was in trouble. He didn't know which direction to go. Turning to look at Richard, Richard felt it didn't matter. It didn't matter which side started the search first. At this time, Ophelia suddenly stopped and stretched out her palm to gently touch the shimmering moss on the cave wall. When Richard saw this, he also stopped. Ophelia's eyes were slightly closed, as if she was sensing something. Richard seemed to be able to feel subtle natural elemental energy surging. But because his natural elemental affinity was only inferior, this feeling was vague. After a while, Ophelia opened her eyes and said softly, I just used plant perception, and the plants told me that there are many creatures gathering in this direction. Hey! Ophelia actually has this ability. It's great! Richard was overjoyed. After all, they came here to hunt the underground race and gain as many points as possible. If they could find the other party directly, their efficiency would definitely be greatly improved. Before, he had vaguely noticed that among his group, he seemed to be missing a teammate who was proficient in tracking skills. However, he did not expect that Ophelia gave him a surprise. With Ophelia's special ability, the team can basically prepare for battle in advance, which is also very beneficial to the battle. Sure enough, after walking cautiously for more than 100 meters along the passage Ophelia chose, everyone noticed that there seemed to be a slight noise in front of them. Andrea was wearing armor, which made it easy to make noise, making it difficult to check. Ram was not at ease, so Richard tiptoed forward to check it out in person. Sure enough, a few dozen meters ahead was an underground river. The water was dark black and its depth could not be seen, but the flow rate was not fast. On one side of the underground river, there is a foreshore, which is not large, about 100 square meters. There are 7 or 8 creatures with fish heads and human bodies, resting, and only one is patrolling back and forth. Chapter 84 Greenscale Double Sword Murloc. Most of these creatures have fish heads and human bodies, with a long dorsal fin running through the back spine. There are occasionally long spikes on the dorsal fin, and the end seems to emit a faint blue light, which seems to be highly poisonous. The weapons held in their hands were mainly harpoons, broadswords, and short spears, and 2 or 3 were holding short bows. The equipment seemed to be very crude. There was only one obviously larger fishman, holding 2 swords, and the scales on his body were more eye-catching in color. They were green, and he was taking a nap against the rock wall at this time. Since Richard had already carefully read the introduction to the underground race in the imprinted crystal before, Richard recognized at a glance that the other party belonged to the fishman group of the underground race. Moreover, the only one who needs extra attention seems to be the double-sword green-scaled murloc. According to the description in the marked crystal, the double-sword green-scaled murloc is most likely an intermediate-level murloc warrior, with combat power approximately equivalent to that of a second-level wizard apprentice, with 9th-level physical strength, plus some superficial innate witchcraft and water arrows, breath, acid splash, lesser hydrotherapy, etc. After Richard finished his observation and slowly retreated into the passage, he told the 4 people about the situation ahead. There is a small group of murlocs on the foreshore ahead. Among them are 8 ordinary murloc warriors, and 1 holding a double sword. There is an intermediate murloc warrior. The double sword murloc needs to focus on how to fight. If you have any ideas, please share them. Although Richard already had a general idea, as the captain, He still wanted to encourage the team members to offer suggestions. Maybe there would be some good ideas that would make him shine. Andrea thought for a moment and then said, if we go directly, there should be no problem in defeating them. The problem is, if we want to earn points, we'd better annihilate them all. Richard glanced at the legendary illegitimate son of a duke with approval. It seemed that he had been influenced by him since he was a child. This was almost exactly the same as his thoughts. Then how can we annihilate the opponent? Ram asked. His original idea was to kill as many as he could. But he didn't know that his teammates were so ambitious and wanted to annihilate the opponent. Suddenly, everyone was silent for a while. The problem lies here. If the other party is just a monster and has low intelligence, it is easy to handle. Just lure the other party here deliberately. For example, let Courtney shoot an arrow deliberately, and then run away immediately. Basically, if it is a monster, it will chase her. But if the other party is obviously an intelligent creature, then the problem arises. One possibility is that the other party may not necessarily come after him. Second, the other party is chasing us, but they may only send 2 or 3 Murloc warriors to check the situation. The third is to chase them all in a swarm. Obviously, if it's 1 and 2, it's better to launch a sneak attack directly, which may result in more results. A direct alchemical bomb attack was not a good idea, because Richard had already seen the item Murloc Eyeball in the raw materials column in the sigil crystal. Although it is not as good as the more advanced Evil Fin Murloc Eyeball and Dark Murloc Eyeball, a mosquito leg is still meat no matter how small it is. After collecting them, you can also exchange them for points. Although they are not as valuable as high-level fishmen, they can add up to a lot. Several people discussed for a while. In the end, it was agreed that Richard, the best in bow and arrow skills, would lure the fishmen. If the fishmen only send 2 or 3 people to check the situation after being attacked, then Richard will continue to be responsible for killing them alone. This can create an illusion for the fishmen, as if the enemy is just a human wizard apprentice like Richard, and it is very likely that he will lure them all to attack. Of course, the team also discussed it. As soon as Richard made a surprise attack, everyone on the other side jumped into the underground river and ran away. In this case, Richard would focus on holding back the double-sword fishmen. After all, the double-sword fishmen must have the highest points, so the kill has the highest score. In the last case, it would be best if the opponent rushes over in a swarm. At this time, Ophelia, who was responsible for cutting off the rear, scattered self-exploding mushrooms on the fishman's back path, and quickly used magic to cultivate them. It works wonders when the Murloc is ready to escape. So, Richard inserted the bone summoning staff into his waist, picked up the Shadow Stalker giant bow on his back, secretly stepped forward, and aimed at the patrolling fishman warrior dozens of meters away. When the fishman warrior happened to be patrolling back and forth, his back was turned to Richard again. Richard seized the opportunity and quickly shot an arrow, only to hear a whoosh. The long steel arrow, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air, shot directly into the back of the fishman warrior. The sound of breaking air immediately woke up the other fishman warriors, who were resting. The moment they opened their eyes, what they saw was the scene of their patrol companion being penetrated by a steel arrow. Just hearing a scream from the patrolling fishman, he fell down. This made the other Murlocs jump up immediately, yelling Guji Guji. They looked around for the enemy. Soon, they discovered and locked on Richard, who deliberately exposed himself. They looked at the giant bow in Richard's hand, and they knew that it was the hateful human in front of them, who sneaked up on them and shot his companion. Richard also listened carefully to the other party's language for a while, but he guessed that it was fishman language, and he didn't understand a word anyway. The fishman with 2 swords he was focusing on had already woken up. He was holding 2 swords and staring closely at Richard. He kept shouting something at the other fishmen. After a while, the double-sword fishman waved his hand, and the 3 fishmen rushed towards Richard. Richard laughed when he saw it. It was the same as the second situation he had judged before. They only sent 3 ordinary fishmen, but they dared to chase him. At this time, according to the plan, he was responsible for killing these Murloc warriors, so as to further stimulate the Murlocs and allow all the other party to attack. So, as Richard activated his multiple shots, 3 steel arrows were like black lightning, directed at the 3 ordinary fishmen warriors who were charging towards them. As a result, only 1 Murloc warrior managed to dodge Richard's steel arrow, and the remaining 2 were hit directly by Richard and killed with 1 arrow. At this time, the green-scaled double-blade fishman could no longer sit still. He jumped up and down in anger, screaming and yelling. He rushed over with the remaining Murloc warriors. When Richard saw it, he was secretly happy. He was not afraid of you charging, but afraid of you escaping. He immediately fought and retreated, and deliberately did not shoot at his vitals, choosing instead to shoot at the Fishman warrior's thigh. After a while, he pretended to be defeated and fled into the passage. But the green-scaled double-bladed Murloc did not suspect anything and thought that Richard was really defeated. So he took the remaining 4 Murloc warriors and rushed into the trap set in advance by Richard and his 4 companions. Immediately, they were greeted by 4-person crossbow attacks from Andrea, Ophelia, Ram and Courtney. In an instant, they were caught off guard and fled away. Ordinary Murloc warriors were hit by arrows one after another, but the green-scaled double-knife Murloc wielded 2 knives in one hand as densely as a net, and was not even injured at all. At this time, the green-scaled double-knife fishman also realized that the situation was not right, and immediately turned around and ran away without caring about his men. Unfortunately, it was too late. There were already many red umbrella mushrooms on the way back. Bang 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 as the mushroom exploded. The green-scaled fishman staggered for an instant. But to everyone's surprise, the poisonous gas seemed to have limited effect on the fishman, and the opponent still rushed towards the underground river quickly. Apparently, he was trying to escape by jumping into the underground river. At this time, Andrea and Ram, who were closest to the double-blade Murloc, became anxious. After all, if they let the intermediate Murloc warrior run away, killing only some ordinary Murloc warriors would be like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. So, the 2 of them rushed out immediately and started chasing the double-bladed fishman. When Richard looked back, he was also worried that the fishman with 2 swords would run away. So he immediately stood still and began to use the slowing technique from a distance. When the double-sword fishman was only 10 meters away from the underground river, a black light suddenly appeared above its head and quickly integrated into its body. All of a sudden, its speed slowed down. It was Richard's slowing spell that worked. After this delay, the green-scaled double-sword fishman was chased by Andrea and Ram. As soon as the double-sword fishman saw it, he immediately turned around and slashed twice, swinging towards Andrea. Ding ding, 2 knife strikes were successfully blocked by Andrea's steel shield. Ram saw that there seemed to be a chance to sneak attack the double-knife Murloc, so he launched an attack from the side towards the back of the Murloc. The tactics cannot be faulted, but the double-sword fishman didn't even look back. He just slashed backwards, and Ram was sent flying several meters away. His elbow showed an unnatural twist and was already dislocated. Only then did Ram realize how terrifying the fishman's reaction and attack power were. He couldn't resist a casual blow. At this time, Richard also caught up and used another weakness technique on the double-sword fishman. This put the fishman with 2 swords, who had been fighting back and forth with Andrea, suddenly at a disadvantage. Coupled with the poisonous influence of the explosive mushroom, Andrea was hit twice with the sword, and it seemed that he was about to lose. Suddenly, the green-scaled double-bladed fishman spit out a water arrow from his mouth, shooting it straight at Andrea's face. Fortunately, Andrea reacted quickly and raised her shield to block it. But the water arrow was a Murloc's innate witchcraft, and was extremely powerful. Not only did it make a deep dent in the shield, but it also knocked Andrea several meters away, just when the double-sword fishman saw a good opportunity to escape. Unexpectedly, the way was blocked by a black figure. It turned out that when Richard saw something was wrong, he immediately ordered the skeleton soldiers to charge forward and block the double-sword fishman's retreat. The fishman with 2 swords saw that the chance of escape that he had managed to get was gone again. His expression was quite angry, and he used Blade Storm on Richard's skeleton. The fishman with 2 knives was seen spinning rapidly like a tornado, holding 2 knives with the blades facing outwards, and he beat Richard's skeleton warriors back step by step. For a moment, the double-sword fishman got closer to the underground river, and he could escape with only a few meters away. But in the next second, a huge black palm with a diameter of more than 2 meters slapped down, slamming the double-blade fishman so hard that half of his body was embedded in the ground, making him dizzy for a moment. Then a steel arrow quickly penetrated the double-sword fishman's forehead, killing him instantly. Fortunately, I finally didn't let this guy run away. However, this mid-level fishman warrior is so difficult to deal with, and keeps using small tricks. It seems that the underground race's combat power needs to be reevaluated, Richard thought to himself. At this time, Richard felt that a black energy seemed to be absorbed by his skeleton soldiers, and then a message was fed back from the skeleton soldiers. That is, it felt that it had become stronger again. and seemed to have touched some kind of limit. Richard immediately realized that the black energy should be the death energy when a living being dies. The skeleton soldier he summoned was already at the top of the skeleton soldier level. Now, after absorbing the death energy of the green-scaled double-blade fishman, Richard had a premonition that this skeleton soldier of his could evolve into a skeleton warrior at any time. By then, the combat power of this skeleton soldier will be greatly increased. Originally, it was only equivalent to a top quasi-knight. However, after being promoted to a skeleton warrior, the combat power will be at least equivalent to that of a formal knight. Moreover, Richard's skeleton warrior, holding a sword and shield, is a skeleton guardian at the skeleton warrior level, and is especially good at defense. Therefore, in terms of defensive ability alone, even compared with Andrea, there is a huge gap. However, this was not over yet. While commanding the skeleton soldiers to gather the fishman corpses together, Richard took out the soul-eating spider eggs from his arms and placed them among the fishman corpses. So, in the astonished eyes of everyone, Richard recited the spell of necromancy, a magic trick that he had put aside after learning it once and never used again. After chanting the curse for several seconds, suddenly, almost transparent human figures appeared on the corpses of 7 or 8 fishmen. The soul-eating demon spider's eggs, which have not been eaten since the last time they devoured the soul of the man-faced demon spider, may be hungry this time. So they absorbed the transparent figures into the white eggs one by one like jelly in an instant. The way everyone looked at Richard changed instantly. Richard felt something was wrong. And when he looked at the eyes of the people around him, he immediately understood. So, he introduced the situation of the soul-eating demon spider eggs from beginning to end, and then dispelled everyone's doubts. After all, killing the opponent is just to earn points. But he doesn't even spare his soul. How deep is this hatred? Even dark wizards, except for a few who are wanted across the continent, rarely do this. Later, Richard recorded the results of the battle with the Mark Crystal. The intermediate fishman warrior was worth 30 points, and the ordinary fishman warrior was only worth 5 points, totaling 70 points. In addition, I also harvested alchemy materials, including 1 pair of intermediate fishman eyeballs, can be exchanged for 10 points, and 8 pairs of ordinary fishman eyeballs can be exchanged for 2 points, for a total of 26 points. In this way, the 2 items combined together earned a total of 96 points. Richard took a look and saw that this point was divided into 4 points. It was so far away from the Crimson Shock mixture. A petrified lizard about 7 or 8 meters long was quietly lurking in a dark cave. It had already devoured 4 or 5 delicious humans by surprise attacks. It began to drool at the thought of what it felt like to be human. The meat of humans on the surface is smooth and juicy. It is a delicacy that has never been tasted before. Well, it is much tenderer than the meat of cave people. And it is also more delicious than the smelly fish people. If Richard were here, he would be able to tell at a glance that this petrified lizard looked like a large crocodile. But its skin was not like the relatively smooth scales of a crocodile, but rather a series of angular, thick scales with spikes. It not only looked to have outstanding defense, but also seemed to have the effect of resisting injuries from the spikes. The short and thick limbs are like small stone pillars with intricate muscles. Although the limbs are short, one look at them shows that the explosive power is amazing. The basilisk's slender and forked tongue is like the tongue of the Komodo dragon, constantly extending in and out, sensing the smell of food in the surrounding air. The tongue is both a taste organ and an olfactory organ. It can sensitively distinguish the surrounding temperature, humidity, smell and other information. It seems that not far ahead, there is the smell of humans on the surface. Chapter 85, Petrified Lizard. Another discovery was that Richard thought he could get energy points after killing the fishman warrior. After all, in his eyes, there should be no difference between fish-headed creatures and monsters. But what surprised him was that after killing all the Murloc warriors in this batch, including the green-scaled double-sword Murlocs, they didn't give him any energy points. Recalling that before, in the underground cave of Spider Trail, the night elf he killed also did not contribute any energy to him. This made him very confused. However, although there is no gain in energy points, the skeleton soldier summoned by oneself can be promoted immediately, which can be regarded as a certain benefit. Moreover, seeing that the soul-eating demon spider egg is becoming increasingly active, it is estimated that the day when it hatches is not far away. Ram and Courtney took the initiative to collect the raw materials from the fishmen. Although their combat power had been weak for a long time, they were still quite efficient at doing these things. Richard couldn't help but nod. After a short rest, the few people began to plan to search along the edge of the underground river along the foreshore. This underground river also gradually extends downward. That is, the deeper it goes, the further away from the ground it is. And there are more and more branch roads, extending in all directions. And it is extremely deep. At first, the more obvious web footprints of the fishmen could be seen. But after passing through a pothole area, no further footprints could be found. However, at this time, it is Ophelia's time to shine. Under the guidance of Ophelia's plant perception, the team passed 3 forks in a row. What Richard and the others didn't know was that they were getting closer and closer to a dangerous monster. The petrified lizard likes dark and humid environments. Although it smelled the flesh of humans on the surface just now, the distance was a little far, and it was still hesitating whether to go over and hunt. But what I didn't expect was that the food seemed to be getting closer and closer. Hey! There is food delivered to your door. The surface is so rich, it kind of doesn't want to go back to the Underdark. Originally, it was a battle beast of the Night Elves, and they attacked the surface together. But with the defeat of the Night Elves, it also scattered. Fortunately, there were spider tunnels extending in all directions in this area, so it was quite at home. After drilling deeper underground, it discovered that there were many underground rivers and a dense network of rivers. So, it easily found such a dark and moist shallow rock wall groove and lurked. There is an underground river next to it. If there is any danger, it can immediately jump in to avoid it. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. The basilisk was already in the groove of the shallow rock wall, waiting for an opportunity. At this time, Andrea, wearing plate armor, was leading the way in the front with a knight's sword in one hand and a steel shield in the other. Although the basilisk has weak eyesight, it is not blind. At first glance, the first food he passed by was canned food. He had an impression of this. It seems that this kind of canned food is more difficult to eat. You need to open the can hard to eat the sweetmeat. There were 3 people behind him, and there was another can. These 3 people were Richard, his sword and shield skeleton, and Ophelia. So, the petrified lizard moved its attention to the last 2 people. The one with the weakest aura and no canned food. Hey, this one seems very plump and juicy. Ram and Courtney, who were walking at the end, were whispering. Courtney said happily, "Ram, the harvest just now is really good. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to get 24 points by following Richard and the others." "Yeah. By the way, haven't you been saving magic stones before and want to buy a bottle of profit potion? This time you should be able to exchange your points for a bottle directly. According to the current momentum, we will be able to collect the needed medicine soon." 100 points. Ram also said excitedly. He knew that his girlfriend Courtney had always wanted to redeem a bottle of profit potion to make up for her lack of qualifications. Although they had longed for it, the price of the potion was too expensive. Even after saving for a long time, they still lacked enough money. But this time, there is hope. This is also the reason why he rushed up at the risk of the fishman just now. This is why, before Richard opened his mouth, he and Courtney took the initiative to help cut the raw materials and collect the loot. Because he didn't want Richard and the others to think that he and Courtney were just a burden. Well, we two are really lucky this time. We actually met Richard. By the way, Ram, what do you want to exchange this time? Do you still want to exchange a low-level witchcraft item? Courtney was in a good mood and said with a smile, "I haven't done it yet," Ram said. Suddenly, a huge black shadow quickly jumped out from the side, and the conversation came to an abrupt end. The next second, Courtney screamed, "Ah!" Courtney, who was wearing thin leather armor and had a plump figure, became the first target of the basilisk. I saw that one of Courtney's thighs had been bitten tightly by the basilisk's bloody mouth, and it continued to swing, trying to bite off Courtney's entire thigh. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. Richard and the other 2 at the front of the team heard Courtney's screams and thought to themselves that something was wrong. When he turned his head, he saw this bloody scene. Since Andrea had been responsible for clearing the way ahead and always maintained a high degree of vigilance, Andrea was the one with the fastest reaction speed in the entire team and rushed forward immediately to try to save Courtney. Ram was stunned on the spot, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. But the next second, Ram, who was furious, completely ignored whether he could be beaten, picked up the knight's sword, and slashed at the basilisk. Passed by, Andrea, who arrived first, was the first person in the team to come into contact with the basilisk. However, after just a head-on confrontation with the basilisk, Andrea knew that the monster in front of him was not easy to deal with. Andrea lashed out with her shield and gave the basilisk a headbutt, although he blocked the basilisk's attack with force. From the plate armor boots that sank 3 inches into the ground with every step, it could be seen that the power of the monster in front of him was truly terrifying. Thump thump thump. Andrea took 4 or 5 steps back until her back hit the rock wall heavily, and she was able to stand firm. The basilisk was extremely angry at the moment, and his head hurt a little. Moreover, he didn't even think about attacking the tin can. But the tin can actually dared to attack him. Immediately afterwards, there was a quick tail swing. The afterimage of the tail was still in everyone's field of vision, and Andrea was hit hard and flew more than 10 meters away. It can be seen that the speed is fast and the power is great. However, thanks to Andrea's blocking, in the blink of an eye, others could vaguely identify through the dim light that the black shadow in front of them seemed to be the petrified lizard with the red mark in the crystal of the school's mark. A basilisk with the same strength as a third-level wizard apprentice. As soon as he saw Andrea being knocked away, Richard suddenly realized something was wrong. Immediately asked the skeleton soldiers guarding you to charge forward and be sure to entangle the basilisk. Hey! At this time, the basilisk felt that there seemed to be a piece of food near his feet, which had been tickling him. So he struck it with his claws. Crackling, there was a sound of broken bones, and Ram was not far away, lying on the ground, his body twitching, his life or death unknown. All of a sudden, Richard's team, which had originally had high morale, was torn to pieces by the petrified lizard in front of them, and 3 of them were injured at once. This made Richard quite angry, and made him feel deeply derelict in his duties as the captain. He originally wanted to hide it, but now he could no longer bear it. Skipping Chapter 86 does not affect viewing. Chapter 87 Uninvited Guest. It's a basilisk. A weakness technique. Richard cast a weakness technique as quickly as possible and shouted at the same time to inform his teammates. A cloud of gray mist enveloped the basilisk's head and submerged instantly. Just when the basilisk was about to launch a follow-up attack, it felt a weakness in its limbs. Richard's sword-shield skeleton also rushed to the petrified lizard and swung his iron sword to chop it hard. Slowed down. Richard cast another spell. The mastery level of slowness technique can be performed so quickly. Suddenly, the basilisk felt powerless and trapped in a quagmire. The attack from the side by the sword and shield skeleton made the basilisk very uncomfortable, and it had to put down the fresh and juicy food in its mouth first. Courtney took advantage of this and escaped, struggling to crawl towards Ram. Although Ram is weak in strength, he is really nice to her. The greatly reduced speed of the basilisk gave the rest of the team time to react. Andrea also climbed up from a distance and rushed over, but he was obviously staggering and was seriously injured. Ophelia threw a dark red seed under the basilisk's belly. At the same time, her crossbow arrow also hit the basilisk's head. There were only 2 ding-ding sounds, but it only scratched the skin. Suddenly, the petrified lizard felt something rapidly rising under its body. But before it could sense what it was, Andrea's knight's sword slashed heavily on its head. Blood suddenly spurted out, and a deep wound opened on the basilisk's forehead. It seems that the knight's sword in Andrea's hand is not an ordinary item. After all, he is the Duke's illegitimate son, so he is never short of equipment. But this deeply angered the basilisk. In an instant, a ray of petrification was about to shoot out from its eyes. It was too late. But soon, Andrea felt a palpitation in his heart, and instinctively held a shield in front of him. In an instant, the petrification ray attacked the steel shield. The material on the surface of the steel shield began to mutate, and a black shadow spread rapidly. Throw down the shield, Ophelia shouted. Hearing Ophelia's warning, Andrea immediately remembered that the basilisk had not only the physical strength of a great knight, but also the innate witchcraft eye of petrification. The next second, Andrea immediately threw the shield. Boom! And most of the material of the shield that fell to the ground was petrified, changing from steel to stone. Seeing such power, Andrea was terrified and did not dare to move forward. Although he is brave, he is not without brains. Although he is an intermediate knight, he is still made of flesh and blood. Using flesh and blood to resist witchcraft is a fool. When the petrified lizard was about to take the opportunity to rush towards Andrea and completely get rid of this troublesome tin can, it suddenly found that it could not move. It turned out that it was strangled by a black vine. As soon as Richard saw that Ophelia's bloodthirsty vine had imprisoned the basilisk, he immediately commanded the skeleton soldiers to attract the basilisk head-on. After slashing with 2 swords, The sword and shield skeleton soldiers attracted the basilisk's attention. Andrea is responsible for fighting on the flanks. The bloodthirsty demonic vine grew longer and thicker, and tightened tighter. The sharp thorns on the demonic vine slowly pierced the hard and thick skin of the basilisk, sucking out the energy-rich blood of the basilisk. At this time, Richard used the biting shadow curse of the bone-summoning staff for the first time. The next second, a thick black mist suddenly appeared above the head of the basilisk, and instantly merged into the body of the basilisk below. Immediately afterwards, Richard began to use his trump card, the Grasp of Shadow. After being cursed by the biting shadow, the basilisk instinctively felt that something was wrong, as if some aspect of its body's defense had been suddenly removed. Suddenly, Richard's shadow grip, a huge dark element palm with a diameter of more than 2 meters, turned into a fist and struck at extremely high speed. The petrified lizard didn't see it in a second and just avoided the vital part of its head. But one side of its body was hit hard, and a ball of flesh and blood exploded. With the advanced blessing of the biting shadow curse, the basilisk's defense against dark element damage was almost reduced to 0. So Richard's blow caused excessive damage. Without the biting shadow curse, Richard's attack would not have caused such great damage. But this blow also shattered part of the bloodthirsty demonic vines wrapped around the basilisk. Hearing a terrifying scream from the basilisk, a large hole was blasted out on one side of its abdomen, with almost visible bones and clearly visible internal organs. But with the support of strong vitality, this cannot kill it immediately. The basilisk also knew that it was time for him to fight for his life. If he didn't run away, he wouldn't be able to escape. Fortunately, there is an underground river dozens of meters away. As long as you jump into the underground river, you can escape. The body of the basilisk suddenly began to grow larger and redder. The blood flow in the whole body accelerated, and the muscle fibers expanded rapidly. The bloodthirsty devil vines that were originally tightly strangling it could no longer stretch, and the roots burst open. All of a sudden, the basilisk broke free from the bloodthirsty demonic vine, knocked away Richard's sword and shield, skeleton and Andrea, and fled in a hurry towards the underground river. But after being hit by 2 consecutive 0-level witchcrafts, slowness, and weakness by Richard, the speed of the basilisk has been reduced to untouching level. After running a few steps, he was overtaken by Andrea and the sword and shield skeleton behind him. The two of them attacked the basilisk's wound, and the painful basilisk had to turn around and defend itself. Accompanied by the roar of the basilisk, the team continued to bleed the basilisk while paying attention to the trap beast's deadly counterattack. At this time, Ophelia's giant trap grass with a huge opening and closing on the top also rushed to the basilisk and began to besiege it. Now, the situation is already one-sided. The countdown to the death of the basilisk begins. Richard took a look and put the tube of fire dancing star and silver moon dust in his hand back into his arms. Suddenly, he seemed to vaguely hear someone talking in the front. Richard's expression immediately changed and he shouted, "Hurry up and kill quickly. Someone is coming. Hey, it seems like someone is fighting in front." A girl's voice came from the front. When the two sides got closer, Richard vaguely saw through the glimmer of moss on the cave wall that the other party seemed to be a group of 5 people. No, 2 of them don't seem to be human. The shambling one doesn't look like a living person, but like a walking corpse. "Look, Jenna, they are killing the basilisk," a short girl shouted in surprise. Obviously, after the other party came closer, he also saw the prey of Richard's team. "Hey, it's true. It seems we are lucky." The red-haired girl named Jenna next to her suddenly showed joy. After all, killing a basilisk is worth 150 points. And the basilisk's brain and eyeballs can be redeemed for points. Especially the eyeballs, which are essential items for making witchcraft props such as petrified pupils and petrified rays. The eyeballs alone can be redeemed for 80 points. And the brain for 20 points. After all, if you kill a basilisk, you can earn a total of 250 points. But at this time, the basilisk let out an unwilling cry, fell to the ground, and stopped moving. Absorbable energy found. Yes/no? Yes. Gain 5781 energy points. Chapter 88 Red-Haired Girl. Huh? Killing the basilisk actually provided energy points. Richard looked happy. But the next second, he frowned again. Somebody is coming. But his soul-eating demon spider egg must seize the time to absorb the soul energy of the basilisk. Otherwise, the soul of the basilisk will naturally dissipate over time. Obviously, now that there are outsiders present, if I take out the rare soul-eating demon spider egg, I will be the biggest fool in the world. When the other party approached, as expected by Richard, 2 of the 5 people were not human. There was no doubt that one of them was a walking corpse. But the other one made Richard feel shuddering. He saw another walking corpse, tall and nearly 2 meters tall. Before he approached, Richard thought the other person might be a powerful knight or the like. But now when I look at it, I can see that the arms on his body are one big and one small. Obviously they are pieced together from different people. Moreover, on the dark torso with chest hair, there is actually the head of a white boy. No matter how weird it looks, it must have been pieced together later. At this moment, Andrea blurted out, "The Stitch Monster." Richard narrowed his eyes, and recalled the knowledge he had learned in the school's library in the past few months. And then thought of the information about the Stitch Monster. Stitch Monster is an undead creature that is slightly higher than half a level than the walking zombies. It is not naturally formed, and is the product of late-stage experiments by undead wizards. Generally, the dominant parts of each body are cut off and solidified on a certain corpse using specific witchcraft. If the undead wizard can improve the Stitch Monster again and break through the boundaries, it will become a famous abomination. From this point of view, although there are only 3 people on the other side, one of them must be a second-level wizard apprentice. Otherwise it would be impossible to create a suture monster. Richard glanced at each other one by one. There were only 2 women and 1 man in the team. The leader was a red-haired girl, followed half a step behind by a short girl and a tall and thin boy. It seems that there is a high probability that the red-haired girl must be a second-level wizard apprentice. Jenna glanced at the basilisk corpse lying in front of her, and found that although the basilisk had a shallow sword wound on its forehead, the fatal wound on its body was a large hole in its side, which was bleeding with blood. "Jenna, it seems that the people opposite are from the Ignis school. It seems that they are not as weak as you said," the tall and thin boy said. "After all, any team capable of killing the basilisk will not be too weak. Hey, Jenna, do you think that green-haired one is Ophelia? That virgin bitch? The one who later transferred to another school?" The short girl said quietly to the side. "It seems like it's really her. It's interesting. I can touch her here. I saw the basilisk and wanted to take action. Plus what the virgin bitch said." Hee hee. A strange smile appeared on the red-haired girl's face. "Richard, be careful. The other party is from the Ring of North and may attack us." Ophelia obviously also saw the uninvited guest, especially after seeing the other party's face clearly. Her expression froze, and she reminded Richard softly. At this moment, the skeleton soldiers, who had been vaguely trying to break through before suddenly succeeded in breaking through. A dense mass of death energy circulated within Richard's skeleton soldiers. The next second, the skeleton soldier evolved into a skeleton warrior. The nose helmet that had been missing was now transformed from the death energy into an entity, and was worn on the head. Suddenly, majestic, Richard immediately placed the newly upgraded skeleton warrior on guard in front of his body. If the opponent made a move, he would immediately hide in a depression in the rock wall and summon another 3 skeleton soldiers. "Hey, Brandy, Mijot, remember? I'll go up and talk to them later, when they let down their guard. Once you see me raise my hand to play with my hair, suddenly attack and concentrate your firepower to kill one first. Choose the one guarded by the skeleton warrior. From the looks of it, he should be a weak sorcerer apprentice who prefers to summon the undead. Kill him directly." When Jenna saw that Richard's skeleton soldiers actually evolved into skeleton warriors, she immediately put away her contempt. After all, the skeleton warrior's combat effectiveness is comparable to that of her stitched monster. "No problem, Jenna." The 2 of them each raised their short staffs and said confidently. The short staffs in the hands of the short girl Brandy and the tall and lanky boy Mijot are both extraordinary and intermediate witchcraft props. The short staff in Brandy's hand was solidified with a 0-level sorcery called Secondary Shadow Arrow, while the one in Mijot's hand was solidified with a 0-level sorcery called Shadow Shock. It was quite difficult to resist the sudden attack, because both level 0 witchcrafts are single-target attack witchcrafts, which concentrate firepower on one person. Even if the opponent is protected by defensive witchcraft, 1 strike can break the shield, and 2 strikes can cause serious damage or even kill the opponent. What's more, they have an extra insurance, which is Jenna in front. The impact cane in her hand is a high-level witchcraft prop, solidified with a fire-based 0-level witchcraft secondary flame impact. With the cooperation of 3 people, they can often kill 1 or 2 ordinary wizard apprentices in an instant. Therefore, this time, they will form a team with only 3 people. Firstly, to get more points and trophies per person. And secondly, to have the confidence and strength. At this time, Jenna walked forward with a smile, looked around Richard and the others, then stared at Ophelia, and said, "Ophelia, why? Not long after transferring from North Ring. Do you know me?" Seeing the red-haired girl's trembling smile, Richard was suddenly confused. It seemed that Ophelia knew the red-haired girl in front of him. Moreover, the other party's words contained a lot of information. Ophelia originally learned witchcraft in the Ring of North. Richard also looked at the other party carefully and felt that the other party's mental power seemed to be not weak, and he should have already reached the level of a second-class wizard apprentice. "Jenna, I didn't expect that I could meet you here," Ophelia said with an annoyed look. "Look at what you said. Ophelia, you are so loving and compassionate, and you don't even have the heart to do a vivisection experiment. Why are you so prejudiced against me? Are you jealous that I am prettier than you?" The red-haired girl became even happier when she saw Ophelia's expression. "You obviously. Ophelia is not good at talking nonsense. In my eyes, Ophelia is obviously prettier than you. Andrea, what do you think?" At this time, Richard interrupted, and deliberately turned his head to ask Andrea next to him. "Yes, Ophelia is more beautiful. Andrea is also a good person." And she actually said this after taking a serious look at their appearance. "You guys." The red-haired girl was so angry at the two boys' unanimous response that her eyebrows raised. Just when she was thinking of giving the signal to take action, there was a sound of footsteps suddenly coming from the forked passage on the side. Judging from the sound, it seemed that there were quite a few people there, and it was estimated that there were at least 3 people. Chapter 89, Purple Hair Boy. For a moment, the red-haired girl lowered her raised right hand again, intending to see the situation before talking. Of course, Richard and others also heard the footsteps coming from the passage on the right, and they became vigilant again. "The Ring of North has already arrived, but I don't know who it will be this time." Sure enough, more than 10 seconds later, 4 wizard apprentices with devil flower patterns on their chests came out of the side fork passage. The leader was a purple-haired boy with eyes like stars. Although he looks young, he already has 2 devil flowers on his chest. "Hey, they are from Guru's college. How come they came to this area?" Richard was very curious. You know, logically speaking, this area is assigned to belong to the Ignis school. Even though Richard and the others may have walked farther along the underground river and walked out of Area 132, they could not reach the junction area of the 3 major colleges so quickly. Humph. At this time, the red-haired girl seemed to see the person clearly, snorted coldly, and left with her 2 teammates. Ophelia seemed relieved after seeing the 3 red-haired girls leaving, and said, "Richard, I'm going to check on Ram and Courtney's injuries first. You guys should be careful." Richard nodded. Ophelia was proficient in botany and knew a lot about herbal medicine, including witch doctors. With Ophelia treating the 2 of them, I think as long as the injuries are not fatal, they should be fine. If I go there, I won't be able to help much. The purple-haired boy obviously saw what was going on in the venue, and they looked surprised, as if they were surprised by the strength of Richard and the other 3. The purple-haired boy walked up to Richard with a smile on his face and said, "Richard, you are the freshman leader of the Ignis school this year, right?" Richard was greatly surprised. He still knew himself. It was impossible for his name, as the chief freshman, to be spread to Guru's academy. "Hello, who are you?" "Tor Grace, Guru's school," the purple-haired boy said with a smile. Richard also nodded slightly in greeting. On the one hand, because the other party did not seem to have any ill intentions, and on the other hand, because Richard could sense that the other party was extremely powerful. The wizard apprentice and the wizard will not shake hands, kiss or hug each other, because it is easy to be attacked by the other party and lead to sudden death. Or, your hair, skin, etc. may be obtained by the other party and used as the target of a vicious curse. Therefore, unless you are a relative or partner, the above behaviors are prohibited. If there is a chance, we can cooperate in the future. I'm leaving now." The purple-haired boy smiled, waved to Richard, and left with his team members. Richard was stunned when he heard this. He didn't quite understand what the purple-haired boy meant, nor why he left behind such a sentence. Glancing at Andrea, who also looked confused, Richard shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Suddenly, Richard patted his head, quickly took out the soul-eating spider egg from his arms, placed it next to the petrified lizard, and quickly started to use the spirit summoning technique. I saw a transparent spirit shaped like a lizard being summoned out from the body of the petrified lizard. Suddenly, The soul-eating demon spider egg seemed to let out a cry of joy to Richard. The next second, the transparent jelly-like spiritual lizard was swallowed by the white egg in one gulp. There seemed to be a kind of licking tongue, which was still unfinished. Picture since. This foodie. After collecting the precious petrified lizard's brain and eyes, Richard and Andrea immediately turned back and reunited with Ophelia. At this moment, Ophelia was using plant healing, a natural magic trick, on Courtney's thigh wound. A hazy green light enveloped Courtney's wound, but black blood continued to ooze out of the wound. The green light seemed to be trying to heal the wound, but it was not very effective. After a while, Ophelia looked tired, shook her head and said, "I heard before that the saliva of the basilisk is highly poisonous. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. My vegetation is not very effective in healing. It's just the detoxification technique. Unfortunately, I haven't learned it yet. Ram's injury is not serious. He has multiple broken ribs. After the treatment, it's not a big problem. He just can't fight for a short period of time. But walking won't be a problem," Ophelia added. This suddenly made Richard feel a bit tricky. "Richard, Courtney and I are planning to withdraw from the trial." Ram, who looked pale at the side, glanced at Courtney, who was still semi-conscious, and said, "Originally, he and Courtney were extremely excited and happy at first to be able to join the freshman chief team. However, it now appears that this is not the case. The huge difference in strength caused Ram and Courtney to be completely unable to keep up with the pace of the battle. The strength of any one of the three is incomparable to them, and can even be said to be far apart. Therefore, whether it is for Richard, Ophelia or Andrea, it may be just a battle of average intensity. But for him and Courtney, it may be a battle of life and death. Will lose his life. This time, it was a perfect lesson. Ram, have you really thought it through?" Andrea asked with a serious expression. "Think it through." Ram nodded solemnly. Richard thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay. Let's send you to the surface first. Then, well, just send it to the surface. Don't worry. We can return to the school on our own." Ram interrupted Richard's speech and expressed his position. Indeed, with the strength of Ram and Courtney, if they continue to follow them, they may be severely injured again at any time, or even life-threatening. Therefore, in Richard's view, it was a wise move for the two of them to give up on their own initiative. Another problem is the poison on Courtney's thigh. None of them have any good solution. They can only save the thigh by sending her back to the school quickly. Otherwise, their lives will be in danger. So, after sending Ram and Courtney to the surface, and watching the lonely backs of the two of them limping towards the school's residence with support, Richard remained silent. If I didn't have the inspiration panel, would I be like Ram and Courtney, desperately trying to get a chance to improve my strength, but ended up with a bloody head? It seems that in this dangerous world, constantly improving one's own strength is always the most important thing. Thinking of this, Richard clenched his fists and looked solemn. "Ophelia, Andrea, please wait for me for a few minutes. I seem to have some insights into the zero-level witchcraft of summoning skeletons." Richard turned his head and said to the two people behind him with a smile. Ophelia immediately looked at Richard in surprise and said, "I finally understand your understanding of witchcraft. I remember the time you played against me before. I always felt that the amount of witchcraft you mastered. It's so unbelievable that it doesn't look like a new student at all. Now I finally know the reason. It turns out it's because of your exaggerated witchcraft comprehension." "No wonder." Andrea nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I just saw that the skeleton soldiers you summoned were actually promoted to skeleton warriors. I knew that your level of control over the witchcraft of summoning skeletons is definitely not low. But now it seems that I still underestimate you." Richard smiled slightly, and did not explain too much. Originally, he planned to accumulate the energy points he obtained as before. After this mission is over, return to the school and consider how to use it. But now it seems that this mission is extremely difficult. On the one hand, because the strength of the underground race cannot be underestimated, and on the other hand, because the wizard apprentices from other schools are extremely strong. Therefore, it is better to use up energy points directly. Otherwise, if you encounter a difficult enemy, you will regret it if you have a treasure trove of energy but don't know how to use it. Moreover, there is another thing that Richard has always wanted to verify. Chapter 90 Grandmaster Level Trick. I still remember that 2 days ago, when I triggered the zero-level witchcraft of inspiration enhancement, summoning skeletons, I upgraded the summoning skeletons to the master level, and found that the trick, summoning skeletons, had also been upgraded from the skillful level to the proficient level. After all, it is difficult to explain such a huge improvement by the commonality of witchcraft. Therefore, it is more likely that there is some internal connection between the two witchcrafts. Before, I couldn't verify it because I had no energy. This time, I could just verify it. As for why he chose to fight the zero-level witchcraft, summoning skeletons, it was because Richard discovered that the power of this witchcraft mainly depends on the control of the witchcraft. In other words, the higher the level of control, the greater the power. Unlike level 0 sorcery such as Shadow Grasp, Lesser Shadow Bolt, and Shadow Shock, which require the mobilization of dark element energy, Richard still clearly remembered the time when he and Meiluo encountered the giant crocodile in the dead swamp. The previous chief Emilia, who saved them, cast the Shadow Grip. The huge hand condensed by the dark element was 4 meters in diameter. As for myself, with the same level of proficiency, the diameter is only 2 meters, and the power of witchcraft is far behind in comparison. This is caused by the difference in wizard's qualifications. To be precise, it is caused by the difference in affinity of dark elements. According to Meiluo later, Richard knew that Emilia's dark element affinity was super. No wonder. She was called a super genius. Therefore, through this matter, Richard thought very clearly that the more qualified a wizard is, the more he relies on small witchcraft, which is the target of his improvement. At least this logic was correct until his wizard qualifications failed to improve significantly. It was discovered that the host was performing a magic trick to control the skeleton. Do you consume energy to gain inspiration for the magic trick to control the skeleton? This time, looking at the value 5781 at the far right end of the slide bar, Richard thought for a moment and decided to drag the slide bar to 1781 to try the effect, and selected yes. In an instant, Richard's soul was out of his body, and he came to the dream again. And this time the scene in the dream was in a dark cemetery. He possessed the body of a grey-robed apprentice, whose face could not be seen clearly, and a basin of bones was placed in front of him. Richard focused his gaze on the bones in the basin and chanted a spell. With a thought, the mental tentacles quickly assembled the bones. With the number of mental tentacles increasing day by day, Richard was now able to control the skeleton with ease. With the blessing of a huge amount of inspiration, he recalled that when he first started to learn to control the skeleton, he still needed to fly the fingers of both hands, and his mental power was to use his fingers to control the skeleton like a shadow puppet show. Later, after his mental power was divided into tentacles, he no longer needed his fingers for assistance. Now, Richard once again realized that although he had been able to subdivide 15 spiritual tentacles, with continuous practice in the dream, it seemed that he could once again subdivide a small tentacle from his spiritual light group. Thin line. As a result, 1, 2, and spiritual tentacles gradually increased. Gradually, the number of mental tentacles exceeded 20, 30. For a moment, Richard felt as if he could control everything on the skeleton. Suddenly, his perception was interrupted, and Richard's soul quickly returned to its original form. Richard woke up from his immersion and suddenly felt regretful. He was about to realize something just now, but he had to give up halfway because of insufficient energy points he set. This time, Richard invested 1,000 energy points without hesitation for subsequent insights. So, Richard returned to his dream again and practiced over and over again, controlling the skeleton with a trick that he had already mastered. The number of mental tentacles is slowly increasing again, but it seems to be getting closer and closer to a certain limit. Richard controlled the skeleton as if it were his own body. Suddenly, Richard felt as if a bucket of ice water was poured on his head, and he realized something in an instant. He found that he no longer needed to branch out the spiritual tentacles to control the skeleton. Instead, part of the person's consciousness was directly attached to the skeleton. The skeleton is him. He is the skeleton, regardless of each other. As he returns to his true form from the dream, Richard brought up the panel and took a look. Thoughtfully, in the witchcraft column on the panel, it is clearly displayed: manipulating skeletons, Grandmaster level 26%. Secret technique, possessing skeletons. Summoning skeletons, Master level 68%. Secret technique, triple summoning. Here, there is the Grandmaster level, which is a higher level than the Master level. At the same time, the zero-level witchcraft of summoning skeletons has also been improved to a certain extent because of the magic control of skeletons, which has been upgraded to an unprecedented Master level. Possess skeleton. Consume a certain amount of mental power to possess part of your consciousness on the skeleton or skeleton summons you control. Mental power will continue to be consumed during the possession. If you use special skills when possessing, it will be greatly consumed. Mental strength. Richard focused on several keywords. Controlled skeleton or skeleton summoned, and using special skills when possessed. After thinking for a long time, if it is really as described on the inspiration panel, then the effect of this secret technique can definitely serve as his trump card. After a while, Richard and his 3 men continued to enter the deep underground cave, moving quickly forward, relying on the moss on the rock wall and the glimmer of unknown mushrooms. After a while, Richard and the others discovered traces of the fishman again. This time, Richard specifically wanted to try a new secret technique, so he found a reason to let Ophelia and Andrea take charge of ordinary fisherman warriors, while he controlled the skeleton warrior and faced Na Shuang head-on, a mid-level fisherman warrior with a sword. While the 2 teammates were fighting the enemy, Richard focused his consciousness on his summoned skeleton warrior, and used the secret technique of possessing a skeleton for the first time. The next second, part of his consciousness possessed the skeleton warrior. Facing the double-sword fishman, the skeleton warrior launched a charge, leaping high and wielding the iron sword to strike with a cleave, which was accompanied by the secret sword technique of high-frequency vibration. This set of movements is smooth, without any stiffness in the joints of the skeleton warrior. The double-knife fishman's big bulging eyes seemed to have a premonition of danger. He used all his strength to cross his 2 swords on his chest, trying to resist the attack of this extremely weird skeleton warrior. But amid the unbelievable expression of the double-knife fishman, the opponent's slash was like a hot knife cutting through butter, cutting off its 2 knives instantly. The next second, the double-sword fishman felt his body light up. He looked down and let out a scream. It turned out that its chest and abdomen had been disemboweled by the sword of the skeleton warrior. All kinds of smelly organs were all over the floor. Double-blade fishman. Dead. In an instant, Richard returned that part of the possessed consciousness back to his body. That sword just now was really useful. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of mental energy. Richard estimated that this set of actions consumes about 2 points of mental energy, which is equivalent to casting an ordinary 0-level witchcraft, such as slowness, or debilitating spells, etc. At this time, Ophelia and Andrea, who had just finished killing other miscellaneous fish, saw the miserable death of the double-sword fishman. When he turned around and looked at Richard, it was as if he was looking at a monster. When Richard saw it, he suddenly smiled bitterly. It seemed that his strength was exposed too much. Chapter 91 Son of Darkness. On the subsequent journey, after Richard put a spiritual imprint on the skeleton warrior, he sent the skeleton warrior back to the world of the dead. However, he summoned another unpromoted sword and shield skeleton soldier, because he wanted to promote his remaining 3 sword and shield skeleton soldiers to skeleton warriors one by one. After all, his mental strength was not enough to directly summon skeleton warriors through witchcraft. Then, if you want all the skeleton soldiers under your command to be promoted, the only way is to continuously kill the enemy and absorb the enemy's death energy one by one. However, when Ophelia and Andrea saw this scene, they looked at each other at the same time. The meaning was self-evident. Richard was too insidious. Especially Ophelia. She thought to herself, Richard looks fair, and has a harmless face. She originally thought he was an honest man, but now she realizes that he is too insidious. He obviously has the undead summons at the level of a skeleton warrior had to be secretly replaced by an ordinary skeleton soldier. Moreover, this also shows that his level 0 sorcery to summon skeletons is obviously at the mastery level. Otherwise, he would have no reason to do so, because summoning skeletons at the proficient level and below can only recruit 1 skeleton soldier. Even if he has 2 skeleton warriors, they cannot function at the same time. Richard on the side obviously didn't know that the 2 teammates beside him were slandering him in unison. The 3 red-haired girls who left were chatting and searching for traces of the underground race. Jenna, why didn't you take action just now? Mijot and I are ready. Brandy, a short girl, asked doubtfully. The tall and thin boy named Mijot beside him also looked over and had the same question, because he knows very well that the red-haired girl Jenna has an extremely stubborn temper and will never let go of something she likes easily, unless the other person is really much stronger than her, and there is no chance at all. Otherwise, as long as there is a slight chance, she will not give up and bite on the carrion like a scavenger wolf. Naive. Do you think I don't want to? You don't want to see who is coming from Guru's academy. Jenna sneered at the question raised by her companion. Huh? Are the 4 of them very powerful? Even if they are, they won't necessarily care about us and the 3 apprentices of the Ignis school. The short girl Brandy continued to ask. Have you seen the purple-haired boy? His name is Tori Grace. He is a super genius at Guru's Academy. His wizard qualifications are said to be top level. His affinity with dark elements has surpassed super and reached the level of Son of Darkness. Degree. What? Son of Darkness. Brandy and Mijat suddenly looked at each other and were stunned. Son of Darkness. This is the top existence among those with affinity for dark elements. If the dark element affinity is medium, one standard unit of mental power can mobilize 5 to 6 units of dark element energy. So for the Son of Darkness, the same mental power can mobilize 11 to 12 units of dark element energy. The difference is more than double. If the same witchcraft has twice the power when performed, it is simply despairing. For example, the advanced witchcraft prop, the ogre's staff, has a special effect that if the holder uses shadow witchcraft, the power of the witchcraft will be increased by 25%. In other words, even if Richard, who has a medium affinity for dark elements, holds the ogre's staff, the power of the shadow witchcraft he casts is nearly 1/3 less than others. What's more, for such a top genius, the most indispensable thing around him may be top-notch witchcraft props. Moreover, this guy likes to meddle in other people's business. 2 months ago, a team of official wizards from their Guru's Academy came to our Ring of North to communicate, and I saw this guy. Jenna recounted what she saw last time. So that's what it is. The two of them suddenly realized. No wonder Jenna turned around and left when she saw the purple-haired boy. The three of them turned a corner in the underground cave and met a small group of Murloc warriors, just tens of meters away from them. The leader was a green-scaled double-sword Murloc warrior. Suddenly, both sides were stunned. But the next second, the red-haired girl Jenna and the short girl Brandy looked happy, and immediately commanded their Stitch monsters and Walking Dead to rush forward. As for the Murloc team, including the double-sword Murlocs, there were a total of 10 Murloc warriors. When they saw that the opponent had only 5 humans, they immediately counterattacked without fear. Jenna's tall stitched monster suddenly pulled out 2 butcher's knives for chopping meat from his waist. The knives were semicircular in shape and only 30 centimeters long, but the backs of the knives were extremely thick. A sword hit the head of an ordinary fishman warrior who was rushing towards him. It was fast and powerful. The fishman warrior didn't even have time to dodge before he was hit in the head by a knife. The knife was a butcher's cleaver, and the force was all his body. As a result, the knife went down and directly split the fishman warrior's huge fish head into 2 halves. Suddenly, the surrounding fishmen warriors were filled with fear and hesitated to move forward. The green-scaled double-sword fishman originally rushed towards the short girl with his double swords, but when he turned around, he saw that his men had been decapitated on the spot. So he angrily changed his direction and charged straight at the Stitch monster. This time, it's 2 swords against 2 swords. The green-scaled double-sword fishman's sword is narrow and long, at least 1 meter and 2 meters long, and looks like a Japanese samurai sword. Both sides are masters of swordsmanship, and the 2 swords suddenly clanked together, and they were locked in a stalemate, with no one able to defeat the other. Suddenly, the green-scaled fish spit out water arrows. I saw a dark green water arrow shot straight into Stitch Monster's chest, because Stitch Monster didn't even think about hiding. It was directly sprayed with a squeak sound. It turns out that this water arrow is not an ordinary water arrow, but a poisonous water arrow. But to the Stitch Monster, this bit of poison is nothing, but it stings deeply. The next second, the Stitch Monster's whole body turned red. Its muscles swelled, and it became a whole circle bigger. It wielded its double swords faster, heavier, and more accurately. At this moment, the green-scaled Murloc could no longer resist. Within a short time, dozens of wounds with bone-deep wounds appeared on his body, and he fell down. Jenna, it seems that the barbarian heart you transplanted to Stitch Monster last time was very useful. The violent bloodline has been developed. You can get one for me when you come back. The short girl begged. You walking zombie. Your foundation is too poor. The body of an ordinary knight can hardly withstand limb modification and blood transplantation. You must at least get the body of an intermediate knight or above. Jenna, where can I get the body of an intermediate knight? The short girl complained to herself. What an idiot. Among the 3 people from the Ignis school I just met, the one wearing knight armor is not only an intermediate knight, but also tall and handsome. He is a rare walking corpse material. Ah, I remembered. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Then, let's go find them now. That genius from Guru's Academy should leave. The short girl, after being reminded, was already a little anxious. I can't bear it anymore. Why are you so anxious? Actually, Brandy, if you don't mind the strong smell of fish, the physical strength of this fishman with 2 swords is only higher than that of an intermediate knight. I don't want it. I carry it every day. In addition to the smell of corpses, there is also the smell of fish. Then I can't stand it. The short girl suddenly shook her head. Suddenly, Mijat, a tall and thin boy exploring the road ahead, made a silent gesture. Shoo! Chapter 92 Thickness Conversion. The 2 girls immediately stopped talking and looked at Mijat. Just listen to the tall and thin boy Mijat say, "We are very lucky. But the problem is, we may not be able to eat." Speak to the important point, Jinnah urged. She hated this kind of half-said and off-key way of speaking. Well, through the corpse dog's undead vision, I discovered that 200 meters ahead, there were about 30 or so fishmen walking along one side of the underground river, in the same direction as me. Hey, Jinnah. Her eyes immediately lit up. A big wave of walking points. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, the short girl said excitedly. Wait a minute. There are more than 4 double-sword murlocs in that murloc team. And one is obviously a high-level murloc warrior. Mijat suddenly became anxious. He grabbed hold of him and rushed towards Brandy, seeking death with him. What's the difference? High-level fishman warrior? Really? At least 2 meters tall and holding a giant harpoon. The 3 of us are afraid that we won't be able to eat these fishmen, Mijat added. At this time, Jinnah couldn't think of any good solution. After all, the 3 of them were equal in strength to 3 second-level wizard apprentices. On the fishman's side, it is equivalent to a 3rd-level wizard apprentice, plus 4 second-level wizard apprentices, and a bunch of miscellaneous fish. If a snake swallows an elephant, it will choke to death. On the other side, Richard and the 3 of them searched for traces of the underground race. Although they did not encounter them again, they found a lot of them along the way. Most of the corpses of the underground race that were killed along the way were fishmen, and a few were cavemen. Richard had already fought against the fishmen and was somewhat familiar with them. But Richard was still quite curious about the cavemen. He took a closer look. He found that they were hairless and had only exposed skin. They were a little shorter than ordinary humans. The whites of their eyes were cloudy. They were either blind or visually impaired. They probably lived in the caves all year round. Underground reasons. Don't listen to the word human for cavemen. In Richard's opinion, they are quite different from humans. Probably because they walk upright. They are classified as humanoid creatures, such as werewolves. But the caveman's combat effectiveness is at least 2 levels worse than that of the werewolf. Along the way, one question that Richard had been thinking about was how to use the remaining 3,000 energy points. Ever since he learned that there was such a level as Grandmaster, Richard had been considering which witchcraft to improve first. The principle is still the same. That is, the effect of witchcraft is not linked to the wizard's qualifications as much as possible, but to the level of control. The first thing Richard thought of was the meditation method. But he shook his head, because 3,000 points would definitely not be enough to upgrade Rodrigo's meditation method from proficient to master. Which means that the current improvement will not bring him immediate strength. The improvement can be postponed. Secondly, another option is to continue to upgrade the summoned skeleton. It is already at the master level. Richard is very curious about what effect it will have if he is upgraded to the master level. Will it give him one more place to summon? Or will he improve the strength of summoned objects? The last option is to improve the control level of defensive witchcraft. Currently, the only thing that can be used for instant defense is the dark element shield solidified on a black jade ring. And after using it once, you need to wait 24 hours. Use again. In addition, the special effect of the black jade ring is that when the holder uses a 0-level witchcraft dark element shield, the power of the witchcraft will be increased by 18%. From this perspective, if the dark element shield can be improved, the benefits will be relatively high in terms of cost effectiveness. After thinking for a moment, Richard said to Ophelia and Andrea beside him, I seem to have some understanding of the witchcraft of dark element shield. Please wait for me for a few minutes. As soon as the words fell, the 2 people were stunned for a moment. Especially Ophelia. I think she also has double advanced wizard qualifications, and has always been quite confident in her progress in learning witchcraft. But now compared with Richard, her understanding of witchcraft seems like a fool. Now, Ophelia felt bad all over. Richard, you? Andrea also didn't know what to say at all. Before teaming up with Richard, he thought that he was a proud man. He had reached the level of an intermediate knight in his junior year. although his aristocratic training prevented him from saying to other freshmen, "You are all rubbish." But the pride in my heart has always been hidden deep in my heart. But now, this pride seems to be starting to fall into pieces. Richard didn't say much because he didn't know how to explain it. I found that the host was casting the 0-level witchcraft dark element shield. Yes/no. Consume energy to gain inspiration for the 0-level witchcraft dark element shield. This time, looking at the value 3000 at the far right end of the sidebar, Richard thought for a moment and decided to learn from the lesson he learned last time. He chose to drag the sidebar directly to 3000 and selected yes. In an instant, Richard's soul came out of his body and into a dream. And this time the scene in the dream was in an open grassland. He possessed the body of a gray-robed apprentice, whose face could not be seen clearly. And dozens of meters in front of him, there was a phantom of a monster, a wind wolf, staring at him hungrily. In an instant, he understood the purpose of setting up the dream like this. This should also be his subconscious desire, hoping to have someone who could be his sparring partner. The next second, Gale Wolf instantly launched a wind blade and attacked Richard. Because it was an instant wind blade, Richard was unable to dodge, and his arm was torn open. After reacting, he quickly used the Dark Element Shield. However, the skillful level of Dark Element Shield requires at least 2 seconds to cast. But unfortunately, the interval between Wind Wolf's wind blades is 1 second, which means 1 wind blade every second. Therefore, Richard could only keep dodging, trying to cast spells, and then being interrupted, repeating the process over and over again. As time went by, Richard was basically unable to use it after being cut by the wind blade from the beginning. Later, he was able to barely use it once. Secondary, 3 times. In the end, facing the attack of the Storm Wolf, Richard no longer needed to dodge. Although every time, the Dark Element Shield would be broken by the wind blade of the Storm Wolf. But in the next second, he would be able to display a new shield, just enough to connect seamlessly. But just as Richard gradually entered his comfort zone and planned to relax, something changed in his dream. Next to the original Storm Wolf, another Storm Wolf appeared. Suddenly, the wind blades of 2 wind wolves cut rapidly. Richard was startled and suddenly had an idea. He instinctively focused his mind and mobilized his mental power on the shield in front of his body to strengthen his defense. I saw that the shield film in front of Richard became obviously thicker and darker. It was obvious that the concentration of dark elements had become higher, and the film behind him immediately became thinner and lighter. As if transparent, the effect was immediate. The thickened black film in front still had some strength after resisting a wind blade. When it could withstand the second wind blade, the entire film burst and dissipated into the air. But before Richard could breathe a sigh of relief, in the next second, the shadows of the Storm Wolves changed from 2 to 3. Richard was immediately dumbfounded. Even though he could adjust the thickness of the Dark Element Shield, Richard still had to dodge in a hurry when faced with the attacks of 3 wind blades. The situation became difficult again. Soon, the gray robe on Richard's body had been cut into strips, and his whole body was covered with scars. But with the blessing of a huge amount of inspiration, he vaguely grasped a hint of insight, as if he had touched some kind of limit, and it seemed that he could pierce through this layer of window paper with just one more forceful push. Suddenly, there was a sudden spin, and when Richard returned to his body again, hack! Richard couldn't help but uttered a curse word for the first time. This time, he really felt bad. It's just that little bit worse, and there's actually no energy left. However, this shush startled the 2 people waiting on the side, and they both looked at Richard blankly, not knowing why. Because during the whole process, the 2 of them saw Richard closing his eyes and casting a Dark Element Shield, and then nothing happened. The next second, I heard Richard swear. With no time to explain, Richard pulled up the panel and saw, Witchcraft, Dark Element Shield, Master 99%. Special Effect, Thickness Conversion. Chapter 93. The Fishmen are about to join. It's just 1% short of entering another level, the Master level. Unfortunately, the energy points are now exhausted. However, Richard did not retain energy points this time, so he tried his best. Therefore, Richard soon adjusted his mentality and carefully read the instructions for thickness conversion. Thickness conversion, extra mental power is consumed to enhance the dark element energy in a specific direction of the dark element shield, but correspondingly, it will also lead to the weakening of the dark element energy in other directions. This is an exquisite control of the energy distribution of the dark element shield, while the overall energy of the dark element shield does not change. To put it simply, The dark element shield is shaped like a bubble. Richard can fine-tune the distribution of energy and focus on strengthening the energy in a certain direction. After a brief thought, Richard understood the application scenario of this special effect. For example, if the opponent's attack is a fireball, it will inevitably attack a certain point on the dark element shield. If the dark element energy is evenly distributed, the bubble will be easily punctured. But if the energy from other parts of the bubble is mobilized to support the point under attack, then as the concentration of dark element energy increases exponentially, the defense will naturally be greatly enhanced. Of course, this special effect won't work well if the opponent's attacks come from all directions. Ophelia on the side actually wanted to ask Richard what kind of understanding he had of the zero-level witchcraft of dark element shield. But after thinking about it, he still didn't ask. The three of them continued to move forward. Andrea, the leader, walked along the foreshore of the underground river rock wall and rounded a corner. Suddenly, he found several figures not far ahead, which were the red-haired girl. He was stunned for a moment. John Na and the others, who were originally helpless, happened to see Richard and the others turning around, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Ophelia frowned when she saw the three of them. She obviously didn't want to deal with them. But plant sense told her that there were many creatures ahead, most likely underground races. So the three of them headed in this direction. Come! It would be a pity to give up now. When Richard took a look, he knew that Ophelia didn't have a good relationship with her. So he stopped in his tracks. In fact, for Richard, his strength has just increased significantly, and he is not afraid of competing with the few people in front of him, let alone the other party coming to trouble him, because there is a high probability that they will end up asking for trouble. Ophelia hesitated for a while, but decided to change the direction to search for the fishmen. So she turned around and walked back. But as soon as the three of them turned around, they heard the voice of the red-haired girl behind them. Ophelia. Wait! There is a large group of murlocs in front of us. Neither we nor your team can defeat them alone. How about we join forces and profit based on our strength? Ophelia hesitated when she heard this. After all, the three of them had been searching along the underground river for a long time. Many of the underground race's miscellaneous fish had been killed by the wizard apprentices. The remaining ones are relatively large and difficult to chew, and I'm afraid the three of them won't be able to eat them. Now that you have the opportunity to earn a lot of points, it would be a pity to just give up. Finally, Ophelia walked to Richard and whispered, Richard, you are the captain, so you decide. But I want to remind you that the three of them, especially Jenna, are cunning and vicious. I am afraid that if I cooperate with them, it will. Richard understood as soon as he heard it. In fact, Ophelia still wanted to cooperate and earn points. After all, if she really didn't care about the points, she could just choose not to cooperate and leave. Why did he bother to talk to him about this? It shows that he is reluctant to give up the points, but is also worried that the other party will turn against him later. However, for him, if the three members of the Ring of Noth honestly abide by the agreement and cooperate to kill, then there will be no trouble. But if they deliberately stir up trouble or play tricks, then it will be a joke. Richard nodded to Ophelia, turned to the red-haired girl and asked, how strong is the fishman? One high-level fishman warrior, for intermediate fishman warriors, and more than 20 miscellaneous fish. Richard was stunned when he heard this, and was secretly happy. What a huge wave of points. No wonder the other party wanted to cooperate with him. Indeed, it would be difficult for the three of him to win, unless he used all the alchemy bombs. Otherwise, there's really no chance of winning. How to distribute? Everyone took action together, and killed the high-level fishermen warriors. The points were divided in half. As for the rest of the fish, it's very simple. The points of whoever kills them belong to whom. How about that? Jenna said with a smile. When Richard heard this, he realized that this was exactly what he thought. So he turned to look at Ophelia and Andrea. Seeing that neither of them had any objections, he nodded and said, Okay, let's follow this plan. However, Richard seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and carried the red-haired girl on his back. He took out 10 bottles of Fire Dance Star and 10 packets of Silver Moon Dust from his arms, and put them into the hands of Ophelia and Andrea respectively. Half of it, and motioned to the two of them to put it away quickly. In case of emergency, just use it. When the two of them saw so many alchemy bombs, they couldn't help but feel convinced. At the same time, they also greatly praised Richard's character. After all, not every captain would generously distribute items worth hundreds of magic stones to teammates. It should be said that it is very few. In fact, as early as the first time he met these three people, Richard felt the other party's hostility, although he didn't know why the other party became hostile to them as soon as he met them. But this does not prevent Richard from taking precautions in advance. He himself is not afraid, but he must take care of his teammates if he can. The three of them, Jenna, were also communicating in low voices. After we kill this wave of fishmen, if nothing unexpected happens, take action immediately and snatch the brain and eyes of the petrified lizard. You two should watch my gestures, Jenna instructed. Brandy and Mijat nodded to show that they understood. Among them, Brandy confidently waved the short staff in her hand and said, "Don't worry, Jenna. I have also prepared an extra blinding potion, which will definitely catch them off guard." So, a group of 6 people, 3 in front and 3 in the back, quietly approached the Murloc team in front. A few hundred meters ahead, a team of about 30 fishmen with fish heads and human bodies, holding various weapons, were moving forward in a long straight line along the shallows of the underground river. In the middle of the team, there was a tall fishman warrior with a lavender body, over 2 meters tall, holding a huge shiny steel fork in his hand. The scales on his body were as big as a child's palm, and his protective power seemed to be extremely amazing. It was Braca, the leader of the fishmen. "Lord Braca, we have lost 4 double sword teams. If we can't find the prophet again, the situation will become more and more unfavorable for us." A burly green-scaled double-sword fishman next to it said to it report. Braca sniffed the front again, and heard it confidently say to the double-sword fishman beside him, who asked questions, "Slaka, I feel the breath of the prophet. He should be not far ahead. We speed up, and you should find it soon." "Yes, Master Braca. I will notify you right away." The double-sword fishman named Slaka was obviously much happy after hearing Braca's reply. Chapter 94 Battle with Murlocs. Richard first cast a dark element shield on himself, because the 3 people from the Ring of North were also there. He deliberately cast the dark element shield 3 times, which only took 1 second to cast. It was indeed 3 times, not 3 seconds. It failed twice, and the last time it pretended to be a reluctant success. Each time it was cast, it took 3 seconds to chant a spell. This made the 3 red-haired girls from North Ring, Jenna, look down upon them with great contempt. Ophelia and Andrea, who were standing beside them, blushed and couldn't help but laugh like pigs. Richard was really too sinister. However, Richard didn't think so. If he knew that the 2 teammates next to him commented on him like this, he would definitely refute loudly to clear his name. How can this be called insidious? This is called strategic deception. If later, these 3 people in North Ring really have evil intentions, they must be on guard. After pretending to put on the dark element shield, Richard inserted the bone summoning staff into his waist, took off the giant bow behind him with his backhand, and immediately launched multiple shots. Then, 3 steel arrows after 3 arrows were shot continuously at the fishman team. In an instant, a harsh and sharp sound broke through the air, sounding the alarm for the entire raid. It was originally difficult for Richard to draw this huge shadow stalker bow to its full capacity. However, as he broke through the official night level and continued to practice meditation, his physical fitness continued to improve, and now he was able to use it with ease. At this moment, the red-haired trio immediately looked at Richard with admiration, especially Jenna, who immediately thought, "Hey, this guy does have 2 brushes. I thought he was the main summoner and secondary shooter, but now it seems that he should be the main shooter summoner and secondary shooter." No wonder Ophelia wanted him to be her teammate. He and Ophelia's main focus on defense complement each other perfectly. That's it. Although, Ophelia, Andrea, including the red-haired girl from North Ring, all started shooting, but the combined results of several other people were not as fast, accurate, or as high as Richard alone. Richard's arrows rained down, and ordinary Murloc warriors were constantly killed by Richard's arrows. The short girl Brandy's heart was bleeding when she saw this, and she was cursing in her heart, how could Richard shoot so accurately? When Jenna and Mijat saw it, they were also speechless for a while. Although they had agreed before taking action that except for the senior fishman warriors, everyone would surround and kill them together, and other fishman warriors would be killed according to their own abilities. But the result now is that you alone have almost surrounded the other ordinary fishman warriors. Isn't this the same as eating the meat alone, while others can only drink soup after you? As a result, the 3 people in the North Ring suddenly came up with the idea that they must kill Richard later, before the opponent's team recorded the results in the mission crystal. Otherwise, the points gained from killing a large number of ordinary fishermen warriors will be lost. Jenna thought. This was even more true. Through her short-term observation, she had discovered that Richard, a first-level wizard apprentice, although not very good at witchcraft, was an expert archer and specialized in summoning. This kind of person will be too difficult to deal with if we don't kill him first when we take action later. Moreover, the opponent should be the firepower provider in Ophelia's team. After killing him, the remaining Ophelia and the intermediate knight, no matter how strong their defensive capabilities are, will never stand a chance of turning the tables and will be slaughtered by them sooner or later. However, there are always two sides to everything. Due to Richard's rapid fire of multiple arrows, the damage was too strong and too eye-catching. Therefore, what resulted was that now, almost all the fishmen's eyes were focused on him. This made Ophelia and Andrea next to them quite worried. Especially Braca, the tallest fishman with a steel spear, was shouting furiously at this moment, leading many of his men straight towards Richard and the others. Why didn't the Murlocs fight back with long-range attacks? That was because among the more than 30 Murloc warriors, only 3 or 4 had bows and arrows on their backs, and they were killed by Richard's multiple shots at the beginning. Therefore, now Braca can only choose to launch a melee charge. Otherwise, he will continue to be a living target for Richard and others. After seeing that Richard alone had attracted the attention of all the high-end combat power of the fishmen, the 3 red-haired girls suddenly felt happy and gradually began to reduce the shooting frequency, as if they were going to watch a good show. Especially the short girl showed a joking expression, to the effect that you were so happy when you ejaculated just now that you are going to die now. Richard saw the steel-forked merman warrior and the 4 double-knifed merman warriors rushing towards him viciously. But he was not in a hurry to run away. Instead, he calmly took out a tube of Fire Dance Star from his arms. TCH. Do you think it's a trump card? What's the use of the Fire Dance Star? Jenna glanced at it and sneered. I thought the other party must have some killer moves. And I could see them. But I didn't expect this. Then, another tube. 2 tubes are of no use. Brandy, a short girl, looked at it and was a little stunned. But she also spat. 3 tubes. 4 tubes. 5 pipes. At this time, the 3 people from the Ring of North had watched in silence. The tall and thin boy, Mijat, became more and more angry the more he looked at it, cursing in his heart. I only brought 2 alchemical bombs. You are selling them wholesale. Looking at Richard, who had 5 tubes of Fire Dance Star and 5 packs of Silver Moon dust in his hands. The 3 of them were speechless for a while. But when Jenna thought about it, she smiled like a flower. It seemed that he was a son of a rich family, either a nobleman or a big businessman. Otherwise, he was a first-level wizard apprentice. Who would believe that he earned it by himself? It seems that there is another reason to take action. It just so happens that recently I have spent a lot of money buying experimental materials. It would be best for this rich kid to use up all the alchemy bombs now, so that he can save energy in dealing with them later. After simply bundling a large number of alchemy bombs, Richard threw them with all his strength at the charging steel-forked fishmen and the 2-sword fishmen. When Braca saw the foreign object flying from the sky, he instinctively struck it away with a harpoon. But the moment it hit, it felt something was wrong. A loud boom was heard, like a thunderbolt, and the rumbling explosion resounded throughout the entire underground river. Suddenly, dust and smoke stirred up by the explosion were everywhere. After the smoke dissipated, not a single ordinary fishman warrior was left, and they all lay down. The steel-forked merman warrior and the 4 double-blade merman warriors were all charred black and walked staggeringly. No matter what color the scales on their bodies were before, they had now turned black. From a blind tribe warrior, he became an African merman warrior. Chapter 95. Several of the double-blade Murlocs were obviously seriously injured. Even the strongest double-sword Murloc, Slaka, was seriously injured in the explosion mixed with the dust of the Silver Moon. The scales on Slaka's body were broken into large pieces, and the cracks were filled with dense dot-like holes, which were obviously caused by the high-speed splashing silver particles hitting the body. Only Braca, because of the special hard fish scale protection on his body, had far fewer wounds, but because he was the closest to the explosion point, he was obviously dizzy from being blown up, and his eyes were filled with stars. The most seriously injured part was the 2 protruding fish eyes, which were also bleeding. Fortunately, their blind fisherman tribe did not rely so much on their eyesight. Guide arrow. Richard took the opportunity to shoot out another powerful steel arrow. With a little guidance of his mental power, He directly hit a double-bladed murloc, who had not yet reacted to the violent explosion. The arrow hit the murloc's big, soft, protruding eye, causing the steel arrow to penetrate the brain directly. And Richard took him out with one strike. Not good. Jenna suddenly realized at this moment that if Richard was allowed to continue acting like this, the three of them would really not be able to drink the soup. He was immediately very anxious and called out to Brandy and Mijat and attacked the other three injured double-blade fishmen. But obviously, this opportunity has been missed. The tall Braca, holding a huge steel fork, was about to rush up to the few people. The three injured double-blade fishmen behind him also rushed over closely. Braca thought that he was almost able to reunite with the Prophet. But now the entire team suffered heavy losses. This made him extremely angry, and he had to kill the culprit. So he stared at Richard with his blurry, bleeding eyes, and rushed towards him quickly. Richard immediately cast a slowness spell on the tall Braca, and Andrea was already on the side, pre-reading the weakness spell. Immediately, Braca was hit by two clouds of black mist, one black and one gray. Braca was hit by two zero-level witchcrafts, and his speed immediately dropped sharply. Just when Richard and the other three thought they could easily kill the tall steel-speared fishman, the next second, Braca cast a gift of witchcraft on himself, and a clear stream of water appeared out of thin air, surrounding Braca, caused tall body spiraled up to the top of his head. In an instant, the negative witchcraft effect that enveloped Braca disappeared. Purification. From behind, Ophelia, who used zero-level witchcraft to mutate and grow, exclaimed. She recognized it at the first moment. The steel fork fishman was using water purification magic. The effect of this magic was that it could dispel the effects of other magic of the same level. It can be said that it is slowness, weakness, plague, corruption, etc., which are the nemesis of these effect-based witchcraft. The steel-forked fishman continued to fly towards Richard. Andrea was suddenly frightened. She thought her secret path was not good. She stepped forward to block it with a shield, but was hit hard by a fork. Richard's pupil shrank. He was probably not an ordinary high-level fishman warrior. Otherwise it would make no sense. Andrea, who was at the peak of an intermediate knight, couldn't block a single move. At this time, Jenna and the other three people on the side had smiles on their faces again. Calling you brats? You can bear it now. The Stitch monsters and zombies sent by the three of them have intercepted all three double-sword fishmen. If there are viewers who don't know the truth, they may think that the three people in North Ring are really kind-hearted to help. But they were actually just trying to grab points, allowing the three members of Richard's team to withstand the strongest steel spear murloc warriors. Even if Richard and the others were lucky enough to kill them in the end, they would definitely use up a lot of their trump cards and lose a lot of money. Of mental strength. The key is that the points for killing the high-level fishman warriors are divided equally between the two teams. Therefore, even if in the end, Richard's team spent a lot of effort to kill the steel spear fishman warrior, they can still get half of the points and enjoy the results. So why not do it? The three of them now have to seize the opportunity. Take advantage of the opportunity to kill the three double-blade fishmen, and then earn the points of the three double-blade fishmen alone. This wishful thinking, no one can praise it. It's smart. However, one of the three double-bladed fishmen warriors suddenly burst out with two rapid slashes, knocking away the stitched monsters and zombies, leaving the red-haired girl and the other two stunned. The next second, the three double-sword fishmen stopped in unison, and at the same time, they began to perform some kind of healing magic. Only three double-sword fishmen were seen, and dozens of tiny streams of water, as thick as a thumb, swirled around them. The clear water, rich in special energy, instantly blended into the wounds of the three people. In the blink of an eye, the wounds on the three fishmen stopped bleeding, and their spirits instantly improved. The key is, this is not over yet. The double-knife fishman, who suddenly exploded and knocked away the suture monster, and the zombies suddenly sprayed a water arrow at the zombies. Suddenly, a highly corrosive water arrow burst out. It poured on the short girl's walking corpse, causing large amounts of corrosive damage. Oops. And when it saw Jenna's Stitch monster rushing over, instead of feeling like it was facing a formidable enemy, it actually laughed excitedly. Don't retreat but advance. I saw this special double-sword fishman moving very quickly, and there was a loud sound of wind as the two swords were swung. A long dorsal fin that ran through the spine of the back instantly stood upside down and shot directly at Jenna and the three of them. It was the dorsal fin thrust that is the unique ability of some fishmen. No! This is also a high-level fishman warrior. The three of them hurriedly avoided the poisonous backstab. Jenna and the other three finally discovered that the double-sword fishman in front of them was actually a rare high-level fishman warrior. They immediately gave up the idea of laughing at the jokes of Richard and the three of them. Instead, they secretly regretted it. All three double-sword fishmen were intercepted. If I had known earlier, I would have killed them one by one. Originally, they wanted to save their energy to deal with Richard and the other three later. But thinking that the situation had changed so quickly, the three of them now had to take the battle in front of them seriously. Mijat immediately threw out a bottle of blinding potion. In an instant, after the sound of glass breaking, a bright light appeared out of thin air. The three double-blade fishmen, stimulated by the strong light, immediately wailed. Even Slaka was no exception. They lived in the dim Underdark for many years, and their fragile eyes could not withstand such strong light. The three of Jinnah immediately seized the opportunity and began to besiege Slaka. The goal was very clear, and they prioritized killing the strongest fishman with 2 swords. On the other side, Richard and the other 3 people were fighting anxiously with the steel spear fishman. After Andrea was knocked away, Richard's skeleton warrior took the initiative to step forward, but was also knocked away with 1 move. However, with the continuous blocking of the 2 people, Richard took advantage of the opportunity and quickly ran behind the giant hunting grass and the bloodthirsty devil vine. This was a plan that the 3 of them had agreed on from the beginning, because at a point planned in advance, the combat effectiveness of Ophelia's plant team could be fully utilized. This point is exactly where Ophelia is, the strongest defensive point of Richard's team. After Ophelia cast witchcraft to mutate and grow, stimulating the bloodthirsty devil vines and giant beast-catching grass, she began to cultivate one venom rafflesia after another without stopping. With full force. Chapter 96. The giant beast-catching grass was taller than the steel-forked fishman, and it immediately blocked the opponent's attack route. The thorny vines of the bloodthirsty devil vine also assisted in the battle, and the steel-forked fishman was unable to break through quickly for a while. Andrea and the skeleton warrior also quickly pressed forward again, and the situation on the field immediately formed a 4-on-1 siege situation. Just when Richard and the other 3 finally felt they could breathe a sigh of relief, the tall steel-speared fishman's whole body turned red and roared. His physique increased dramatically, and his height almost caught up with the giant trapper grass. Richard immediately realized something was wrong, so he further accelerated the attack pace. "Be careful. It's violent," Andrea shouted from the side. This is a unique ability of high-level warriors. Different races have differences. Some are bloodthirsty. Some are crazy. But without exception, they will greatly improve their combat effectiveness. As an intermediate knight, Andrea naturally knows. Whoa! Braca's powerful sweep this time directly swept away the giant trap grass that was blocking it. The giant hunting grass, with such a tall body, was also swept away by 1 blow, which immediately made Andrea, who was fighting on the side, feel alarmed. Sure enough, another lightning-fast fork stabbed directly into Andrea's face. If he was stabbed, he would be killed instantly. Fortunately, Andrea had already had a premonition and immediately raised his shield to parry, but was instantly knocked 6 or 7 meters away when he saw the skeleton warrior summoned by Richard rushing towards him. Braca, the steel harpoon fishman, couldn't help but show a mocking expression. After going berserk, he has greatly improved his combat effectiveness. In its eyes, undead summons, like the skeleton warrior, are just here to deliver food. It can now defeat at least 10 of these noobs by itself. Just when it was about to crush the skeleton warrior's head with a casual blow, the skeleton warrior suddenly accelerated and stabbed his heart with an unusually flexible sword. Braca suddenly broke into a cold sweat. It never expected that the skeleton warrior, who was originally quite slow and rigid, suddenly became as flexible as a monkey. This change of movement between fast and slow made it extremely uncomfortable. Although Braca tried his best to dodge, the skeleton warrior was too close to it and could barely avoid his heart. But there was still a sharp pain in his chest. Braca looked down and saw that the skeleton warrior in front of him had cut a hole at least 30 centimeters long on one side of his chest with a sword. This size would have been enough for a thoracotomy in his previous life. This is exactly the masterpiece of Richard, the master of magic who possesses the skeleton with the secret technique. But the next second, the steel harpoon fishman Braca's angry blow knocked the skeleton warrior away hard. From the broken black dominoes, you can see how powerful this blow was. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Braca immediately stayed on the spot and used the innate witchcraft secondary hydrotherapy technique on himself. As the thin water flow like a small water snake blended into the wound, Braca felt a sense of comfort. But who would have thought that the next second, 2 balls of thick, smelly red liquid were poured on its head, immediately burning its hard fish scales to the point of hissing. This is Rafflesia venom. The venom that attacks with severe corrosiveness and neurotoxins. The many wounds on Braca's body that had just improved a little were now gradually festering and became more serious than before. The giant trapper grass. Andrea and the skeleton warrior also stepped forward to besiege Braca again, while Richard kept firing arrows from behind to harass. This made Braca unable to use any strength, as if it was stuck in a quagmire, which made it very annoyed. It thought it could kill these ants quickly, but in the end, it was at a disadvantage. However, its extremely high physique prevented it from being defeated quickly, but the corrupt situation made it want to retreat. In particular, one of the items on it must be handed over to the prophet as soon as possible. Otherwise, none of the tribal warriors on the surface will be able to return to the dark waters alive. At this time, Richard and the other 3 people also discovered the intention of the steel spearfish people to slowly retreat to the underground river. The 3 of them suddenly realized that if they let the already bruised steel spear fishmen jump into the underground river, then everything they had just done would be in vain, and their hard work would be in vain. Thus, a battle regardless of cost began. Bottle after bottle of fire-dancing stars was thrown at the steel fork fishman, forcing him to stop and defend his vital parts. After a few minutes, he finally returned home in despair. Richard immediately stepped forward and started searching for the body, while Andrea immediately started cutting the raw materials. The trio in North Ring just now had no intention of helping. The cooperation that had seemed so close to each other was now completely broken. Richard touched a hard object on the waist of the steel spearfish man. He took it out and saw that it was a lifelike 3-headed snake statue the size of a palm. Just like a living thing. Although I can't tell what it is used for. The steel spearfish man carries it with him. It must be a valuable item. When the time comes, he will bring it back to the school and let the teacher Celis identify it. On the other side of the battlefield, Jenna, Brandy and Mijat, under the miraculous effects of the blind potion, did not hesitate to use their mental strength to perform multiple 0-level witchcraft, severely injuring Slaka at once, and the subsequent battle became one-sided. But before Slaka died, he used Blade Storm to chop Jenna's stitched monster into pieces. When they finished the battle, they happened to see Richard touching the corpse, and Andrea digging out the fishman's eyeballs. Humph. You go ahead and dig it. It won't all be ours by then. Brandy, a short girl, cursed in a low voice. For a moment, neither side communicated with each other, and the scene fell into an eerie silence. At this time, Jenna winked at the 2 people around her, meaning that she couldn't delay it any longer, because the other party would take out the mission crystal ball later and start recording the results, and they had to take action before then. So, Jenna slowly walked towards Richard and the others by herself. Ophelia, the strength of your team is really good. You have successfully killed such a powerful high-level fishman warrior. However, according to the agreement, the points of this high-level fishman warrior will be divided into half of ours. Oh, Jenna said with a smile. Jenna, don't you think this is unfair? You have never attacked the steel spear fishman, and you will take away half of the points of the senior fishman warrior, Ophelia said lightly. But the strange thing is that Jenna has been talking to Ophelia, but she is getting closer and closer to Richard. Is that so? It seems that you want to regret it. Ophelia? You know, I hate people who don't keep their word. The words just fell. I saw a dark opening suddenly split open in Jenna's snow-white abdomen, from which a petal-shaped mouth full of fangs suddenly shot out, straight towards Richard's face. Chapter 97 The Rift Monster. The shocked Ophelia next to her turned pale and exclaimed, Richard, be careful. That's a slit monster. Jenna, you actually transplanted the slit monster's big mouth into your body. Although the Ignis school does not prohibit limb modification and blood transplantation, which are taboo techniques in the eyes of white wizards, the number of formal wizards and wizard apprentices engaged in related research is very small, which is far less than that of limb modification and blood transplantation, the famous Ring of North. Therefore, there is very little relevant knowledge in the library. For Richard, this is unfamiliar knowledge. Although Richard didn't know what the slit monster was, it didn't prevent him from reacting immediately. In an instant, a black film enveloped the surface of Richard's body. But obviously, Richard felt a little unsafe and immediately started to use the next dark element shield. Jenna suddenly smiled sinisterly. It's too late. Suddenly, an arrow made a black mist shot from one side of Richard, and a small twisting snake made a black mist shot from the other side. It was Jenna's two team members, the short girl Brandy and the lanky boy Mijot, who launched a joint attack on Richard with short sticks in hand. The three people's faces were filled with expressions of anticipation, looking forward to Richard being killed by the three of them in one blow. The petal's sharp teeth and big mouth bite hard on the dark element shield on Richard's body. Immediately, the film deforms directly from a circle to an oval, which shows the strong bite force. The next second, the black mist arrows and mist snakes shot directly at Richard's body, which had already been deformed and his defense was at its maximum. Oops. Andrea and Althea were immediately shocked. Thinking about it, either of them would have died in Richard's current situation. But now that rescue was out of reach, Ophelia couldn't help but close her eyes. Bang! The film broke. But the next second, Ophelia didn't hear the scream from Richard. When I opened my eyes, what I saw was the stunned expressions of Jenna and the other three people, because Richard already had another dark element shield put on him. Just now, when the secondary shadow arrow and shadow shock broke the dark element shield that Richard used to instantly cast with the black jade ring, the new dark element shield that Richard released happened to connect, resulting in the current situation. The first dark element shield happened to be breached, and the second dark element shield happened to catch up with the magical phenomenon. How is this possible? In just 1 second, you completed the casting of the dark element shield? Jenna said in disbelief. While he was talking, Richard didn't feel safe yet, so he borrowed the witchcraft medium bone meal and cast a bone armor spell on his body, looking at the double shields nested one inside the other like a Russian matryoshka doll. Li Cha only then did Cha feel a little relieved. The three people's joint attack just now really scared Richard into a cold sweat. It's not that he didn't expect unexpected situations that might occur, but it was mainly because someone from the other party used a trump card against him. But who would have thought that we would encounter such a situation where three people jointly launch a sudden attack? Fortunately, the dark element shield was upgraded to the master level. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured if not killed. This is going to kill me. But no wonder I destroyed the flower with such ruthless hands. Ophelia and Andrea were overjoyed at this moment. Richard was fine, and their entire team would not collapse. If Richard could resist Jenna, then the two of them would be responsible for the short girl and the tall and lanky boy. Immediately, the two fought back. Ophelia drove two venomous Rafflesia flowers to attack, while throwing out a handful of self-exploding mushroom seeds, which immediately started to grow at a super speed. Quick! Interrupt Ophelia's spell casting. The short girl hurriedly shouted to the tall and thin boy. She knew that if Ophelia was allowed to produce another bunch of mutant plants, the situation would be very bad for them. The tall and lanky boy Mijot immediately used his corpse dog to launch a sneak attack. If the corpse dog succeeded in getting close, Ophelia would have no chance to perform witchcraft with peace of mind. Corpse dogs attack very fast and are very flexible. An average first and second level wizard apprentice can hardly unleash a single witchcraft once it gets close to it. But upon seeing this, Andrea immediately guarded Ophelia in front of Ophelia, resisting the corpse dog's rapid attack. With a strong shield blow, the corpse dog flew several meters away. With Andrea's escort, Ophelia breathed a sigh of relief. 7 or 8 red umbrella mushrooms had grown rapidly and rushed towards the short girl in groups. Suddenly, the two sides fought together. As for Jenna and Richard didn't waste any time and directly used Summon Skeleton. A second and a half later, 3 sword and shield skeletons walked out of the green reverse pentagram formation. This once again surprised Jenna. It seemed that she had really underestimated the wizard apprentice of the Ignis school in front of her. This skill of summoning skeletons is already at the master level, and even among the second level wizard apprentices, it is also the top one. It seems that it will not work if we don't use our best weapon. Jenna touched the thin skin and tender flesh on her body and said, "It's really annoying. It's going to look ugly again. Why don't you just let me kill you?" Richard was speechless after listening for a while. "You are an idiot. You don't think before you speak. I thought the red-haired girl was a smart and calculating person. But now it seems that she is a little bit schizophrenic." Suddenly, Jenna's body shape changed dramatically. The originally snow-white skin of the upper body was all torn apart, and dark red flesh burst out. Several octopus-like tentacles were intertwined. The most distinctive thing was that the mouth was split to the base of the ears. The exposed fangs made the originally beautiful face look extremely ugly. Richard was so scared. "Richard, be careful. It seems that Jenna has not only transplanted the mouthparts of the slit monster, but also the blood of the slit monster." Ophelia shouted when she noticed the changes in Jenna. It has high-speed regeneration, venom spray, and corrosion. Halfway through his words, he was interrupted by a shadow shot from the short girl. However, Richard already roughly knew the details of his opponent, and he started with a gift package of slowness and weakness. Immediately, the speed of Jenna in the form of a slit monster was greatly reduced, and 3 sword and shield skeletons at the peak of Quasi-Knights surrounded her and slashed at her. I saw Jenna's huge octopus-like tentacles, casually parrying the slashes of the sword and shield skeleton, and laughed. It's this kind of trash. No amount of it can hurt me. Oh, is it so? When Richard heard this, he smiled lightly. The next second, a sword and shield skeleton slashed down quickly with his sword. When Jenna's tentacles went to resist, they were cut off in an instant. The tentacles as thick as the mouth of a bowl fell to the ground, twisting and turning. Blood spurted out from the wound on Jenna's body. This blow from the sword and shield skeleton caused her complexion to change dramatically. Chapter 98 Tracking the Mark. What kind of weird skeleton is this? It's obviously just a skeleton soldier with the lowest attack power. How could it have such attack power? Jenna is puzzled. That's right. It was Richard's secret technique of possessing skeletons that had just shown its power. After succeeding in the attack, Richard immediately changed to a skeleton soldier and possessed him again. Another sword strike. Jenna couldn't resist it. A deep gash was cut on her body, and blood spurted out. With another strike of the sword, Jenna was stabbed through the waist. Richard! Jenna shouted loudly, extremely angry. The whole body began to turn red, and the original wound stopped bleeding due to the rapid regeneration of muscles. Richard, be careful. She's going berserk. Ophelia reminded loudly from the side again. Suddenly, 3 skeleton soldiers, like pins hit by a bowling ball, were knocked several meters away by Jenna's only 3 remaining tentacles. Jenna, in the form of a crack, rushed straight towards Richard. It seemed that the other party hated him deeply, even if he is hit by the slowness and weakness spells. In the violent state, the opponent's speed is much faster than the average wizard apprentice. But Richard is not an ordinary wizard apprentice. He has the physical fitness and flexibility of a formal knight. Richard immediately flew back, not intending to confront Jenna in her rift form head-on. Jenna suddenly felt extremely aggrieved. Her attack lasted less than half a minute. She originally thought that the opponent had 2 shields and would directly choose to confront her. As long as Richard dared to choose to fight with her in close combat, she will drag Richard into her attack rhythm. Even if the opponent uses more weird witchcraft, she is confident to kill him directly. But I didn't expect that the guy in front of me was so slick and could escape faster than a rabbit. But with the weakness and slowness spells in his body, he just couldn't catch up. Behind Jenna, the 3 sword and shield skeletons, who had been knocked away, chased after her again, slashing her indiscriminately. After suffering from the skeleton soldier's strange attacks, she naturally did not dare to let the 3 skeleton soldiers do anything. He could only stop and use his tentacles to whip the opponent away, and then chase after Richard. This process made her extremely irritated. It's not that she didn't think about killing the skeleton soldiers first, but what Richard summoned was not ordinary skeleton soldiers. Instead, they all held shields and had very good defense. They were not useless skeletons that could be broken with one blow. Soldier. Time passed like this, in and out. After a while, the redness on Jenna's body began to fade, as if it was time to be violent. Oops. Jenna felt cold. But the next second, Jenna's face showed a fierce look, and she uttered ancient syllables. When Richard heard this, he secretly thought it was not good. This is the Hittite language, the language of wizards from ancient times. Generally speaking, the witchcraft that needs to be performed in Hittite language is extremely obscure, but it is also the most powerful. Immediately, Richard stopped running away, but turned around and chanted spells to perform witchcraft. After a while, a huge hand made of dark elements appeared out of thin air. After Jenna finished chanting the spell, all the wounds on her body healed, and new pink granulations grew rapidly. Several octopus-like tentacles appeared again. Sure enough, the hot witchcraft that Jenna had just cast almost resurrected her on the spot with full health, and she seemed to be back in her best fighting condition all of a sudden. If it were an ordinary second-level wizard apprentice, he would probably turn around and run away. The opponent has 2 lives, so how can he fight? But Richard observed carefully and found that Jenna's rapid healing and growth had exceeded the maximum level that her body could bear. He saw that the humanity on Jenna's face was further reduced, and she became less and less like a human being. It seems that this kind of witchcraft must be costly, Richard thought to himself. Then I will attack with all my strength and see who recovers faster, or I attack faster. Shadow's grip. Richard slapped it hard. Jenna gritted her teeth and stretched all the tentacles above her head, trying to block the hold of the dark element's big hand. But the newly grown pink tentacles could not withstand the grip of the shadow. Immediately, Jenna was like a carrot. Half of her body was inserted into the soft ground, and there were stars in her eyes. Jenna! The short girl saw it and immediately wanted to rescue her. But Andrea was clinging to her. Get out of the way! The three skeleton soldiers, on the other hand, had no idea of mercy and continued to chop at random. The tentacles that Jenna had just stretched out were not fully mature yet, so of course their defense was much lower than before, and they were chopped into mud in a short while. Jenna was now like a human pig, planted in the soil and dying. When Richard was planning to continue using his secret technique to kill the opponent directly, he heard Jenna's faint begging for mercy. No! Don't kill me. My mentor is from the Ring of North, Jenna said intermittently, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. I don't care who you are. Richard, who suffered a loss last time, was extremely ruthless this time. I saw Richard possessing the sword and shield skeleton, and with one swing of his sword, he cut off Jenna's head. Suddenly, the short girl Brandy screamed and shouted, You actually killed Jenna. You actually killed her. Do you know who her mentor is? As Jenna's head rolled to the side, a dark halo suddenly flew out of Jenna's body and enveloped the sword and shield skull that chopped off Jenna's head. Hiss! Richard was shocked and immediately dismissed the summon of the sword and shield skeleton, allowing it to return to the world of the dead. Richard had already guessed with high probability that this dark halo must be some kind of tracking mark. From this point of view, Jenna is a relatively talented student of the North Ring, and has been recognized by the North Ring or its mentor, and has been marked by others. No matter who this person is, he must be an official wizard and cannot be resisted by Richard. Suddenly, Richard's face darkened. Damn it! Although it was his summon that was marked, and he immediately returned it to the world of the undead. Richard was not sure whether the other party had nothing to do about it. Damn it. Generally speaking, only second-level wizard apprentices get this kind of treatment, because the first-level wizard apprentice still needs to be observed. But after being promoted to the second-level wizard apprentice, the wizard's qualifications, character and other aspects are almost tested. Richard estimated that if there had not been an invasion of underground races, it is estimated that after he is promoted to the second level, he will most likely be focused on by the Ignis School and will be given a tracking mark. If an accident occurs, rescue will come immediately. Unexpectedly, the Jenna in front of me would be taken so seriously by the North Ring. In the square where the Ignis School is stationed, a black-robed wizard with a sinister face frowned. He just sensed that his new disciple named Jenna seemed to have had an accident and someone killed her. But the tracking mark he set on Jenna had just taken effect, and after anti-marking the person who killed Jenna, it disappeared all of a sudden, which made him quite puzzled. Chapter 99 Blood-Bird Communication. It stands to reason that as long as the other person is still on the Baeus continent, he will have a vague sense of it. But the current situation is that he can't feel the tracking mark on that person at all. Could it be that the other party is no longer on this continent, teleported away instantly? No. Plain teleportation is an ability only available to at least first-level wizards. But Jenna knew that it was impossible for a rather shrewd girl to do something stupid that would offend an official wizard. He shook his head and couldn't figure it out for a moment. But he still waved his hand and summoned another of his disciples. A young man in a gray robe with 3 plague bug symbols on his chest came over and said, Teacher Gildarts, what can I do for you? One of your junior schoolmates died in this location. Go investigate. The situation is a bit strange. Logically, the other party should have been marked by my tracking mark. But all of a sudden, I lost the sense. Mentor Gildart stretched out his finger and tapped the gray-robed man's forehead, apparently sending the specific location to the other's mind through mental transmission. After a period of silence, the young man asked, Teacher, is it possible that the other party is an official wizard? This possibility is not completely ruled out. If you are an official wizard, you don't need to do anything. But if you are just a wizard apprentice from another academy, I think you should know what to do. Gilda said after thinking for a while. Understood. Master. I'll be there right away. Gildas nodded slightly, obviously very satisfied with this disciple's attitude. The young man bowed slightly and set off. And on a shoal somewhere in the underground river, the short girl Brandy and the tall and lanky boy Mijat saw that Jenna had been killed by Richard. They were shocked that the other party was so courageous. And they were heartbroken and retreated while fighting. But it's not that easy to escape now. Richard had been paying attention to the situation of the other two people since Jenna was killed by him. Upon seeing this, he immediately released a slowing spell on the short girl Brandy and the lanky boy Mijat. I saw two groups of black light shrouding the heads of the two people, and quickly submerged. The next second, the two people seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and their running was like a slow-motion replay. Although Jenna's tracking mark was imprinted on his sword and shield skeleton, Richard was still worried. He didn't know if the other party would come immediately. Therefore, he decided to fight quickly. He couldn't stay in this place for a long time. Andrea took advantage of the opponent's slowdown and rushed forward immediately, making sure to entangle the two of them. Just when Richard and the others thought the situation was clear, suddenly, the tall and lanky boy Mijat threw a bottle of blue test tube directly at Andrea's feet. When Richard saw it, he was shocked and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way! It's an ice bite!" When Andrea heard this, his expression immediately changed, and he tried his best to dodge. He had heard of the reputation of alchemy bombs like ice bite before, but because of the distance between him and the lanky boy Mijat, they were too close. The next second, a strong cold air erupted near the soles of his feet. Suddenly, Andrea's whole body felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his movements were extremely stiff. Fortunately, Andrea got Richard's warning in advance and finally avoided the core of the cold air, and was not immediately frozen into a popsicle. But at this moment, the strong cold air spread rapidly up Andrea's legs. When Andrea saw it, he immediately took out a tube of medicine from his arms and poured it down his throat. Andrea's blood vessels all over his body were suddenly swollen. The blood vessels on his forehead swelled, the veins on his neck bulged, and the muscles all over his body swelled. It was as if he had drunk some explosive potion. Under the effect of the potion, the impact of the spreading cold on Andrea was greatly weakened. Finally, Andrea managed to run a few steps and ran away from the cold influence range of ice bite. Suddenly, he breathed heavily, but looking at Andrea's expression, it was clear that her life was safe. But she was also severely injured by the power of frost. Sure enough, Richard thought to himself, at the stage of a second-level wizard apprentice, everyone who doesn't have one or two means of saving his life is not so easy to deal with. At this time, because the short girl Brandy and the tall boy Mijat were both affected by Richard's slowness technique, their speed was greatly reduced. At this moment, they were chased by the two venom rafflesia flowers behind them, and the venom they spewed, in the shape of a showerhead, and a part of it happened to hit Mijat, a tall and lanky boy who just turned around and threw the ice bite alchemy bomb. In an instant, Mijat covered his face, held his head on the ground and howled, while the corpse dog was loyal and kept barking at the venom rafflesia. Upon seeing this, Richard used his secret skill to guide the arrow, hitting the lanky boy Mijat's Adam's apple. And this time, another one was taken away. At this time, the short girl was the only one left. Seeing that Mijat was also dead, the short girl Brandy's heart sank to the bottom. Suddenly, a blood bird was thrown into the air from the short girl's hand at an extremely fast speed. She turned back and shouted bitterly, "You will all die soon." When Ophelia saw it, she quickly shouted, "Quick! This is a message from Bloodbird. We can't let it report the news. Otherwise we will be too passive." As he said this, he raised the crossbow arrow in his hand and shot it. But the Bloodbird turned around nimbly and dodged away. When Richard heard this, he looked serious. He immediately took out his bow and arrow, and used his secret skill to guide the arrow. With a sharp sound breaking through the air, a bolt of black lightning hit the Bloodbird in midair. Although the Bloodbird tried its best to dodge, it was still shot in the right wing. It staggered in midair and kept whining. Immediately afterwards, Richard shot several more arrows in succession, directly shooting down the crumbling Bloodbird. Ophelia quickly ran to the point of fall and controlled another venom rafflesia to corrode the entire Bloodbird. And then she felt relieved. Indeed, at this time when the three major undead wizard academies have united to fight against the outside world and make every effort to wipe out the underground race, if people knew that it was them who killed Jenna and the other two, there would be endless troubles. Because even if you explain that it was Jenner and the other two who took action first, this reason is not sufficient. It may be okay at other times, but it will appear extremely weak at this time when we need to be united against the outside world. Therefore, the best way is to never let the news leak out. But while Richard and Ophelia focused their attention on the Bloodbird, the short girl Brandy stood directly and used a bone-edged dagger to cut her forehead and wrist. Saying loudly, he was chanting some kind of mysterious and strange spell with a spiteful expression on his face. When Richard heard it, he could only tell that it was Akkadian, a kind of ancient wizard language. But it was not a good thing anyway. Just when he was about to shoot an arrow to interrupt the opponent, suddenly, a bloody shadow appeared in front of the short girl Brandy. Judging from the vague appearance, it seemed to be Brandy's own face. I saw a bloody shadow, like a cloud of smoke, rushing towards Ophelia. Chapter 100 Blood Curse. The next second, a black lightning passed through the bloody shadow and passed through the snow-white neck of the short girl Brandy. It was Richard's steel arrow. Brandy covered her neck tightly, but her body tilted, fell to the ground. But the bloody shadow seemed completely unaffected by physical attacks. Richard's arrow seemed to hit the air without any blocking effect. When Ophelia turned around, she saw a bloody shadow rushing towards her, with a horrified look on her face. Blood, resentment, curse. Suddenly, a strange green light burst out from Ophelia's chest, blocking the blood-colored human-shaped mist from the outside. As time went by, the power of the blood-colored human-shaped mist became weaker and weaker. The originally lifelike and ferocious face of the short girl Brandy gradually became blurry. After a few seconds, the blood-colored human-shaped mist could not be suppressed. After entering Ophelia's body, it slowly dissipated into the air. Ophelia breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the necklace on her chest. She thought she was going to be cursed by the other party's blood resentment. Fortunately, the protective necklace given by her mother played a protective role. When Richard saw it, he finally felt relieved. He originally thought that Ophelia would suffer the same fate as Andrea. Looking at the weird appearance of this bloody human-shaped mist, if she was contaminated, she would definitely. Something extremely bad happened. Ophelia, are you okay? Richard stepped forward to comfort him. I'm fine. Fortunately, I have the protective necklace my mother gave me. Otherwise, I would have been cursed by Brandy's blood resentment just now, and I would be in trouble. Ophelia shook her head, indicating that Richard didn't have to worry. As soon as Richard heard the curse of blood resentment, he knew the reason why Ophelia said she was in trouble just now. Generally speaking, when it comes to things like curses, none of them can be eliminated easily. Especially the kind of short girl. The curse released before death is a fusion of her own blood and part of her soul, making it extremely difficult to resist. It seems that the protective necklace Ophelia just wore should be among the top-level witchcraft props. It may be a low-level witchcraft. Otherwise, it would not spontaneously turn on the green light to protect the wearer. In that case, Ophelia's origin is not simple. Maybe he's a descendant of that kind of wizard family. By the way, take a quick look at Andrea. Thinking of Andrea who was injured before, Richard quickly called to Ophelia, who had not yet recovered, and came to Andrea's side. When the two of them took a look, Andrea was in a good state of mind, but her body had been attacked by severe cold air. Her complexion also showed a purple color, and her whole body was still faintly exuding wisps of cold air visible to the naked eye. What? How's it going? I'm okay. Andrea was shivering with cold, trembling all over, and it took her a long time to finish her sentence. Don't talk yet. Let Ophelia give you a try. Richard patted Andrea on the shoulder, but the surface temperature of the thick knight's shoulder armor was so low that it almost stuck to Richard's palm. Above. This is similar to the situation in the extremely cold weather in the north in the past. When one licked iron products with the tongue, they would stick to them. Ophelia immediately used grass healing for treatment. She saw green light spots gathering from the surroundings in Ophelia's white palm. After a while, they condensed into a whole group of green light. Fog. Ophelia gently placed the mist-emitting green light on Andrea's head. As the green mist seeped into Andrea's body, he seemed to be getting better. His complexion was no longer so livid and had a little blood color. But the effect was not as good as Richard expected, and Andrea was immediately brought to life. The injury is quite serious. Even if I treat him 3 times a day, it will take at least 3 days for Andrea to recover her combat effectiveness, Ophelia said with a worried look on her face. When Richard heard this, he immediately fell into deep thought. He was in a group of 3, and Andrea could be said to have lost his combat effectiveness. If he wanted to continue to earn points, it seemed very difficult now, because of some scattered fishermen, warriors, and cavemen. Something like that. The points are too few, and Richard doesn't like it. But if they encounter more powerful monsters, like large groups of murlocs or basilisks, it would still be more dangerous for Richard and Ophelia alone. Moreover, as all the underground races have been wiped out, The probability of encountering opponents from other colleges has also increased rapidly. If there is a conflict, Richard does not think that he and Ophelia can defeat 4 or 5 people from each other. The team, such as the purple-haired boy, and the third-level wizard apprentices who never appeared. In addition, another important reason is that he is vaguely worried about the consequences of killing the red-haired girl Jenna. Because at present, it is relatively clear that there should be at least one official wizard behind Jenna who values her more. What Richard is a little unsure about now is how much the other party attaches importance to Jenna. If it is just a general matter, then the matter will basically pass like this. But if it is more important, he will continue to investigate the matter, which will be troublesome. First of all, even if I send the marked sword and shield skeleton back to the world of the dead so that the other party cannot sense the location of the mark now. If the other party comes in person, or is looking for an official wizard of the prophecy system, can I pass the clues at the scene? Find him out? After all, the methods of official wizards are weird and unpredictable. For example, through witchcraft time travel, you can see the images that happened in a certain period of time here. For example, the prophecy wizard can predict Jenna's murderer through an inconspicuous item here. If Richard left obvious items such as blood, hair or skin fragments, the prophecy wizard could even easily target Richard directly. Secondly, besides him, the living people here include Ophelia and Andrea. Even if Richard himself can keep it secret, if the other party finds out about Ophelia and Andrea, will they still keep the secret under pressure? For this kind of thing that tests human nature, Richard felt that he should not have too much hope. So to sum up the 2 points above, Richard was still quite uneasy, which gave him the idea of backing out. After returning, he could ask Tutor Sella sideways to see if there was any way to remove the mark or avoid being affected by the prophecy system. The wizard is found. After all, he won the title of freshman chief, showed his alchemy talent, etc. All in order to get the protection of his mentor and school under the current circumstances. As long as the other party cannot provide substantial evidence, nothing will happen to me. Then let's return now. Richard thought for a while, and then made a decision. You don't have to give up the mission jointly organized by the 3 major colleges for me. This is really a very rare opportunity. When Andrea heard this, she thought that Richard gave up the mission of clearing up because of him, and immediately moved to tears. As the illegitimate son of the Duke, although the housekeeper and maids always respected him extremely, other aristocratic heirs of his own age often talked and slandered him behind his back, especially some of them who were close to the direct line of the Duke. So Andrea grew up even though I'm old. I don't have many friends. This is why he agreed to team up with Ram, who was far inferior to him in strength, and also rejected the invitation to team up with a second-level wizard apprentice, who was obviously much stronger than Ram. It was precisely because he believed that Ram is his friend. Ophelia on the side also looked at Richard blankly, as if she didn't expect that Richard was such a kind person. In order to escort Andrea back to the school, he was willing to give up continuing to earn points, and give up exchange for rare mixtures, and the opportunity for top-notch witchcraft props. If this was really the case, Ophelia felt that she would really look at Richard with admiration. Richard was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Andrea would be so moved. However, as soon as his mind changed, he immediately understood the reason and smiled faintly. What are you thinking about? If it weren't for the possibility of being raped by James, if the people from Naa's side come to visit, I will definitely choose to continue the clearing mission. Even though Richard said so, Andrea was still moved to the core, and Ophelia obviously didn't believe it. In the minds of both of them, the thought came up at the same time. Although Richard is a bit more cunning, he is still very interesting as a friend. If Richard knew that his honest explanation would have this effect, he didn't know what he would think. Richard, don't worry. If anyone asks me about the situation, I will never reveal a single thing, Andrea said with a serious expression. Me too, Richard. I will never tell anyone, Ophelia said. When Richard heard this, his heart suddenly warmed up. But he clearly knew that even if the two of them had this intention, sometimes they might not have the strength. The abilities of wizards are weird and complicated. Even for formal wizards, it is very simple to directly use mental power to violently search the memories in the brain of an ordinary person. Apprentices only need a little more effort. As far as Richard knew, there were many kinds of witchcraft similar to truth-telling. Therefore, Richard smiled slightly and said nothing. However, since he decided to withdraw to the school's base, Richard planned to seize the time to pack up the loot. According to Ophelia, The 3 people killed in the North Ring were all top freshmen in the other college in the past year or two. Especially the red-haired girl Jenna. After entering the North Ring last year, it is said that he was promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice in just 10 months, making him an out-and-out genius. Thinking about it this way, there must be a lot of good things in the genius. So Richard first searched for Jenna. After a search, it was discovered that in addition to hundreds of magic stones, a bag of unknown dark crystals, and a large number of murloc eyeballs, dorsal fins, and other raw materials that had been collected before, Jenna also had a thick dark red cover book, which instantly attracted Richard's attention. Chapter 101, Jenna's Experimental Manuscript. I saw a few large words scrawled on the surface, Jenna's Experimental Manuscript. Out of curiosity, Richard opened it, and found that it contained a record of a series of experiments that Jenna did while studying in the Ring of North. For each experiment, Jenna wrote down the specific purpose, experimental methods, and key points, conclusion and analysis, as well as whether it can be improved, etc. The ideas are clear and organized, and Richard feels that he has benefited a lot from it at a glance. Richard then discovered that Jenna was not only schizophrenic, but also a top student. Really, even though Jenna is only a second-level wizard apprentice, her experimental experience is very rich. Not only has she dissected hundreds of bodies of men, women and children from different regions, but she also personally performed the experiments on orcs and jackals. Powerful tissues or organs are transplanted into the wizard's apprentice for limb modification. Recently, she also independently completed 2 blood transplants, a werewolf blood transplant and a barbarian blood transplant. In addition, Jenna also cooperated with the third-class wizard apprentice to transplant the blood of the slit monster. It was that experiment that made Jenna become very interested in the slit monster. And ultimately, she chose to transplant the blood and mouth parts of the slit monster into one's own body. Richard felt queasy just looking through the detailed experimental process. He didn't expect that Jenna had such amazing perseverance and could withstand such inhuman pain, thus successfully transplanting the bloodline of the slit-mouthed monster. Sure enough, every strong man's strength is hard won. Even though I have the inspiration panel on my body, I only have the strength I have now through my own hard work. However, after continuing to read some of the experimental content, Richard didn't want to continue reading. The experiment was too bloody and cruel, and it was a bit off-putting. Hey, when he casually turned to the last few pages, something aroused his interest. There is actually a detailed introduction to the production of the mutant stitched monster. And it is not an ordinary stitched monster, but a stitched monster that has a barbarian's heart transplanted and can use berserk abilities. According to Richard's previous life, this is the production process of the mutant stitched monster with Jenna's independent intellectual property rights. Recalling the strength of Jenna's original suture monster, although he had not directly fought with it, judging from the battle scene he had just observed, Richard felt that the opponent was at least as good as an ordinary second-level wizard apprentice. This made Richard very excited. If Jenna's suture monster hadn't died at the hands of the double-sword fishman warrior, he would have had to spend a lot more effort to deal with Jenna. Richard hesitated for a while, thinking about whether to take Jenna's experimental diary away. He was mainly worried that there might be something on it, such as Jenna's breath, that would eventually lead to him being found by the wizard behind Jenna. As if noticing Richard's embarrassment, Ophelia next to him handed Richard a crystal. What's wrong? Are you worried that you'll be tracked down after you take the book? This is a recording crystal. You can use your mental power to record the contents of a book in the form of an image. Although the content that can be stored is limited, one book is still more than enough. Richard was overjoyed and took a look at the prismatic recording crystal. It was indeed very similar to the crystals distributed by the school, but Ophelia's one was much larger, and the storage capacity must be larger. I'll record it first, and then we can study it together. After that, Richard began to enter the contents of Jenna's experimental manuscript that he was interested in into the crystal. On the short girl, Richard found the same bag of dark crystals, dozens of magic stones, and an ancient parchment scroll describing the transformation ritual of the Walking Dead. Dark crystal, identified by Ophelia, is a raw material called blood amber. It is generally used in special zombie transformation rituals and body modifications. The main components of blood amber vary according to the blood collected. Simply put, the more precious the blood is, the more precious the blood amber will be. Later, in addition to dozens of magic stones on the lanky boy, Richard actually found a rare zero-level witchcraft undead vision transcript scroll, which made him overjoyed. You know, in the library of the Ignis School, But there is no such zero-level witchcraft. So Richard recorded all 3 of Jenna's experimental manuscripts. The ancient parchment scroll of the zombie transformation ritual, and the rare zero-level witchcraft undead vision scroll into the crystal. Finally, there were 3 witchcraft props left. After checking them one by one, Richard found that 2 of them were intermediate witchcraft props, while Jenna's was an advanced witchcraft prop. After much thought, Richard finally decided to take away all the belongings of Jenna and the other 3 people, including witchcraft props, hundreds of magic stones, 2 bags of unknown dark crystals, and a large number of fishman eyeballs, dorsal fins, etc. that he had collected previously. All raw materials are returned to their original positions. He also told Ophelia and Andrea about his new plan. When they heard it, their eyes lit up. After all, no wizard apprentice really wants to be targeted by a formal wizard. It is very likely that he will die unexpectedly at some point, since Richard now feels that he is 90% sure that the people behind Jenna will misjudge. It doesn't matter if he takes less loot. Now that they had agreed, Richard and the other 2 people decorated the entire battle venue, pretending that Jenna and the other 3 were defeated by the fish crowd and were beheaded on the spot. But the battle marks on Jenna and the other 3 were processed. But it made Richard and the others put a lot of thought into it. In the end, as for the trophies on the fishmen, a few people could only hold back their heartache and not collect them. After doing all this, Richard immediately took the soul-eating demon spider egg out of his arms and placed it among the corpses. This is a very critical part. The soul-eating spider will devour the souls of all the dead here. This will make many witchcraft no longer work. For example, they will not be able to summon the dead souls, and they will not be allowed to tell them what happened. In this case, unless a very careful formal wizard comes in person, there will never be any suspicion on the 3 of them. There are 3 reasons. First, the witchcraft props, magic stones, and trophies on Jenna, and the other 3 were all there. The first impression given was that they were killed by the fishmen, not by other wizard apprentices. Second, there were high-level Murloc warriors and multiple intermediate Murloc warriors present, so it was logical that Jenna and others were defeated. Secondly, the Murloc eyeballs on the Murlocs, especially the eyeballs of high-level Murloc warriors, are valuable, but no one collects them. In this case, it is once again strongly proved that the 3 Jennas were not killed by the wizard apprentices participating in the mission. Because if they were killed by the wizard apprentices, they would definitely collect trophies such as fishman eyeballs and dorsal fins that can be exchanged for points. The third is that when a wizard apprentice or official wizard came to investigate and used witchcraft such as summoning dead souls, but it was ineffective, they would most likely give up on continuing to investigate the matter. Everything at the scene pointed to the fact that the 3 people were killed by fishmen for no special reason. If so, there is no reason to continue the investigation. After all, it costs a lot to directly ask an official wizard who specializes in prophecy to conduct an investigation in person. After thinking all this over, even though he was watching a large amount of trophies slipping away, Richard comforted himself with a famous saying from his previous life: a little impatience can ruin a great plan. After all, he was not yet a formal wizard, so he had to be careful in many cases. As for the soul-eating demon spider, Richard had a hunch. He felt that with the feeding of so many powerful souls, there was a high probability that the soul-eating demon spider would be successfully hatched this time. He didn't know what kind of surprise it would bring him. Chapter 102: The Strange Movement of the Mysterious Statue. As Richard performed the spirit summoning technique, I saw transparent spiritual bodies being summoned from the scattered corpses around them. Looking at the many delicious foods, the soul-eating demon spider egg became excited instantly. The first thing he aimed at was the tall steel-forked fishman spirit body. It seemed that Richard could have a salivating image of the soul-eating demon spider in his mind. Feel as an invisible ripple spreads from the soul-eating demon spider egg to the surroundings. A majestic suction force comes from its body. The spirit bodies of ordinary fishmen fell from the air one after another like dumplings, and were all sucked into the white eggs. Among them, the tall steel-speared fishman spirit struggled the most violently, so it was still barely able to hold on and not be sucked in. Then, even Jenna's spirit body also tried its best to resist, with a look of horror on its lifelike little face. But as the suction from the soul-eating demon spider eggs grew stronger, the spirits of the 3 double-blade fishmen could not resist, and were swallowed up one after another. Next came the spirits of the short girl Brandy, and the tall and thin boy Mijat. Finally, as Jenna, the special double-sword fishman, and the tall steel-speared fishman were devoured. The soul-eating demon spider egg conveyed the idea of sleeping and evolving. Richard was immediately overjoyed. Just as he expected, the soul-eating demon spider eggs no longer needed to be fed after they were full and fell asleep. Instead, they could hatch at any time. It could be days. It could be hours. But never long. Speaking of the soul-eating spider, Richard had already searched for the relevant content of the blood contract in the library. Currently, according to the book, before the contract partner is officially hatched, preliminary communication can be carried out at the frequency of 1 drop of blood every month. Now, Richard has initially reached a certain degree of intimacy with the soul-eating demonic spider. He only needs to wait until the soul-eating demonic spider is officially hatched, and Richard immediately signs a blood oath contract. Of course, the blood oath contract is not the highest level of contract. The most advanced contract is the life contract. The content is roughly that if one of the two parties to the contract dies, the other party will also die directly. If there is any secret technique, at least the lifespan will be greatly damaged. So for this kind of contract, wizards use it very much. Few, because after being promoted to an official wizard, even a first-level wizard will have a lifespan of 200 to 300 years. However, if your contracted creature is accidentally killed by the enemy in a battle, your lifespan will be greatly reduced, or the situation of direct death is completely unacceptable to official wizards. Therefore, the next level blood oath contract has become the most commonly used contract. It only requires feeding some essence and blood to the contracted creature every once in a while, so as to achieve the purpose of controlling the contracted creature. After putting away the soul-eating demon spider eggs, Richard and the other three left this place of right and wrong. Based on the feedback from Ophelia's plant perception, they continued to travel for several miles along the shallows of the underground river. There was a fork in the road. The one that extends directly upward should probably go straight to the surface. This is nearly twice as fast as their plan to return the same way. Immediately, the three of them decided to take the fastest route back to the school's headquarters. Considering that Andrea had almost lost his combat effectiveness, Richard no longer concealed his strength this time. At the same time, he summoned 2 sword and shield skeletons to protect him one after another. Although the harvest this time was very small, the biggest gain was knowledge, such as Jenna's previous experimental manuscripts, ancient parchment scrolls, and zombie transformation rituals, and rare 0-level witchcraft undead vision scrolls. In the wizarding world, advanced knowledge is equivalent to magic stones at any time. Sometimes, advanced knowledge is even more useful than magic stones. Therefore, when he thought of this, Richard didn't feel that he was at a loss. Moreover, Jenna's skills in making mutant-stitched monsters can be said to be exclusive knowledge. You know, generally only after you are promoted to an official wizard can you have enough time to study or optimize the witchcraft and 0-level witchcraft you have mastered. However, it also takes a lot of time to adjust the witchcraft model, if it involves too much changes, and even the rune structure needs to be adjusted. In this case, it will be even more difficult. But if it succeeds, it can be sold as exclusive knowledge and make a lot of money. Since the skeleton warrior was severely injured during the battle with the Murloc, he would not be able to fully recover until a day of training in the world of the dead. As for the sword and shield skeleton that had been marked with a tracking mark, Richard did not dare to summon it again for a while. With 2 sword and shield skeletons guarding in front and behind, the three of them had a smooth journey. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared in front and rushed towards the sword shield skeleton guarding in front. "It's a basilisk," Andrea shouted, although his combat power was greatly damaged. The intermediate knight's vision was still there. "No, this is an iron-jawed lizard," Richard said calmly. As a top archer, Richard's eyesight was actually slightly stronger than Andrea's. He could clearly see the attacker's external outline and body features. Because the basilisk does not have such a wide jaw and a black and shiny skin, I saw the iron-jawed lizard open its huge mouth, and its sharp steel teeth instantly bit off the skeleton soldier's thigh bone, put it in its mouth and chewed it, listening to the crunching sound like ordinary people biting cartilage. The white bones chips fell down from the sides of the iron jaw. This scene shocked Richard greatly. He knew how hard the bones of the sword and shield skeletons under his command were. But even so, they were still bitten by the iron jaw lizard, which showed that its bite force was strong and worthy of the name Iron Jaw. Thinking of what was recorded in the sigil crystal, the Iron Jaw lizard possesses the physical strength of a great knight, and the Iron Jaw divides gold and breaks stone, which seems to be true. Richard's reaction was not too quick. He immediately took out 4 or 5 tubes of fire dance star from his arms and counterattacked in an instant. In the violent explosion, Richard and others quickly retreated. Ophelia also began to quickly spawn the bloodthirsty demon vines and her plant team. Richard immediately gave himself a dark element shield and bone armor. The bite force of the iron-jawed lizard in front of me is so amazing that even a dark element shield is not enough to see it. A few seconds later, a black shadow actually emerged from the center of the explosion. The three of them took a closer look and were instantly shocked. Such a violent explosion did not cause much damage to the iron-jawed lizard, although some of its skin was burned. Overall, the injuries were obviously lighter. The explosion just now seriously injured even the basilisk. What kind of defense capability is this? It's so amazing! Andrea, who was injured at the side, said in surprise. This is the terrifying thing about the iron-jawed lizard. Its resistance to witchcraft is too strong. Ordinary first or second level wizard apprentices are completely helpless when they encounter it. They are completely unable to break its body defense, Ophelia said solemnly. Compared with the basilisk, the iron-jawed lizard in front of them has no talent for witchcraft. But the super witchcraft resistance on its surface gives Richard and the others a big headache. However, as long as it can cause harm, it is dead. After saying that, Richard took out a handful of fire dance stars from his arms, mixed them with more than 10 bags of silver moon dust, and pointed them towards the rushing iron. The palatine lizard threw it directly. Richard might not have brought much of some other things, but he had a lot of alchemical bombs. The iron-jawed lizard, who had just suffered a lot, was stunned when he saw more than 10 red test tubes flying towards him. As the first sound of shattering glass was heard, a series of explosions sounded like firecrackers, crackling in the shallows. The ultra-high-frequency continuous explosions of the alchemy bombs were too much for the iron-jawed lizard, a monster with extremely high witchcraft resistance. It made me dizzy and make stars appear in my eyes. Suddenly, it felt a sharp pain in its neck. When it opened its eyes, it saw a sword and shield skeleton entering an iron sword from its lower jaw, directly piercing its neck and scratching it hard. In an instant, dark red blood sputtered in all directions like a burst water pipe. Immediately, the iron-jawed lizard felt its strength draining away, and used all its strength to turn its head and bite the sword and shield skeleton in half. However, due to being too seriously injured, his movements became sluggish. Or perhaps because the opponent moved too quickly. So the sword and shield skeleton immediately dodged. Before the iron-jawed lizard could turn around and run away, the sword and shield skeleton rushed up again in the next second and stabbed the iron sword directly into its eye socket. This time, it can no longer fight back. Iron-jawed lizard. Die! Absorbable energy found. Yes/no? Yes! Gain 5914 energy points. Richard's face lit up with joy. It had been a long time since he had received energy points. This iron-jawed lizard was really a timely relief. It came at the right time. With this amount of energy points, he could quickly learn and improve the level 0 witchcraft, undead vision, and zombie transformation ritual that he was interested in. After collecting the raw materials from the iron-jawed lizard, Richard and the other two continued to move forward. But just as they were about to reach the fork in the road ahead, Richard felt something was faintly heating up in his arms. He stretched out his hand to touch it, and found that it was the three-headed snake statue that he had obtained from the tall steel-speared fisherman warrior before. It was as big as a palm, and looked like a living thing. This surprised Richard. After careful observation, he discovered that a fork in the road ahead was heading deeper into the underground river. The further he moved in this direction, the more intense the heating became. But if Richard chooses to move toward the surface, the heating situation will become quieter and quieter. This made Richard couldn't help but think about it. Could it be that the large group of fishmen just marched in this direction not for no reason, but also because of the guidance of this statue? This made Richard a little hesitant. He couldn't decide whether to go deeper into the underground river to explore or return directly to the surface. In a shallow area of the underground river, crisscrossing traces of battle indicated that this was where Richard and Jenna from the Ring of North had fought. About an hour after Richard and the others left, a young man wearing a gray robe with 3 plague bug symbols on his chest arrived here after a long journey. This was because of the dense underground rivers and river networks extending in all directions. Although he had clear location information in his mind, it still took him a lot of effort to get there. If it were placed on a flat surface, he would be an hour early. Arrived before. Chapter 103 Invitation to the 3rd Level Wizard Apprentice. The name of this 3rd Level Wizard Apprentice in the North Ring is Joachim Frihas. Like Jenna, he is also a disciple of the Gildas Wizard. Although he is not familiar with Jenna, he has at least heard about it. The mentor recently accepted a very talented female disciple. From the fact that he was specially sent here to check this time, it is not difficult to see that the instructor still thinks highly of this female disciple named Jinnah. After Joachim arrived at the scene, he saw corpses all over the ground at first sight, especially the eye-catching corpse of the steel spearfish man, next to several wizard apprentices in North Ring costumes. His first impression was that Jinnah and the others encountered a squad of Murlocs and stepped forward to encircle and suppress them. However, the Murlocs later came to support them, resulting in them being besieged. They were later defeated and forced to die together with the other party. After Joachim walked around, he found that this was indeed the case from various signs at the scene. Jinnah and the three of them had all their belongings, and there was no sign of being plundered at all. The magic stones and witchcraft props were all there, and even a large amount of raw materials that could tempt him were there, which could be exchanged for points. This reinforced his first impression that Jinnah and the others died from the fishman's siege, rather than from attacks by other wizard apprentices. Otherwise, it would be okay to not take away the witchcraft props for fear of being tracked. But it would be a bit unreasonable not to take away the magic stones and a large number of raw materials that can be exchanged for points. Secondly, according to the instructor, he could sense the existence of the mark at first, but soon after, he could no longer sense it at all. This can also be well explained from the scene. Jinnah died in the battle, so the tall fishman warrior who killed Jinnah had a tracking mark on his body. But he was barely killed by Jinnah's two remaining companions, possibly because the opponent was too seriously injured. Therefore, the tracking mark is declared to disappear naturally due to the death of the host. If you speculate like this, what the instructor said is completely consistent with what happened on the scene, and everything can be explained. However, Joachim thought about it again, and decided to be cautious and conduct a soul summoning ceremony to summon a few souls of those who died here. Just ask casually, and you would know whether this is the case. So Joachim began to read spiritualism. As the spell sounded, there is no soul in front of me. Huh? What about the dead souls? It shouldn't be. Could it be that I haven't used spiritualism for too long? Try it again. As the spell sounded, looking at the still empty sky, Joachim fell into deep self-doubt. After a while, Joachim planned to withdraw. He asked his fat suture monster next to him to tie the three of Jinnah together with chains, then carry them away, since Jinnah's head had been chopped off. So Stitch Monster directly stuffed it on his waist. However, in the venue, Joachim swept through all the eyeballs, dorsal fins, and other raw materials of high-level and intermediate fishmen. At the same time, he also took into his own pocket the fishman eyeballs and other raw materials that the three of them had that could be used to redeem points. As for the other diaries, a few witchcraft props, etc., Joachim didn't plan to touch them. After all, he still had to deal with his mentor. The magic stones and equipment were all there, which already showed the problem. Joachim muttered to himself as he packed away, TSK. It's not a wasted trip. These things plus the previous ones. I barely got enough points to exchange for a bottle of Marley mixture. What a pleasant surprise. Junior sister Jinnah, although we have never met, I still want to thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I don't think I would have this opportunity. Joachim thought about it carefully. Basically, there was no doubt that the three Jinnahs were killed by the fishmen. The only doubt was that the souls of the dead had all dissipated in a short time. This is a bit strange, but it is not completely unexplainable. He was going back now to report his investigation to Mentor Gildas. And by the way, he could also exchange the Marley mixture. Just when Richard was still hesitating at the fork, suddenly, a figure quietly walked out of the fork in front, startling the three of them. However, fortunately, the other party was also wearing a gray wizard robe, and there was a cross pattern of 3 bone rods on his chest, which made Richard feel at ease. After all, he was a third-level wizard apprentice of his own school. But as soon as Richard saw the cold eyes under the hood of the opponent, he instantly felt as if he was being targeted by a powerful monster, and his body kept warning. Richard was very shocked. Is this the strength of the top third-level wizard apprentice in the school? The opponent's aura was cold and powerful. In the school, Richard would occasionally meet some third-level wizard apprentices, but basically no one could compare to the third-level wizard apprentice in front of him. If it weren't for the 3 bone stick marks on the other's chest, Richard would choose to stay away from this person immediately, because the other gave Richard a very dangerous feeling. The hooded man looked up and down at Richard and the others, and said, looking at your auras, you should all have the strength of a second-level wizard apprentice. Why are you still the sign of a first-level wizard apprentice? Richard did not say anything, but handed the mission crystal ball assigned to the team by the school to the other party. After all, sometimes no matter how much you talk, it is not as convincing as the formal items of the school. After the hooded man finished checking, he looked surprised. "Hey, are you the chief freshman of this year?" It turns out that the mission crystal ball contains brief information about the members of Richard's team, including Chief Richard's information. Senior, it's just a fluke." The hooded man's attitude suddenly improved a lot, and he said, "Excessive humility is pride. You can take the first place among hundreds of freshmen. This strength is at least ranked among the second-level wizard apprentices, above midstream. However, as a senior, I would like to give you a piece of advice before leaving. This area is already a bit dangerous, with the strength of the three of you, especially when one member is seriously injured. It is still too dangerous to stay here. I suggest you leave as soon as possible." Seeing that this third-level wizard apprentice was about to leave, but as soon as he took 2 steps, he turned to Richard and said, "There is something wrong with the fishmen here. I just killed several groups of fishmen. It seems that they are all gathering in this direction. I guess there must be something attracting or summoning them." The hooded man pointed to another intersection. "There is something wrong with the fishman." Richard thought for a moment. This direction is also the direction that the statue guides him. "By the way, I think the three of you are pretty good. Are you interested in cooperating with me? Listen clearly. This is cooperation, not team formation. Cooperation does not violate this rule. I am dealing with a fishman who is equivalent to the strength of a third-level wizard apprentice. You are responsible for other miscellaneous fish, and the loot is distributed in the same way. How about it? As for your companion, I have a bottle of special healing potion here that can restore about 80% of his combat power in a short period of time. However, in the subsequent missions, you will have to take less eyeballs and fins of 3 intermediate murlocs as compensation." The 3 Richards glanced at each other, and they all vaguely saw desire in their companion's eyes, especially Andrea, whose eyes were burning with desire. Chapter 10 For the Power of the Ancient Dark Murloc. Yes, if conditions permit, who wouldn't want to continue the clearing mission and earn more points? Moreover, with this third-level wizard apprentice from his own school present, the person behind Jenna, even if he was somewhat suspicious of her in a short period of time, would still be cautious and would not take action against her without definite evidence. Therefore, it is also a good thing for the safety of the 3 of us to cooperate with this third-level wizard apprentice from our own school. This third-level wizard apprentice from his own school was looking for the main purpose of their cooperation. Richard also saw clearly that the other party did not want to consume too much of his mental energy on those fishmen warriors below the intermediate level. After all, in terms of cost-effectiveness, the points gained from killing 30 ordinary Murloc warriors are far less than those gained from killing 1 high-level Murloc warrior. Immediately, the 3 of them exchanged glances with Richard, and immediately agreed to the invitation to cooperate with their third-level wizard apprentices. But before the few people could move forward, a violent energy fluctuation came from not far ahead. "No, you're a step too late. I'll take the first step." The third-level wizard apprentice from his own school seemed to have thought of something. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly cast a 0-level witchcraft related to the wind element. I saw several light blue air currents visible to the naked eye swirling around his calves in an instant, and his body flashed like an arrow, shooting straight forward. Richard and the other 3 looked startled, and followed closely behind them, immediately rushing towards the direction where the energy wave was coming from. After a while, a shallow underground river beach covering an area of about 100 square meters appeared in front of him, and 2 large groups of people were confronting each other on the shallow beach. On one side were several third-level wizard apprentices, and more than 20 first and second-level wizard apprentices, one of whom was a purple-haired boy. On the opposite side was a large group of fishmen, numbering nearly 100, engaged in a confrontation. The energy fluctuation just now should be some kind of tentative confrontation among this large group of Murlocs. They are obviously led by an elderly Murloc wearing tattered robes and holding a fish-bone staff. There are several other high-level Murloc warriors, and a group of intermediate Murloc warriors. They are like stars over the moon. Keep it in the center. If you observe carefully, you can find that the elderly fishmen have a high degree of evolution. In addition to the fish head and dorsal fin, the webs on the palms and soles of the feet have been molted, and are not much different from ordinary human palms. The fish scales on the body are also extremely fine. Almost you can't tell it's fish scales. The expression on his face is also more human-like, with wrinkles and beard clearly visible. The sharp-eyed Richard also discovered that right behind the large group of murlocs, there seemed to be a depression in the rock wall of a shallow beach, about 30 to 40 square meters in area, with several braziers burning in the corners. In the center of the brazier, there seems to be a circular magic circle about 4 meters in diameter. Within the magic circle, there are more than 10 witchcraft runes with intricately intertwined patterns. The texture of each pattern is obviously glowing red, indicating that the magic circle is working. Continuous operation. But what surprised Richard the most was that this seemed to be a sacrificial array, because in the center of the array were placed the corpses of at least 7 or 8 human wizard apprentices. Each corpse had a wound on a specific part of the body, such as the inner thigh, armpit, carotid artery, etc. Richard looked at the cut location, which was basically the aorta. He thought the purpose of these wounds was to use to speed up the bleeding. But the next second, Richard's pupil shrank, and he clenched his fists. It turned out that Richard, a master of archery, had extraordinary eyesight, and could see the face-up corpses and the patterns on the chests of the gray wizard robes they wore. There are bone sticks, devil flowers, and plague bugs, and the number of the above symbols on each pattern exceeds 2. Richard even saw a pattern with 3 symbols. This means that several third-level wizard apprentices and many second-level wizard apprentices from the 3 major colleges have died at the hands of the fishmen in front of him. Instantly, Richard had a bad premonition in his heart. However, the strange thing is that the mysterious statue in his arms does not seem to be pointing in the direction of the large group of murlocs in front of him. They are in the direction of 12 o'clock. But the statue is pointing in the direction of 9 o'clock. But as for that direction, Richard took a closer look and found that it was the other side of the underground river. It was all thick rock walls and nothing else. Richard was suddenly a little confused. It seems that everyone has almost arrived. You young people should be the elite among the human wizard apprentices. I wonder if the human wizards will be heartbroken if you are eliminated. The old fishman opened his mouth and said all the wizard apprentices at the scene were shocked, because the other party actually spoke Akkadian, a wizard language that was widely circulated in ancient times. At this point, the faces of many wizard apprentices at the scene turned grim. They thought that the old fishman in front of them, who could speak Akkadian, might be much more difficult to deal with than expected. Immediately afterwards, a sinister and evil smile appeared on the wrinkled face of the old fishman. Now that the food is all here, the main meal can begin. Old guy, if you want to kill us, just dream. A third-level wizard apprentice from Guru's academy, also speaking in Akkadian, retorted disdainfully, judging from the mental fluctuations of the old fishman. Although he is very powerful, but it is definitely not the official wizard level. That is, the top level 3 wizard apprentice strength. But at the scene, there were no less than 5 third-level wizard apprentices from the 3 major undead wizard academies. He didn't believe that so many people together couldn't deal with one old fishman. Suddenly, the old fishman recited some kind of ancient spell in Akkadian. Richard vaguely understood it, and the translation was, "Great Fishman Lord, please accept the sacrifice of the blind fishman group, and give the humble please give me some help from your servants." "No!" interrupted. "The other party is making a sacrifice." Obviously, Richard could understand it. It was easier for the third-level wizard apprentice on the scene to understand, and he shouted to stop it in an instant. Unfortunately, before the many wizard apprentices could release their witchcraft, the sacrificial magic circle suddenly emitted a dazzling red light, and a terrifying fishman over 3 meters tall and holding a big knife suddenly appeared on the magic circle. The giant swordfish man's body was filled with black air. There were long spikes all around the huge fish head, and the dorsal fin behind him was even bigger. Suddenly, it roared towards the sky, and in the next second, a shockwave visible to the naked eye appeared in a circle. The ring spreads out in all directions. The third-level wizard apprentices in the venue instantly began to light up colorful protective shields. The second-level wizard apprentices were basically all blasted to the point of vomiting blood and flying backwards. The few that were left relied on using their trump cards, such as transforming into werewolves, to barely hold off the opening show of this terrifying fishman. The only second-level wizard apprentice with a calm expression was the purple-haired boy, but his face was extremely ugly at the moment. Like several third-level wizard apprentices, he said almost at the same time, "Ancient Dark Murloc. Chapter 105 Secret Passage. I have already sent out a distress signal, but it is estimated that it will take some time until the rescue team arrives. Now, we have to work together. Otherwise the third-level wizard apprentice from Guru's academy looked around. Behind the circle, he stared at the other 5 third-level wizard apprentices and said, "Hack, Richard was shocked when he heard this. No wonder he was so powerful. It turned out that he was an ancient dark fishman whose combat power was equal to that of a formal wizard. He instantly recalled that his mentor Celes had mentioned before that he had harvested the rare dark fishman eyeballs, which could be regarded as the raw materials for a certain ancient medicine. But that time, he also suffered serious injuries. Although he didn't know whether mentor Celes was injured because of the night elves or because he killed the dark murloc. But this all shows that the ancient darkness in front of him, the fishman, is definitely not something that Richard and the other three can match. According to Richard's judgment, the only ones who could resist one or two at the scene were the 5 third-level wizard apprentices. By the way, we have to add the third-level wizard apprentice from our school who just arrived in a hurry, for a total of 6. However, Richard took a look at the expression of the third-level wizard apprentice in his own school, which was extremely ugly. That's right. After rushing to get there, he found himself in such a terrible situation. It would be unpleasant for anyone. Ophelia, Andrea, run away later. This battle is not something we can get involved in. Richard warned the 2 teammates behind him. The 2 immediately nodded in agreement and began to apply protective witchcraft on their bodies. At the same time, Ophelia also took out the Wind Elegance potion and started drinking it. In this scene, if any of the 3 of them didn't run away, he would be really stupid. Obviously, what Richard thought of. Many second-level wizard apprentices, and even first-level wizard apprentices present also thought of it. So they put shields on their bodies, and ran away one after another. But how could the old fishman not have arrangements? In an instant, a huge magic circle loomed under Richard's feet. The area of this magic circle was thousands of square meters, and it included more than 90% of the wizard apprentices present. But luckily, Ophelia and Andrea were only 1 step away from being included. The 2 of them were running out at lightning speed without looking back. This actually made Richard breathe a sigh of relief. Not good. The next second, all the wizard apprentices within the scope of this huge magic circle felt to spin. In an instant, everyone was teleported to the center of the magic circle, only tens of meters away from the dark fish man. All of a sudden, all the wizard apprentices were frightened out of their wits, and the ancient dark murloc seemed to have seen these foods coming to their doorsteps. Looking up, when they saw the scarlet dead fish eyes of the ancient dark fishman, many first-level wizard apprentices were so frightened that their legs kept trembling, and they could no longer move. This was an absolute sign of strength, caused by suppression. Only the third-level wizard apprentices looked ugly, but they were not too panicked. Suddenly, the 2-meter-long sword in the hand of the ancient dark murloc swung, and a black and blue air flow instantly passed through. More than 10 first and second-level wizard apprentices, who were unable to dodge, screamed in agony, and many wizard apprentices were cut in half on the spot. Intestines and other internal organs mixed with large pools of blood flowed all over the floor. Richard's pupils shrank. Even with his dynamic vision, as a master of archery, he could hardly see how the ancient dark fishman swung the attack. This showed how fast the opponent was. I didn't expect that the ancient dark murloc was so huge and could attack so fast. Do it quickly, a third-level wizard apprentice said angrily while holding his injured arm. The ancient dark fishman's blow just now, although the edge of the blade only scratched a little, broke his shield instantly, causing one of his arms to be almost severed. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have ended up like the dozen or so first and second-level wizard apprentices, lying on the ground wailing. In an instant, various types of witchcraft, mainly in dark colors and supplemented by other colors, bombarded the surface of the dark fishman's body like a torrent. But there seems to be a black protective force field on its surface, which blocks more than 90% of witchcraft attacks outside its body surface. The only ones who can damage some of its body scales are those third-level wizard apprentices. Attack. One of the third-level wizard apprentices was right in front of Richard, using all his magic to attack. Richard took one look, and while trying to stay away from the third-level wizard, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Brother, how can you be so honest? Aren't you afraid that the ancient dark fish men will target you? Don't you see that the others are still holding back? Sure enough, it seemed that the power of the witchcraft unleashed by the third-level wizard apprentice was really good, and it immediately attracted the attention of the ancient dark murloc. The next second, the ancient dark fishman aimed at the third-level wizard apprentice in front of Richard. In an instant, he charged in front of the opponent and slashed hard with his sword. The third-level wizard apprentice also reacted extremely quickly. In an instant, 2 shields of different colors lit up on his body, and a rather strong suture monster was also blocking him at this moment. Although Richard was a few meters behind, He also felt the strong wind blowing towards him. Boom! The ancient dark murloc's blow caused the Stitch monster to be split in half instantly, and part of the internal organs and flesh were turned into blood mist in midair. At the same time, the 2 shields of the 3rd level wizard apprentice were also broken. Even the 4 or 5 wizard apprentices around him were knocked away more than 10 meters by the powerful impact. Richard was also hit by the groundbreaking aftermath, and was knocked flying into the underground river at the 9 o'clock direction. Plop! Fortunately, Richard took a deep breath in midair, and the icy water rushing into his ears and nose did not cause him much trouble. Just when Richard instinctively wanted to swim to the water, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to vaguely see a small hole at 9 o'clock underwater, in the turbid and dim water. If it weren't for the excellent archery skills of Richard, with eyesight, it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to detect it. Huh? For a moment, Richard thought of the mysterious statue that was generating heat. The statue pointed to the 9 o'clock direction. Could it be that the statue wanted to pass through this small hole on its own? Immediately, Richard decided to check it out, because if he returned to the water now, his life would be in danger, so he might as well go in and find out. So, Richard immediately swam towards the small hole. After swimming to the entrance, Richard found that the small hole in front of him seemed to be the entrance to a secret passage. The entrance was narrow, and could only accommodate 1 or 2 people. And he also felt that the mysterious statue in his arms was getting hotter and hotter. It seemed that he was heading in the right direction. There should be something hidden here. Having made up his mind to find out, Richard continued to swim forward quickly. After a while, Richard discovered that this secret passage was like a U-shaped tube, connecting an underground river with another mysterious cave. Chapter 106 Unknown Array. Richard leaned against the rock wall, not daring to swim directly to the shallows in the center of the cave. Instead, he stuck to the rock wall, slowly raised his head out of the water, and observed the situation first. What he saw here was a closed independent cave on the other side of the underground river rock wall. It seemed that he could only sneak into it through the secret passage he just swam through underwater. The cave is not large, with only 1 shoal. There are only 2 average-strength fishmen and 1 double-sword fishman patrolling the shoal. It may be that the fishmen consider it to be concealed enough, so the defense force is not strong. I saw a 6-pointed star array with a diameter of 5 meters, emitting light blue light. On each of the 6 corners, there was an intermediate magic stone the size of a child's fist, which was larger than an ordinary magic stone the size of a fingernail. Much. This immediately made Richard's eyes light up. But as the line of sight moved, in the center of the magic circle, there was a larger and brighter magic stone, which was obviously superior to the intermediate magic stone. Instantly, Richard felt a wave of panic in his heart. The high-grade magic stone turned out to be a high-grade magic stone. Although Richard has never owned one, he has never eaten pork and seen pigs running away. Many books in the school library involve high-level magic stones. 1 high-level magic stone can be exchanged for at least 10,000 ordinary magic stones and 100 intermediate magic stones. And it is still priceless, because the role of high-level magic stones is too wide. Most of them are used as the energy source of high-level magic circles in this situation. Suddenly, Richard's heart was filled with excitement. He must win this high-level magic stone. In that case, even if the clearing mission ends here, his harvest will definitely be among the top. Although it is not as glorious as the previous points, it is still very pleasant to make a fortune silently. At this time, Richard seemed to vaguely speculate about the context of the whole matter. The old fishman summoned the ancient dark fishman, and it was most likely to attract firepower from above, because even if it could cause great losses to this group of wizard apprentices, but when the 3 major sects reacted, a mere ancient dark murloc would be crushed to death in minutes by the official wizards of the 3 sections. Therefore, the old murloc had actually already prepared a retreat, which was the magic circle in front of him. From this point of view, the magic circle should be a teleportation method. There is no doubt about the magic circle, but there is still a problem. Since the teleportation circle has been prepared a long time ago, the old fishman should leave directly. Why is there still a delay until now? Could it be that there is something missing in this magic circle that prevents immediate teleportation? Let's not think about it for now. It's definitely right to kill the 3 murlocs in front of you first. Get the high-level magic stone and leave. Richard thought for a moment and came up with a plan. He secretly summoned a sword and shield skeleton underwater. The turbid dark river water obscured the light green light of the summoning circle, and the 3 fishmen on the shallows were unaware of it. I saw a sword and shield skeleton suddenly walking out of the water on one side onto the shoal. The 3 murlocs were suddenly startled, and their eyes widened. The 2 sword murlocs looked at it, and seemed to realize that the opponent's aura was not strong. And immediately, he called the other 2 murlocs to join him, and rushed over to fight with the sword and shield skeleton. Richard, on the other hand, tiptoed out of the water from behind the 3 murlocs, silently reciting the grasp of shadow. When the double-knife murlocs noticed something, a large hand of dark elements with a diameter of more than 2 meters swatted them down like a fly. Immediately, the 3 murlocs felt as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer, and most of them were gone. On the soft shallows, I couldn't move. At this time, the sword and shield skeleton stepped forward and quickly killed the 3 guarding fishmen, who had no power to resist one by one with one sword. After killing the 3 fishmen, Richard did not rush forward to get the high-level magic stone. He first walked around the teleportation array, where various witchcraft runes were complex and overlapping. He then took out the recording crystal ball given by Ophelia and copied the pattern of the entire teleportation array, intending to study it slowly after returning. There are no books related to the magic circle in the library of the school, so this is also the first time that Richard has seen the teleportation magic circle, which is of great research value in the wizard's knowledge system. It must be considered advanced knowledge. After the rubbing was completed, Richard planned to remove the most precious high-grade magic stone in the center of the magic circle. Although there were faint energy fluctuations in the teleportation magic circle, Richard also knew some common sense. That is, the activation of the magic circle generally all require lengthy spells. Therefore, I am not worried that I will trigger the magic circle and lead to unpredictable consequences. But as soon as he stepped into the teleportation array, Richard felt something was wrong. The mysterious statue in his arms suddenly burst out with blue light. At the same time, the huge teleportation array under his feet also emitted a strong blue light, and the two resonated with each other. Oops. Could it be that the mysterious statue in his arms is some kind of medium for this teleportation circle? Richard leaped up and tried to grab the high-level magic stone. It was not because Richard was greedy, but because he thought that the high-level magic stone was the energy source of the magic circle, and as long as he took it away, the teleportation magic circle would naturally be interrupted. Of course, this idea was correct, but Richard was still a little slow. In an instant, a burst of dazzling blue light erupted from the teleportation circle. The light was so strong that he had to close his eyes tightly. In the next second, Richard disappeared into the circle, accompanied by the sword and shield skeleton also disappeared into the air at the same time. When the teleportation array was activated, the strong energy fluctuations instantly alarmed the old fishmen, who were fighting not far away. The old fishman was stunned and looked incredulous. He muttered to himself, "How dare Braca not come to join me and directly use the holy object to teleport back to the dark waters? This shouldn't be possible." After a few seconds, the old fishman's expression suddenly turned livid. "No matter what the reason is, I can't go back at all. Damn it. After all the hard work, it's all in vain." The old fishman stared at the many wizard apprentices present with his bulging fish eyes, and said with gritted teeth, "It's all because of you surface human wizards. Go. Kill them all. Every extra one killed is a profit." With a wave of his hand, hundreds of Murloc warriors rushed forward and began to surround and kill the wizard apprentices from the 3 major academies. This made the apprentices of the 3 academies even worse. Originally, one ancient dark Murloc was enough for them to deal with, and now more than 100 Murloc warriors rushed up, and they were immediately beaten to a pulp. After running for a while, Ophelia and Andrea realized that Richard seemed to be nowhere to be seen behind them. "Andrea, have you seen Richard?" Ophelia thought to herself that something was wrong and immediately turned around and asked. "No. You didn't see it either?" Andrea was also surprised to find that Richard was not behind the two of them. It was Richard who reminded him and Ophelia just now, but now he was nowhere to be seen, making Andrea very confused. "Ophelia, keep running. I'll go back and take a look." Just when Andrea was about to turn around and check, she saw another second-level wizard apprentice running away in a panic, and saw the two of them stunned. On the spot, he immediately shouted, "Why don't you run quickly? Why are you standing there? There are ancient dark fishmen behind you. Why don't you stop and wait for death?" This made the two of them stunned. The ancient dark fishman had the same combat power as a formal wizard, and they immediately ran to the surface. After all, even if we turn back now, we are still delivering food, and Richard has many backups along the way. Both of them believe that Richard will not die at the hands of the fishmen so easily. Chapter 107 Murloc Village. After a while of dizzying, when Richard came to his senses again, he found that he was in an unfamiliar environment. There was a faint fishy smell in his nose, and the air was slightly moist, as if he was very close to a water source somewhere. He should be in a circular hall, with 2 rows of braziers placed around it. The blazing flames could clearly be seen shining all around. The decoration style in the hall is very strange. There are many skulls of strange creatures hanging on the walls, which seem to show the bravery of the owner of this place. Moreover, the structure of the hall is more like that of primitive tribes in previous lives. It is purely built with wooden strips or tree trunks as retaining walls, and there is a hollow cone-shaped thatch cover on the top. There is a 6-pointed star formation at his feet, which is very similar to the one in the hidden cave before. However, there are big differences in the structure of many runes. When Richard takes a closer look, there are big differences. In particular, in the middle of the 6-pointed star formation here, there is a 3-headed snake statue more than 2 meters high. There is a groove in the middle of the statue, which must be used to place high-level magic stones. The whole statue is exquisitely carved and lifelike. The eyes of the 3 snake heads seem to be made of obsidian, and they are vivid and lifelike. If there is a formation master present, it must be easy to see that this is actually a main formation with positioning and teleportation functions. What Richard had discovered in the secret cave before was a sub-magic circle, and the statue in Richard's arms was just some kind of witchcraft prop that matched the magic circle, and it also had an automatic teleportation function. When he thought of the culprit, Richard took out the 3-headed snake statue from his arms and looked at it angrily. It was this thing that caused him to be teleported. In his mind, shouldn't something like a teleportation circle require a lengthy spell to trigger before it can be teleported? But reality taught him a lesson. It turns out there is a triggered teleportation array. Richard took a closer look at the 3-headed snake statue in his hand, and then at the large 3-headed snake statue in the middle of the circle. Sure enough, except that it was enlarged 10 times or so. Everything else was exactly the same. So, could it be that I was teleported to the dark waters? To the tribe of that old Murloc? This shocked Richard, and immediately raised his vigilance. Sure enough, Richard seemed to hear the footsteps of a Murloc approaching. Most Murlocs have webbed feet, so their footsteps are obviously different from those of humans, which Richard could still distinguish. It seemed that the energy fluctuation of the magic circle in the middle of the night attracted the fishman's attention. Richard quickly hid behind a thick pillar in the hall, in a dark corner at the back. He just heard the door creaking and was opened. Richard took a look and saw that it was indeed a fishman. He was holding a fishbone magic circle. He was dressed like an old fishman, but he was obviously much younger. He was probably an old fishman, disciples and the like. But judging from his sleepy look, he must have been resting before and rushed over to check after sensing the energy fluctuations of the magic circle. He looked around and found that there was no one around, and the magic circle was as usual. So after muttering a few times in the fishman language, he closed the upper hall door again and walked out. Richard felt a little relieved, and immediately began to look out through the wooden gaps in the hall wall. The sky outside was extremely dark, with no moonlight, but there seemed to be some starlight. But it seemed different from normal stars. There are a large number of stilt houses around, with dim light shining inside. Presumably this is the large fishman tribe where the old fishman lives. Basically, Richard could be sure that he was teleported to the Murloc tribe in the Underdark. This immediately gave Richard the urge to scold his mother. However, it was not the time to think about this yet. He had to hurry up and escape from this fishman tribe before making other plans. Otherwise, if you stay here, you will be discovered sooner or later. But the problem is that the position I am in is the center of the entire Murloc tribe. You can vaguely see groups of patrolling Murloc warriors all around. Although at first glance, you can see that they are not tall, and they should all be ordinary Murloc warriors. But they can't stand the crowd. Moreover, the hall is more than 200 meters away from the outermost light shining point. If he rushes out rashly, he will inevitably be entangled by groups of patrolling Murloc warriors. Even ordinary Murloc warriors will kill the elephant if you kill him. Not to mention that such a large Murloc tribe will definitely have high-level warriors left behind. Moreover, Richard didn't want to fight with the Murlocs at all. He wouldn't be given energy points, nor could he exchange them for points, because he obviously wouldn't be able to go back in a short time. Collecting a bunch of Murloc eyeballs would only increase his burden. After thinking for a moment, Richard came up with a way. When Joachim returned to the Ignis school with his fat stitched monster, he immediately reported okay to Mentor Gildarts in the VIP lounge. When Gildas listened to the report of his disciples, he immediately noticed something was wrong. The souls of so many people would not disappear for no reason. It seemed that someone was deliberately covering up something. He waved his hand, and Jenna's dead head, which was originally stuffed on the Stitch monster's waist, instantly flew into his hand, turning Jenna's head towards himself. Gildart suddenly felt a strong wave of dark elemental energy surge from his body. His eyes instantly turned completely black, and two black mists shot directly into Jenna's eyes. Suddenly, the scenes that Jenna saw before her death flashed one by one in Gilda's dark eyes, like a slide. This is a relatively rare first-level witchcraft. The Eye of the Dead. It can read the residual signals on the retinal nerves of a person who has just died, and recall the last few frames that the deceased saw during his lifetime. This witchcraft does not involve the soul. But if you want to learn it, you need to have a high level of knowledge in biological neurology, neuroconduction, etc. As long as the deceased's retinal nerves are still there, this witchcraft can be used. However, this witchcraft has relatively strict requirements on the time of death of the deceased. About an hour after the death of ordinary people, the activity of nerve cells begins to lose, and it cannot be checked through this witchcraft. The cell activity of wizard apprentices is much higher than that of ordinary people, so some can maintain a certain level of activity for half a day or even a day. Of course, the higher the activity, the more and clearer the images you can see. The lower the activity, the fewer and blurry images you can see. Although it has been nearly half a day since Jenna died, Gildas still found what he wanted. Immediately, he stopped performing this witchcraft and tapped Joachim's forehead with his finger. In an instant, Richard's lifelike face appeared in Joachim's mind, especially the fact that Richard was dressed in an apprentice's gray robe, with a striking bone stick pattern on his chest, which seemed to mock his incompetence. At this time, the cold sweat on Joachim's forehead started to flow down. He didn't know where it was, but he had made an oversight. The young boy in his mind must have secretly attacked and killed Jenna while the three of them were fighting the fishmen, Jenna's murderer. Moreover, the other party turned out to be just a first-level wizard apprentice of the Ignis school, which made him want to dig into a crack in the ground in front of his mentor. Damn it! You didn't take anything, and you deliberately arranged the scene to mislead me. And I, a dignified third-level wizard apprentice, was actually teased by a first-level wizard apprentice. This time, I am really embarrassed. Joachim clenched his fists and looked livid. Go and check the other party. I leave this matter to you. Joachim, don't let me down again. Gildas looked at Joachim deeply. Gildas's glance instantly made Joachim feel as if a large basin of ice water had been poured on him from head to toe. He was too aware of his mentor's numerous, horrifying and cruel methods. If you have another problem, you will definitely not get any good results. Yes, mentor, I will definitely make this kid pay an extremely painful price, Joachim said through gritted teeth, bowed deeply at 90 degrees, and slowly exited the room. Chapter 108: A Vicious Fight with Brain-Eating Monsters. Richard took out a few bottles of Fire Dance Star, and then took out a few steel arrows, and then tied the Fire Dance Star tightly to the arrows. In this way, when the arrow hit an object, the Fire Dance Star will naturally break apart and cause a violent explosion. The various stilt houses of the Fishman tribe here are all built with wood and a kind of thatch, and are very flammable. Richard chose the current location of the hall as the center, and the 9 o'clock direction as his breakthrough point, because according to his observation, firstly, the number of patrol teams here was small, and secondly, Richard vaguely saw a trail leading outside the Fishman tribe. In an unfamiliar environment, it is obviously very unwise to run around blindly. If there is a trail, it can at least prove that it is a passage. Compared with the unknown wilderness, it is definitely safer. Therefore, if you want to find a place to hide temporarily, it would be a better choice to find a shelter near the trail. When everything was ready, Richard began to tiptoe out of the back door of the hall. With a flicker of his body, he ducked into the shadow of a stilt house ahead. At this time, a dozen meters ahead, a 5-man Fishman patrol team was passing by the shadows. A few seconds later, 2 arrows with red bindings suddenly shot from the shadows into the sky in the directions of 6 o'clock and 12 o'clock. Many Murloc warriors on patrol were still surprised as to why there was a sharp sound breaking through the air. Immediately afterwards, there were 2 violent explosions. In an instant, 2 stilt houses burst into flames at the 12 o'clock direction and the 6 o'clock direction, accompanied by the screams and shouts of the mermen. The entire merman village suddenly began to boil, as if hot water was poured into boiling oil. The ones who reacted the fastest, of course, were the fishman patrols. For a moment, almost all the Murloc patrols ran quickly towards the place where the fire occurred, shouting Guji Guji in the Murloc language. No need to guess. Richard also knew that it must be shouting about enemy attack or putting out a fire, taking advantage of the chaos in the fishman tribe. Richard immediately drank the elegance of wind potion. 2 groups of light cyan air currents suddenly surrounded his legs, and his whole body was like an arrow from a string, shooting straight towards 9 o'clock. Direction. At 9 o'clock, the fishermen in the still houses were awakened by the noise. They opened the door, and saw a gust of wind blowing, and the dust rays blinded their eyes. They wiped their eyes and looked again, but saw nothing. They only saw 2 flames rising into the sky not far away from the tribe. They hurriedly called their families to put out the fire. At this time, Richard had already crossed the short distance of more than 100 meters and reached the heavily guarded gate. Even though the number of Murlocs had been reduced a lot due to the sudden fire that had just broken out, which had caused many Murloc warriors to go and put out the fire. A quick glance revealed that there were still 4 or 5 Murloc warriors, plus 2 dual-blade warriors still guarding here. Obviously, fighting head-on is not a good idea, and Richard would not choose to run out of the gate, as this would instead cause the Murloc tribe to send people to chase or search along the trail, which would be detrimental to his subsequent concealment. I saw Richard hiding in the shadows, using Summon Skeleton, summoning a sword and shield skeleton, and immediately used a secret technique to possess the skeleton. Immediately, the sword and shield skeleton strode directly towards the door, attracting the attention of all the fishmen here. The fence that Richard wants to climb. Seeing that all the guards had been transferred, Richard calmly climbed over the wall from the gate and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to send the besieged sword and shield skeleton directly back to the world of the dead. The few Murloc guards were left behind, looking at the position of the sword and shield skeleton that suddenly disappeared. In a daze, after walking along the path for a while, Richard summoned the sword and shield skeleton again and arranged it to clear the way ahead. Looking at the chaotic camp of the Murloc tribe, Richard smiled lightly and continued walking along the path without looking back. As he walked, Richard observed his surroundings. The path was surrounded by rolling hills and dense ferns, making it very easy to avoid. After a while, Richard vaguely saw several caves. Due to the continuous fighting and the unfamiliar area, he still really wanted to find a place to rest and sort out his thoughts for the next step. Suddenly, he felt the soul-eating demon spider eggs in his arms jump, which was a sign that the soul-eating demon spider was about to hatch. This made Richard a little anxious. It seemed that he had to find a place quickly, because as soon as the soul-eating spider emerged from its SHL, Richard would have to hurry up and sign the blood contract. So he had to find a relatively safe place to do it. I quickly compared the several caves I had just discovered and found one that was just big enough to accommodate one person. Richard quickly possessed the skeleton and broke in. After killing an unknown beast, he occupied the magpie's nest. At the same time, Richard did not forget to order the sword and shield skeleton to throw the beast's body far away. After the skeleton came back, he arranged for it to guard the entrance of the cave while he took a quick rest. At this time, I heard the sound of SHL breaking in my arms, and an 8-legged spider the size of a white jade fist crawled out of the broken egg. Richard was immediately overjoyed. After waiting for so long, he finally hatched the soul-eating spider. The soul-eating spider that just came out seemed a little dazed, and then it started from Richard's palm and crawled towards his body along the forearm according to the familiar smell. Richard carefully took it off and placed it in the middle of his palm. At the same time, he bit open his index finger, squeezed out 3 drops of blood, and began to recite the incantation of the blood oath contract. Following the low spell, 3 drops of blood were suspended in the air, forming an equilateral triangle shape. Suddenly, a bloody vertical pupil suddenly appeared in the middle of the triangle. The moment his vertical pupils opened, a strange coercion descended, and like a living creature, he looked back and forth between Richard and the young soul-eating demonic spider. For a moment, Richard felt that he and the soul-eating demon spider there is an extra blood connection between the soul demon spiders. The next second, the bloody vertical pupils disappeared instantly. At this point, the blood oath contract is basically completed. Subsequently, as long as Richard feeds a drop of his own blood to the soul-eating spider every 10 days or half a month, he can continue to control this monster. Even if the soul-eating spider dies, there will be no backlash. But before Richard could carefully observe the soul-eating spider in its infancy, enjoying the joy of being its first contracted creature. Suddenly, the sword and shield skeleton guarding the entrance of the cave issued a rapid warning, as if something was heading towards the cave. Move over at high speed. The next second, the sounds of fighting between sword and shield skeletons and unknown creatures were heard. What a speed! Richard knew that the warning range of the sword and shield skeleton was at least tens of meters. But only about 2 seconds passed between hearing the warning and the sound of the fight, which showed how fast the opponent was. Correct. It should be because of the blood essence when he signed the blood contract with the soul-eating demonic spider just now. This unknown creature is most likely attracted by its own essence and blood. Richard quickly grabbed the infant soul-eating demon spider, stuffed it into his arms, and walked towards the entrance of the cave to explore the enemy's situation. What caught the eye was an extremely ugly monster, resembling a dog, with no head, no neck, and no skin. The exposed blood-red muscle tissue was intertwined. The part that should have been the neck was now replaced by a naked brain with grooves and ravines. The folds of the brain are clearly visible. Oops. Brain-eating monster. It's such a monster. Richard was shocked. Since Richard encountered the man-faced demon spider last time, he learned a lesson and consciously looked up some books related to the Underdark in the library, such as Introduction to Underdark Species, etc. So he recognized at a glance that the monster in front of him was a brain-eating monster. The brain-eating monster likes to eat the brains of intelligent creatures. The smarter the intelligent creatures, the more it likes them. Therefore, the brains of human wizard apprentices are a rare delicacy for them. The most terrible thing is that the brain-eating monster's witchcraft resistance is abnormally high, higher than that of the iron-jawed lizard, and it moves very quickly, so it is extremely difficult for wizard apprentices to deal with. Generally, witchcraft attacks on the brain-eating monster. It can be said to be ineffective. If he were an ordinary second-level wizard apprentice now, and if he chose to chant a spell directly and carry out a witchcraft attack when encountering a brain-eating monster, he would definitely be defeated. But Richard immediately formulated a strategy. He used the Master Level 0-level witchcraft to summon skeletons, and combined it with the high-level witchcraft prop bone summoning staff. Within a second, he completed the spell. In an instant, a skeleton warrior and 2 skeleton soldiers quickly climbed out of the summoning circle. At this time, the soul fire of the sword and shield skeleton at the entrance of the cave suddenly went out. It turned out that a brain-eating monster attracted the attention of the sword and shield skeleton from the front, and another brain-eating monster suddenly attacked from the side and behind, causing the sword and shield skeleton guarding the door to die instantly. 2 brain-eating monsters. This set off alarm bells in Richard's heart. Fortunately, the death of the summoned object will not cause mental backlash like some contracted creatures. The 2 brain-eating monsters thought that after killing the skeleton at the entrance of the cave, they could go in and enjoy their delicious food. However, when they were about to rush into the cave, they were attacked and repelled by 3 fully armed skeletons. Out. Considering that the number of brain-eating monsters is unknown, staying in the cave all the time is a dead end for catching turtles in a jar, which is quite unfavorable. After Richard quickly equipped himself with the dark element shield and bone armor technique, he placed the skeleton warrior in front and the 2 sword and shield skeletons at the back. Such a triangular formation firmly protected him in the middle. Slowly out of the cave, Richard also thought very clearly that in the face of monsters with extremely high witchcraft resistance, such as brain-eating monsters, general witchcraft is basically ineffective. Performing witchcraft is a waste of mental energy. It is better to use physical attacks to be more effective. So at this moment, the giant bow is already in hand. Multi-shooting is on. Richard shot 3 more arrows in a row, hoping that even if he couldn't kill the opponent, he could at least severely damage him. But surprisingly, they were all quickly dodged by the 2 brain-eating monsters. It seems that this is the first time that my master-level bow skills have failed. Richard finally understood the true meaning of the words very fast when describing the brain-eating monster in the book. This is just like in a previous life. One person asked how fast Bolt could run, and the other person replied, very fast. Vague descriptions are harmful. Chapter 109: The Soul-Eating Spider's Innate Abilities. No wonder ancient books say that brain-eating monsters are almost the nemesis of wizard apprentices. If a 3rd-level wizard apprentice encounters this, there is a high probability that he will lose his life. The movement speed is super fast, and the resistance to witchcraft is extremely high. A series of 0-level witchcraft such as slowness, weakness, secondary shadow arrow, and shadow shot that the wizard apprentice has worked hard to master will be meaningless in this battle. Groove. Fortunately, I have enough summons. Otherwise, it would really be a dead end. At this time, the two brain-eating monsters in front of Richard suddenly launched another attack, trying to bypass the defense line of the skeleton warrior in front and the sword and shield skeleton on the back right, and launch an attack on Richard in the rear. The brain-eating monster moved too fast. After several attempts, the defense line of the two skeletons was in danger, just when Richard was about to send out the sword and shield skeleton on the left rear side. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from behind, and Richard immediately bent down. The sword and shield skeleton on the right rear side also reacted quickly, hurriedly raising the shield to help Richard block the attack, which immediately scared Richard so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Taking a closer look, I saw another brain-eating monster appearing from behind, fighting with the sword and shield skeleton on the right rear side. There are actually 3 cunning brain-eating monsters. At the beginning of the battle, a brain-eating monster was sent in front to attract attention. When the second one appeared, it sneakily killed the sword and shield skeleton guarding the entrance of the cave with one blow. The most insidious part is that the third one has not appeared for a long time, making people mistakenly think that there are only 2 brain-eating monsters. If he didn't have 3 skeletons to protect him, and if he kept a sword and shield skeleton guarding him all the time, he would probably be in trouble this time. The soul-eating demon spider at his arms was trembling, as if he was very afraid of the brain-eating monster in front of him. It seemed that this newly hatched battle pet was completely hopeless. At this time, the last one to appear, an exceptionally strong brain-eating monster, rushed forward. An invisible ripple instantly hit the entire field. The 3 skeleton guards in the field froze. And Richard's brain, it's like being hit hard with a hammer. Oops. This is the innate witchcraft of the mature brain-eating monster. Infrasonic shock. The 3 brain-eating monsters took this opportunity and instantly bypassed the skeletons in front of them and rushed straight towards Richard. The brain-eating monster's claws collided violently with the bone armor shield. Each claw took away a large amount of bone powder. In less than 2 seconds, the bone armor technique was penetrated. Now, Richard and the 3 brain-eating monsters were only separated by a thin layer of dark element shield. Seeing that the brain-eating monster was about to bite him, Richard immediately aimed at a brain-eating monster, mobilized the pure mental power in his mind, and instantly launched a secondary mental shock. The brain-eating monster obviously didn't expect that the easy prey in front of him could actually fight back, and he was stunned on the spot. After a pause of less than half a second, Richard seized the opportunity. At such a close distance, he shot an arrow at its naked brain. A scream was heard on the spot. The brain-eating monster was killed by Richard. Killed on the spot. Absorbable energy found. Yes/no? Yes. Gain 3543 energy points. The other 2 brain-eating monsters were immediately startled, but further strengthened their offensive. The next second, the dark element shield was broken. Richard immediately used the instant dark element shield on the black jade ring. A thin black film once again wrapped around Richard's entire body. The 2 brain-eating monsters, who thought the battle was about to end, were obviously startled when they saw the reappearance of the shield. The skeleton warrior had already reacted to the infrasonic impact, and in an instant, with a sharp shield, he knocked one of the brain-eating monsters away. But the other brain-eating monster hit the dark element shield heavily. In an instant, Richard felt that his dark element shield was about to break. He quickly concentrated his mental strength and strengthened his frontal defense. Although the brain-eating monster's attack was not very powerful, it had strong energy-absorbing properties. A slight bite or claw could tear away a large area of energy on the shield, causing a hollow. When the other 2 sword and shield skeletons reacted, the battle situation changed in Richard's direction. Without the attack of a brain-eating monster, Richard's pressure was greatly reduced. After performing bone armor on himself again, Richard activated his secret technique to possess a skeleton, and instantly possessed a sword and shield skeleton. He stabbed out a lightning-like sword and immediately killed a brain-eating monster in the confrontation. Pierced twice. The brain-eating monster seemed to have never expected that the clumsy sword and shield skeleton in its eyes would suddenly become so fast. The sword and shield skeleton stabbed the brain-eating monster in front of him with his sword several times again at lightning speed, making sure that it was dead, and then resumed its normal rhythm of movements. It is Richard's secret technique that possesses the skeleton and increases the high-frequency vibration of the master swordsmanship secret technique. Absorbable energy found. Yes/no? Yes. Gain 3691 energy points. Upon seeing this, the other brain-eating monster immediately turned around and prepared to flee in a hurry. It's okay if it doesn't run away, but when it runs, its back is turned to Richard. and it can no longer dodge Richard's arrows quickly. Richard spared no effort in his mental strength and guided arrows every time. After a few arrows, he finally hit the brain-eating monster that couldn't dodge. After adding several more arrows, he finally killed another brain-eating monster. Absorbable energy found. Yes/no? Yes. Gain 3982 energy points. Richard gasped for air and slowly retreated into the cave. If it weren't for his archery skills and swordsmanship, which are both at the master level, and his skeleton summoning is at the abnormal level. If it were any other wizard apprentice, even a third-level wizard apprentice, I'm afraid he would be hated on the spot. The brain-eating monster can use infrasonic impact and absorb energy. It is indeed the nemesis of the wizard apprentice. It feels like these abilities are naturally born to restrain the wizard apprentice. Unfortunately, he met Richard, a perverted wizard apprentice, who could summon 4 skeletons at once. As soon as the battle ended, the infant soul-eating demon spider seemed to be lively again. When Richard saw it, he laughed angrily and cursed. What's the use of a little thing like you? You actually need the master to protect your pet. The soul-eating spider suddenly climbed down from Richard's body, crawled onto the body of the brain-eating monster next to it, and began to suck something. Huh? Isn't this your natural enemy? Why do you start feasting now that you are dead? Suddenly, Richard felt an extremely fine yet extremely pure ownerless spiritual force, feeding back from the little soul-eating demon spider, flowing into Richard's spiritual sea like a trickle of water flowing into the sea. But in the end, crucially, it also contains a trace of pure soul energy. Suddenly, a tingling sensation on the scalp made Richard feel elated. This kind of refreshing feeling, Richard estimated, was probably the same as what he said in his previous life. Betel nut and smoke. The power is boundless. And it was 10 times higher. After the soul-eating demonic spider sucked 3 brain-eating monsters in a row, Richard became ecstatic 3 times in a row. This time, Richard could hardly walk steadily. It's like ordinary people's eyes are blurred after drinking several kilograms of aged mitai. This is what Instructor Sella said. A slight improvement in qualifications? This hacking effect is going to explode. Richard immediately called up the panel and took a look. Attributes, Strength 4.5. Agility 4.7. Constitution 4.4. Spirit 13.5. His. The mental power increased by about 2 points. Ah! This effect is almost as good as a bottle of profit potion. But how could the effect be so amazing? Richard couldn't figure it out for a while. If this continues, won't it mean that he will take off on the spot? And by constantly killing monsters, he will be able to continuously increase his total mental power. After thinking for a while, Richard felt that this might be related to the object that the soul-eating spider sucks. Just like this time, monsters like the brain-eating monster have considerable mental strength and total amount, which causes the soul-eating spider to suck souls. Afterwards, the feedback effect was also extremely strong. But if it were any other monster, the effect probably wouldn't be so good. Of course, these are just Richard's guesses, which can be verified by subsequent actual operations. After the soul-eating demon spider finished sucking it, Richard was about to order the skeleton warriors to throw the bodies of the 3 brain-eating monsters far away to prevent the smell of blood from attracting other monsters in the darkness. However, the small body of the soul-eating demonic spider jumped onto the body of the larger brain-eating monster again, and then burrowed into the brain-eating monster's body from its mouth. This made Richard stunned on the spot. Could it be that? Suddenly, the brain-eating monster, which had been dead for a long time, stood up on the spot. Richard was startled, and he hurriedly stepped back. The next second, Richard received a consciousness signal from the soul-eating spider in his mind, which meant that it could occupy the opponent's body and control the opponent to fight. This immediately made Richard overjoyed. But after some careful communication, he gradually calmed down. It turns out that the soul-eating demon spider, which is still in its infancy, cannot use the brain-eating monster's natural abilities even if it occupies the body of the brain-eating monster. It can only simply control the opponent's body to fight. Moreover, there are many restrictions on the soul-eating spider's possession. For example, the target's body must be basically intact, the kind of body that has had its spine removed. After the soul-eating spider possesses it, it will be paralyzed and have no fighting power at all. Of course, this will change as the soul-eating demon spider gradually grows. For Richard, having one more brain-eating monster with sharp attacks is of course a great thing. But it is a pity that he cannot use his natural ability. Otherwise, he would be difficult even among wizard apprentices. Found an opponent. This time, There were 3 skeletons guarding the door, which made Richard feel more at ease. He found a random rock wall, leaned on it, and began to rest. Looking at the eye-catching energy point on the panel, 17130, Richard couldn't help but fell into deep thought. This is the iron-jawed lizard from before, plus the energy points supplied by the 3 brain-eating monsters just now, totaling more than 17,000 points. This leaves him with a lot of options at the moment. After thinking about it, Richard decided to upgrade the Dark Element Shield first. After all, the panel showed Dark Element Shield, Master 99%. Special effect, Thick and Thin Conversion. This 99% looked extremely uncomfortable, just 1% away from being promoted to the Grandmaster level. Moreover, Richard also wanted to know what surprises awaited him with the Master level Dark Element Shield. Chapter 110 Rapid Progress. After the Dark Element Shield is upgraded to the Master level, Richard plans to fully improve his Rodrigo meditation technique. In the past, it was mainly due to the lack of energy points. Even if Richard invested all the energy points in the extremely difficult Rodrigo meditation method, he could not be guaranteed to be promoted to the next level. Now, he already has more than 10,000 in his hands. Energy points. You can give it a try. Secondly, having arrived in this strange place, Richard didn't know when he would be able to return to the Ignis school. If he stayed there for a long time, the necessity of improving his control over meditation would be greatly increased. And it could be said that it would be the first priority. Over time, high-level meditation will bring great benefits to Richard. Pulling his thoughts back, Richard immediately decided to start improving the Dark Element Shield now. I found that the host was casting the 0-level Witchcraft Dark Element Shield. Yes/no. Consume energy to gain inspiration for the 0-level Witchcraft Dark Element Shield. This time, looking at the value 17130 at the far right end of the slide bar, Richard thought for a moment and chose to drag the slide bar directly to 3130 and selected yes. In an instant, Richard's soul came out of his body and into a dream. The scene in this dream was still in an open grassland, with the shadows of 3 wind wolves staring at him dozens of meters away. Good guy. It started on the highest difficulty level as soon as it started. Fortunately, I already have experience dealing with 3 of them. But before Richard could breathe a sigh of relief, in the next second, the shadows of the wind wolves changed from 3 to 5. Damn it! The number can actually increase by leaps and bounds. Soon, Richard, who was dressed in rags, was sweating profusely on the grassland while trying to use the Dark Element Shield. His whole body was covered with scars. With the blessing of massive inspiration, he has grasped a certain key. Finally, a kind of boundary was suddenly broken by myself. Just like the new sun in the morning, shining brightly as soon as it came out, sweeping away the heavy fog, making the world in front of me clear. Richard discovered that the Dark Element Shield, which had been compressed to the extreme by syllables, could be released by just reciting a mixed syllable, and it only took 1/5 of a second. Compared with the original 1 second, the improvement was so great that it was a little unbelievable to him. And now Richard found that he seemed to have touched upon the essence of the Dark Element Shield. Such is why the structure of its witchcraft model was built in this way, and why there were these 5 witchcraft runes. He even began to compare the differences between the Dark Element Shield and the Bone Armor witchcraft runes, and began to consider the possibility of learning from each other's strengths and complementing each other's weaknesses. But he had a vague feeling that firstly, he must also master the Bone Armor technique. Second, his knowledge reserve is still far insufficient. Richard had a hunch that if he knew more defensive 0-level witchcraft, for reference, the energy points consumed in the above process would be exponentially reduced. On the contrary, if he only knew a few 0-level witchcraft, the above process will consume a huge amount of energy points. After a while, the world spins, and the soul returns to its original body. Richard immediately called up the panel and checked it. Dark Element Shield, Grandmaster 95%. Special effects, rapid casting. Thickness conversion. Rapid casting. It only takes 1/5 second to cast the Dark Element Shield. The special effect of the Dark Element Shield was beyond Richard's expectation. But when he thought about it carefully, it made sense. Because recalling the use of the Dark Element Shield, Richard had always hoped that the casting speed of the 0-level witchcraft would be as fast as possible, and the defense would be as high as possible. So dreams, or inspiration panels, constantly trigger inspiration for him in these 2 aspects. So now Richard's Dark Element Shield will have these 2 special effects. Seeing that there were still 14,000 energy points left, Richard decided to strike while the iron was hot, and use it directly to improve Rodrigo's meditation method. Rodrigo Meditation, Mastery 11%. Special Effect, Primary Energy Saving Casting. Secret Technique, Secondary Mental Shock. It is discovered that the host is practicing Rodrigo Meditation. Is it consuming energy to gain inspiration for practicing Rodrigo Meditation? This time, after a brief thought, Richard decided to go for Boda and use good steel on the blade. He immediately dragged the slider to 10,000 and selected yes. In an instant, Richard was in a dream. This time the dream was in the middle of a spacious hall. Richard possessed a bald man sitting cross-legged and began to meditate. With the blessing of a state of great inspiration, Richard tried repeatedly, trying to increase his mental power to participate in the cycle of all 7 runes. After thousands of attempts, Richard finally increased his mental power to participate in the big cycle from the original 31% to 32%. The 33% gradually stopped at about 91%. The pure spiritual power in the center also became extremely condensed and thick due to this process. Richard had a feeling that if his total spiritual power was not too small, the power of this extremely pure spiritual power would have already been its close to the power of a first-level witchcraft spiritual shock. After a while, the world was spinning, and Richard returned to his true form. Rodrigo's meditation method, Master 91%. Special Effect, Intermediate Energy Saving Spellcasting. Secret Technique, Secondary Mental Shock. Intermediate Energy Saving Spellcasting. The mental power consumed when casting any witchcraft is reduced by 20%. After running the Master-level Rodrigo meditation method once, the feeling of rapid improvement came back. Attributes, Strength 4.6, Agility 4.8, Constitution 4.5, Spirit 13.7. Mental strength increased by 0.2 in one go. And other attributes also improved slightly. Looking at the remaining 4,000 energy points, Richard thought about it and made a preliminary plan. But he was not in a hurry. He planned to rest for a night and think about it tomorrow. When Richard woke up naturally the next day, he found that the sky outside the cave was still extremely dark. But he was sure that if calculated according to surface time, it should be daytime now. Richard strode out of the cave entrance. At this time, he discovered that it was indeed daytime outside. But the daytime in the dark area was about 5 or 6 o'clock on the surface. It was hazy and dim, and the visibility was only tens of meters. The nights in the Underdark are darker than those on the surface. I remember last night, even though there were various luminous plants and insects, and there were stars like lights above my head, it was still much darker than the nights on the surface. Richard looked around as far as he could and found that the area he was in was lush with vegetation, similar to a rainforest, but he had almost never seen most of the plants, and he only knew a few ferns, such as the cypress tree, the staghorn fern, and so on. Moreover, there are many small animals and beasts here. Although Richard did not bring much food, he thought it would not be a big problem if it was about eating. The main problem now is how to get back. Richard thought carefully, and after a while, he basically had an idea. Preliminarily, there are 2 ways. One is to go back the same way. That is, go back through the teleportation array in the Fishman tribe. But the problem is to solve the high-level magic stones. There must be intermediate magic stones in the Fishman tribe, but it is not necessarily high-level magic stones. But now that there is a soul-eating magic spider, this will be clear after investigation. The second way is to go back. At present, the 3 major wizard schools and the Night Elves are fighting fiercely. Obviously, this Murloc tribe is under the jurisdiction of the Night Elves. But this time the 3 major wizarding schools have counterattacked into the Night Elves' lair. Presumably, the distance between the 2 places should not be too far. But the risk is extremely high. In the place where the official wizards fight, traveling through the battlefield is life-threatening. Therefore, if you can return through the teleportation array, it is undoubtedly the first choice. After making up his mind, Richard started hunting, planning to get some food and drink to build up his strength and energy, and look for an opportunity later to explore the Fishman tribe camp. Puff! Chick! Something similar to a pheasant flapped its wings and flew out. In the fern bushes near the cave, a skinless and headless monster with exposed muscles was driving a number of animals towards Richard's direction. Because he was worried about some monster appearing suddenly, Richard very carefully arranged 3 skeletons to guard him during this hunting, while he raised his bow and arrow and pointed it forward. Suddenly, an animal that looked like a deer with yellow and black stripes jumped out, followed by unknown animals such as wild boars and pheasants, etc., ran out of the bushes. This chaotic scene was exactly what soul devouring was about. The brain-eating monster possessed by the demon spider was driven away from behind. Swish, swish, swish. Richard fired several arrows, and he was immediately rewarded. Many snakes, rats, deer and insects were pinned to the ground by the sharp arrows, and they kept struggling. Giant insects? Throw it away. Don't eat it. It's disgusting. Snake? Throw it away, and don't eat it for fear of being poisonous. In the end, Richard chose the animal he named the striped deer, began to skin and remove the dirt, and took out salt and a powdery substance similar to a mixture of cumin and chili pepper from his bag for later use. He planned to eat deer steaks, so after cutting off the belly ribs, he prepared to grill them. For Richard, lighting a fire was as easy as picking something out of a bag, although Richard's affinity for the fire element is only inferior. With his current mental power, he has already been able to gather the fire element and simply ignite it. Then, I saw Richard's palms waving back and forth on several plump deer steaks, and sprinkled seasonings and salt several times, and an alluring fragrance hit his nostrils. This is Richard's homemade, medium-rare grilled venison steak. When he took a bite, the juicy and tender meat filled Richard's mouth with a unique aroma of meat. Not bad. This tastes amazing. I haven't eaten something so delicious in a long time, Richard muttered to himself as he ate happily. Also, it has been several months since I last ate on the second floor of the school. I don't know if it's Richard's illusion, although this is the dark territory, a completely unfamiliar environment. He feels very comfortable. Even the number of dark element particles floating in the air is slightly more than on the surface. Richard made a preliminary calculation and found that the shadow witchcraft cast here seemed to be more powerful than on the surface, with an increase of about 10%. From this point of view, Richard seems to understand why the three major schools of necromancers are not afraid of the underground races at all. After working for a long time, the dark region is equivalent to their own home field. Chapter 111: The Memory of the Fishman. After eating, Richard looked at the 4,000 energy points remaining on the panel and decided to give it a try to see if he could upgrade the zero-level witchcraft summoning skeleton, which he currently relied on, to the Grandmaster level. Witchcraft, summon skeleton, master 68%. Mystic, triple summon. The current progress is 68% and 4,000 energy points. There should be a good chance of being promoted to the master level. It is worth a try. Richard estimated that the master level summon skeleton would either give him one more summoning slot, or allow him to summon stronger undead creatures. But either way, it would further enhance his strength. This is a kind of guarantee for his next step, which is to investigate the Fishman camp. If something unexpected happens, he will be more sure of being able to escape unscathed. It is found that the host is using zero-level witchcraft to summon skeletons. Do you consume energy to get the inspiration for the zero-level witchcraft to summon skeletons? After looking at the 4,000 slider on the far right, Richard dragged the slider to 4,000 without hesitation and selected yes. In an instant, the world was spinning, and Richard came to the dreamland again. This time, the scene was a high-arched and empty hall. In the center of the hall, the shadow possessed by Richard was holding the bone summoning staff inlaid with a crystal ball. As a low spell sounded, the micro-carving array in the crystal ball was immediately projected on the ground in the center of the hall. After a while, accompanied by a short spell chanting, the huge reverse pentagram array projected on the ground began to glow with light green light. Richard's mental power passed through the witchcraft model in his mind, and was quickly injected into the magic circle through the bone summoning staff at a certain special frequency. Suddenly, a green light bloomed in the center of the array. After nearly 100 of Richard's mental tentacles probed into the world of the dead, he discovered that the countless mental light balls representing ordinary skeleton soldiers responded to him faster and more enthusiastically than last time. There was almost no one who didn't want to make a contract with him. But now, he no longer looks down on these ordinary skeleton soldiers. Moreover, Richard's spiritual tentacles can now indeed touch the spiritual light ball of the skeleton warrior's level. Although it is a bit reluctant, it is finally touched upon. It's just more strenuous and consumes far more mental energy than an ordinary skeleton soldier, but with the blessing of massive energy points. After thousands of attempts, Richard went from being able to negotiate with only one skeleton warrior to slowly being able to negotiate with two at the same time. 3, 4. Finally, he reached deeper. Richard's mental power tentacles can even barely touch those mental power light balls that are at the same level as the skeleton warriors, but slightly stronger. Those are the spiritual power balls of the skeleton archers, skeleton guardians, skeleton berserkers, etc. Richard was overjoyed. Therefore, his mental power tentacles kept contacting these mental power light balls. And each time they came into contact, they were constantly exchanging information. Skeleton archers without prefixes? It doesn't matter. As long as it's an archer. Is it a skeleton berserker with a disabled prefix? This is okay. At least it's a skeleton berserker. Finally, he vaguely felt that time was almost up. And Richard's entire soul returned to his true form from the dream in an instant. When Richard pulled up the panel and took a look, he was immediately overjoyed. Witchcraft, Summon Skeleton, Grandmaster 21%. Special Effect, Summon Amplification. Secret Technique, Triple Summon. Triple Summon. 3 skeleton soldiers will be summoned. Summoning Amplification. By consuming additional mental power, the summoning effect is greatly enhanced. The secret technique of triple summoning existed before, and the trick of manipulating skeletons has also been slightly improved. But this special effect was newly added. So Richard checked it carefully and felt that it was a bit unclear. But he had already tested it in the dream space, and the effect was very impressive. Immediately, Richard began to summon on the spot. As the spell sounded, the green light of the reverse pentagram array on the ground suddenly glowed, and a thick white bone palm stretched out from it, with other parts revealed. The bone bow on the back clearly shows that this is a skeleton archer. Immediately afterwards, the second place. The second one is also a skeleton archer. Third place. I saw the third skeleton, who was exceptionally tall, nearly 1.9 meters tall, holding a huge bone battle axe in his hand, looking very majestic. This was the skeleton berserker. The fourth one is a skeleton guardian holding a sword and shield. The hollow eyes are shining with green soul fire, and he is unusually calm. When Richard saw such a tough team of 4 skeletons crawling out of the reverse pentagram formation one by one, he felt excited. This is the power of the special effect summon boost. Although Richard consumed a large amount of extra mental energy, the undead summons in front of him were all powerful and comparable to ordinary first-level wizard apprentices. Moreover, the combination of the 2 archers was the result of Richard's deliberate choice, because he has the secret skill of possessing skeletons, and he wants to be able to use his archery master's abilities better than ordinary skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. In the evening, the mist rises. In the Underdark, near the blind fisherman tribe's camp, the entire fisherman camp was filled with water vapor, like a thin veil, making it difficult to see clearly. Richard secretly lurked in a fern bush, observing the gate of the Murloc camp and the Murlocs coming in and out. After observing for a period of time, Richard found that, unlike what he expected, what was more troublesome was that when these Murlocs came in and out, they rarely came alone, but in groups. A team of more than 10 Murloc warriors, armed with a variety of weapons, looked like they belonged to a Murloc hunting team. It happened several times in succession, which made Richard a little speechless. This made his original idea of catching a lone fisherman come to nothing. In this case, Richard decided to change his thinking. Following a 13-person Murloc hunting team, when they dispersed and prepared to start hunting, Richard seized the opportunity and let the brain-eating monster possessed by the soul-eating spider kill an ordinary Murloc hunter instantly, and dragged it to a hidden cave. Under Richard's command, the soul-eating demon spider slowly crawled out of the mouth of the brain-eating monster, and then slowly crawled in from the mouth of the fishman hunter. At this time, a very subtle stream of pure spiritual power and vague soul energy was slowly transmitted from the soul-eating demon spider to Richard's spiritual sea. It seemed that the soul-eating demon spider had already absorbed the man in front of him. The soul of the fishman hunter was devoured. After Li Cha tasted it carefully, he realized that the effect was far inferior to that of the brain-eating monster. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. The higher the quality and total amount of souls devoured by the soul-eating spider, the greater the benefits would be for Richard as the master. Interesting. It seems that if there is a chance, I will have to take the initiative to find and kill the brain-eating monsters. If outsiders know that I, a wizard apprentice, do not actively avoid the brain-eating monsters, but chase the brain-eating monsters to kill them. No, I know what the expression will be. Richard smiled narrowly. After a while, the fishman hunter slowly got up, as if he was resurrected. At this time, as the soul-eating spider began to invade the brain and nervous system of the fishman hunter, at Richard's request, the memory pictures of the fishmen were transmitted from the soul-eating spider like slides to Richard's mind. As each picture unfolded, Richard soon knew his approximate location in the dark territory. The Murloc hunter in front of him, as a local bumpkin, only knows about the entire Underdark in 3 places: the Murloc tribe camp, the Darkwater Lake, and the Grey Fern Wilderness. The Grey Fern Wilderness is where Richard is now, in the memory of the fishmen. Ferns flourish in the wilderness, especially grey ferns. Therefore, it was named after Grey Fern a long time ago and has been passed down to this day. The fish people don't have the courage to come to Grey Fern Wilderness to hunt during the day, because at night, the monsters in the depths of the Grey Fern Wilderness will come out to look for food, and the level of danger increases more than 10 times. When Richard saw this, he was happy. This is a good thing, now that my strength has greatly improved. As long as I don't go too deep into the Grey Fern Wilderness and just hang around the Fishman camp, the monsters I encounter will not be very strong. Imagine that if there were strong monsters, the Fishman camp would have been attacked long ago and ceased to exist. But if it was not strong, it would be energy points delivered to the door. There is another piece of information that interests Richard, which is to follow the trail from the Murloc camp to the west and cross the Grey Fern Wilderness. After about 10 days, you will reach the Grey Dwarf controlled area, where there is a famous place, a Grey Dwarf town called Grey Fern. In the memory of the Murlocs, Grey Dwarves and Night Elves were quite difficult to deal with. Border frictions were common, but they were basically evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. Grey Fern Town is also the Grey Dwarf town closest to the Murloc tribe. This Murloc hunter has only been there once, and that was with the old Murloc, the Murloc prophet. Grey Fern Town is lively and prosperous, except for the Night Elves, who are not welcome. All other races are welcome. Richard even saw the existence of underground humans in the memory of the Murlocs. Huh? It seems that some of the records of the bards in the library are wrong, Richard said to himself. He had read some biographies and books related to the Underdark before, which described that the life of humans underground was quite miserable, like a slave-like existence. But referring to the pictures in the Fishman's memory, the underground humans in Grey Fern Town are well equipped, and judging from their attire, they come from all walks of life. Could it be that what those bards recorded were the living conditions of the underground humans in the areas controlled by the Night Elves? Richard couldn't help but ponder. At the same time, there is a gate to the east of the Fishman camp. If you walk along the east path, within a few miles, you can see the vast Darkwater Lake to the north, which is also the main hunting place of the Fishman tribe. Hiss! Richard was speechless for a moment and whispered, "The fishmen use fishing as their main source of food. Well, I'm just superficial." From the east path, go all the way east, along the shore of the Darkwater Lake, and after walking for 5 or 6 days, you will reach the Night Elf town. This Fishman hunter has never been to this small town. Chapter 112 Attack in the Mist. After Richard understood the memory of this Murloc hunter, he fell into deep thought. From this point of view, my location is actually on the border of the Night Elves, close to the control area of the Grey Dwarves. However, it may be because the level of this Murloc hunter in the Murloc tribe is too low. The key information that Richard wanted to know, such as how many high-level Murloc warriors were in the Murloc tribe? For example, are there any existences like the Murloc prophet, which is similar to the peak of the 3rd-level wizard apprentice? In addition, the most important point is, if high-level magic stones exist, where are they stored? Obviously, Richard could not find the answers to these questions in the memory of this fishman. Therefore, at the moment, Richard has to find another Murloc, one with a higher status in the entire Murloc village, to answer the above questions. So, Richard let the soul-eating spider crawl out of the fishman hunter's body and returned to the brain-eating monster's body. After observing for 3 consecutive days, Richard did not find any high-value fishmen coming out of the village. The person with the highest position is usually the captain of the Murloc hunter. It is of little significance to take action, but it is easy to alert the enemy. However, Richard was not in a hurry. These past few days, Richard had been living an extremely fulfilling life. He practiced the Rodrigo meditation method once a day, and continued to practice the meditation method, allowing his mental power to continue to grow at a stable rate. When the meditation method is practiced to a high level, some strange abilities will often be born. The more advanced the meditation method, the more common this situation is. Of course, generally speaking, in order to practice advanced meditation methods to a proficient level, the practitioner must already be an experienced 3rd-level wizard apprentice. When it comes to the master level, there is no doubt that 99% of them are at the official wizard level. Where can there be a freak like Richard? It has not been long since his mental power entered the level of a 2nd-level wizard apprentice. But his advanced meditation method has been cultivated to the master level. Therefore, as a result, Richard's mental power has increased rapidly in recent days. In particular, Richard's Rodrigo meditation method is still the best among advanced meditation methods. At the master level, auxiliary witchcraft, energy-saving spellcasting, and secondary spiritual charging were born. These two auxiliary effects are similar to the first-level witchcraft. If Richard's total mental power reaches the threshold of a formal wizard, then these two subsidiary witchcrafts will undoubtedly become one of the options for innate witchcraft. What is innate witchcraft? It is a third-level wizard apprentice. When you are promoted to a first-level wizard, a spiritual power core will be born in the spiritual sea. If there are one or two witchcraft models at the same time as the spiritual power core is born, it will also be born at the same time, after the construction is completed. In this case, the talent witchcraft will be generated. Its effect is equivalent to that of a monster that has mastered innate abilities. So it is called innate witchcraft. Innate witchcraft has two major characteristics: instant casting and energy-saving spell casting. Therefore, at the third-level wizard apprenticeship stage, everyone is working hard to improve the meditation method and the control of important witchcraft, hoping to become a natural witchcraft master when they are promoted. One of the options among them, the witchcraft attached to the intermediate and advanced meditation methods, will naturally become one of the options. This is why so many third-level wizard apprentices are eager to have an advanced meditation method. Of course, in addition to practicing meditation, Richard spent the rest of his time looking through the recording crystal, the one Ophelia gave him. It records Jenna's experimental manuscripts, ancient parchment scrolls, and zombie transformation rituals, and the rare zero-level witchcraft undead vision. Today, Richard has just started using vision of the undead. In his opinion, this zero-level witchcraft is quite effective in certain scenarios. Undead vision. The caster can observe the world through the vision of the undead or undead summons he controls. This is equivalent to an alien version of the monitoring probe. As long as he performs this zero-level witchcraft, Richard is equivalent to turning on the monitoring probe and can immediately see through the sight of the skeleton guardian guarding the entrance of the cave. Observe your surroundings. Moreover, as his level of control improves, Richard can also observe the surrounding environment through the vision of multiple undead summons at the same time, which is equivalent to an alien version of multi-screen monitoring. This allows Richard to apply it to different scenarios such as reconnaissance, defense, and combat, and keep abreast of the first-hand situation at any time, which is very practical. The only thing that made Richard regretful was that there were no brain-eating monsters attacking at night for several consecutive days. According to the memory of that fishman hunter, shouldn't the Grey Fern Wilderness be a paradise for monsters every night? Why have no monsters come to trouble me for 3 consecutive nights? Could it be that the cave I am in is too remote, and I need to move to the center of the Grey Fern Wilderness? Li Cha couldn't help but think to himself. Richard decided to check it out tonight. If it didn't work, he would get a bait tomorrow, such as a large piece of bloody wild boar meat, to try to lure the monster. The steel bristle boar was discovered by Richard in the Grey Fern Wilderness and named by himself. It is a pig-like animal with bristles, like steel brushes, and an appearance similar to that of a wild boar on the ground. It has a violent and ferocious temperament, but its ribs are quite delicious. Richard's plan was to eat the ribs of the steel bristle boar himself and use the remaining portion to lure monsters. After arranging skeleton guards to guard the entrance of the cave, Richard fell asleep peacefully. Late at night, thick fog filled the air. In the Grey Fern Wilderness, at the entrance of the cave where Richard is, suddenly, a tentacle as thick as a bowl wrapped around the skeleton guarding the cave entrance and instantly pulled it into the depths of the thick fog. When Richard received a warning message from the skeleton guardian in his mind, he woke up instantly. An inverse pentagram formation instantly lit up on the ground. 2 skeleton archers and a skeleton berserker were immediately summoned by Richard to guard them tightly. He himself looked outside the cave, but the thick fog at the door made it impossible for him to see anything clearly. Suddenly, Richard recalled the zero-level witchcraft of undead vision and immediately started using it. Suddenly, a small screen opened in Richard's field of vision, as if a surveillance was turned on, and the screen kept shaking. It was obvious that Richard's skeleton guardian was fighting to the death with the enemy. Although Richard could not see the enemy clearly due to the thick fog and shaking, the several python-like tentacles wrapped around the skeleton guardian's body were very clear. Especially the bowl-sized suction cups on the long tentacles are clearly visible. At this time, the brain-eating monster controlled by the soul-eating demon spider also reacted and rushed directly into the fog to help the skeleton guardians, fighting the enemy together. Hiss! Could this giant tentacle be a SH? L-back tentacle monster? Richard was suddenly shocked. He had already recalled a monster introduced in Common Monsters in the Underdark that looked like an octopus, but carried a thick snail SHL on its back. It was extremely powerful, had rough skin and thick flesh, and had very good defense against physical attacks. Although it looks like an octopus, it is a land monster that is afraid of fire and elemental damage. The SHL carrying tentacle monster probably didn't expect that a tiny skeleton could be so difficult to deal with. Richard's skeleton guardian is slightly stronger than the skeleton warrior. In terms of attack power, it is not that good, but it is not easy to kill him at once, especially when there is a brain-eating monster harassing him. The effect of the zero-level witchcraft of undead vision was immediately reflected, allowing Richard to instantly judge the reality of the enemy. Otherwise, Richard would face unknown enemies, which would greatly increase the difficulty of the battle. Now that he knew his opponent's weakness, Richard immediately took out several bottles of Fire Dance Star from his arms, and tied them to the arrows of himself and the undead archers. Positioned as a skeleton guardian, Richard and 2 skeleton archers aimed at the enemy in the mist. Crack! The SHL back tentacle monster, after using 5 of its 8 tentacles, seized the opportunity and twisted off the Skull Guardian's head. Just when it was about to deal with the brain-eating monster, it suddenly heard swish, swish, swish. 3 sharp sounds broke through the air. Only 3 quick red rays of light were seen falling on it quickly. Boom, 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 following 3 violent explosions. The tentacle-back monster let out a piercing scream. Beat up the drowned dog. Richard continued to attack without hesitation, throwing out fire dancing stars and silver moon dust as if they were free. The skeleton berserker also rushed forward to attack immediately. After the SHL back tentacle monster was injured all over its body, its physical defense capabilities also dropped significantly. The skeleton berserker's giant axe slashed and chopped off 3 tentacles, immediately making the SHL back tentacle monster feel timid. But it was too late. After Richard's slowness and weakness spells were used together, the SHL back tentacle monster could only be killed obediently. Absorbable energy found. Yes/no? Yes. Gain 5543 energy points. At this time, the soul-eating demon spider slowly crawled out of the brain-eating monster's body. When it was sucking souls in its infancy, it needed to be released from the state of possession. When it climbed onto the back SHL tentacle monster to suck the soul, a thumb-sized amount of pure spiritual power was immediately fed back into Richard's spiritual sea. Although it is still not as good as the brain-eating monster, it is still nearly half the amount. This has made Richard very satisfied. At this time, the soul-eating demon spider conveyed a consciousness to Richard, to the effect that he was possessed by the brain-eating monster, or the big guy in front of him. After some thought, Richard decided to let the soul-eating spider possess the SHL back tentacle monster. After all, this thing is huge, comparable to a rhinoceros, and the heavy SHL on its back did not shatter under the violent explosion of the Fire Dance Star. It was just charred black, which shows its strong physical defense. If it hadn't been suddenly hit by 3 fire dancers, directly injuring its body, and instead hiding in its heavy SHL, this battle would have lasted for a long time. After the soul-eating spider crawled into the SHL tentacle monster, Richard ordered it to guard the entrance of the cave. With such a big guy blocking the entrance, nothing could get in unnoticed. Chapter 113 Master Shadow Grasp. Considering the violent explosion just now, it should have attracted the attention of the nearby fisherman tribe. So, Richard planned to set out early the next morning to find another cave to live in. If a nearby Murloc tribe sends a large number of mid to high-level Murloc warriors to investigate, not only will they be easily exposed, but they will also have to go through a tough battle, which is totally unnecessary. So, early the next morning, when the sky got a little brighter, Richard left the cave with the back SHL tentacle monster controlled by the soul-eating demon spider, and went around the fisherman tribe to find another place. Cave dwelling. After tidying up for a while, Richard hunted some animals and threw them to the SHL back tentacle monster controlled by the soul-eating spider. The current SHL back tentacle monster was too seriously injured. It could be said to be scarred, and 3 of its tentacles were broken, so its combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. However, according to the conscious feedback from the soul-eating demon spider, as long as it is provided with a large amount of flesh and blood, it can control the body of the back SHL tentacle monster to eat, thereby quickly healing its injuries, including the 3 tentacles that were cut off by the skeleton berserker. They can all grow back quickly in these 2 days. This made Richard very happy. If the SH.L back tentacle monster could recover most of its combat power in a few days, it would be very convenient for his next plan to capture a mid to high level fishman. After feeding the SH.L back tentacle monster, Richard returned to his new residence and summoned a skeleton guardian again to guard the cave entrance, while he retrieved the inspiration panel and examined it carefully. This gray fern wilderness with many monsters is simply a paradise for Richard to obtain energy points. For the 5,543 energy points obtained last night, Richard decided to use them immediately to directly improve his strength. He believed that there would be more energy points gained in the next few days. After thinking for a while, Richard felt that his defense had made great progress. Whether it was the nearly instantaneous dark element shield or the ability to summon 4 skeleton warriors at once, there was no need for him in a short period of time. Go and strengthen. However, the attack power needs to be strengthened, especially the offensive witchcraft. At this time, Richard discovered that if he did not count the slowness and weakness spells, his standard offensive witchcraft only included the solitary shadow grasp. But that was because of the lack of energy points before. But I didn't expect that I would have such an opportunity to come to the Grey Fern Wilderness. But it doesn't matter. Just specialize in one thing and improve it quickly. Looking at the display on the panel, Witchcraft, Shadow Grasp, Proficiency 34%. Richard immediately started practicing. It was discovered that the host is practicing the 0-level Witchcraft Shadow Grip. Do you consume energy to gain inspiration for practicing the 0-level Witchcraft Shadow Grip? This time, looking at the number 5,543 at the far right of the slider, Richard thought for a moment, decided to use up all the energy points, and chose yes. In an instant, Richard's soul came out of his body and into a dream. And this time the scene in the dream was in a forest with lush vegetation. He possessed a man in black robe whose face could not be seen clearly, and began to chant spells day and night to cast the 0-level Witchcraft of Shadow Grip. Because Richard's magic control of skeletons has reached the master level, this allows him to increase the speed of Shadow Grip at an astonishing rate. After only practicing a few times, he almost got it right. And when performing Shadow Grasp, he no longer noticed the details of the performance. After practicing dozens of times, Richard was able to control the dark element's big hands with extraordinary ease, performing arc attacks, flying up and down, and changing fists and palms, and other difficult operations. At the same time, with the blessing of massive inspiration, many insights about the 0-level Witchcraft Grasp of Shadow kept floating in Richard's mind. After practicing hundreds and thousands of times, Richard is now able to easily use his nearly 100 mental tentacles to imitate the complex muscle groups of real human hands and control each finger of the dark element hand. Originally, he could not do this at all, but now Richard uses bionic simulation on his mental tentacles. For example, after using 5 spiritual tentacles to imitate the palmar muscles of the little finger, the abductor digiti minimi, the flexor digiti minimi brevis, the interosseous palmar muscles, and the earthworm muscles, the flexibility of the entire little finger is close to that of Richard's own palm. The same goes for other fingers. This brought about a drastic change in the shadow grip, which originally had major problems in terms of power control. Richard can now freely pluck a leaf and break off a branch in the dream space. The control of power is like the palm of his own hand, which is simply wonderful. I don't know how long it took, but after a dizzying moment, Richard's soul quickly returned to his body. After calling up the panel, Richard found that the Grasp of Shadow had not only reached the master level, but also developed special effects and secret techniques thanks to the blessing of the inspiration panel. He immediately couldn't help but be overjoyed. Witchcraft, Grasp of Shadow, Master 13%. Special effect, lightweight. Secret skill, latent shadow. Easy to lift. The degree of control over the big hand formed by the dark element is as delicate as the caster's own palm. Latent shadow, where there are shadows, you can consume additional mental power to instantly dissipate the shadow grasp composed of dark elements into dark elements and turn them into nothingness. After passing through the entity, they can be reassembled into the shadow grasp. Richard read the special effects carefully, which was good, as it was almost as he understood it. However, Richard repeated this description of the secret technique undercover to himself several times. If it is really as the inspiration panel said, then it is absolutely necessary for sneak attacks. Moreover, he was currently in the dark area, in an extremely dark environment. It was too easy to find a place with shadows, as they were almost everywhere. In the cave, Richard couldn't wait to use the master level shadow grasp. In the cave, There was a torch lit by Richard at will and inserted into the side of the cave wall. His own figure was illuminated by the fire and cast a long shadow area, which could be used to test the latent image of the secret technique. Sure enough, when Richard's big hand of dark elements passed through the shadow area in the cave, it suddenly disappeared and then suddenly appeared in front. This secret technique, if used in a specific environment, can absolutely make people defenseless. Richard couldn't help but say. 2 days later, in the evening, mist settled, near the Murloc camp, at the foot of a lush hillside in the Grey Fern Wilderness. 6 or 7 Murloc warriors were lying in random directions, one of whom was a double-sword Murloc warrior. Just now, Richard used the back SH.L tentacle monster that had regained its combat power and his 4 undead summons to catch the opponent off guard and directly wiped out a group of fishman soldiers without making a mental calculation. At this moment, the soul-eating demon spider was slowly crawling out of the mouth of the SH.L back tentacle monster and entering the body of the double-sword fishman warrior. After a while, the double-bladed fishman warrior slowly crawled up, as if he had been resurrected. At this time, the soul-eating demon spider began to invade the brain nerves of the double-blade fishman warrior and transmitted the memory images originally belonging to the double-blade fishman to Richard's mind like slides. As each picture unfolded, Richard gained a deeper understanding of the fishman tribe this time. First of all, there were originally 12 high-level Murloc warriors in the Murloc tribe, but now there are only 4 left. The 8 followed the Murloc prophet to the surface, and obviously they will not come back. Secondly, Richard's second question is whether there are any masters close to the Murloc prophet in the Murloc camp. At present, there should be none. The fishman prophet stayed behind, and 2 disciples took care of the house. One of the eldest disciples was named Dibu, and the other third disciple was named Fingard. According to the memory of the double-sword fishman, the 2 were competing for the position of the new fishman prophet. Location. Dibu had the oldest qualifications, but Fingard's qualifications were extraordinary. The 2 were equally strong. According to the memory of the double-sword fishman, Richard estimated that they were both about the strength of a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. However, currently, Dibu is still the main person in charge of the entire Murloc tribe. After all, he is the eldest disciple of the Murloc prophet. As for the last question, which is about the situation of high-level magic stones, it is unknown whether this exists in the memory of the double-sword fishman. But now, Richard has been able to basically judge that if there is a high-level magic stone in the Murloc camp, it must be in the hands of Dibu, the disciple of the prophet. In the Murloc camp, inside an unusually spacious stilt house, a group of mid to high-level fishman warriors from the fishman tribe were holding a meeting with 2 gray-robed fishmen. I saw a fishman holding a fish-bone staff and wearing a gray robe, presiding over the meeting. If Richard were here, he should be able to identify that the gray-robed fishman in front of him, who looks very much like the fishman prophet, is Dibu, the fishman prophet's chief disciple. Recently, everyone should pay attention. The number of monsters in the Grey Fern Wilderness seems to be increasing. In the past few days, clan members have disappeared one after another. Especially yesterday, a small group of clan warriors actually disappeared. Everyone must be more vigilant, Dib said with a serious face. Dib was worried. Ever since the teacher and most of the high-end combat forces in the tribe followed the night elves on the expedition to the surface, there had been no news. A few days ago, bad news came from the east. It was said that the night elves were defeated by human wizards on the surface, and the teacher was still missing. It must have been. If that's the case, it would be bad. Soon, there will be another black tide once a month. If you can't hunt enough blood food and sacrifice to the 3-headed snake god Kumara in the Dark Water Lake, you won't be able to get the 3-headed snake god Kumara. With his blessing, the black tide will destroy the entire Murloc tribe. Looking at Fingard, who was the first person on his right, Dieter frowned. Fingard, this guy, has been coveting the position of tribal prophet since his teacher's accident, and his own strength is only about the same as him. But his wizard qualifications are far inferior to that of Fingard. As time goes by, the strength of both parties will only grow. Originally, if he and he could work together, Dieter believed that the tribe would overcome the difficulties and become stronger again. But now, Fingard, an ambitious guy, has begun to contact the few remaining high-level fishman warriors, hoping to take over. Chapter 114, The First Servant. Dib, I'm afraid it's not enough to just be vigilant. If you can't eliminate the doubts in the minds of the tribe, the blood food captured will become less and less. By then, the 3-headed snake god Kumara will disappear from protecting our tribe. Then the black tide comes. Thingard said in his distinctive husky voice. Hiss. The expressions of the middle and high-level fishmen warriors changed immediately after hearing this. This situation had never happened when the old fishman prophet was around. But as the tribe's strength was greatly reduced this time, there would be a situation where blood and food were not enough. Then what do you think we should do? Thingard. Faced with Thingard's obviously disruptive behavior, Dib suppressed his inner anger and said in a deep voice. You can't just talk, but don't do it. Tomorrow, I will lead the warriors of the tribe to search for the missing tribesman team. I want to see the people alive and the corpses. The most important thing is to eliminate the fear of the tribesmen. At this time, Richard was thinking about a problem. The fishmen were fighting among themselves. This seemed to be a good opportunity. The fishman prophet can speak Akkadian, a wizard language widely spread in modern times. It can be reasonably inferred that the two disciples of the prophet, Dib and Thingard, must also speak Akkadian to a greater or lesser extent. Can I cooperate with one of them? While thinking, Richard crossed his arms and paced back and forth in the cave. The specific plan was constantly studied and judged in his mind. After a while, Richard generally thought of a plan, but the specific content needed to be carefully considered. Early the next morning, Richard, who had just completed a cycle of Rodrigo's meditation method, received in his mind a warning signal from the soul-eating demon spider, saying that it was a large number of Murloc warriors who began to search around the Murloc camp. Richard was immediately overjoyed when he heard this. He really got what he thought of. Such a large-scale operation by the Murloc tribe must have a commander. If the commander happens to be one of the two disciples of the old Murloc prophet, obviously, the whereabouts of the high-level magic stone can be known with a high probability. This was also part of Richard's plan last night. In the best-case scenario, he would capture or kill the disciple of the Murloc prophet alive. Of course, Richard has also considered that if it doesn't work, a high-level fishman warrior can do it. But there will be more follow-up steps, and the whole process will be more troublesome. Immediately, Richard walked out of the cave, intending to confirm who was the commander of the other team, with a wave of the bone summoning staff. As the pale green light on the ground lit up, two skeleton archers and skeleton berserkers crawled out of the reverse pentagram formation. Richard took the skeleton guards guarding the entrance of the cave. Otherwise, a group of 5 people immediately rushed to the direction of the soul-eating demon spider. When he was about to approach the Murlocs, Richard arranged for a skeleton archer to hide in an extremely thick dragon fern tree. The trunk was tens of meters high, with intertwined branches and wide leaves. If the Murloc warrior's under the tree, if you don't look up carefully, you won't be able to find the skeleton archer hidden among them. After settling in, Richard stayed away from the fishman's search. After a while, a large number of Murloc warriors searched the area sporadically. Richard quickly used the zero-level witchcraft undead vision and borrowed the vision of the skeleton archer on the top of the tree to find the suspected a grey-robed fishman who is a disciple of the fishman prophet. This made Richard overjoyed. He thought that a high-level fishman warrior would most likely be responsible for this action. Unexpectedly, the only 2 prophet disciples were also dispatched. This makes Richard's plan go directly to the optimum. Now, I just don't know if it's Dib or Thingard. Richard continued to observe through the undead vision. As the grey-robed fishman gradually approached, his face gradually became clearer. But to be honest, in the eyes of humans, it is difficult to distinguish the appearance of most fishmen. This is probably as difficult as distinguishing between fishmen and humans. However, comparing the difference in clothing between the 2 disciples of the prophet in the memory of the double-bladed fishman, Richard could basically conclude that the grey-robed fishman in front of him should be Thingard, not Dite. Because one of Dite's iconic features is a fishbone staff that is extremely similar to the Murloc prophets. Thingard was holding a short staff, and the grey-robed fishman in front of him was holding a short staff. Now that the target has been determined, the problem facing Richard now is how to capture or kill the opponent alive. There were nearly 30 or 40 fishmen warriors in front of him, and there was strength in numbers. If Richard fought hard, he wouldn't have a chance, but the risks and losses would be relatively high. Richard's mind changed, and he immediately had a general idea. Quickly arriving at a nearby valley, Richard buried a bundle of fire-dancing stars and silver moon dust in the bushes at the entrance of the valley, and carefully covered them. This location is the only way to enter the valley here. Richard tied 2 tubes of fire-dance stars to the arrows of the 2 skeleton archers, and then let them hide on the high slopes on both sides of the valley. He was waiting in a secret place hundreds of meters away from the valley, with the skeleton berserkers and skeleton guardians. After everything was arranged, Richard ordered the soul-eating demonic spider to control the back SH. L octopus quickly killed an ordinary fisherman warrior and dragged its body slowly into the valley. After a while, the fisherman warriors discovered that someone was missing and quickly followed the traces of the SH. L-backed octopus to the entrance of the valley. After a while of exchanges, several double-sword fishmen took the lead, followed closely by dozens of ordinary fishmen, and rushed into the valley aggressively, while the gray-robed fishman and another senior fishman warrior walked away. At the end of the battle, at this time, many Murloc warriors had discovered the SH. L-back octopus that killed their compatriots, and are fighting against the SH. L-back octopus controlled by the soul-eating demon spider. The SH. L-back octopus, with its thick skin and flesh, is not afraid of the attack of these ordinary Murloc warriors at all. Whether it was arrows or swords, they were all bounced off by the tough epidermal tissue when they struck its thick skin. If the fishman with 2 swords could hit him with a slash, he would be able to scratch his skin a little, but it would be far from damaging his muscles and bones. The Murloc warriors also relied on the strength of their numbers to besiege the back SH. L octopus without fear. They probably thought that when the prophet's disciples and senior clan warriors arrived, they could quickly kill the culprit in front of them. It seems that this should be the culprit for the disappearance of the tribe's team the day before yesterday. However, monsters like the SH. L-back octopus usually come out to look for food at night. How come this one comes out during the day? It's really strange. Then Gates said to the senior fishman warrior beside him, Gru, it seems that you have to take action. Later, I will cast witchcraft on this back SH. L octopus to lower its defense. From now on, it's up to you. Fingard, he looked at Gru encouragingly and said, Yes, Lord Fingard. Gru patted his chest heavily. After saying that, Gru, who was tall and holding a big knife in his hand, took big steps and went out. The ordinary fishman warriors, who were besieging the back SH. L octopus immediately opened a passage in the middle to allow a high-level fishman warrior named Gru to join the battle. When Richard saw it, his eyes lit up. The opportunity he had been waiting for finally came. Suddenly, on the high slope on one side of the valley, a skeleton archer stood up abruptly and shot an extremely accurate arrow at Fingate, who was casting some kind of witchcraft to lower the defense of the SH. L-back octopus. The tip of the arrow was faintly red. Fingard noticed the arrow immediately and immediately stopped casting the spell. A huge water ball instantly appeared around him, wrapping himself in it. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. This sudden explosion came from behind, causing many Murloc warriors fighting in the front to look back hurriedly. They saw their prophet-disciple Fingard walking out of the water ball with a calm expression, and his robes were not damaged at all. Dating. Over there. Without Fingard's command, he saw only one fishman with 2 swords, and he took the initiative to lead several ordinary fishman warriors and rushed towards the skeleton archer who had just shot an arrow. Suddenly, there was another sharp sound breaking through the air from the other side. This time, a trace of panic flashed in Fingard's eyes, and he quickly rushed forward in a bit of embarrassment. He had just used the defensive witchcraft in the short staff. Boom! There was another violent explosion, which caused the senior fishman warrior named Gru just now to stop waving the big knife in his hand. He had no time to take care of the back SH. L octopus and turned his head to look at Fingard in surprise. At this time, Fingard was no longer as calm as before. His head was covered with grass, and his gray robe was splashed with mud. Richard, who was hiding and observing, felt relieved and thought to himself, This is a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. And it seems that there are not even 2 witchcraft props. These 2 arrows were a test to test how strong the prophet's disciples were so that they could formulate subsequent plans. But it was obvious that the opponent's strength was weaker than Richard expected. The 2 explosions brought back a small number of fishermen warriors, who were originally fighting with the SH. L-back octopus in the front, and they closely guarded the prophet's disciple Fingard. The place where they gathered happened to be near the bomb buried by Richard. Now, it's Richard's turn. Whoops! A sharp sound broke through the air, just as the fishermen present looked at the steel arrow that obviously missed the target and hit the bushes. They let out a heavy sigh in their hearts. But the next second, boom! A much more violent explosion sounded than before. And where dozens of fishermen originally stood, there was now only a huge crater several meters deep and more than 10 meters in diameter. Most of the fishermen warriors, who were guarding Fingard, had been blown up and their bones were gone. A few had their arms and legs broken and were still wailing on the sidelines. Even though Fingard had his own defensive magic and many fishermen warriors to block the blast wave. At this moment, he fell to the side and vomited blood. This explosion made the senior fishman warrior Gru and other fishman warriors, who were fighting the SHL-backed octopus in front of them, extremely anxious. On one side, his prophet disciple Fingard was attacked, and on the other side, a giant monster was fighting with him, making him completely unable to escape. Richard ordered the skeleton berserkers and skeleton guardians to charge directly at the opponent's senior fishman warrior Gru, and he used the possessed skeleton, switched back and forth between the two skeleton archers, and used the skills of the master archer to kill the scattered fishman warriors. The senior fishman warrior Gru, who could barely compete with the Bacchus H.L. octopus, was killed one by his fellow fishmen who were helping him. After a while, they were also enlarged by the Bacchus H.L. octopus. Tentacles, hanged alive. At this time, Richard emerged from the bushes on the side, and Sir Shiran walked towards Fingard, who was lying on the ground. However, in order to avoid accidents, Richard was still very cautious and summoned the 4 undead summons to his side. You should understand what I'm saying, right? Richard said word for word in Akkadian, the wizard language commonly used in modern times. You understand. Fingard looked at the human suddenly appearing in front of him in shock, opening and closing his lips and saying, as long as you understand. If you want to survive, just hand over a trace of your soul origin and let me plant a soul mark on you. Richard said calmly. This is absolutely impossible. I would rather die, Fingard said with firm eyes. Oh, you would rather die than be the prophet of your tribe? As long as you agree to let me plant the soul mark, I have a way to let you ascend to the throne of prophet. How about it? Richard tempted. How do you know about this? Fingard's originally protruding fish eyes became even more protruding due to surprise. You don't have to worry about how I know. Whether I agree or not. No. This is betrayal. Are you really unwilling? What a pity. In fact, even if you don't cooperate with me, I can still achieve my goal. It's just a little more troublesome. Richard smiled slightly. At this time, Gru, the senior Murloc warrior who had been killed by the SHL-back octopus, walked towards Fingard step by step. I know. You are a necromancer among humans. An extremely evil necromancer. Fingard was in a panic at this moment. He thought of the terrifying rumors about human necromancers, because he mistakenly believed that Gru, who was controlled by the soul-eating spider, was transformed into a zombie by Richard. At this time, Fingard gave up and immediately agreed. I agree. I am willing to surrender. Humble Fingard. I am willing to be your servant. Because he knew that even if he didn't cooperate, the necromancer in front of him might extract his soul for soul searching, and the corpse would be turned into a walking corpse. Instead of doing this, it's better to be obedient. Richard did not expect that Fingard would agree so easily after seeing Gru controlled by the soul-eating spider. After Fingard handed over a trace of his soul origin, Richard quickly planted a soul mark on him. You know, after handing over a trace of his soul origin and being planted with a soul mark, Fingard has essentially become Richard's slave. As long as Richard has a thought in his mind, he can directly annihilate Fingard's soul through the soul mark. It can be said that the opponent's life or death depends on Richard's thought. According to legend, only extremely rare soul-splitting witchcraft, or some long-extinct witchcraft, can offset or weaken the effect of the soul mark. But in general, the soul will be severely damaged. Obviously, the Fingard in front of him, a prophet disciple of a small fishman tribe, definitely does not have this kind of secret skill. Master, seeing Fingard standing aside respectfully, Richard felt that he could be a little bolder and change his plan. Chapter 115 Attack of Fingard. So, there are 2 high-level magic stones and dozens of intermediate magic stones stored in your tribe? When Richard heard the news, he was immediately overjoyed. But to be on the safe side, he confirmed again. Yes, Master. But the high-level magic stones and the intermediate magic stones are now being kept by Dibu. Although I am not sure of the specific storage location. It should be in Dibu's own stilt house, or in the sacrificial hall. Yes, Fingard replied respectfully. Richard clenched his hands and felt excited in his heart. It seemed that his return was very promising. Now that Fingard has surrendered, as long as he can find a way to kill Dib, he will naturally be able to push Fingard to the top, thereby taking over the dominance of the entire Murloc tribe. He can easily get what he wants. Advanced magic stones and intermediate magic stones. Master, there is another piece of information that I think I should let you know. The black tide that occurs once a month in the Gray Fern Wilderness is about to come. Now that the tribe does not have enough blood food, it is very likely that the three-headed snake god library in the Darkwater Lake will not be available. Myra's protection. By then, the tribe may be directly destroyed by the black tide, Thingard said worriedly. Black tide? Richard was stunned after hearing this. Immediately let Thingard explain what the black tide is. Soon, Richard's face turned livid, and he finally understood what Kuroshio meant. And because of the lack of information, he almost kept killing monsters in the wild, enjoying himself and not thinking about Shu. If the black tide comes, there is a high probability that I will die without a burial place. The black tide is the abbreviation of the dark beast tide. At a specific time, a large number of monsters will emerge from the depths of the Gray Fern Wilderness and attack the surroundings. If a force does not have the strength of a formal wizard or above, it is impossible to survive in the black tide. Survived. The Fishman tribe has always relied on offering sacrifices to the three-headed snake god Kumra to obtain this monster's protection. When the black tide hits the Murloc tribe, it will be affected by the aura of the three-headed snake god Kumra and automatically avoid the Murloc tribe protected by the aura of the three-headed snake god Kumra. But the premise is that the monthly blood food sacrifice must satisfy the three-headed snake god Kumra. Otherwise, the three-headed snake god Kumra will get angry and even eat the Fishman directly. It has happened before that a small tribe did not provide enough blood food, and as a result, the three-headed snake god Kumra directly devoured the entire tribe. After listening to Thingard's description, Richard paced back and forth, thinking about this issue. Isn't this three-headed snake equivalent to the Darkwater Lake version of Cthulhu? Now, he is not yet able to resist the black tide, let alone fight against the three-headed snake god Kumra. It seems that he must speed up the progress. According to Thingard's judgment, the Kuroshio still has about 7 or 8 days. In this case, today or tomorrow. Find a way to kill Dib. Quickly promote Thingard. And then summon the Murloc hunting team. With his help, can we hunt enough blood food on time and sacrifice it to the three-headed snake god Kumra, thus allowing the Murloc tribe to gain its protection in the dark tide? The three-headed snake god Kumra, according to Thingard's description, although its specific strength is unknown, is definitely an existence that surpasses a first-level wizard. At the same time, it is also the overlord of the entire vast Darkwater Lake. More than a dozen tribes of all sizes that rely on the Darkwater Lake for survival are required to prepare tributes and sacrifices to Kumra every month. According to Richard's estimation, the three-headed snake god Kamela should be at least a monster with the same combat power as a first-level peak wizard or even a second-level wizard. It is not something that Richard can currently compete with. Therefore, he can only follow the original method of the Fishman tribe, was to prepare tributes that satisfied them. At this moment, the soul-eating demon spider was sucking the souls of the Murloc warriors one by one. The souls of ordinary warriors, when fed back to Richard, were just pure mental power as thick as a hair. And the soul energy that could improve qualifications was so little that it could be almost ignored. The feeling given to Richard was like smoking a cigarette. But after smoking dozens of them, the little things add up. And the feeling is still very good. When the soul-eating spider began to devour the souls of the double-sword Fishman warriors, the feedback became much stronger. A wisp of spiritual power the size of the ring finger, mixed with a trace of soul energy, fed back to Richard's spiritual sea, allowing Richard to have a little bit of ecstasy. Finally, when the soul-eating spider began to devour the soul of the high-level Fishman warrior named Gru, it fed back to Richard a thumb-sized amount of mental power, plus a wisp of soul energy, which immediately made Richard feel comfortable. God narrowed his eyes. Richard felt as if his whole body, limbs and bones were soaked in a kind of nutrient solution, constantly receiving nourishment. After a long time, Richard called up the panel and checked the attributes. Attributes: Strength 4.6, Agility 4.8, Constitution 4.5, Spirit 14.5. In the past few days, Richard's mental power has been growing at a super high speed, and has now reached 14.5 standard units. This is mainly due to the master-level Rodrigo meditation method, and the soul-eating demon after these few battles. Spider's feedback. Every time. In addition to the large amount of mental power that the soul-eating demon spider fed back, what Richard valued most was the trace of pure soul energy mixed in it. Judging from my own feelings, this trace of pure soul energy is the legendary key to improving the qualifications of a wizard. Although the amount each time is unusually small, if accurately measured, it may only be an improvement at the percentile level in decimals. But if it is gathered together 10 times, It is an improvement at the 10th level. And after 100 times, the improvement to Richard's wizard with improved qualifications. It can be close to single digits. Therefore, Richard has reason to believe that he drank the Crimson Shock mixture passed down from ancient times. And his improvement speed may not be as fast as his own now. According to the current momentum, in 7 or 8 days, his total mental power may be close to the limit of 20 points. As long as he crosses it, he will have entered the threshold of the 3rd level wizard apprentice. Because the school's assessment requirements for 3rd level wizard apprentices are 4 mastery levels of 0 level witchcraft, plus a total amount of mental power exceeding 20 standard units. Richard has already achieved the requirement of 4 0 level witchcraft at the master level, the summoned skeleton at the master level, the dark element shield at the master level, the grasp of shadow at the master level, and the slowness technique at the master level are not counted as spiritual. Guidance is an auxiliary 0 level witchcraft. Thinking of this, the corner of Richard's mouth curled up. From this perspective, if I can successfully return to the school this time, I can not only directly participate in the 2nd level wizard apprentice promotion assessment, but if I want, I can also continue to participate in the 3rd level wizard apprentice promotion assessment. Pulling his thoughts back, Richard glanced at Fingart and saw the fishman prophet disciple looking at him anxiously, waiting for his decision. Richard smiled and said, "Since we still have to hunt for blood, the warriors of the tribe are very precious. Therefore, it is best for us to let Dibu disappear alone. Don't you think so, Thingart? Wise master. Your decision is so wise." Thingart's fish eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed. This is actually what he has in mind. After all, the stronger the tribe becomes, the more interesting it will be for him, the future supreme leader of the tribe. If his Murloc tribe was killed by the current owner, it would be meaningless for the tribal prophet, who is the proud commander, to do so. If we successfully kill Dibu and the remaining 3 senior fishman warriors, Thingart, can you control them? Richard glanced at his fishman servant and asked, as his first servant, if he can be promoted to the position of prophet of the fishman tribe. It will not only be of great benefit to Richard himself, but also make his servants be dedicated to working for him in the future. Why? It's not fun to do it. It's absolutely no problem. As long as Dib dies, I will be the highest ranking person in the tribe. Thingart looked happy and bowed and assured, and with the help of adults, I believe that the tribe will have no problem gathering enough blood food for this month. Fengate, when you go back this time, you must bring back the huge corpse of the octopus. Like this and that. After a brief plan, Richard told Foamate in detail how to implement the plan. Basically, Richard would let the soul-eating demon spider possess the senior fishman warrior Gru, and help Thingard drag the huge Baksh L octopus corpse back to the fishman tribe. Although the ordinary fishman warriors have all been lost, if there are large monsters such as the Baksh L octopus as a harvest, the merits and demerits will basically be equal to each other. But Dib will definitely seize the opportunity to attack Thingard. And then, afternoon, Murloc tribe, inside a spacious stilt house. A bunch of high-level officials from the blind fishman tribe were there. Fengate, although you have successfully found out the reason for the disappearance of the previous fishman team this time, and also killed a large monster such as the L back octopus, the tribesmen you brought were wiped out. You have an unshirkable responsibility for this. Dib scolded with a sad face. Dieter, this time it's a Baksh L octopus. Thingard's face turned red, and he was about to defend himself. Shut up. Ever since the last time the teacher led a large number of elites from the tribe to follow the night elves to the surface, no news has been sent back. Now every warrior in the tribe is our most precious resource. Seeing that Thingard wanted to refute, Boo immediately interrupted him. In fact, although Dibu looked extremely sad, as if he was heartbroken for the dead tribal warriors, he was happy in his heart, and secretly thought, now that the tribe has a gap in blood food, there is a gap in the Baksh L octopus corpse. The basic problem is not big. Thingard made such a fatal mistake, and was caught by himself. Now, it was no longer possible for him to compete with himself for the position of tribal prophet. It can be said that my current situation is very good. At this moment, Dib noticed that Gru, his trusted confidant, who had been silent since he came back and was standing next to him, slowly walked forward, as if he had something important to report to him. Gru, what's the matter? Before, Dib specially arranged for his close confidant Gru to accompany him. The purpose was to monitor Thingard at all times to prevent the other party from making a great contribution. Dibu never expected that the answer he was waiting for would be a fatal blow from his henchman. Gru was seen holding a sharp fish bone dagger, and he pierced Dib's chest directly. And that position was where the fishman's heart was. Stop! Gru! Are you crazy? A group of high-level fishmen quickly gathered around and shouted loudly. And Dibu's protruding fish eyes were staring at the calm-faced Gru, with an unbelievable look in his eyes, and said intermittently, "You? Why?" Due to vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, Dib was unable to finish his questioning and died with his head hung low. A top warrior in the Fishman tribe, who was equivalent to a third-level human wizard apprentice, died just like that. Before Dib died, he couldn't figure out why his close friend Gru suddenly assassinated him without any warning. "Gru, what are you doing? You traitor!" Thingard pretended to be shocked and angry, and immediately used a zero-level witchcraft water arrow. Suddenly, a thick water arrow pierced through the chest of Gru, who was controlled by the soul-eating spider. At high speed, Gru was killed immediately. At this time, after a period of confusion, the senior fishmen in this stilled house unanimously elected Thingard as the only candidate for the tribe's prophet, and he took office immediately. Following Richard's instructions, Thingard placed Dib's body and Gru's body in the same stilled house, and sent his trusted men to guard outside the door. The soul-eating spider slowly crawled out of Gru's mouth and entered Dib's body. At this moment, Richard, who was next to the camp, was in a state of ecstasy again, after the soul-eating spider devoured Dibu. The soul of this person, who was equivalent to a third-level human wizard apprentice, fed back to Richard an unusually pure spiritual power. At the same time, it was also accompanied by several strands of pure soul energy, and the effect was completely different, worse than the time with the brain-eating monster. At the same time, there were also fragments of memories that Dib experienced during his lifetime, many of which interested Richard very much. After a long time, Richard couldn't help but fell into deep thought. That night, the entrance to the Fishman tribe camp, Thingard was waiting anxiously at the door with several trusted Murlocs. According to Richard's previous arrangement, after Thingard took control of the entire Murloc tribe, Richard would enter the Murloc tribe that night. After a while, a man in black robes whose face was obscured by a hood was invited into the Fishman tribe camp by Thingard with great respect. In the luxurious stilled house exclusively for the prophet, Thingard said respectfully, "Master, according to your plan, I have now successfully served as the prophet of the tribe. Here are the high-level magic stones you requested. A total of 242 intermediate magic stones." Thingard bent over and presented Richard with a black box. "Well done, Thingard." Richard took the black box and felt happy in his heart. After looking at the high-level magic stones and putting them away carefully, Richard took 20 more intermediate magic stones and returned the remaining intermediate magic stones and the black box to Thingard. In the surprised eyes of Thingard, Richard said slowly, "Thingard, I will not exhaust all the resources. As the prophet of the blind Fishman tribe, you often need to use intermediate magic stones. Moreover, some large transactions also require magic stones. If you give them all to me, it will make other members of your tribe dissatisfied or even suspicious." Chapter 116, The Secret Formula of the Blind Murloc. "Thank you for your understanding, Master." Richard's words immediately made Thingard burst into tears of gratitude, and he felt that he had followed the right master. Originally, he thought that after he handed over a ray of soul origin, his future life would be dark, and he would be squeezed day and night like a miner in a mine. Who could have imagined that the master in front of him not only helped him ascend to the high position of tribal prophet he had always dreamed of, but also helped him consider the issue of the tribe's survival from his perspective, which made him extremely grateful. At this moment, Thingard suddenly felt a sense of gratitude in his heart. He felt that he was blessed by the goddess of luck to meet a master like Richard. "Next, we have to do these few things. Please arrange them carefully tomorrow," Richard continued. "First of all, it is my identity. Usually, I will stay in your room and look through some of the notebooks left by your teacher. If I find a monster, I will accompany you to hunt the monster together. When you introduce me to the outside world, just say that I am a wandering human wizard in the Grey Dwarf region, who was recruited by you. Secondly, search for monsters as soon as possible, especially focusing on the 4 monsters: brain-eating beast, troll mantis, mutant crab demon, and devil horn frog. Finally, arrange your tribesmen to collect golden fern fruit and water root grass. By the way, help me clean up a room in your house on stilts, and move all the utensils from your teacher's alchemy room over here." Thingard listened attentively and nodded repeatedly. However, when he heard Richard say the names of the 4 monsters, he immediately trembled, looked at Richard in surprise and said, "Master, are you going to make golden horned frog eggs?" Richard nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Not bad. I didn't expect that there would be such a rare pharmacy formula in your tribe. You know, this kind of pharmacy formula that can slightly improve a person's wizard qualifications is worth at least tens of thousands of magic stones on the surface. Master, the golden horned frog egg is our tribe's top secret pharmaceutical formula. It is the result of the continuous attempts of generations of prophets of our blind fishman clan. It's just that I have been busy improving my own strength, and I didn't have time to study pharmacy. Therefore, in terms of making potions, I may not be able to help you." "Master," Thingard rubbed his hands and said a little embarrassedly, "as for the production of golden horned frog eggs, I will handle it myself. You just need to help me find the monsters." Richard waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Thingard couldn't help but be stunned and said in surprise, "Master, you are so young. Are you already a master of pharmacy?" It's no wonder that Thingard was so surprised, because the difficulty of making a potion like the golden horned frog eggs is extremely high. Even if his teacher came back to life and made it himself, the success rate would only be 30%. And his teacher, the former fishman prophet, was the master of pharmacy. Richard smiled mysteriously and did not answer Thingard's question. Although he had not studied alchemy, Richard had a general understanding of it because his mentor, Ceres, was a well-known potion master in the Ignis school. The pharmacy of the Ignis school. It should be said that most schools on the surface are similar. Most of its raw materials are various rare herbs, with a small amount of monster organs or blood essence, and even many pharmaceutical formulas, which are completely different. It requires monsters and only a few rare herbs to prepare it. But the main raw materials for the 2 top secret formulas in the mind of the blind fishman Dibu are mainly the organs of monsters, with a small amount of rare herbs. In Richard's opinion, this phenomenon is quite interesting. The surface and the Underdark are almost 2 independent pharmaceutical systems. According to Richard's own judgment, this may be related to the living environment of the blind Murloc tribe. Monsters are rampant around them, and various monsters have inspired the creativity of the Murloc pharmacists, thus creating this potion route that is very different from the Ignis school. As for the difficulty of refining, Richard is not worried, because when killing these monsters and collecting raw materials, he can obtain a large number of energy points. With the inspiration panel and the experience of making alchemy bombs, as long as the raw materials can be collected, there will be no problem in successfully producing these 2 top secret formulas for Murlocs. In the next few days, Richard summoned a skeleton guardian to guard him at all times. After that, he stayed comfortably in Thingard's house and watched Thingard go about his business. He practiced meditation every day. After finishing it, he read the blind clan potion making manual left by the former fishman prophet, as well as Jenna's previous experimental manuscript, and he felt quite enlightened. At this moment, Thingard came in. "Master, the warriors of our tribe have found a habitat for devil horned frogs, and it is also the mating season for horned frogs. There are many horned frogs that have successfully paired up at that habitat. I think we have found some. Devil's horned frog eggs are no problem," Thingard reported respectfully at the door. After hearing this, Li Cha's eyes lit up immediately. After waiting for several days, he finally got the good news. "Well, gather the people, and we will set off in half an hour. Remember, you are responsible for collecting the eggs of the devil-horned frogs yourself. The corpses of ordinary devil-horned frogs can be used as blood food for tribal sacrifices," Richard warned. Thingard looked happy, immediately agreed, slowly stepped back, and immediately began to organize people. Half an hour later, dozens of Murloc warriors opened the way ahead. Richard, wearing a hood, openly led 4 undead summons and followed Thingard, because Thingard had already introduced Richard's identity to the senior fishman warriors in the tribe. In addition, what Richard is doing now is to help the blind Murloc tribe, so the other Murloc warriors don't doubt him. About 2 hours later, the group quickly arrived at the shore of Darkwater Lake. Looking around, a layer of gauze-like mist floats on the lake, making it impossible to see the size of the Darkwater Lake. According to Finlander, the oldest hunter of the blind fishman tribe has not explored all of it. The Darkwater Lake seems to have only explored a corner of the Darkwater Lake. When Richard heard this, he murmured in his heart, "If this is really the case, then it is not a lake. It should be called a sea." On the bank of the Darkwater Lake, there is a dense area of aquatic plants Plants that look like reeds and water hyacinths completely block this area. And there are waves of undulating sounds from the devil's horned frogs. Quack! Quack! The devil's horned frog prefers to live alone, except during the mating and egg-laying periods. During the mating period, the male will emit loud frog calls to attract females. As soon as Richard saw the scene, he knew that the information detected by the Fishman warriors was correct, and the devil's horned frog eggs would definitely be found here. Let the ordinary Murloc warriors come back. They will just die if they go up. Just let them provide support from the side, Richard whispered to Finette on the side. After all, the current Fishman tribe is equivalent to his affiliated force. Too many casualties will reduce the strength of his side. As for Richard, after giving his skeleton archer a dark element shield, he let it shoot arrows at a devil horned frog to lure it over. Because devil horned frogs gather in groups during the mating season. If one is attacked, several, or even dozens, of them will immediately attack the enemy with the same hatred. Moreover, the demon horned frog is a monster. Although it is a small monster, it is about the size of a wash basin. It spits venom arrows. If it hits an ordinary Fishman warrior, it will basically be one arrow at a time. There is no ambiguity at all. Phew! The shielded skeleton archer shot an arrow from a distance and accurately hit a courting devil horned frog. Quack! The injured demon horned frog became furious and called 4 or 5 other demon horned frogs around it. Then jumped towards the skeleton archer. The devil horned frogs jumped nearly 10 meters. And with a few moments of effort, they jumped not far from the skeleton archers, ready to spit venom arrows. But these devil horned frogs were separated from the large army. At this time, Thingard waved his hand, and the senior and intermediate Murloc warriors immediately cut off the retreat of these 4 or 5 devil horned frogs. Richard possessed another skeleton archer and activated multiple secret arrow skills. Thingard also immediately used water arrows. Several devil horned frogs noticed that something was wrong. There was only one enemy at first, but suddenly there were more enemies than them. He immediately wanted to turn around and run away, but the escape route had already been cut off. With the assistance of many Fishman warriors, Richard killed all 4 or 5 devil horned frogs in just a few seconds. Absorbable energy found. Yes/no? Yes. Gain 113 energy points. Although the energy points contributed by each demon horned frog were only over 100, the least Richard had ever encountered. But there were so many that the continuous system upgrade sounds rang out, making Richard overjoyed. Among the Fishman warriors, only 2 intermediate warriors were scratched by venom arrows, and they healed quickly under Fingart's hydrotherapy. Following this killing rhythm, half a day later, Richard and his team killed nearly 100 demon horned frogs and cleared out a small area of water reeds. Other demon horned frogs also began to hide to the center of the lake, which made it much more difficult to continue hunting demon horned frogs. Richard also successfully harvested 11,534 energy points. However, the focus this time was not on killing the demon horned frog, but on collecting raw materials. Therefore, Thingard immediately followed Richard's instructions and personally checked the distribution of devil horned frog eggs in the water reeds. After some searching, we found several clutches of eggs that the devil's horned frogs had no time to transfer. When Richard saw it, he was overjoyed. After a little counting, he found that there were roughly more than 1,000 devil horned frog eggs here, which was basically enough. Now that it was enough, everyone began to return. After all, devil horned frogs were too small in size, and it would take hundreds of them to be as powerful as a large monster. Therefore, they were not the first choice for blood-eating sacrifices. After returning to the Fishman tribe camp, Richard couldn't wait to go to the alchemy room newly arranged for him by Fingard and start trying to make it. Chapter 117 Production of Golden Horned Frog Eggs. Blind Murloc Tribe Camp. In Fingard's stilt house, there is a newly configured alchemy room. Richard was sitting next to a long table filled with utensils, playing with a bottle of transparent test tubes that emitted cold smoke. Inside the test tube was a piece of cerebrospinal fluid from a brain-eating monster, provided by Fingard. It was said to be the last cerebrospinal fluid in the entire Fishman tribe. He found it while rummaging through the dead dip's room. Judging from the dosage, if nothing goes wrong, it should be enough for Richard to make the medicine this time. Originally, he planned to learn how to learn Fishman pharmacy through a few days of research. But at present, it seems that it is unlikely. Although Richard had been reading the Blind Clan's potion-making notes for several days in a row, a book on pharmacy left by the previous Murloc prophet. It involved many difficult principles, and it would be difficult to get started in a short period of time. But Richard thought of another way. He remembered that it was the same when he was learning how to make alchemical bombs. The entire alchemy was complicated and vast like the ocean. If he wanted to display the three big words alchemy on the panel, it might be more difficult than practicing Rodrigo's meditation method. I remember that at that time, I adopted a shortcut method and only focused on the production steps of the alchemical bomb formula of Fire Dancing Star. After getting started, I quickly improved through the inspiration panel, thus achieving a very high success rate. Of course, what is displayed on the inspiration panel is only the control level of the alchemy bomb called Fire Dance Star, not the entire alchemy. This time, Richard also followed this idea. In the Fishman Pharmacy, he only needs to specialize in the production of one formula, just like the Dancing Fire Star and Silver Moon Dust in alchemy. Of course, this method is not without its shortcomings. Even if Richard makes the Fire Dance Star well, he certainly cannot be called a master of alchemy, because Richard specializes in the production of these two alchemical bombs under the extremely complex system of alchemy. If he wants to make other alchemical products, he will not be much better than an ordinary novice. This is a shortcut and a way of taking advantage of the situation. Moreover, others cannot learn this method even if they want to, mainly because others do not have so much raw materials to waste. But Richard is different. He can consume energy points in the dream to generate massive inspiration, keep trying and making mistakes, and ultimately increase the success rate. The raw materials in the dream are almost unlimited supply for Richard. Therefore, his goal this time is also very clear, which is to follow the steps in the formula and continue trial and error to improve the success rate. It's okay not to understand the principle for a while, but he only needs to know how to operate it. If you want to get started with the entire Murloc pharmacy system, you may not be able to do it without investing half a year or a year of time and energy. However, fortunately, pharmacy is a subject that pays great attention to practical operation, and practice makes perfect. This is like Richard's previous life, a mechanic in a certain car brand store. He could skillfully repair the engine of his own brand of car, but it is very likely that he only had a vague understanding of the principles and manufacturing of the engine. But he can fix it. At this point, some professors majoring in automobile manufacturing in some universities may have theoretical skills that are dozens of miles ahead of this mechanic. But if they are asked to repair the engine of a car on their own, they may be blind. The rationale is the same. The blind Murloc's top secret formula of golden horned frog eggs had extremely complicated pharmaceutical principles. Richard couldn't understand it for a while, but he could understand the production steps. That's enough. If you understand the steps, you can get started with making them. The skill, displayed on the panel, golden horned frog egg production, entry 1%, is the best proof. The production of golden horned frog eggs is relatively complicated and can be roughly divided into two major stages. The first major stage is to detoxify, which requires extracting the egg fluid from the devil's horned frog eggs and then injecting the juice of fresh water root into it. The egg fluid of the devil's horned frog contains highly toxic substances, which is a biological protection mechanism for its young. Just imagine, if the eggs of the devil's horned frog were not poisonous, how many fish, shrimps, insects, and crabs in the lake would covet and steal them. Food, however, this places high demands on the pharmacist, because the first step is to extract the highly toxic egg fluid from the devil's horned frog eggs, and then inject another juice called water root. If handled carelessly, the embryo inside the devil's horned frog will be damaged, and the golden horned frog eggs produced in this way will have greatly reduced medicinal properties. The second major stage is awakening. It is necessary to mix the brain-eating monster cerebrospinal fluid with golden fern juice. Mix it and apply it on the devil's horned frog eggs, and then chant a spell to awaken the vitality hidden in the devil's horned frog egg embryos, and quickly solidify it. Of course, in each major stage, there are several detailed steps. Richard is now ready to start the first big stage. First, he took out a devil's horned frog egg the size of a red bean and squeezed it gently. The surface layer of the egg wall was soft and elastic, similar to the salmon egg in Richard's previous life. The egg liquid inside was clear and transparent. It doesn't look poisonous at all. A devil's horned frog embryo, which looks like a small worm, wriggles slightly in the egg fluid. Richard used a thin needle to carefully insert it into the egg wall and began to slowly extract the highly toxic egg fluid. It was discovered that the host was making the potion golden horned frog eggs. Do you consume energy and get the inspiration to make the potion golden horned frog eggs? This time, looking at the numbers 1 and 11,534 at both ends of the slide bar, Richard thought for a moment. then dragged the slide bar to 6534 and selected yes. As for why he chose to spend so many energy points. Firstly, Richard considered that the top-secret formula of the fishman is more difficult. According to his previous experience in making alchemy bombs, the more difficult the formula, the more energy it consumes when improving. The more. The second reason is that Richard has zero foundation in pharmacies, and the Murlocs pharmaceutic system is very different from that of the Ignis school. For this completely unfamiliar knowledge, additional energy points need to be consumed to achieve the same effect. In an instant, Richard came to a dream space, as if his soul was out of his body. This time, the space was also an alchemy room, and the items inside were exactly the same as when he was in the outside world. Immediately, he also started the process of extracting egg fluid in his dream. Unfortunately, when the needle was inserted for the first time, Richard accidentally rubbed the delicate body of the embryo, causing it to start bleeding, which basically declared a failure, because the embryo of the devil's horned frog is the key to whether the medicine can be effective. If there is damage, the medicine's effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Obviously, it will not make much sense to proceed further. The second time, it was not inserted when it was inserted, but during the extraction process, the flow of egg fluid caused the pressure to change, and the originally round egg wall became oval, eventually causing the needle to accidentally damage the embryo again. The third time, Richard's egg fluid was not extracted completely, resulting in the finished product being highly toxic. The fourth time, there was still a small amount of egg fluid remaining. For the 401st time, Richard finally nodded with satisfaction, completing the step of extracting the egg fluid. The next step was to inject the juice of a kind of water-root grass into it again. Before injecting, the first thing that needs to be completed is to grind, filter and purify the water root. Immediately, Richard began to perform the above operations. The first time, the particles were not fine enough and did not meet the standard. The second time, there are impurities. The 10th time, purification failed. After the 389th time, Richard shook the test tube in his hand, looked at the crystal clear light yellow liquid in the test tube, and nodded with satisfaction. Finally finished making the water root juice. The next step is to re-inject water hyacinth juice to replace the egg liquid. After thousands of attempts, the first major step has been successfully completed, and the second major step needs to be carried out next. The second major step can be subdivided into 4 steps. The first is to purify and filter the cerebrospinal fluid of the brain-eating monster. Next, add the golden fern fruit juice and mix again. At this time, the perfectly proportioned mixed liquid will show a beautiful golden color. Then, the golden mixed liquid was carefully dripped onto the devil horned frog eggs and evenly spread on them one by one. Finally, it is necessary to recite the spell to mobilize the life activity of the devil horned frog embryo and solidify it. After thousands of attempts, Richard finally reached the last step smoothly. Following the instructions in the recipe, Richard recited a passage in Akkadian. The low-pitched spell gradually aroused the surrounding dark elemental energy, and the tidal-like ups and downs of energy particles began to gradually penetrate into the egg and stimulate the life activity of the devil horned frog embryo. In each transparent egg, one can see the originally calm little tadpole-like creatures, which are now gradually beginning to twist vigorously. And it seems that the most primitive life energy has been successfully stimulated. Freeze! Followed Richard's last words in Akkadian. As soon as he finished speaking, all the devil's horned frog eggs that were about to move suddenly stopped moving. Their strong life activity was maintained at the most vigorous moment, and it seemed that time had frozen. Looking at the golden fried beans exuding a strange fragrance, Richard couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and murmured to himself, "Why are they so tempting in dreams? I can't help it anymore. Let's try a few first." Taste. Just when Richard was about to taste a golden horned frog egg, the world began to spin, and Richard instantly returned to his true form. Damn! I was just 1 second away from tasting it. Richard couldn't help but say angrily. Bring up the panel and see. Skill, golden horned frog egg production. Proficiency 83%. This immediately made Richard's face darken. It took more than 6,000 energy points to reach the mastery level. To be honest, Richard was not satisfied with this progress. Originally, he thought he could at least be promoted to the master level. As for the reason, Richard had actually guessed it. It should be that he had too little knowledge about fishman pharmacies. As a result, even the production of this improved formula became more difficult and consumed more energy points in the later stages. It's huge, but the effect is very little. Of course, Part of the reason is that the formula itself is extremely difficult. However, no matter what, the level of recipe making at the mastery level is just that of a senior pharmacist compared to the pharmacist level of the fishman. In other words, if Richard chooses to make golden horn frog eggs now, the success rate will only be about 15%. Chapter 118 Administration and Efficacy. This made Richard deep in thought. After calculation, from 1,000 devil's horn frog eggs, combined with various rare raw materials, I can only harvest 150 finished products. Based on 3 pills a day, I can only take them for 50 days. Far from it. Far from meeting my expectations. It seems that those 5,000 energy points cannot be kept. At least the skill, golden horn frog egg production must be promoted to the master level, which is the level of the previous Murloc prophet. In that case, the success rate can reach over 30%, which is barely acceptable. After considering for a long time, Richard decided to continue to improve his skill, control level of golden horn frog egg production. It was discovered that the host was making the potion golden horn frog eggs. Do you consume energy and get the inspiration to make the potion golden horn frog eggs? Without hesitation, Richard dragged the slider to 5,000 and selected yes. After returning from the dream again, Richard checked the panel and saw, skill, golden horn frog egg production, master 11%. This immediately made Richard frown. Although he had indeed been promoted to the master level, the subsequent percentage showed only 11%, which was much lower than expected. Spend 5,000 energy points, and you'll improve just this much. Sure enough, as expected, after reaching the master level, the speed at which the control level of skill, golden horn frog egg production increases dropped significantly after reaching the master level. However, there are at least 1,000 devil horn frog eggs here. Based on a 30% success rate, 300 finished products can be made. Taking 3 pills a day is enough for me for 100 days. According to the Blind Clan's medicine making notes, after taking golden horn frog eggs for 1 month, you will gradually develop drug resistance. And after 3 months, there will be basically no effect. Being able to slightly increase my affinity for dark elements within 3 months is already very good. Any formula that can improve a wizard's qualifications, even in a small way, is extremely valuable in the wizarding world. If it weren't for chance, I would never have been able to harvest this formula. After making up his mind, Richard officially started refining the golden horn frog eggs in the alchemy room. Half a day later, Richard looked at the small bowl full of golden horn frog eggs in front of him and showed a satisfied smile. The success rate is close to 35%, which is a bit higher than expected. After taking it for 3 months, there should be 70 or 80 pills left. By then, it can be given away or exchanged for items. Now that the golden horn frog eggs were enough for his own use, Richard decided not to waste energy points in a short period of time to improve this skill. My thoughts returned to the present. At this time, a super attractive fragrance came from the bowl full of golden horn frog eggs. Richard couldn't help but salivate with saliva, and a voice in his heart kept calling out to him. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it all. After calming down, Richard murmured TSK. TSK. I didn't eat it in my dream, but I can do it now. Using 2 fingers, Richard carefully picked up a golden horn frog egg. At this time, he keenly discovered that the properties of the egg wall had changed. Now the egg wall has become crispy, like fried chicken skin. Not as soft and elastic as before. But you can't use force either. It seems that if you force it, it will explode. Richard put it in his mouth, took a bite, and immediately experienced the pleasure of exploding juice. At the same time, all the taste buds on the tip of the tongue are immediately occupied by an extremely delicious taste. The whole mouth is filled with comments like delicious, delicious, great. After a while, a strange feeling emerged from deep in the body, as if his body had received a little nourishment. At this moment, Richard felt that his sense of the energy particles of dark elements in the outside world had become slightly more sensitive. After enjoying 2 more pills in a row, Richard was very sure that taking this golden horn frog egg would make his body more sensitive to external dark element energy particles. It seems that what the fishman said in the handbook is true. The golden horn frog eggs have a certain effect on improving the affinity of the dark element. Although the improvement is very small, it is better over time. After all, it's 3 months. If you have a little bit of hair every day, it will be a big strand in 3 months. Moreover, Richard discovered that this was probably the most delicious potion he had ever tasted. It was delicious and could increase the dark element affinity. There are probably not many good things like this in the world. However, the optimal effect can be achieved by eating 3 golden horn frog eggs a day. If it hadn't been for the instructions in the handbook, eating more in a day was useless, and refining it was extremely troublesome. Richard would have eaten the golden horn frog eggs as jelly beans all at once. Reluctantly, Richard carefully placed the other golden horn frog eggs into a glass jar and carefully preserved them. If you think about it carefully, if the previous blind fishman prophet of the blind fishman tribe had not gone to the surface, with Richard's current strength, he would not have been able to obtain the top secret formula of this fishman tribe even if he was killed. In the next few days, Richard continued to stay comfortably in Fingard's house. After practicing meditation every day, he would either learn the alchemy knowledge of the Murlocs or read the blind clan formation notes. His life was quite comfortable. After a few days, Richard could only get a rough idea of the teleportation array set up by the previous fishman prophet, but he was completely unable to set it up in detail. However, Richard was not in a hurry. He slowly learned to get started sooner or later, and he had already scanned the teleportation arrays in the hidden cave and the fishman tribe camp. Of course, these days are not without gains. Richard can already roughly see the difference between the two teleportation formations. After carefully distinguishing the runes of the two teleportation arrays, Richard believed that the teleportation array of the fishman tribe should be a main teleportation array with positioning and teleportation functions. Regarding this, Richard was very sure after talking to Fingard. This was because the previous Murloc prophet had spent huge sums of money to set up this teleportation array before he led a large number of elite Murloc warriors on the expedition. But before that, the fishman tribe did not have this teleportation array at all. From this point of view, the previous fishman prophet was not an ordinary person. He had already considered the possibility of defeat, so he had left a way out for himself early on. But an accident still happened. Richard picked up the 3-headed snake statue in his hand and played with it twice. At the same time, he looked at the teleportation array image scanned in the secret cave. Basically, he confirmed the function of the 3-headed snake statue, which should be some kind of witchcraft prop that can be used to guide the location of the teleportation array and trigger automatic teleportation. The teleportation array in the secret cave should be a magic circle. In other words, assuming that you have learned how to set up the witchcraft array, you can teleport to the fishman tribe camp at any time as long as you set up the sub-array at the location you want to set up. However, teleportation is too expensive. 1 high-level magic stone plus 6 intermediate-level magic stones can be transmitted once in one direction. You know, the entire net worth of many second-level wizard apprentices of the Ignis School is not that much. Moreover, according to the knowledge about witchcraft arrays that Richard had learned in the past 2 days, the energy required for this teleportation is linked to the teleportation distance. This also means that if a sub-array is built further away, then when it is teleported, it may not only be 1 high-level magic stone, but 2, or even more high-level magic stones. Chapter 119 Mutated Heart. At this time, the new fishman prophet Fingard walked into the stilt house, and then bowed respectfully at Richard's door and reported, "Master, a mutant crab demon was discovered by our tribe's warriors. It is now in a cave in the Grey Fern Wilderness." "Hey, you guys have found rare monsters like the mutant crab demon? Well done." Richard looked happy and said happily, "You know, the heart of the mutant crab demon is the main raw material for another top-secret recipe for blind fishmen. The mutant heart. The blind clan's potion-making notes records a total of 11 potion recipes, 7 of which are only effective for Murlocs, and 4 of which are effective for all races. Among these 4, the 2 most valuable formulas are the golden horn frog egg and the mutated heart. Of course, to make mutated heart, you also need the combination of precious auxiliary materials such as troll mantis eyes. In addition, the difficulty of making the mutated heart is only higher than that of golden horn frog eggs. Of course, the effect is also better. In fact, it is not easy to compare the 2 directly. This is because the golden horn frog eggs increase the affinity for dark elements, while the mutant heart increases the mental strength. According to the Fishman's Handbook, the mutated heart can slightly improve mental qualifications. As for how much this small amount is, there is no specific quantitative statement in the handbook. 10% is a small range, and 15% can also be said to be a small range. But this is not the key, because Richard will not let go of any potion that can improve the wizard's qualifications. After all, after having the inspiration panel, his wizard qualifications were his only shortcoming. Half an hour later, Richard, surrounded by a group of heavily armed Murlocs, charged toward the cave where the mutated crab demon was. Since the last time Richard has repeatedly shown his power when killing the demon horned frog, which has made Richard, an outsider, rapidly improve his status in the hearts of the fishermen warriors. Although Richard was just a wandering wizard who was employed by his tribe's prophet to help hunt monsters, his powerful strength made ordinary fishermen warriors admire Richard. Because Richard's miraculous witchcraft allowed the blind mermaid tribe to gain a lot of rewards when hunting devil-horned frogs. This made the mid-level and high-level Murloc warriors in the Murloc tribe gradually develop a good impression of Richard, especially the devil-horned frogs that had a good harvest last time, which reminded them that when the last Murloc prophet was here. The blind tribe is also so powerful in the eyes of ordinary fishermen warriors, those who have strength and help them, regardless of whether they are fishermen or not, are worthy of respect, especially because of the appearance of Richard. The casualties of ordinary soldiers like them were greatly reduced. Along the way, some blind beasts appeared, and in an instant, they became the team's collection. Among them, there was one that looked like a honey badger, an alien version of Flat-Headed Brother. After seeing a huge lineup of 40 or 50 fishmen, he actually dared to charge forward and attack. It was really crazy. This also made Richard sigh that there are such creatures that are not afraid of death everywhere. A few seconds later, a dead Flathead Brother appeared on the wooden stick carried by a fishman warrior. After about an hour, everyone came to the entrance of a cave that was at least 4 to 5 meters high, surrounded by the remains of beasts of all sizes. When the fishermen warriors had just formed their formation and prepared for battle, the creatures in the cave seemed to have noticed something was wrong. At this time, one could hear gusts of fishy wind drifting out of the cave. After a while, a terrifying monster with a huge body and strange appearance crawled out of it. The monster's tall and ferocious appearance immediately caused many ordinary fishermen warriors to change their expressions and take 2 steps back involuntarily. This is the mutant crab monster, a large monster that looks like a hybrid of a spider and a crab. It is 6 meters wide and more than 3 meters high. Judging from the size alone, it has surpassed the SH-L-backed octopus that Richard killed before, which is also a large monster. Unfortunately, the soul-eating demon spider is now on his shoulder, and the SH-L-back octopus has been used as blood food and stored in the cellar of the blind Murloc tribe. The soul-eating demonic spider cannot leave the body it hosts for too long. A series of organic matter such as proteins in the body will change its properties, making it impossible to control the body again. Last time, Richard let the soul-eating demon spider crawl out of the SH-L-back octopus and enter the body of the merman Dib. After reading Dib's memory, it could no longer be controlled because it had been away from the SH-L-back octopus's body for too long. Otherwise, you can still see the battle scene between 2 large monsters. A mutant crab demon. Its body is covered with a hard dark green SH-L, the surface of which is covered with dense spikes. It has 4 pairs of limbs and a pair of exaggeratedly large claws. The hard carapace is invulnerable and immune to most physical damage, which makes the mutant crab demon extremely difficult to kill, and ordinary fishermen warriors probably cannot even pierce its carapace with one blow. At this moment, the mutant crab demon seemed very angry about a group of ants surrounding his door. After making 2 sharp warning sounds, it looked like the ants hadn't dispersed yet. The next second, it rushed towards the many fishermen warriors. 4 pairs of arthropods, that is, 8 blade legs, moved very fast. A dark green shadow flashed past, and the mutant crab demon collided with several Murloc warriors at the front of the queue. Whoa! Whoa! The mutant crab demon also used its huge pair of pincers to cut off the 2 fishermen warriors who were flying into the air. Suddenly, a rain of blood fell down along with the internal organs. This terrifying lethality immediately demoralized the ordinary fishermen warriors, and they all looked fearful. If it weren't for the mid-level and high-level fishermen warriors holding down the formation, they would have fled in all directions. Before coming, the blind fisherman tribe was also prepared. Each ordinary fisherman warrior prepared a long wooden pole as thick as a bowl, more than 3 meters long, with one end sharpened. But so far, this attack only caused a little trouble for the mutant crab demon. It couldn't even pierce the thorny carapace. It just left some more white spots. Richard looked at the mutant crab demon. After repelling a high-level fisherman warrior, it relied on its huge size advantage to wreak havoc among the fishmen. He frowned and thought to himself, the strength of this mutant crab demon is a bit beyond expectations. It is even more powerful than the SH-L-backed octopus. Even a 3rd-level wizard apprentice will not be able to defeat it. We can't let it attack anymore. Otherwise, even if we win, Most of the Fishman tribe's warriors will be killed or injured. I originally thought of letting the Murloc warriors consume its energy first. But now it seems that I have to take action. Richard lightly pointed the bone summoning staff in his hand. And a huge round light green magic circle appeared on the ground. And 4 skeleton summons crawled out of it. This time, Richard only summoned 1 skeleton archer. And the other 3 were all skeleton guards holding swords and shields. As soon as the 3 skeleton guardians appeared, they followed Richard's instructions and rushed towards the mutant crab demon together. After giving himself a dark element shield and bone armor, Richard began to recite the spell. Suddenly, a cloud of gray mist and a cloud of black mist descended on the mutant crab demon's head one after another, immediately slowing down its movement speed and its attack speed. It was the 2-0 level witchcraft that Richard had cast in succession. Slowness and weakness. At this moment, the 3 sword and shield skeletons also rushed to the mutant crab demon and started fighting with it. However, the huge difference in size means that the 3 of them cannot persist for long, and they are knocked away from time to time. Fingard, use Acid Splash to lower its defense. A few seconds later, Fingard's 0-level witchcraft Acid Splash, a large ball of pungent green liquid, poured onto the mutant crab demon. Suddenly, a corrosive sound, which made the mutant crab demon feel severe pain for the first time. Looking at the opponent's originally hard and spiny carapace, it was filled with pits, and its defense was greatly reduced. Richard looked happy and immediately used his secret technique to possess the skeleton. He possessed the skeleton archer. He took out the arrows that had been prepared and tied with the dancing star of fire and the dust of silver moon. He continuously used multiple shots to attack the corrupted area of the mutant crab demon. Just hearing the violent explosion of boom, 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 the mutant crab demon was immediately enveloped in strong fire and black smoke. The next second, a scream echoed throughout the entire venue. Coming from the center of the venue, many Fishman warriors were hit by this terrifying sound wave so much that their eardrums were ruptured, and they fell to the ground holding their heads in pain. The mutant crab demon was also severely injured by Richard this time. The carapace, which was originally corroded by the acid, experienced the violent explosion of the dancing fire star mixed with the dust of the silver moon. No matter how strong it was, it could no longer withstand it at this moment. Large areas of the corroded area on the body have been shattered, and streams of dark green body fluid are gurgling out. At this moment, the angry mutant crab demon was raising its 2 crab eyes, staring at the skeleton archer not far away. It's this guy. It hurts so much when he ejaculates. The next second, the mutant crab demon rushed towards the skeleton archer with all his strength. Richard reacted extremely quickly and immediately put a dark element shield on his skeleton archer, who was attracting firepower. The master level dark element shield only takes 0.2 seconds to cast. Double pincer combo. In an instant, the mutant crab demon quickly waved its huge pair of pincers, bringing out several afterimages. Ka. After several consecutive blows, like a whirlwind of giant pincers, the skeleton archer was no longer human, and was broken into 3 pieces. The hard white bones on his body were also shattered on the ground. Hiss. The attack power of these 2 pairs of pincers is so terrifying. My own master-level dark element shield could only withstand 2 hits before it broke. Richard was shocked and thought to himself. However, this is obviously some kind of special ability of the mutant crab demon. It cannot be used continuously and requires charging. After a while, it was once again surrounded by 3 skeleton guardians, accompanied by attacks from mid to high-level Fishman warriors. The battle situation became tense for a while. Fingard, continue spraying acid and attack its injured area. While Richard warned Fingard, he himself used the Grasp of Shadow, which is the most powerful 0-level witchcraft he has mastered. Zitzi. Another violent corrosion sound was heard. This time, the mutant crab demon saw that it was the guy with the fishbone staff who was attacking it. But the few small bugs around it kept harassing it, which was really annoying. Suddenly, the mutant crab demon raised its pair of giant pincers. No! Get out of the way! Richard yelled immediately. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that the fish people might not understand what he was shouting. Boom! The pair of giant pincers hit the ground hard, with the impact point as the center of the circle. The ground suddenly cracked deeply, and the shockwave instantly formed concentric circles and spread to all sides. The originally calm ground around was now as soft and mushy as noodles, as it turned over like a terrestrial dragon under the impact of circles of energy ripples. Immediately, The skeleton guardian and several mid to high-level fishmen warriors closest to it became unstable and were knocked into the air. All of them injured. The ordinary fishmen warriors further away also staggered in an instant, became unstable, and lay on the ground. In an instant, the mutant crab demon stretched out its two pincers like lightning and pinched Richard's two skeleton guardians in midair, including their shields and bones, into two pieces. The ferocity is unmatched. Just as the mutant crab demon was sweeping the surroundings, it was about to launch a sprint at Fingard. A large hand of dark elements with a diameter of more than 2 meters suddenly appeared and grabbed its broken carapace so fast that it didn't even react. This is exactly the grip of shadow. After using the secret technique of latent shadow, the big hand of dark elements suddenly disappears in the shadow, and then suddenly appears again from behind, often catching the opponent off guard. The dark element's giant hand, under Richard's control, was as flexible as a human hand. It penetrated deeply into the broken SHL of the mutant crab demon and pulled it out fiercely. It's like an alien version of Black Tiger heart-ripping. The next second, a large pool of internal organs was taken out by the dark element controlled by Richard. No matter how strong the mutant crab demon's body was, it could not sustain such an injury, with its internal organs almost hollowed out. It suddenly let out a miserable cry and collapsed to the ground. Absorbable energy found. Yes/no? Yes. Acquire 8239 energy points. Hiss. The mutant crab demon is really tyrannical. The amount of energy points it gave him should be the most in history, Richard murmured, seeing that the Murloc warrior seemed to be planning to step forward and carry away the mutant crab demon. Richard changed his mind and quickly whispered to Fingard. This mutant crab demon will stay here. It will be of great use to me. Just tell them that I want to transform into a zombie and let the mutant crab demon help me fight. So, Richard pretended to draw a complicated 6-pointed star array under the mutant crab demon, as if he was performing a zombie transformation ritual. In fact, Richard secretly released the soul-eating spider and let it crawl into the body of the mutant crab demon to possess it, thus disguising itself as a zombie. As the soul-eating spider began to devour the soul of the mutant crab demon, Richard once again tasted the feeling of being in ecstasy. However, it seems that in terms of the soul energy fed back, the effect of the mutant crab demon is not as strong as that of the brain-eating monster. Thinking about it, this probably has something to do with the fact that one uses his brain more, and the other uses his body more. After a while, the mutant crab demon stood up unsteadily. This immediately made the surrounding fishmen warriors cheer. Chapter 123 Options. Originally, a group of Murloc warriors were still wondering why the prophet stopped them, and didn't directly carry the mutant crab demon back to the tribe's camp, with such a large mutant crab demon serving as blood food. Then this month's blood food share would definitely be enough. But now they understand that the wandering wizard is transforming the mutant crab demon into a walking corpse. After the transformation, the wandering wizard will be able to control the mutant crab demon to help them fight. In the future, their harvest will be richer, and the casualties will be certain. There will be less. Richard also saw the tyranny of the mutant crab demon, so he did not immediately take away the mutant crab demon's heart, the main raw material of this mutated heart potion. Instead, he planned to let the soul-eating demon spider control the body of the mutant crab demon in a subsequent battle. Although he could not use the opponent's special abilities, it was enough. By then, with the help of the mutant crab demon, not only can the fishmen's casualties be greatly reduced, but the loss of their own alchemy bombs can also be reduced. After many battles, his alchemy bombs were almost exhausted. So, after throwing a few steel-bristled pigs at the entrance of the mutant crab demon's cave as blood food for the soul-eating spider to repair itself, Richard and his party returned to the fishman tribe first. When Richard returned to the stilt house, he was thinking about how to spend the 8,239 energy points. To be honest, Richard has become a little fond of this gray fern wilderness with many monsters. It is simply a big warehouse for him to obtain energy points. Moreover, now there is an entire tribe of blind fishmen helping to hunt together. It feels like there is really no one else. This is also the reason why, although he had obtained the high-level magic stone a long time ago, he had not yet returned to the school through the teleportation array. If I go back, the number of monsters in the mud swamp where the school is located is not so abundant, only scattered. Moreover, if I want to come back after going back, it will cost 2 high-level magic stones for a round trip, which is too expensive. Therefore, Richard planned to earn more energy points here first. Looking at it this way, there is no need to waste energy points, and Richard has long wanted to know what comes after Grandmaster. I looked at my witchcraft list, and the three with the highest control level were 1. Dark Element Shield, Grandmaster 95%. Special Effects, Rapid Casting, Thickness Conversion. 2. Summon Skeletons, Grandmaster 21%. Special Effect, Summoning Amplification. Secret Technique, Triple Summoning. 3. Skeleton Control by Magic, Grandmaster 53%. Secret Technique, Possess Skeleton. Judging from the percentage, it is obviously the Dark Element Shield, which is closest to the upper limit. After thinking about it, Richard decided to improve the control level of the Dark Element Shield first. It was discovered that the host is practicing zero-level Witchcraft Dark Element Shield. Do you consume energy to gain inspiration for practicing zero-level Dark Element Shield? This time, looking at the number 8239 at the far right end of the slide bar, Richard thought for a moment and decided to drag the slide bar to 1239 and selected yes. After all, with only 5% left to enter the next level, Richard felt that 1239 should be almost enough. In an instant, Richard's soul came out of his body and into a dream. And this time the scene in the dream was in a forest with lush vegetation. After thousands of attempts, Richard realized that his Dark Element Shield had reached its limit. Suddenly, he felt like the world was spinning, and his soul instantly returned to its original body. And a piece of text appeared in front of him. Ding! The host's understanding of the zero-level Witchcraft Dark Element Shield has reached its limit. Now, the host can perform the following operations. You can only choose one. 1. Break the limit. 2. Innovation. 3. Optimization. Note: innovation will add a new wizardry. Richard was immediately surprised, but because the options in front of him were too few, he didn't know which one to choose or which one to start with. After thinking for a while, Richard gritted his teeth and focused his mind on choosing a way to break the limit. The deduction limit failed. Reasons for failure: 1. Lack of defensive witchcraft of the same level, control level, extreme. The number is less than 1/3. 2. Insufficient energy points, estimated to be between 57,843 and 89,431 points. Hiss! So many energy points. Richard was not surprised that other defensive witchcraft were needed to break the limit. He knew before that inspiration could not be generated out of thin air, and it still required corresponding knowledge as a basis. However, the fact that so many energy points were needed really surprised him. Hey! The control level of defensive witchcraft of the same level must also reach the limit? Is there any mistake? How much extra energy will be consumed? Richard's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Wrong. Could it be that?" Richard was obviously stunned and immediately overjoyed. From this point of view, there is a high probability that the Dark Element Shield after breaking the limit will no longer be a zero-level witchcraft, but a first-level witchcraft. Otherwise, there is no reason to need so many energy points. And the control level of other defensive witchcraft must also reach the extreme level. Richard seemed to understand at this time. Immediately, Richard called up the inspiration panel and found that the Dark Element Shield in the Witchcraft column was displayed as Limit, Special Effects, Rapid Casting, Thickness Conversion. When he focused his consciousness on the level 0 sorcery of Dark Element Shield, the dialog box for choosing one of 3 options appeared again. This time, he chose 2. The host has chosen Innovation. Please specify another witchcraft or spells. Bone Armor Technique. Richard was delighted and immediately recited silently, "Sorry. The level of bone armor control has not reached the limit, and innovation is not possible. Please choose again." Wipe. Richard was speechless. Isn't this okay? He was a little confused. If he wanted to innovate, couldn't he just refer to other sources? Did he have to control the level to the limit? What the hell? The key is that Richard has no other zero-level witchcraft whose control level has reached the limit. Currently, Dark Element Shield is the first. Come again. Richard called up the panel again, the Witchcraft column, and focused his attention on the Dark Element Shield, a zero-level witchcraft that had reached its limit. This time, he chooses 3. Host has chosen to optimize. Optimizing the Dark Element Shield requires 18,415 energy points. The current energy points are insufficient. Optimization failed. Richard's face turned dark. He felt like he was being tricked. 3 options, from 1 to 3. None of them work. However, after Richard thought about it carefully, it was not all without gain. At least he now knew that when the control level of a witchcraft reaches its limit, there are 3 options: breaking the limit, innovating, and optimizing. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough energy points for the time being. As long as you have a goal. It's fine. Isn't it just a liver energy point? Working as a worker. Who is afraid of this? Suddenly, a light flashed in Richard's mind. Yes. Whether it's the dark element shield or summoning skeletons. They are all zero-level witchcraft. But I also master a trick to control skeletons. And I'm about to reach my limit. If I have improved the magic to the limit, does it mean that I have met the conditions for innovation? After all, magic is also witchcraft. Just a low-level witchcraft. Moreover, the conditions for innovation do not say that it must require the same level of witchcraft. Richard crossed his arms and paced back and forth in the room, feeling more and more that his idea was feasible. Immediately, Richard was ready to start improving his magic skills to control the skeleton. It was discovered that the host was practicing magic to control skeletons. Do you consume energy to gain inspiration for practicing magic to control skeletons? This time, looking at the number 7000 on the far right of the slider, Richard thought for a moment and decided to drag the slider to 3000 and selected yes. At present, it still needs to increase by 47% to enter the next level. In addition, controlling the skeleton is just a trick. Richard feels that 3000 energy points should be almost enough. In an instant, Richard's soul came out of his body and into a dream. After thousands of attempts, Richard felt that his magic to control the skeleton was no longer possible. Suddenly, there was a sudden spin, and his soul returned to its original form. Immediately, Richard couldn't wait to call up the panel and focused his attention on the dark element shield in the witchcraft column. This time, he chose 2. The host has chosen innovation. Please specify another witchcraft or spells. Control the skeleton. Richard was delighted and immediately chanted silently. The control level of controlling the skeleton has reached the limit and meets the conditions for innovation. This innovation will combine the zero-level witchcraft dark element shield and the magic control skeleton to generate a new zero-level witchcraft, which is estimated to require 14,521 energy points. The current energy points are insufficient and innovation fails. Although this time was also a failure, Richard was not disappointed, because now we only lack energy points. And the most indispensable thing in the Grey Fern Wilderness is monsters. For 3 consecutive days, Richard took the lead in killing monsters day and night, which left the fishman servant Fingard a little confused. It's strange. The blood food for this month is enough. Does the master want to hunt us in advance for the blood food for next month's sacrifice? Or does he want to improve the food for our tribe? Although Fingard couldn't figure out why for a while. When he saw the corpses of monsters being carried into his tribe's camp, he smiled from ear to ear for a long time. However, because Richard and the mutant crab demon controlled by the soul-eating demon spider were too efficient to kill the monsters together, Fingard originally arranged for a team of Murloc warriors to search for the monsters, and another team of Murloc warriors to transport them. Monster corpse. But this configuration is simply too late. In the end, Fingard had to arrange 4 teams of Fishman warriors to carry out the above work. But it still made the Fishman warriors very tired. But since it was to increase the income of their own tribe, they were tired and happy at the same time. Of course, after 3 days, Richard's energy point harvest was also huge. Although he did not encounter much needed monsters, such as the brain-eating monster and the demon mantis. By killing other monsters, Richard finally collected enough energy points. Currently, he has reached 15,439 points. During the 3 days, Richard spent most of his time waiting and rushing. Wait for the Murlocs to report where there are monsters, and then rush over and kill them quickly. If we simply calculate the killing time, Richard estimates that the total number of battles in 3 days will not exceed 2 hours. Richard, who returned to the stilt house, couldn't wait to bring up the panel and once again focused his attention on the dark element shield in the witchcraft column. It's still choice 2. Chapter 121 Skeleton Armor and Giant Mantis. The host has chosen innovation. Please specify another witchcraft or spells. Control the skeleton with magic. Richard was delighted and immediately recited silently. The control level of the skeleton has reached the limit, meeting the innovation requirements. This innovation will generate a new zero-level witchcraft, which requires 14,521 energy points. The current energy points are sufficient. Start innovation. Ding! Generate new level 0 wizardry. Exoskeleton armor. Exoskeleton armor. Consume mental energy. Manipulate skeletons to assemble around yourself or your friends, and protect like a shield. The spell requires a witchcraft medium, a skeleton. Afterwards, The new witchcraft. The 5 witchcraft runes involved. Witchcraft models and spells, etc. were also displayed. Moreover, the witchcraft medium required to perform witchcraft requires a skeleton as before, and there are no other additional requirements. Richard was immediately overjoyed. It seemed that all his hard work over the past few days had not been in vain. After the surprise, there is thinking, Richard thought. The name exoskeleton armor clearly reveals that it is also a 0-level witchcraft that tends to protect. It is most likely due to the influence of the dark element shield. After all, I chose to combine a defensive 0-level witchcraft with an attack-oriented sleight of hand. Based on this, the inspiration panel performed some kind of fusion innovation. Richard called up the panel and saw that the newly added 0-level witchcraft after the innovation was now displayed separately in the Witchcraft column, Exoskeleton Armor, entry 1%. One good thing about the innovative wizardry is that you can get started directly without spending time on pre-processing or anything like that. But think about it. Isn't this what it should be? After all, the front parts of the exoskeleton armor are 0-level witchcraft dark element shield and magic control skeleton. And in these two aspects, I have reached my limit. Moreover, Richard guessed that with this new 0-level witchcraft, he would improve very quickly, because there is precedent in this regard. For example, manipulating skeletons and summoning skeletons are only related to a certain extent, but when one of the two is at a higher level, the other will improve quickly. In comparison, the correlation between exoskeleton armor, dark element shield and control skeleton is much higher. Unfortunately, there are not enough energy points now. Otherwise, I could verify the improvement speed immediately. Now that the new 0-level witchcraft is available, Richard certainly wants to try out its effects. Ask Fingard to find a random fishman skeleton as a medium for witchcraft. As the spell sounded, the entire skeleton of the skeleton was controlled by Richard's mental tentacles and began to assemble along his body. The skull part of the skeleton covered Richard's entire face, presenting a white fish head shape. Huh? Wrong. Fish head shape. Also, his original skeleton was kept in the school and was not brought over. It was secretly found by Fingard, a skeleton of a former high-level fishman warrior. However, this fish head shape is really funny. I have to find human skeletons next time. Richard secretly cursed. The front defense of the chest is pretty good. The front chest is protected by dozens of ribs, but the back is hollow, similar to the evening dress of women in previous lives. The entire back is exposed. Overall, it is a semi-encircled defense, but the defense of the limbs is obviously awkward. For example, in the arms, there are only the ulna and radius arranged parallel to the arms, and the protection of the two slender bones can't even be considered half encirclement. However, if you don't think too much about practicality, this witchcraft is definitely one of the best looking ones. A few seconds later, Richard, dressed in skeleton armor, appeared in the room majestically, except that the shape of the fish head was a bit funny. Richard thought about it. The owner of his skeleton was a high-level Murloc warrior, so the hardness was high enough. From this point of view, the most practical scenario for his skeleton armor should be to deal with the chops of swords, axes and other weapons. It must have good protective power. The protection against arrows is much weaker. After all, there are too many gaps between the bones. The defense against witchcraft is probably not very good, as splash damage cannot be defended at all. So, for now, this is a new 0-level witchcraft with a few application scenarios. Dong dong dong. Come in. The person who came was none other than Fingard. Basically, except for Fingard, there were no other fishmen in the entire Fishman tribe camp who would bother Richard. Therefore, when Richard heard someone knocking on the door, he knew it must be Fingard. What if it wasn't Fingard, but someone who made a sneak attack? Hee. The skeleton guardian behind the door is not a vegetarian either. Master, a warrior of our tribe found traces of a troll mantis in a keel fern bush in the gray fern wilderness. Do you think it will? Fingard reported respectfully at the door. After hearing this, Richard's eyes lit up immediately. He had been hunting monsters for 3 consecutive days, but had never encountered a giant mantis. This time, he finally got his chance. Assemble the manpower and bring your tower shields and fishing nets. We will set off in half an hour, Richard said resolutely. Yes, Master. Fingard bowed respectfully and slowly exited the room. The shape of the Murloc's tower shield is similar to that of humans on the surface, but the materials are quite different. It is made of the roots of a rather heavy and hard ironwood fern as the skeleton. and then covered with several layers of a kind of dark water lake, specially made fish skin from plastic fish. The skin of this fish is like the rubber that Richard used to make car tires in his previous life. It is extremely tough. An ordinary knight's long sword needs to chop at the same wound several times before it can split it. If the fish skin of this kind of rubber fish is professionally salted and dried by the fisherman tribe, its toughness can be improved to another level. In addition, the fishing nets are also made of vines of a mutated man-eating vine. After being soaked in a special medicine from the fisherman tribe, they are extremely difficult to cut. These two things can be said to be the key to killing the troll mantis. They are the blood and tears experience summed up time and time again when the Murloc tribe hunted the troll mantis. After all, the prophets of the Murloc tribe have often tried to make extremely difficult potions, like the mutated heart, and the raw materials consumed were quite expensive. Therefore, it can be said that this time, Richard stood on the shoulders of the fishman prophets and hunted the troll mantis, which was a big deal. The troll mantis is different from the monsters that Richard killed before. It has wings. According to the description of the servant Fingard, the troll mantis moves very fast. Once it finds that it is outmatched, it will immediately flap its wings and run away, making it impossible to catch up. Therefore, you must bring multiple fishing nets to trap it layer by layer during the battle and restrict its movements. Otherwise, even if you can defeat it, you will definitely not be able to keep it. Moreover, the troll mantis is extremely vengeful. If it cannot be killed, it will come back to cause trouble for the fishman tribe when it recovers from its injuries. In this regard, the previously powerful blind fishman tribe suffered several losses. After everything was ready, Richard and his group of dozens of people set out fully armed and rushed to the dragon bone fern bush where the troll mantis was infested. A few hours later, after picking up the mutant crab demon controlled by the soul-eating spider, the group arrived at the dragon bone fern bush in a mighty manner. Master, when our tribe hunted troll mantises in the past, we always looked for a small valley in advance and set up an ambush. What do you think? Should we find a suitable place first? Thingate whispered on the side. Valley? Why not find a cave? Wouldn't it be easier to restrict the movements of the troll mantis? Richard couldn't help but ask curiously. Master, this troll mantis is cautious by nature and rarely enters caves where it is restricted from flying. Then hurry up and find a suitable valley. By the way, should I let the mutant crab demon hide aside first? Otherwise, as soon as the mutant crab demon appears, the giant mantis may start to escape. Richard nodded. Head said, Wise master, I praise you. Okay, stop flattering me and go about your business. Since there were other fishermen present, Richard specifically told Fingard not to call him master and not to be too restrained. But Fingard still secretly called him master, which made Richard angry and funny. After all, his external identity is just a wandering wizard hired by Fingard. Therefore, it is understandable that Fingard was polite to him. But it was a bit too much to bow and scrape, which could easily be noticed by other fishmen. Richard, who wanted to stay behind the scenes, still needed to be careful. As Fingard arranged for dozens of Murloc warriors to search carefully, they soon discovered a narrow valley that could be used as an ambush point. A group of Murloc warriors were divided into several teams according to the division of labor, such as the net-throwing team, the tower shield team, etc., and they were laying ambushes in various locations in the valley. The 3 senior Murloc warriors were wearing unusually thick clothes and holding special weapons. Tower shield, prepare to meet the troll mantis in the valley. As for the mutant crab demon, Richard placed it in a depression downwind, near the entrance of the valley, and placed a large number of broadleaf ferns to cover and camouflage it. Seeing that everything was ready, Richard pointed the bone summoning staff forward, and a huge light green inverse pentagram formation appeared on the ground in front of him. 3 skeleton archers and a skeleton berserker appeared from climb out quickly inside. This time, Richard considered that he already had the mutant crab demon as a meat shield, which would definitely be enough. So he did not choose to summon the skeleton guard with sword and shield, because if the mutant crab demon can't withstand it, then summoning more skeleton guardians will be in vain. Therefore, this time he specially summoned 3 ranged fighters and 1 melee fighter. The skeleton berserker has a very important task this time, which is to help Richard test the protective ability of the skeleton armor, because in Richard's judgment, the skeleton armor should be the most suitable for dealing with the slashing of the troll mantis's broadsword in the current scene. At this time, Richard began to tiptoe forward and observed the troll mantis that was eating not far ahead. I saw a huge alien version of a mantis enlarged dozens of times, using a pair of barbed forelimbs to hold a steel bristle wild boar weighing several hundred kilograms. and was eating with relish. The strong upper jaw easily tore open and closed the thick boar's skin. The troll mantis is similar to the mantis that Richard remembered from his previous life. It is light green all over and has excellent concealment in the jungle. The most eye-catching thing is, of course, its pair of big knives with a row of hard and sharp serrations. If it were to be chopped, Richard felt that even the special tower shields and fishing nets prepared by the Murlocs would not be able to survive too long. Secondly, there is the pair of broad light green wings on its back. If you look carefully, you can vaguely see that there is a pair of inner wings as thin as cicada wings under the big wings, which means that the troll mantis actually has two pairs of wings. Richard thought to himself, it seems that what Fingard said is true. Judging from bionics, this structure of large and small wings is very conducive to short-distance sprint flight and sudden changes in direction. The troll mantis must move extremely fast and dodge nimbly. In this case, I will have to make some changes to the lore plan I originally planned. It seems that hunting the troll mantis also requires a lot of attack power from the hunter. As it lasts for a long time, it is easy for the hunter to escape. But this point, with the mutant crab demon, is Richard's strength. For now, as long as the troll mantis is lured to the preset battlefield, there is a high probability that it will kneel down. Richard arranged the 3 skeleton archers in a straight line between the valley and the troll mantis. Phew! The skeleton archer closest to the troll mantis aimed 3 arrows at the troll mantis abdomen. This is exactly the secret bow skill of Richard possessed by the skeleton archer. Multiple shots. Dang! 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 The giant mantis reacted very quickly, flipping its 2 big knives like flying, and instantly knocked all 3 arrows away without even hitting its body. This made Richard's pupils shrink. What a speed! The troll mantis, which was interrupted from eating, was obviously very angry at the skeleton archer. In an instant, it dropped the steel bristle wild boar held between its forelimbs and rushed towards the skeleton archer. With a flap of its wings, it was dozens of meters away. Within 2 or 3 seconds, it was instantly crossed. At this time, the first skeleton archer turned around and ran 4 or 5 meters when he was caught up by the troll mantis. The skeleton archer quickly raised his bow to parry, but it was no use. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp and saw-toothed huge forelimb slashed dozens of times in succession. 3 seconds later, where the skeleton archer originally stood, there was only a pile of chopped bones. And Richard gave this skeleton archer a dark element shield in advance, which only allowed him to last for 2 more seconds. That's right. It just lasted 2 more seconds. It wasn't that Richard's dark element shield at the extreme level was ineffective, but that the giant mantis' big sword slashed too fast. In 1 second, it slashed more than 10 times from all angles. Who can withstand this? Hiss. This attack power is so amazing. Richard's expression was dull for a while. After killing the skeleton archer, the troll mantis showed a very anthropomorphic expression of satisfaction on his face, which roughly meant, "How dare you disturb me while I'm eating? I'll chop you to pieces." When the Murlocs in the distance saw this scene, they thought that the Wandering Wizard's lure plan had failed, and they felt a little discouraged. Suddenly, the second skeleton archer arranged by Richard shot another arrow closer to the valley. Hearing the sharp sound piercing the air again, the troll mantis turned around in an instant, and with a speed that was so fast that he could see the afterimage, he slashed away the sneak attack with a sword. This second sneak attack made the troll mantis instantly furious. This time, 2 pairs of wings flapped at the same time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This time, the high-frequency vibrating wings covered the same distance in just over a second and rushed to the front of the second skeleton archer, under the violent cutting of the big knife. Richard, who was not far away, seemed to be able to feel the sharp airflow coming towards him, making him shudder. In an instant, the second skeleton archer followed the fate of the first skeleton archer and was chopped into pieces. The previous one can be used to make pork rib soup, but this one is chopped too finely and can probably only be used to paint walls. Richard couldn't help but sigh. Guys, go back to the world of the dead and rest for a while. I will avenge you guys later. It seems that the troll mantis, who was attacked for the second time, is really angry. However, this also allowed Richard to observe on the spot that the speed at which the troll mantis ran at full speed was really astonishing. When the troll mantis once again planned to turn away and continue eating, the third skeleton archer originally hidden at the mouth of the valley started again. Whoosh! This moment made the troll mantis go crazy. So without thinking, he flew towards the valley where the third skeleton archer was. As fast as thunder, Chapter 122 Mutant Crab Demon vs. Troll Mantis. The skeleton archer turned around and entered the narrow valley that was only 7 or 8 meters wide. If you were talking about the usual troll mantis, you would also think about whether this valley is a bit dangerous. But now, it was already blinded by rage and had no longer cared about anything and rushed in. Its first thought was to kill this damn guy. A few seconds later, the troll mantis entered the long and narrow valley and saw the skeleton archer who had just shot him. He was now hiding deep in the valley. Right in front of him were 3 high-level murlocs holding tower shields. Warrior. A very anthropomorphic expression suddenly appeared on the face of the giant mantis. As if saying, TSK. Just a fishman. Garbage. Immediately, he kicked off his hind limbs, flapped his wings, and rushed straight in to kill him. Swish. 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 I saw the huge serrated forelimbs of the troll mantis, facing the 3 high-level murloc warriors holding tower shields, with a blade of swords flying all over the sky. The 3 high-level murloc warriors were immediately defeated. And just when a smug expression appeared on the face of the troll mantis, suddenly, it felt a darkness above its head. When it looked up, it saw 4 or 5 fishing nets covering its head. This made him furious instantly. Just when it was about to smash the fishing net, suddenly another black mist appeared above its head, and it merged into its body in an instant. The troll mantis suddenly felt weak and weak. The key is that this is not over yet. Another cloud of gray mist appeared above its head, and it immediately merged into its body. The troll mantis found that its 2 big knives were cutting slower. This is exactly the weakness and slowness techniques that Richard used continuously. At this time, the troll mantis had been covered by 4 or 5 fishing nets. Due to the negative status of 2 0-level witchcrafts, the speed of the troll mantis's sword had been greatly affected. The fishing nets were caught one after another, making it extremely uncomfortable. In a short period of time, the troll mantis was unable to break free. The troll mantis seems to have understood something at this time. It turns out that in addition to the mother mantis, what can affect the speed of drawing the sword is the witchcraft released by humans. At this time, the ordinary fishermen warriors, who had been lurking far around, began various long-range attacks, because the melee attack damage of the troll mantis was too high. In order to avoid completely unnecessary casualties, Richard specifically told Fingart to arrange for ordinary fishermen warriors to shoot arrows or throw short spears from a distance, because there were too many disturbances such as fishing nets and witchcraft, and the arrows and short spears were too dense. The troll mantis was tired of dealing with it, and a lot of blood spots were shot on his body. Sure enough, the troll mantis is a monster with high attack power, high mobility, but relatively weak defense. Richard thought to himself. This was exactly the same as he had estimated before. Suddenly, the troll mantis's eyes were fixed on the entrance of the valley. I saw a monster even taller than it running towards it quickly, waving its iconic large pincers. The troll mantis had a shocked expression on his face at this time, as if he was saying, "Mutant crab demon, you piece of shit. Why are you hooking up with a cheap fishman?" The mutant crab demon controlled by the soul-eating demonic spider can't move slowly at all. When the troll mantis was shocked, it had crawled in front of the opponent, and a fight broke out immediately. Ding ding dang dang, the double knives of the troll mantis and the double pincers of the mutant crab demon fought hard, making a sound of metal clashing, and the sand and rocks flew, and the sky was dark. At this time, a skeleton berserker, wearing a set of strange fish head armor, rushed behind the troll mantis and began to slash at the opponent's wings. Snap! The troll mantis's wings were chopped by an axe. In pain, it knocked the skeleton berserker away with ease. Richard took a look and found that fortunately the skeleton berserker had managed to withstand the knife attack. Under the protection of the skeleton armor, the skeleton berserker was safe and sound. After careful examination, the skeleton armor had a small chip on the white skeleton of a high-level fishman warrior. If Richard has some enlightenment, it seems that this new 0-level witchcraft relies heavily on the quality of the witchcraft medium. That is, the bones. If the strength of the skeleton is extremely high, then the skeleton armor's defense against slashing must also be extremely strong. While Richard was thinking, the skeleton berserker continued to attack the wings of the troll mantis. He and Fingart also cast their spells, aiming at the wings of the troll mantis. Suddenly, a large ball of acid dropped on the back wings of the troll mantis. In an instant, the 2 pairs of inner and outer wings of the troll mantis were dissolved into craters. It's Fingart's acid splash. This caused the troll mantis to suffer instant pain, since it was still restricted in its movement by fishing nets and ropes. It immediately vented its anger on the mutant crab demon closest to it. It directly slashed at a high speed. After sparks flew everywhere, the mutant crab dozens of deep scratches suddenly appeared on the surface of the demon's pair of large pliers. A minute later, just when the troll mantis barely broke free from the fishing net and was about to run away, it suddenly discovered that both pairs of its wings had been smashed. While the troll mantis was stunned, the mutant crab demon controlled by the soul-eating spider stabbed out with its claws, like lightning, and clamped the troll mantis's light green body tightly. Click! A sound similar to the opening and closing of scissors sounded. The troll mantis immediately howled. Cut in half. Troll mantis is dead. The troll mantis with low defense will be easily killed by the mutant crab demon in one hit if it loses its high mobility. Wow! A group of ordinary fishermen warriors looked at Richard with admiration, shouting and raising their weapons high, with smiles on their faces. It was this wandering wizard who drove the mutant crab demons to resist the giant mantises head-on, and allowed them to kill them without any damage. That's right. In this battle, not a single ordinary fisherman warrior was injured, which in the eyes of the fishmen is a miracle. You know, this is a record that the old Fishman Prophet could not achieve even when he was here. The older Fishman warriors, who had participated in the battle of the previous Fishman Prophet, knew this best. Richard touched his chin, feeling happy in his heart, and thought to himself, being admired by others seems to be a good feeling. When Fingard saw the death of the troll mantis, he immediately prepared to step forward and cut off the eyes of the troll mantis. Hey, that's not right. Fingard is back, Richard shouted, and within 0.2 seconds, he put a dark element shield on Fingard. With a puzzled look on his face, Fingard turned around to look at Richard, only to see its owner, Richard, staring at the troll mantis in shock. Could it be? Just as Fingard turned around and looked at the troll mantis again, suddenly, the troll mantis, which had just been clamped in two, opened its eyes and quickly slashed at Fingard. As soon as Fingard saw the jagged green shadow flashing past, it knew that it was doomed. At such a close distance, facing the slashing of the troll mantis's deadly forelimbs, it would be a death without survival. I'm dead. But the next second, Fingard touched his neck and waist. Hey! I'm not dead. Ha ha. I'm not dead. Fingard cried with joy and ran away. At this moment, it also realized that it was lucky enough to survive because of its master Richard's dark element shield. Just when the troll mantis was about to struggle again, a big hand made of dark elements slapped its triangular head hard, causing the triangular head to turn into a straight line. Absorbable energy found. Yes/no? Yes. Gain 5333 energy points. Richard finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the notification that the energy points were credited. He felt something was wrong just now, because when the troll mantis died just now, the system did not prompt. Obviously, the troll mantis was pretending to be dead at that time. I didn't expect that a monster like the troll mantis could be so cunning. Secondly, its powerful vitality left a deep impression on Richard. Even though he was cut in half, he could still pretend to be dead. No one would have thought of it. Richard was still a little scared when he thought about it. If he had gone forward to harvest the loot just now, he would have been doomed. But there was no one around to give him a dark element shield, and he would have been killed by the giant mantis Jedi. After returning to the stilled house in the fishman camp, Fingard respectfully handed Richard 2 long boxes, which contained the eyes of the troll mantis and the pair of sharp, jagged forelimbs. When Richard took it, Fingard bowed deeply towards Richard. Thank you, Master, for saving my life as your humble servant. Stop it. Put away your flattery. Fingard, you are working for me now. Of course, I have to ensure your safety. Richard waved his hand, interrupting Fingard's flattery. Ahem. Master, you see, tomorrow is the tribe's blood sacrifice ceremony. What do you say? Hey, is the blood sacrifice ceremony tomorrow? Time flies so fast, Richard said, patting his head. In the past few days, he has been busy killing monsters, earning energy points, and improving himself. This cycle was repeated over and over again. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, less than half a month had passed. Richard understood what Fingard meant. He was asking whether he should go out for shelter tomorrow. After all, if Richard dared to observe the 3-headed snake god Kamala, who was far more powerful than him, he would probably die without knowing how. A strange aura will be recognized by Kumara immediately. This does not need to be seen. When you reach Kumara's level, you can find the difference in yourself just by perception. However, Richard also wanted to know how powerful the legendary overlord of Darkwater Lake was. In fact, he wanted to see the surface of Kumra's body with his own eyes, because it was said that many magical creatures would naturally generate witchcraft runes on their body surface when they reached the wizard level. Richard wanted to see if it could also be of benefit or inspiration to him. His initial plan was to hide himself on a high slope a few miles away from the Murloc camp, and arrange for a skeleton to hide in a hidden spot in a remote corner of the Murloc camp. Then, he used the zero-level witchcraft of undead vision to observe the three-headed snake god Kamela using the eyes of the skeleton in the hiding place. Chapter 123 The Three-Headed Snake God Kumra. The next day, Richard went out early at daybreak. The blind fishman tribe's sacrificial ceremony takes place around 9 o'clock in the morning surface time. So Richard goes out a little earlier so that he can have free time to arrange it. To be honest, Richard has been living a relatively comfortable life for more than half a month since he was transported to the Dark Territory, especially after he took control of Fingard and pushed him to the forefront, becoming the prophet and supreme leader of the Blind Fishman tribe. The entire Blind Fishman tribe is equivalent to working for Richard. For example, nearly 100 Murloc warriors are dispatched every day to help search for traces of monsters. Another example is mobilizing the entire clan, young and old, to collect nearby rare herbs, such as golden fern fruit, waterroot grass, etc. If Richard had to do all these things alone, it would be impossible to achieve the current efficiency. If you work alone, the efficiency of killing monsters is estimated to be only 1/10 of what it is now. But when it comes to searching for rare herbs, that is probably an exaggeration. The efficiency is probably only 1% of what it is now. Therefore, Richard has a grand plan in his mind. After he becomes an official wizard, he does not want to be just the person behind the scenes of a blind fishman tribe, but also wants to be the person behind the scenes of all the clans in the entire Darkwater Lake. This is just like the three-headed snake god Kamela. The more than 10 small clans around them rely on the Darkwater Lake to survive. They hardly waste time hunting and practice every day while sleeping, because more than a dozen clans around the Darkwater Lake will prepare rich blood food for sacrifice every month. If the mood is like this, on average, Kamela can eat a sumptuous meal in 2 days. No wonder it protects these clans. They are all its vassals. Therefore, Richard was very envious. He also wanted to be able to do this one day, and then mobilize people from the clans around Darkwater Lake to help him search for monsters, collect herbs, etc. Of course, these are just a better vision now. It is still very far away from this goal. But if a person has no dreams, what is the difference from a salted fish? Half an hour later, Richard lurked on a high slope near the Fishman tribe. The surrounding plants were lush, and the concealment was very good. At the same time, in order to prevent wild beasts or monsters from harassing his observation, Richard also specially summoned 3 skeleton guardians to guard him. Another skeleton archer was arranged to lurk on the edge of the fishman camp, in a corner where he could just observe the center of the sacrificial square. After the monitoring was in place, Richard also adjusted the angle in advance. After confirming that it was correct, he waited patiently on the high slope. As the time gradually approached 9 o'clock in the morning, all the men, women, and children of the blind Murloc tribe gathered in the square. While Fingard was busy directing the Murloc warriors to move blood vessels of different sizes one by one, food is placed in an orderly manner in the center of the totem square. The most eye-catching one is the octopus with a back SHL placed in the front. One reason is that it is large enough and contains enough energy in its body, and the other is that it is in complete appearance. Troll mantis? This kind of food with the eyes gouged out and the big knife cut off is already incomplete and cannot be placed in front. Otherwise, the three-headed snake god Kumra will regard it as an insult when he sees it. It's disrespectful. Therefore, it can only be cut into small pieces, served in a basin, and placed at the end of the offering. The 3 kinds of blood food placed in the front must, first, be complete in appearance, second, have flesh and blood rich in energy. That is, they must be from creatures that are strong enough. And third, they must be as large as possible. If they are too small, they will not be enough to fill Kumra's teeth. When everything was ready, Fingard led all the fishmen and began to recite some kind of strange spell loudly. Although this spell is just a sentence, it has been passed down from generation to generation by fish people. According to Fingard, this is a unique spell passed down from the three-headed snake god Kumra. As long as you say it near the Darkwater Lake, the other party can sense it. Hundreds of years ago, the blind Murloc tribe still believed in the Dark Murloc Lord. But one day hundreds of years ago, Kumara appeared and defeated the Dark Murloc Lord summoned by the Murloc Prophet at that time. In the end, in order to survive, the fish people of the blind tribe changed their beliefs. At this time, as the spell became louder and louder, even Richard, who was several miles away, could hear it clearly. At this time, huge bubbles began to bubble on the edge of the calm dark water lake. I saw 3 heads shaped like dragon heads, but without horns. There were fins on the top of the head and on both sides of the chin. I could tell at a glance that they were aquatic creatures, and they began to poke their heads out of the water. As it gradually walked out of the water, its entire body began to be exposed to Richard. This is a 5-story behemoth, nearly 17 or 18 meters tall, weighing hundreds of tons, with a double color scheme on its body, with a green back and a white belly, and its whole body is covered with scales the size of a wash basin. From its round body, 3 thick necks that are 7 to 8 meters long and look like giant pythons, with a diameter of at least 1 meter, protrude. In comparison, whether it is a SH-L-backed octopus or a mutant crab demon, comparing with Kumara is the difference between adults and children. Moreover, each scale of Kumara seems to have a special line pattern, and then dozens or even hundreds of scales faintly form another pattern. Richard knew that this was the external manifestation of innate abilities after a creature's strength reached a certain level, just like a formal wizard would have innate witchcraft. As the 3-headed snake Kumara walked onto the lake shore, a huge shadow gradually began to hang over the heads of all the fish people. Immediately, everyone in the blind Murloc tribe, including Fingart and a group of middle and high-level Murloc warriors, fell to the ground, trembling and praying loudly. The 3-headed snake Kumela looked at the respectful people and the rich blood food in front of him with satisfaction. Each of its 3 heads began to select the blood food they liked and gulped it down. The back SH-L octopus immediately attracted the attention of the 3 heads. Almost at the same time, the 3 heads bit the tentacles of the back SH-L octopus and pulled hard. As a large monster, the SH-L-backed octopus was torn into several pieces and then swallowed by 3 big mouths. When Richard took a look, the aura of Kumela, the 3-headed snake, was so terrifying. It was far superior to the ordinary wizards in the school. Whether it was Tutor Celis, Professor Maya or Professor Ivan, they were far inferior to the 3-headed snake Kumela. The pressure Myra gave him, it seemed that the aura of the 3-headed snake Kumela was completely different from the one he saw in the school. The great wizard grasped standing on top of the giant bone dragon. From this point of view, Kumara's strength should be equivalent to that of a peak 1st-level wizard, or even a 2nd-level wizard. No wonder this guy is worshipped by a dozen clans near Darkwater Lake and crowned as the 3-headed snake god. This is a sign of his strength. Richard was so excited when he saw the 0-level witchcraft of the vision of the undead. If I had such strength one day, then more than a dozen clans along the entire Darkwater Lake would search for monsters, rare herbs, etc. for me. Wouldn't my strength take off on the spot? After a while, Kumara was full, and just when Richard thought it was going to return to the lake to sleep, its 3 heads seemed to have discovered something. After looking around, it found the skeleton archers hidden at the edge of the camp. Suddenly, Richard was shocked and quickly cut off the 0-level witchcraft of undead vision. This also made Fingard, who was kneeling on the ground, his heart beat violently, and he thought to himself, has the master been discovered? The next second, a water arrow shot out from one of Kumara's head and mouth. The turbulent water instantly killed the skeleton archer without leaving any bones or residue. Then, it sniffed around suspiciously, shook its head, and began to breathe in some way at the totem pole in the center of the Fishman Square. Kumara's 3 big mouths spewed out a strange blue energy at the same time. 3 blue energies were like snakes, entwined around the tall totem pole in the center of the Fishman Square. Slowly, the 3 blue energies seemed to merge into the totem pole. At this time, the totem pole had a completely different feeling than before. It seemed that for a moment, the Kumara pattern carved on the surface of the totem pole came to life. Fingard knows this best. The scene before him means that the 3-headed snake god Kumara is very satisfied with the blood food arranged by their tribe. In the future, its aura left on the totem pole will protect the blind. The safety of the Eye-Fish people group is protected from the invasion of the Black Tide. The sacrificial ceremony is a complete success. As a newly appointed prophet, I have completed my first shift. Of course, this is inseparable from the master's contribution. Without the master, our tribe would never have been able to collect enough blood food. Thingat thought secretly with gratitude. After this month's blood sacrifice, Richard returned to his previous life rhythm. The strange runes on the scales of the three-headed snake god Kamela were almost discovered last time, so Richard did not completely write them down. He could only see if he had a chance to record them secretly next time. However, Richard does not plan to do this in the short term. After all, he has been discovered once. If Kumara takes it seriously next month, he will definitely be found out, and he will be dead. The most important thing is that Richard has seen the power of Kamela, and he has a goal. He knows how much weight he needs to become the overlord of Darkwater Lake. Therefore, in the past few days, Richard still told Fingart to arrange more Murloc warriors to look for monsters everywhere, no matter whether they are strong or weak. As long as there are monsters, they will report to him, and he will be responsible for killing them personally. This suddenly moved Fingart again. I didn't expect my master to be such a diligent person. He is such a caring person. Just after last month's sacrifice, I started thinking about helping it solve this month's sacrifice of blood. So touched. Therefore, Richard basically follows this rhythm of life. Fingart reports, Richard goes out, kills monsters, returns to make medicine. And the cycle starts over and over again. Judging from the location, Richard is Murloc Tribe, Grey Fern Wilderness. 2 points and 1 line. Chapter 124, Skeleton Armor. At the same time, Kuroshio also left a deep impression on Richard. Thousands of various ferocious beasts, mixed with unknown monsters, as well as the overwhelming raptors and winged monsters, rushed towards the surroundings like a blowout from the depths of the Grey Fern Wilderness. This grand scene reminded Richard of the animal migration on the African savanna, which was quite similar to this scene in his previous life. However, in terms of momentum, the African migration was only about 1% of the Kuroshio tide. That's because of the great migration of animals, with more of them being relatively docile species such as herbivores, while the Kuroshio in the Grey Fern Wilderness has various types, and a large part of them are ferocious beasts and monsters. Moreover, during the Kuroshio, the birds and animals came together. That is, the air and land cooperated, and the scene and momentum doubled. That day, Richard, who was watching the black tide scene from a high point in the Blind Fishman tribe's camp, couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if my shadow grip could be expanded 100 times. With one slap, I guess hundreds of thousands, or even nearly 1 million energy points have been collected. However, this is just a beautiful yearning. In fact, it is very hard for Richard to earn energy points. Richard, who was a social animal in his previous life, is actually a very hard-working type. As a diligent worker in his previous life, he was willing to work hard for others without complaint. What's more, in this life, you work entirely for yourself. Every monster you kill provides you with energy points. Instead of saying that there is a boss above who wants to take away 80%, and you can only get 20%. When hunting monsters in the Grey Fern Wilderness, 100% of the energy points belong to Richard. Therefore, no matter how hard it is, Richard is still happy. As for Richard, he lived like a monk. In the eyes of ordinary fishermen warriors, they felt that this wandering wizard hired by his own prophet was too dedicated, working too hard, seems tireless. I really don't know how much our prophet spent to hire such a dedicated wandering wizard. Fingart, Richard's servant, was even more amazed. He finally understood why Richard had such powerful strength at such a young age. It turns out that it is through this kind of day and night diligence that the master has the strength that is completely incompatible with his age. Whenever I go to report to the master where the tribesmen have discovered monsters, the master rushes over and kills them without saying a word. Tireless. Originally, Fingart was occasionally a little unwilling, and would recall the battle in which he was defeated by Richard. He always felt that if he had not been set up, his strength would not be fully utilized. There was no way that he would be forced by Richard to sign a soul contract. But now it seems that if Richard wanted to kill him at that time, it would have only been a matter of minutes, and he would have died long ago. Having figured it out, Fingart is now more loyal to Richard, and has basically become Richard's biggest fan. In fact, Richard felt that although this kind of life was a bit monotonous, it was very fulfilling. Seeing the income of every energy point, Richard knew that he was stronger. Moreover, he believed that the current level of hardship was nothing compared to his previous life. In previous lives, there were many migrant workers. They had a hard day in the electronics factory, and only earned a few dollars after working 8 hours. Sometimes they were forced to work overtime, working 10 or even 12 hours. Although they were paid overtime, they still worked more than 10 hours a day. With such a meager income, how can you say it's not hard work? Obviously not. It's just that sometimes capital is really too evil. 80% of the net profit is taken away, and the remaining 20% is left to the workers. As a result, the workers still work hard and are caught in all kinds of internal conflicts. Therefore, in comparison, Richard really feels that his life in the Grey Fern Wilderness is not so hard now. But Fingart and other Murlocs had never seen the hard work and degree of involution that Richard had as a worker in his previous life. So they were in awe of him. As more and more monsters were killed, the energy points Richard obtained began to explode. Richard did not hesitate to improve himself in various ways. As shown in the Witchcraft column on the panel, more and more witchcraft reached the limit. For example, Grasp of Shadow, Extreme. Special Effect, Lightweight. Secret Technique, Latent Shadow. Dark Element Shield, Extreme. Special Effects, Rapid Casting. Thickness Conversion. Bone Armor Ultimate. Special Effect, Strong. Yesterday, Richard accumulated a large amount of points and tried an innovation. But the effect was not satisfactory. After summing up, Richard found that combining one or several witchcraft that are not very suitable for innovation will not only consume more energy points when innovating, but even if a new witchcraft is innovated, that new witchcraft the technique is neither fish nor fowl. For example, yesterday he tried to combine and innovate the Grasp of Shadow, Slowness and Weakness, and created a new zero-level witchcraft called Hand of Slowness. But after some actual combat this morning, Richard was disappointed. He found that the Hand of Weakness and Slowness caused less weakness to the enemy than the Weakness spell, and the Slowness effect was not as good as the Slowness spell. Not to mention the attack power. In terms of attack power, it was outclassed by the original version of Shadow Grasp. This made Richard very depressed for a while. I wasted tens of thousands of energy points that I had accumulated as a diligent worker from another world. But what I got was such a rubbish new witchcraft. However, when Richard thought about it carefully afterwards, he couldn't say that he gained nothing. At least through this attempt. He basically understood the logic of innovative witchcraft integrated into his own inspiration panel. If the several witchcrafts chosen for fusion innovation do not match, the situation you are facing this time will most likely occur. The innovative witchcraft will be neither fish nor fowl, and will lose the advantages and characteristics of the original witchcraft. In other words, it becomes 1 + 1 less than 2, or 1 + 1 + 1 less than 3. And Richard's original intention or purpose in pursuing innovation must be to pursue 1 + 1 and 2. Therefore, this made Richard determine that he should first improve all the sleight of hand and zero-level witchcraft he had mastered to the limit. Because improving the level of control means increased strength. But innovation does not necessarily mean that. When it comes to integration and innovation, Richard is still in the exploratory stage. So innovation can be put aside for the time being. In recent times, in addition to being impressive in witchcraft, Richard has also made relatively good progress in learning Fishman Pharmacy through the blessing of massive inspiration. Due to the consideration of several special raw materials, the quantity is extremely rare, such as the eye of the troll mantis and the heart of the mutated crab demon. Since he killed one of each last month, Richard has not heard his fishmen report any traces of these two monsters until now. Therefore, Richard has not yet started to refine the blind fishman's top-secret formula, Heart of Mutation. Instead, he started with the simpler Fishman potion, and Richard slowly started learning and refining it. The purpose of doing this was to save himself a lot of money when he later improves the control level of Mutated Heart. Energy points. After all, energy points are obtained by killing monsters one by one. They don't fall from the sky, so you still have to be careful with them. If the control level of Mutated Heart is only at the master level, the success rate is only 30%, which is too low compared to its scarce raw materials. Therefore, Richard decided not to refine it if he did not raise it to the limit, lest it fail and the materials could not be collected again. Currently, including Golden Horn Frog Egg and Mutated Heart, Richard has mastered a total of 4 potion formulas recorded in the Blind Clan Potion Making Manual. Among them, Fire Scale Fish Potion and Pearl Clam Powder. Richard has been upgraded to a level close to the limit. Not only can he take these 2 potions, but fishmen can also take them. One is used to increase the explosive power of the body, and the other is applied around the eyes to improve visual acuity. They are 2 entry-level potions in the Fishman Pharmacy system. Therefore, it is relatively easy to get started with making. And with the blessing of Richard's massive inspiration, it will naturally improve very quickly. Time passed quietly like this, and before we knew it, the next sacrificial day was approaching. At this moment, Richard, who was dressed in a white knight armor, was fighting a snake monster in the Grey Fern Wilderness, surrounded by a circle of Murloc warriors cheering him on. Richard didn't know what this kind of snake monster was called. He only knew that it was only 2 meters tall. But its attack speed was extremely fast. He had been attacked twice in a row. Of course, this is done under the condition of own safety. If Richard uses his full strength, he can kill the opponent in a few seconds. The illusion of evenness was created just because Richard wanted to test a new type of witchcraft. The shape of the bone armor worn by Richard is very unique. The helmet is a white skull, and there are sharp bone spurs all over the body. Especially the bone spurs on the shoulders are as long as 20 centimeters. The wrapping property of the bone armor is also very good, just like the knight armor made by human craftsmen on the surface. And it fits the body perfectly. Moreover, judging from its material, it seems to be made of pure white bones. If an ordinary human armor craftsman saw it, he would definitely be amazed by its ingenious design. This is exactly the effect of Richard's new type of witchcraft skeleton armor too. The naming of skeleton armor, too, represents a distinction and continuation of the newly added witchcraft skeleton armor at the beginning. It not only indicates that it is in the same line, but also indicates that it is different. In addition, Richard discovered that after the original fusion innovation created new witchcraft, in addition to using the name automatically named by the system, the new witchcraft can also be named by himself. Therefore, Richard named this new type of witchcraft skeleton armor too. For this new witchcraft, Richard combined the 3 witchcrafts of dark element shield, bone armor, and skeleton control to create an innovative new one. The effect was so good that Richard was beyond his expectation. The first is that the medium of witchcraft is simplified from a skeleton to bone powder, which makes it much more portable. Both it and the bone armor technique require only bone powder. The second is the defensive effect. It was originally only suitable for defending against sword slashing, but now it is suitable for combat in almost all environments. Of course, there is one last advantage. Chapter 125 half a year later. That means it has excellent wrapping properties, just like the hip-covering skirts used by women in previous generations. Hey! Some people may ask, is excellent wrapping an advantage? Not really. It really counts, because Richard tried it, and used skeleton armor too, on himself, and the 4 skeletons under his command. As a result, even he himself couldn't tell which one was which, because it was so tight that nothing inside was exposed. Of course, the premise is that Richard summons 4 identical undead summons, such as all 4 skeleton archers, or 4 all-skeleton guardians. Otherwise, it would be easy to tell the similarities and differences through the differences in weapons. Time flies. Richard has been in the blind fishman tribe for half a year, and the fishman warriors in the tribe are now very familiar with their wandering wizard. Basically, this dedicated wandering wizard is a monster fighter without falling behind. They admired this master wizard whose strength was unpredictable. At this moment, Richard was in the alchemy room, refining a potion, while Thingard beside him was watching him intently, trying to learn. While watching, Thingard thought secretly, it really can't compare to the master's superb potion-making skills. Although the master has never been afraid of learning potion-making skills by his side, and he has also learned many special preparations. Skills, but compared with the master, it is still the difference between starlight and sun. The gap is too big. At first, I thought that the master's potion-making skills were on par with the teacher's. However, I later discovered that the master's potion-making skills were far superior to the teacher's. At first, it was just because the master was not familiar with his own tribe's exclusive pharmacy system. Moreover, in recent months, the master has produced more and more potions, and many of them are given to himself in the form of mission rewards to tribesmen who have made meritorious service in finding traces of monsters or collecting rare herbs. Now, the strength of the blind Murloc tribe has been increasing after half a year of cultivation. The number of high-level Murloc warriors has also increased from 3 to 6 now, and the number of intermediate Murloc warriors has reached 20. This is all thanks to the various Murloc potions that the master made. In fact, Richard refined many Murloc-specific potions in order to quickly improve his Murloc pharmacy. Of course, the ultimate goal is to raise Mutated Heart to the limit in the past few days. With the blessing of many fishmen's refining experience of other potions, he calculated the energy points consumed to increase Mutated Heart. There are actually fewer than golden horn frog eggs. This once again proved that Richard's idea was correct. There were thousands of bottles of various Murloc potions. Richard couldn't take them himself, and it was useless to bring them back to the surface. So, after thinking about it, Richard decided to give it to Fingart to reward the labor activists among the fishmen. The group of fishmen who worked hard to help Richard find traces of monsters or rare herbs. These are completely useless to Richard. They are just subsidiary products of improving pharmacy. But they have achieved very good results. Immediately, the fishmen warriors became excited, and their efficiency in finding monsters increased by at least 30%. At that time, when Richard heard Fingart's report, he was happy. He is indeed an alien version of a migrant worker. He is enthusiastic with a little motivation. Richard himself has made even more significant progress in the past 6 months. On the inspiration panel. Except for the 2 alchemical bombs, Fire Dancing Star and Silver Moon Dust, which have no raw materials and therefore have not been upgraded to the limit. Richard has almost raised the control level of all other witchcraft and skills to the limit. Even the ancestral Clavel breathing method has been improved to the limit. Although the ancestral breathing method does not contribute much to Richard's attribute improvement due to the coverage effect of Rodrigo's meditation method, it still has 2 additional special effects of its own. Clavel's breathing method, Extreme. Special effects, Strengthening. Healing. Strength, as the name suggests, has the effect of making Richard's body much stronger than ordinary people. Healing is the body's ability to speed up the recovery of wounds and injuries. Both are considered very good talents among knights. But these are just the icing on the cake for the current Richard, because Richard has pushed Rodrigo's meditation method to the limit. Rodrigo's meditation method, Limit. Special effects, Advanced energy saving spell casting. Breath concentration. Secret technique, Secondary mental shock. Now he already has the physical fitness of a senior knight, plus a total of 28.8 standard units of mental power, which is close to the mental limit of a 3rd level wizard apprentice. According to the classification of wizard apprentices in the Bias continent, those whose total spiritual power exceeds 20 standard units, but does not exceed 30 standard units are classified as 3rd level wizard apprentices. Those whose total spiritual power is below 20 and above 10 are classified as 2nd level wizard apprentices. And those whose total spiritual power is below 10 are classified as 1st level wizard apprentices and ordinary people. Before the mental strength reaches 30, it can be said that there are no major barriers. However, when the mental strength gradually approaches 30, one will suddenly encounter a chasm. That's right. It's not a pass, but a natural barrier. When you cross this natural chasm, you are considered to have entered the formal wizard stage. But this is a huge threshold, blocking a large number of 3rd level wizard apprentices, and even some wizard apprentices who became famous at a young age. They were unable to enter for a long time, and eventually fell into depression. And Richard has already vaguely felt the existence of this limit, although Richard is not very clear yet on how to break through this difficulty. According to his own guess, there are generally only 2 ways to break through. One is to find the subsequent Rodrigo meditation method in the formal wizard stage. The other is to use your own inspiration panel to forcefully use Rodrigo's meditation method to break the limit. But breaking the limit requires 3 other advanced meditation methods and a massive amount of energy points. Now, for him, he can slowly accumulate enough energy points. But advanced meditation methods are hard to find. Moreover, according to Richard's many attempts, if he chooses the second method of forcibly breaking the limit, he can deduce a new meditation method suitable for the 1st level wizard stage. So, these 3 advanced meditation methods cannot be picked up at will. They must be carefully selected to make sure that they can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2 with Rodrigo's meditation method. Fortunately, Richard only needs the 1st level of the advanced meditation method, or the content of the apprenticeship stage of the advanced meditation method, instead of the complete advanced meditation method. The complete version of the advanced meditation method is the foundation and fundamental method of all major wizarding colleges or wizarding families. If he just wanted one, then Richard would spend several years and show his extraordinary talent. After becoming a core member or getting married, he could get it, but it would definitely be accompanied by various oaths and contracts, the kind that would never betray him. In that case, there is no need to think about obtaining advanced meditation methods from other academies. So this path is out of the question. If it is only the content of the apprentice stage of advanced meditation method, it will greatly reduce the difficulty of collection. However, in general, it is still very difficult. And if you stay in the Grey Fern Wilderness, you will not be able to master the advanced meditation method at all. Richard also had his eyes on the blind Murloc tribe at the beginning. That is, the meditation method practiced by Fingart. As a result, his servant practiced the blood meditation method, which had no effect on him. One of the necessary conditions for bloodline meditation is that one must have a certain bloodline. Therefore, if Richard wants to learn the meditation method of the blind fishman, he must transplant the bloodline of the blind fishman. This thought made Richard tremble all over. Thinking about that fat fish head. He would really become that way. Richard would want to die. It seems that in a few days, I will have to return to the school. However, the last step is still left, which is to produce the extremely rare potion, Heart of Mutation. During this period, Richard arranged many collection tasks through Fingard. Now Richard has completely introduced and improved the Fishman Pharmacy. And the display on the panel has also changed. Murloc Pharmacy, Mastery 78%, Mutated Heart, Ultimate. Golden Horn Frog Egg, Ultimate. The addition of a subdirectory called Murloc Pharmacy immediately made the entire panel feel much cleaner. Richard came to the alchemy room. In the past 6 months, as the potions he made became more and more complicated, Fingard also tried his best to prepare all kinds of beakers, utensils, test tubes, etc. one by one, so that Richard could refine the potions more easily. Richard carefully took out the mutant crab demon heart stored in a box with green patterns on the surface and placed it on the test stand. I saw a bright red heart the size of an ordinary person's head, and it was still beating bang bang at this moment. This is because the mutant crab demon's powerful source of vitality is its heart. Secondly, it is the heart that Richard uses to the box in which it is kept is also very special. This is a box that solidifies a natural witchcraft called Breath of Life. According to Fingard, it was made by the fishman prophet of the previous generation, who spent a lot of money to ask a natural wizard to make it. Of course, due to its age, Richard didn't take Fingard's words seriously. However, after careful study, Richard thought that this box was indeed valuable and very suitable for preserving some special raw materials. So he took it for his own use. At this moment, Richard took a milky white dropper and dropped a drop on the bright red mutant crab demon's heart. Suddenly, there was a loud sizzling sound. But Richard started the drop with one hand and applied it quickly with a special brush in the other hand. After a while, Richard had almost used up the milky white liquid in the dropper and had barely finished smearing the surface of the mutant crab demon's heart. After a few seconds, the surface of the mutant crab demon's heart began to change from red to purple, and from purple to black. When the black covered the entire surface, suddenly, the mutant crab demon's heart began to shrink, gradually becoming the size of a baby's fist, and turned red again. The kind of red that looked like it was dripping blood. The milky white liquid that Richard just dripped was very particular. It was made from the white liquid from the eye of the troll mantis, mixed, purified and condensed by adding other rare herbal juices. It contains a special substance that can produce a special chain reaction with the epidermis of the mutant crab demon's heart. Even though the mutated heart had been successfully obtained, Richard was not in a hurry to swallow it. He planned to return to the school and learn clearly how to break through to become a formal wizard first. Who knows? The Heart of Mutation in my hand may be able to increase the probability of my breakthrough a little bit. Chapter 126 Return to Ignis. The morning after 3 days. Murloc Tribe Camp. Inside the prophet's stilled house. Richard specially called Fingard to come. Fingard, I plan to return to the surface tomorrow. As for when I will come next, I don't know. After being together for so long, Richard is quite satisfied with Fingard as his first servant. Master, are you going to abandon your humble servant? Upon hearing that Master Richard was going to return to the surface, Fingard shed 2 lines of fish tears in sorrow. Okay, let's talk business. Richard knew that Fingard was mostly acting, but he still felt a little touched. Fingard was filled with mixed emotions. What worried him was that if Richard could always be here, the blood food of the tribe would not be a problem every month. But now that Richard is gone, the burden of killing monsters falls on it. It is estimated that when hunting monsters again, there will be many casualties among the warriors in his own tribe. Secondly, many of the special potions made by Richard for Murlocs were distributed to the warriors in the tribe through it in the past 2 months. And the strength of many warriors improved rapidly. But in this area, my success rate is still too low, and it cannot make up for the gap left after Richard leaves. In other words, after Richard leaves, the strength of the warriors in his tribe will slow down significantly, and he has to think of a good excuse. After all, when he distributed potions before, he said that they were all made by himself. Potion. Fingard couldn't help but feel a little dizzy when he thought of the scene of many mid-level and high-level fishmen warriors surrounding it, reaching out and asking it for potions. Fortunately, my master is finally leaving, and I can finally be free. But why is there such a sense of loss? It seems that there is a missing supporter. After all, as a master, Richard treated himself very well, and never meddled in the internal affairs of the Fishman tribe. Apart from ordering himself to arrange for people to search for monsters and rare herbs, he showed no regard for power. It seems that it is better for the master to stay in his own tribe than to leave. So, Thingard wiped his tears and said to Richard, "By the way, Master, if you want to return to the surface for cultivation reasons, can you tell me? Maybe a humble servant can help?" When Richard heard this, he thought that a ray of Thingard's soul was in his hands, and that he was an absolutely trustworthy person. So he said directly, "I plan to collect a few advanced meditation methods and learn some new witchcraft when I go back this time. As for this, I can't think of any way to do it in the Underdark." When Thingard heard this, he also frowned. Advanced meditation method? And according to the master's tone, he still needs a few more. This level of difficulty is really acceptable. I practice bloodline meditation, which is not suitable for my master to learn. The other clans in Darkwater Lake also practice bloodline meditation. Huh? By the way, it seems that there are some scattered forces on the Grey Dwarf side. It is said that they were established by underground humans and should have advanced meditation methods. Suddenly, Thingard's eyes lit up, and he told Richard in detail what he had seen and heard. When Richard heard this, he was overjoyed at first, but after a while, he shook his head and said, "You said that in the area controlled by the Grey Dwarves, there are some forces formed by underground humans. Then, their leaders should at least be official wizards." Yes, Master. Thingard also figured out the problem in an instant, and could not help but sweat dripping down his head. It didn't want its master to leave. Instead, it misunderstood that it was asking him to seek death, and then killed him on the spot. It would have died unjustly. "Master, Thingard explained hurriedly with a look of horror on his face. Richard waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. I know you have good intentions, but you just didn't think carefully." However, this gave Richard a third way to choose. But it was a bit risky. First of all, he was completely unfamiliar with the situation in the Grey Dwarf-controlled area. Secondly, if you adopt the method of attacking and killing the wizard apprentices of the underground human organization, try to get the first level of the advanced meditation method they practice from the opponent's mouth. It's not impossible to have a soul-eating spider, but it can easily be targeted and hunted down by the official wizards of the other organization. So the risk is extremely high. You said you wouldn't kill the other party's wizard apprentice, befriend the other party's forces, and then exchange them for rare items? Wake up! Advanced meditation methods are the foundation of various forces. How can they be used for trading so easily? You said you have precious items they need. Advanced potions or something? Well, there is a high probability that the other party will send someone to kill you. If your things are really important to them, then the other party may directly send a formal wizard to kill you and get the treasure. In the end, he worked hard and planned for a long time to kill the opponent's wizard apprentice. But the meditation method he obtained may not match his own Rodrigo meditation method, and the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. If that happens, all the hard work will be in vain. Although Richard didn't know much about the origins of Rodrigo's meditation method, he had heard that Rodrigo was a famous necromancer in ancient times. The top of the necromancers, since they are all necromancers. The meditation methods handed down from the 3 major necromancers' academies are definitely the most likely to fit in with Rodrigo's meditation method. That is, after breaking the limit, it is very likely to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. That's why Richard was so persistent in going back. Well, let me go back to the surface first. If I can't figure it out, I will come back naturally. Thingard, have you forgotten? I now have 2 high-level magic stones in my hand. One can go back, and the other can come back just in time, Richard said with relief. As you wish, wise master. Upon hearing this, Thingard felt that it made sense and immediately stopped trying to persuade him. Early morning 3 days later, in the sacrificial hall of the Blind Fishman tribe camp, Richard was carrying a bulging suitcase, which contained mutated heart and a series of other rare raw materials. In his arms was the soul-eating demon spider, while Thingard was preparing the 6-pointed star teleportation circle. When Thingard installed the high-level magic stone handed to him by Richard in the center of the 3-headed snake statue, the entire hexagram teleportation array flickered 3 times. Master, it's okay. You can hold the statue of Kamala and step into the 6-pointed star teleportation array, and you can teleport back directly, Thingard said respectfully. Richard nodded. He had also studied this legendary magic circle for a while, and knew that it was indeed the case. If the teleportation array on the other side is destroyed, even if you walk into your own teleportation array, the teleportation will not be activated, and there is no danger to you. After all, the teleportation array in front of you is just an ordinary long-distance teleportation array, not the legendary cross-continent or interdimensional teleportation array. Just imagine how advanced the teleportation array that a blind Murloc tribe could set up could be. This also shows from another side that the surface of the Underdark is just below the ground, and is actually not far from the surface vertically. Then I'm leaving. Fingard, I hope that when I see you next time, your strength can be improved a bit, Richard said with a smile. Without listening to Fingard's answer, he directly held the statue and walked into the teleportation array. In an instant, the blue light of the six-pointed star teleportation array flourished, and Richard's figure suddenly disappeared from the place. After a period of spinning, when Richard came back to his senses, he had teleported to the secret cave. Seeing this familiar scene, Richard was stunned for a moment, but immediately looked around cautiously. The bodies of the fishmen were long gone. Judging from the traces, they seemed to have been killed by some unknown creature in the underground river. The amphibious creature was dragged into the water. The long drag marks were still visible on the shallow sand. As for the reason for this judgment, because the teleportation array is not damaged at all, it shows that there is a high probability that it is not an intelligent creature that discovered this place. Otherwise, if the apprentices from the 3 major colleges discovered this place, they would definitely report it to the college and get rewards. And if this was the case, the teleportation array of the other blind fishman tribe would have been teleported long ago. But I stayed in the blind fishman tribe for half a year, and not even half of my figure was teleported, which meant that there was a high probability that no one else would notice him here. Richard carefully distinguished the footprints on the soft sand, and found that there were only 3 types of footprints in total. In addition to the fishman's and his own, there was another one, which was obviously that of some kind of huge 4-legged creature with webs. This is good news, although I have already made a backup plan and scanned the pattern of the teleportation array into the recording crystal. But there is a ready-made, hidden teleportation array, which saves me a lot of effort. Still from the underwater secret passage, Richard swam back to the place where he originally encountered the old fishman prophet and the ancient dark fishman. There are still many potholes here, especially some huge potholes, which shows the intensity of the war at that time. Richard carefully estimated the power of these witchcrafts and felt that these pitfalls were probably caused by witchcraft released by official wizards. This was because he himself was currently considered a top 3rd level wizard apprentice, and the level 0 wizardry he had mastered was also at the extreme level. If even he couldn't do it, it was most likely caused by a formal wizard. Although the traces of the battle are still there, the fishman's body and some of the attached items have long since disappeared, and were most likely swept away after the war. Richard shook his head, feeling that things had changed a lot, and began to walk towards the surface along the shallows on one side of the underground river. 2 hours later, Richard returned to the familiar headquarters of the Ignis school. Suddenly, he couldn't help but sigh. However, as soon as he entered the school's residence, he discovered that many wizard apprentices wearing North Ring and Guru's Academy apprentice robes were still at the school's residence. But the number of people was obviously much smaller than before he left, which made him very curious. Could it be that the 3 major undead wizard academies have issued any other tasks since they organized the joint clearing mission? Richard was thinking about whether to report to Professor Series first, but he changed his mind and gave up the idea. Instead, he continued to wear the hood, covering most of his face, and came to the school's trading area. Chapter 127, Norman's Secret Realm. Because at any time, you can quickly get first-hand information from the market. Richard did not choose to enter a formal shop, but instead found a stall along the street, where a bored 2nd-level wizard apprentice was standing. There were a few big words written on the stall, buying all kinds of herbs. The 2nd-level wizard apprentice is neither too high nor too low. He will not have too vicious a vision to see through Richard's lies and insinuations, nor will his strength be too low to be well informed. By selling a small amount of precious herbs from the Dark Territory, Richard soon found out about the recent major events. The most important thing is that 2 months ago, when the 3 major necromancer academies were at war with the 5 major matriarch families in the Underdark region, they discovered a small secret realm on the other side. The secret realm here is called the Norman's Secret Realm, and it is mainly filled with rare herbs grown by the night elves that are special to the Underdark. In particular, there is a kind of cemetery moss, which is the main raw material of limit-breaking potion. Limit-breaking potion, as the name suggests, is a potion used by third-level wizard apprentices to reach the official wizard level. It is said that without taking the limit-breaking potion, a third-level wizard apprentice will be reckless, and the probability of being promoted to a formal wizard is less than 1%. After taking the limit-breaking potion, there is at least a 30% chance of being promoted successfully. However, the raw materials for the limit-breaking potion are all extremely rare. The refining process is complicated, and the formula is a top secret and is kept secret. They are all in the hands of powerful forces, which shows how precious they are. Many third-level wizard apprentices, in order to obtain a bottle of limit-breaking potion, often sign long-term unequal treaties with major colleges or large wizard families, in exchange for an opportunity to take it and break the bottleneck. If the academy can provide a bottle as a reward for an important mission, the third-level wizard apprentices will often fight to the death. Even if there are other harsh terms. Cemetery moss is an herb that is extremely rare on the surface and only grows near a large number of graves. So it is named cemetery moss. Since cemetery moss and other rare herbs have important strategic value. Another point is that when the Norman secret realm was first set up, only energy fluctuations below the level of formal wizards could enter. Therefore, after the three major necromancers academies raided and captured an entrance to the Norman secret realm, they once again jointly issued a wartime mission with various rare rewards to encourage the third level and second level wizard apprentices of the academies to enter the secret realm to collect herbs. However, because the other entrance was tightly guarded by the night elves, there were many elites from the other party in the Norman secret realm. Collecting herbs there was quite risky, and wizard apprentices were killed almost every day. Another point is that the wizard apprentices who are transported into the Norman secret realm from the entrance will be automatically dispersed by the power of the secret realm. So there is little significance in forming a team. This greatly increases the risk of entering the secret realm to collect herbs. But this made Richard's eyes light up. And he thought to himself, is it possible that each of the three major necromancers academies would come up with an advanced meditation method as one of the exchange items? So, with doubts, Richard moved to another stall, sold a herb, and asked about it. But when Richard asked what kind of reward items there were, his interest suddenly waned. This time, in addition to the Crimson Shock mixture that impressed Richard deeply last time, 3 limit-breaking potions were also provided. It seems that the 3 major colleges have also spent a lot of money this time. Of course, the limit-breaking potions also come with additional clauses. In addition, there are many other rare potions, top-level witchcraft props, etc. But there is no complete advanced meditation method. At this time, Richard moved to another stall. The stall owner was a second-level wizard apprentice from North Ring and asked about the situation of the clearing mission half a year ago. Are you talking about the cleanup mission that took place half a year ago? The second-level wizard apprentice opposite, who was purchasing raw materials, looked at the bone stick on Richard's chest with suspicion and said, "You don't care about such a sensational thing? Don't know? But you don't look like a new student?" Richard was stunned and suddenly remembered that a few days ago, the annual enrollment season of the Ignis School should have begun, and now hundreds of new students were enrolled. Indeed, his appearance and the things he sells clearly show that he is not a new student. My mentor arranged an errand mission before. It was about the Minter's family. You know, I happened to miss the clearing mission. Richard laughed, with a slight regret on his face. Hee. Then you are really unlucky. Basically, all the students who survived the clearing mission had good gains and made great progress. It was also thanks to that opportunity that I was promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice 3 months ago. The second-level wizard apprentice of the Ring of North held up his chest slightly proudly, showed off the 2 plague bug patterns on his chest, then looked at Richard's chest and said sympathetically, he has also encountered situations where his mentor assigned him a task. He couldn't refuse it at all, so he could only bite the bullet and get it done. Simply put, even if there are difficulties, you have to find ways to solve them by yourself. Otherwise, your mentor will definitely not let you down. At least that's the case with the Ring of Noth. And now it seems that the Ignis School is roughly the same. However, this also shows that the first-level wizard apprentice of the Ignis School in front of him is not valued by his mentor. If he was valued, his mentor would not send him out at all, thus wasting such a rare opportunity. After a heart-to-heart conversation, Richard sold another herb. Suddenly, the two of them chatted enthusiastically. With Richard's deliberate help, the stall owner, a second-level wizard apprentice, told Richard everything he knew. This made Richard understand that the last Dark Fishman incident was also quite big. It is said that the 3 disciples of the Necromancer Academy who were present at the time suffered heavy casualties, and the Ignis school suffered the most serious losses. It seemed that a certain potential rising star was dead among them. Before the official wizards arrived, the support teams of the 3rd-level wizard apprentices from the 3 major necromancers' colleges were also beaten back. In the end, it was a 2nd-level wizard apprentice from the Guru's Academy who took out the low-level wizard weapon. Only then could he resist the arrival of the official wizard. Potential rising star. Could it be the 3rd-level wizard apprentice I met? The other party is very powerful and deserves the title of potential rising star, Richard thought to himself. After basically understanding the situation, Richard decided to return to the dormitory first, put down his things, and then visit Tutor Celis. Arriving at the door of number 861 with familiarity, Richard took out the key, opened the room and walked in. But the next second, he was stunned. Richard looked carefully and saw a very innocent-looking girl in the room, also looking at him in amazement. Suddenly, Richard felt numb. The two looked at each other for a while, and then Richard hurriedly said, "Sorry, I went to the wrong room." Bang! Richard immediately closed the door and left. The girl was stunned for a moment and muttered to herself, "You went to the wrong room. I locked the door. I just heard the sound of someone's key opening the door. You came in after that. Can you have the key to the wrong room? Is the security of the dormitory of Ignis School already so bad?" The girl is puzzled. Richard was outside the door and carefully looked at the 3 numbers 861 on the house number. He didn't realize for a long time that his room was. Could it be that the School of Thought thinks that I was killed in the last clearing mission? No way. This is too lax. Aren't you supposed to live and die and see their corpses? That's right. In this world, there are too many ways to make you die without even seeing your body. In an instant, Richard thought of what the 2nd-level wizard apprentice of the Ring of North said, that the Ignis School had lost a potential new star. Could it be that I was the potential new star of the Ignis School that guy said died? Richard was a little dazed for a moment. But that's not important. The problem right now is that I don't have anywhere to stay. Go directly to the school to report and tell them I'm not dead? Richard thought about it for a moment and shook his head. It was not appropriate. He should at least visit Teacher Seals first. However, before formally visiting his mentor, Richard thought of one more thing. So, he went to the trading area and sold a rare Underdark herb, and went to learn more about it. After a while, Richard found out the situation. The fastest time for the Ignis School from enrollment to promotion to the 3rd-level wizard apprentice is about 2 years and 3 months. The fastest recorded time in the North Ring is 2 years. It is said that the highest record of Guru's Academy is 1 year and 7 months. But for me, it has only been 1 year since I entered school. Moreover, I am not just entering the 3rd-level wizard apprenticeship stage, but I am already close to the peak of the 3rd-level wizard apprenticeship. This is a bit exaggerated. Ha! I didn't expect that one day I would be the one who is so terrifying. Richard shook his head and sighed. Fortunately, when his Rodrigo meditation method was pushed to its limit, it also had an additional special effect of concealing the breath. Generally speaking, it means that you can consciously control your aura and display the strength that you want others to see. For example, just now, Richard displayed the aura of a 1st-level wizard apprentice. Of course, concealing his breath cannot allow Richard to display the strength of a formal wizard. Otherwise it is not called concealing his breath. To hold back is to avoid letting others detect your strength and act weak. Because the higher the mental power, the stronger the aura emitted. Or to be precise, a certain force field. And the perception of a wizard or a wizard apprentice is far beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, although other wizard apprentices may not be able to specifically perceive how strong Richard is, it is still very easy to tell roughly which stage Richard is at, such as whether he is a 2nd-level or 3rd-level wizard apprentice. It is conceivable that the perception ability of a formal wizard must far exceed that of a wizard apprentice, and is extremely sharp. Therefore, even with the special breath-containing effect of Rodrigo's meditation method, to be honest, Richard himself was not sure whether he could hide it from his mentor. Chapter 128 Meeting with the Mentor. But under the current situation, he must meet his mentor first. So, on the way to Celis' alchemy room, Richard thought about 2 sets of excuses. The first set of rhetoric was said by Seals when his aura concealment was effective, and he believed that he was a level 2 wizard apprentice. The other set of rhetoric was prepared when his aura concealment was discovered and Seals recognized that he was a level 3 wizard apprentice at the peak of his level. When Richard walked into Seals' 2-story building, he deliberately stopped for a while in several alchemy rooms on the 1st floor that were available for rent. But unfortunately, he did not see any familiar figures. After reaching the second floor, Richard waited at the door of Celeste's special alchemy room as usual. But as soon as Richard stood still, he heard a familiar voice coming from inside the door. It was the voice of his mentor Ceres. Richard? This time, Seals didn't call Richard in, but opened the door and walked out. The surprise and excitement in the instructor's words allowed Richard to clearly feel the other person's joy. Suddenly, Richard felt a warm current surge into his heart. Teacher, I have made you worried. Richard looked at Celeste and bowed at a 90-degree angle for a long time and said. Celeste helped Richard up and looked at him. Hey! Your mental power seems to have reached the peak of a second-level apprentice? Richard was stunned, pretended to be embarrassed, and touched his head. Yes, mentor. In the past 6 months, I have gained some insights into Rodrigo's meditation method, so my mental strength has improved relatively quickly. Richard felt a little lucky in his heart. It seemed that the special breath-concentrating effect of Rodrigo meditation was so powerful that even a formal wizard like his mentor could not tell his true strength without the special effect of holding one's breath. Once the peak mental power of a third-level wizard apprentice is exposed, even if Master Celeste can accept his words, the school level will probably be very troublesome. Although he won't be dragged away to be sectioned, hearings from the school and various tests will follow, which will be extremely troublesome. Come in and sit down and talk. After a brief moment of excitement, Celeste quickly regained his composure. This is the quality of a proper wizard, being able to quickly stay calm at all times. The two entered the alchemy room. After sitting down, Richard briefly talked to his instructor about what happened to him, and then concealed the teleportation array, Fingart, and the blind fishman tribe. It's just that he was knocked into the underground river by the ancient dark fishman. When he fainted, he drifted with the current and came to a strange area without knowing it. When he woke up again, he found that there were many monsters in this area. After experiencing many battles, he luckily found an underground river and returned to the surface. Richard also gave examples of battles with various monsters from time to time, such as brain-eating monsters, demonic horned frogs, etc. But he did not mention powerful monsters such as mutant crab monsters and troll mantises that even third-level wizard apprentices found difficult to deal with, because the strength shown by Richard at this time is the top level of a second-level wizard apprentice, and the monster that matches it is the most suitable. Otherwise it may be counterproductive. This kind of lie is mixed with half of the truth, which is the most difficult to distinguish. It's not that Richard deliberately wanted to hide something, but he felt that after saying some things, his inspiration panel might be involved. Otherwise it would be impossible to explain it all. And the inspiration panel is your biggest secret. So just think of it as a white lie. Hearing Richard's battles with various monsters, Celeste nodded repeatedly. He also quite praised Richard's various battle responses, and immediately did not doubt it, because in his early years, when Cerise had just become an official wizard, he had traveled to the dark area and encountered one or two of the monsters that Richard mentioned. Moreover, he also knew that there were many mezzanines and gaps between the surface and the dark territory. A wizard apprentice was washed into a mezzanine along the underground river. It is indeed rare for a wizard apprentice to survive in this situation, but it is not impossible. As far as he knew, the Ignis School alone had recorded this situation no less than 7 or 8 times. Of course, the most recent one was decades ago. Therefore, in Seals's opinion, Richard's luck was really good. He was able to survive under such circumstances. Moreover, the most important thing was that Richard's strength had actually increased significantly. While talking about what he had learned, Richard also took out more than 10 kinds of unique herbs from the dark region from his package. To be precise, some of them are also found on the surface, but they are only available in some extremely special places. There is production, but the output is very small, so it is extremely precious on the surface. Is this the golden fern fruit? This is the rosemary? This is Celeste, who is obsessed with alchemy, was overjoyed and immediately stood up, carefully identifying the herbs that Richard took out. Looking at his mentor's delighted face, Richard couldn't help but smile. Although Celeste is a master of pharmacy, there are still several rare herbs produced in the Underdark that even Celeste can't name at once. Teacher, these herbs are prepared for you, Richard said with a smile. The surprise on Seals's face was beyond words. But after taking a deep look at Richard, he shook his head and said, although I like it very much, I cannot violate the wizard's principle of equal exchange. Tell me, Richard, what do you want? Celeste's meticulous attitude made Richard feel a bit overwhelmed. Teacher, don't be so strict. I am just out of gratitude to you. I really don't want to make a deal with you. Richard smiled bitterly and said, Oh, do you really have nothing to ask me? Celis smiled slightly. Uh-huh. I really have a few questions to ask you about this. But I can pay you to consult with you. It has nothing to do with these herbs. Richard said rather embarrassedly. Go on. Well, I just want to ask you about the origin of Rodrigo's meditation method. It would be great if you could tell me the details about the exploration of the ruins. Oh, it seems that you have already started preparing for promotion to the official wizard? Celis looked at Richard with a smile. Hey, it's not a bad thing to get ready early. Richard scratched his head and said, Although you are my disciple, several of us who participated have promised not to disclose any information about the ruins to the outside world. Therefore, I can only give you the information about Rodrigo that I searched for, and the prices will be offset by the price of your herbs. After listening, Richard's expression changed, and he was obviously a little disappointed. But after thinking about it, he nodded in agreement. It's better than nothing. Okay, Minter. Actually, even if I can tell you the information about that ruin, it will be of little use to you. Moreover, you have to pay a large amount of magic stones in addition, because that ruin is no longer possible to open. At least for a second-level wizard or below, there is no possibility of forcing it open. So it's a good thing that you don't know. After hearing Seals' cryptic words, Richard immediately understood what was going on. What the Minter meant was that the entrance to the ruins must have been destroyed for some reason, and other possible ways of entering should no longer be accessible. If you want to get in, the only way left is brute force, which requires the strength of at least a level 2 wizard. Obviously, Richard does not have this ability at this stage. Richard, don't have too high expectations for the follow-up content of Rodrigo's meditation method. Even with the information I gave you, it will be very difficult for you to find some useful clues. Richard nodded. It's true. Ancient wizards often left a lot of puzzle-solving words or patterns. If you can't understand or detect the key, even if you are given the specific location of the ruins, you still won't be able to enter. What's more, Rodrigo was so long ago that many of the contents left behind by the other party are missing. It will be even more difficult to find any clues from the missing information. But, Richard, do you know why advanced meditation methods are so scarce? Celis said, handing a thumb-sized recording crystal to Richard. What was recorded in it was some information about Rodrigo that Seals had collected. After taking it respectfully, Richard shook his head and said, I hope the instructor can give me some advice. This starts with the official wizards. As you know, the power of official wizards has far exceeded the limits of ordinary people and even knights. Even 100 official knights can hardly fight against a first-level wizard. But if you want to become an official wizard, you need a lot of resources. And after you become a wizard, you need even more resources. As Seals told the secret in a rhythmic voice, Richard's eyes seemed to light up. And he thought to himself, it turns out that it is the lack of resources that has caused the upper echelons of the wizard world to control the promotion of formal wizards so tightly. So, even I can't reveal to you the knowledge about being promoted to a formal wizard obtained from the Ignis school. But I can give you some tips. There is a very big difference in being promoted to a formal wizard. The first is that ordinary third-level wizard apprentices rely on the limit-breaking water to barely break into the first-level wizards. Of course, this is the bottom among the first-level wizards. But it is also the one with the largest number of people. The innate witchcraft he possessed was mostly level 0 witchcraft that he mastered during his apprenticeship period. Its power was far less than that of level 1 witchcraft. So his combat power was ranked at the bottom. And most importantly, his future was blocked, and he could not cultivate to the level 2 wizard. At this point, it is too late to practice advanced meditation methods. Because advanced meditation methods require laying the first level foundation during the apprenticeship period. The second type is much better than the first one. It refers to those who successfully advance to the first level wizard by accidentally obtaining a certain first level witchcraft plus the water to break the limit. Although the innate witchcraft he mastered was also a first level witchcraft, most of the first level witchcraft he acquired did not match the meditation method he practiced, which also led to the interruption of the way forward. This kind of promotion situation is the most common among ordinary wizard families, and their combat ability is considered to be in the middle. However, among some of the first-level wizards who were promoted in this second situation, there are some very good first-level wizards, which requires extra attention. Chapter 129 to sign or not to sign. The third type is to break through to the first-level wizard through advanced meditation method. The innate witchcraft he masters is usually the first-level witchcraft that comes with advanced meditation. or the long-proven first-level witchcraft that is very suitable for the meditation method. Technique. When the meditation method and first-level witchcraft match each other, the power of performing innate witchcraft is far greater than that of ordinary first-level witchcraft. Moreover, in the future, as long as you continue to practice advanced meditation methods and accumulate enough knowledge, you will be able to break through to the second-level wizard step by step, which can be said to be the best breakthrough option. But advanced meditation methods are almost entirely in the hands of the major forces. This is true for the 3 major necromancers' academies. This is also the case even for the White Wizard. And you, Richard, with your current age and strength, have a great chance to sign the 3rd contract with the Ignis School and successfully obtain the advanced meditation method. So there is no need for you to waste time looking for incomplete ones. A continuation of the Rodrigo meditation method. Teacher, are you also the 3rd type? Richard understood what Celis meant. The tutor believed that there was no need to waste time searching for the follow-up Rodrigo meditation method, because the possibility of finding it was slim. He knew this very well. So he had already thought of 3 response plans before returning to the surface. However, according to the instructor, if he can sign the 3rd contract with the school, he should be able to obtain an advanced meditation method directly. You can get an advanced meditation method by signing up. Is there such a good thing? I'm afraid there should be very harsh additional conditions. Yes. Celis nodded. It can be said that his wizard qualifications are much better than Richard's. So more than 100 years ago, the school took the initiative to find him and signed a 3rd contract with him. Teacher, can you tell me, if I sign the 3rd type of contract with the school, what do I need to do according to the content of the contract? Richard always felt that there is no such good thing as a pie in the sky. Just because you have good talent, they sign a training contract with you, based on the experience of previous lives. Various universities have many commissioned students. Tuition is free of charge at university, and even postgraduate level, plus living allowances. In other words, normally, you can study the entire university, or even graduate school without paying a penny. However, after it ends, you need to work for a certain place, a certain company, or a certain school for a certain number of years, and you are not allowed to transfer or resign for any reason. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a breach of contract, and you will be compensated with huge liquidated damages. Celis smiled slightly and said, of course, if you sign the 3rd contract, you need to serve the Ignis School for life. Similarly, as long as you live, the school will always provide you with the resources needed for subsequent promotions, various research materials, etc. These will be written into the contract. Moreover, the contract signed is a soul contract. You need to leave a trace of your soul origin and swear not to violate it for the rest of your life. His lifelong contract? Richard was shocked after hearing this. This is much more cruel than the previous life. In the previous life, it was for a certain number of years, but here it is for a lifetime. Yes, but in fact, the constraints of the contract are the same for both parties. You will serve the school for life, and the school will protect you for life. Ciel saw Richard's surprised expression and explained. Why? Do you think a lifetime is too long? But at least you can learn advanced meditation methods and have the opportunity to break through to the level of a 2nd-level wizard. Right? Richard seemed to understand the meaning of the higher-ups of wizards. They wanted to catch all the talented wizard apprentices and tie them to the major forces to maintain the existing ruling order. Otherwise, in the face of uncontrolled newly promoted wizards, battles in the wizarding world will continue one after another. A 1st-level wizard promoted by using limit-breaking potions? In the eyes of wizards with advanced meditation techniques, these are all rubbish wizards who cannot make any waves at all. Teacher, can you allow me to consider this carefully? In fact, Richard has already rejected this plan in his heart. He will serve for life. Who can bear this? I was a worker in my previous life. Will I become a wizard in this life? Or will I be a working wizard all my life? At worst, he could go back to the Underdark and rob the underground wizard forces. Although it would be risky, there was a high probability that he would be able to obtain the 1st level of the advanced meditation method. If he could collect all 3, he would be able to break the limit of Rodrigo's meditation method by force. Of course, the school has a 2nd type of contract, which is that the school will provide you with a limit-breaking potion and a 1st-level witchcraft. If you succeed in breaking through, you will need to serve the school for 100 years. But Richard, with your talent, it would be a pity to sign this kind of contract, which will cut off your future. Seals continued to persuade. It is even more impossible for Richard to consider this kind of breakthrough method that cuts off the way forward. Seeing that Richard was silent, Celes seemed to think that it would be a bit boring to continue this topic. So he changed the topic and asked, "By the way, Richard, don't you consider studying pharmacy with me?" Hearing this, Richard smiled and said, "Teacher, I was thinking of learning pharmacy from you this time. When traveling outside, I found that if I understand pharmacy and learn to make it myself, it is indeed very useful." Richard himself had experienced this deeply after spending half a year in the Grey Fern Wilderness. A part of his strength growth came from the formulas in the Murloc alchemy. At the same time, Richard, through the hands of Fingart, used many of the Murloc-specific potions he made to reward the Murloc warriors, who helped him search for traces of monsters and herbs, and achieved very good motivational effects. It is a pity that although Richard has thoroughly understood the medicine of fishmen, many of the medicines are specially made for fishmen to take and are not suitable for him. Therefore, he still needs to relearn many formulas and principles of human pharmacy. But he has the foundation of fishman pharmacy. If he now learns human pharmacy from Celes, he will not only learn quickly, but also consume much less energy points when he improves. "Hey! It seems you have finally figured it out." Celes showed a satisfied smile when he saw that his favorite disciple was finally willing to learn his best medicine, pharmacy. "But don't worry about it right now. You just came back today. Take a good rest for a few days before you come and learn basic pharmacy with me." When Richard heard the word rest, something suddenly flashed through his mind and he said, "Teacher, I just went to the dormitory and found that my dormitory seemed to be occupied by someone else." If you don't tell me about this, I would have forgotten about it. Richard, you have to go through the procedures for restoring your student status. The school thought that you had been killed by the Dark Fish Man, so it cancelled your student status. So, what about the room? Were all taken back and redistributed? Richard's face darkened. As expected, the school believed that he had been killed in the battle. No wonder his room was occupied by a girl. Celes glanced at the mark of a first-level wizard apprentice still on Richard's chest, and said with a smile, "By the way, Richard, remember to apply for the second-level apprentice assessment. Once you pass, the school will assign you a dormitory for second-level wizard apprentices. The conditions will be much better than when you were a first-level wizard apprentice." After hearing what Celes said, Richard looked much better. "That's right. I don't live there anymore anyway. So why should I care about this matter? It's just some ordinary clothes. So don't worry." Half an hour later, Richard followed Celes' instructions and came to the two-story building where he tested his talent when he first came to the school last year. He still vaguely remembered the bald old man. No, the bald senior, who seemed to be named Sass or something. But as soon as he arrived near the two-story building, Richard was stunned. There was a long queue in front of the door of the two-story building. At least dozens of people, all of whom seemed to be freshmen. By the way, the new students should be selected in batches from various places and are undergoing the new wizard qualification test. This made Richard frown. He originally thought this place was a relatively deserted place, just like the last time he came here, but he didn't expect it to be so lively today. Richard wanted to turn around and leave, but then he thought about it. The enrollment of new students could not be completed in 1 or 2 days, but would last for several days. It is not suitable for me to not have a dormitory, mainly because I am now an illegal resident and cannot even borrow books from the school library. From this point of view, the witchcraft artifact at the entrance of the school is still defective. It only checked the password, but did not link it to the student status in real time. Otherwise, I might not even be able to enter the school's gate. However, since he is an old student who has been here for a year, Richard will naturally not wait in line behind the new students for a long time. He strode to the door of Sass's room and knocked on the door in full view of the freshmen. Dong dong dong. At the same time, he took off his hood and revealed his face. Sass was doing the test, and he was annoyed about who was interrupting him. When he looked up, he was stunned on the spot. "Hey, are you that Richard? Aren't you already?" Sass was shocked when he saw that the person coming was Richard. This immediately attracted the attention of many freshmen who had just entered the school. They were surprised to see the majestic third-level wizard apprentice in front of them change their expressions, and couldn't help but become curious. There should be a story here. Yes, Senior Sass? Long time no see. Richard smiled. The entrance test is suspended. Richard, you come to this room with me. Sass immediately announced loudly. Richard followed SAS to the next room. Ah! What's going on? How long do we have to wait? As soon as Sass left, many freshmen began to complain. After all, everyone is anxious to know what their qualifications are. So, everyone was waiting to take the wizard qualification test. Unexpectedly, the person in charge of the test suddenly ran to the next room. He seemed to attach great importance to the first-level wizard apprentice. Hey, did you just see the bald old man's frightened look? Does this man named Richard have any origins? I'm not sure, but looking at the mark on his chest, he seems to be just a first-level wizard apprentice. Yes, who knows? Asked a girl with innocent appearance but hot body. I have to ask the senior of the Mutual Aid Association about this. Lena, please wait a moment. This boy was obviously very interested in the fiery girl who asked the question. Seeing that the qualification test would not start in a short period of time, he immediately asked others to look at his position and ran to the dormitory area to find the senior of the Green Kingdom Mutual Aid Association, who he had just joined yesterday to inquire about the news. Chapter 130 Reunion after a long absence. In another room next to it, Richard and Sass sat facing each other. Sass also poured Richard a cup of Saka black tea, and the rich tea aroma floated in the room. This is of course for the sake of Richard's reputation as the last freshman chief. Otherwise, even an ordinary second-level wizard apprentice would not be able to get a cup of tea when he comes to Sass. Moreover, Sass also clearly noticed that Richard's aura seemed to be deeper and more concise, and it seemed that it was not far behind him. This made him pay more attention to the young man who had disappeared for half a year. He was very curious about what Richard had gone through to grow so fast in strength. He was also there to watch when the other party won the top spot among the freshmen half a year ago. At that time, Richard still felt a little immature to him. Although Richard's strength had reached the level of a second-level wizard apprentice at that time, he was only the first to enter the second level. But the Richard in front of him was already a bit hard for him to see through. Richard, when I heard the news that you were killed in battle half a year ago, I didn't believe it at all. It's hard to say anything about your strength as the freshman chief. You are definitely more than enough to protect yourself. The SARS man is mature and sophisticated, and his speech is quite favorable. Thank you, Senior Sass, for your concern. In the past 6 months, I have experienced dangers along the way and almost couldn't come back. Richard once again deleted what he said to Tutor Celis and told it to the curious Sass. After all, I have to trouble others with things later. And since they are deliberately making friends, I can't be cold-faced. After hearing Richard's twists and turns and bizarre plot, Sass was also stunned, exclaiming that Richard could come back safely like this. It was really the blessing of the goddess of luck. Richard, although you have experienced many difficulties in the past 6 months, I feel that your current aura seems to be the top one among the second-level wizard apprentices. I believe you will soon be able to enter the third-level wizard apprenticeship. By the way, I almost forgot about business. You came here this time probably because of your student status, right? Yes. Please excuse me, Senior Sass. By the way, I also want to take the second-level wizard apprentice test. Richard, do you still need to take the test? I don't think so. I believe you must have the strength of a second-level wizard apprentice. Well, let's test it. Richard thought it would be better to follow the school's regulations. Okay. I also want to see how much mental power you have, Sass said with a smile. In fact, according to the school's regulations, promotion to a second-level wizard apprentice requires the presence of an official wizard of the school for testing. But Sass wanted to give Richard some convenience, which was regarded as a good friend. And he was quite familiar with the official wizard in charge of this student work. So he made some decisions on his own. A few minutes later, while praising him, Sass recorded the mental power that Richard had deliberately controlled, which was shown to be 17.9 standard units. Richard, here are the apprentice robes of the second-level wizard apprentice, the key to the dormitory, and the teacher's paid course schedule for this semester. The second-level wizard apprentice enjoys a 20% discount on points and magic stones. In the mission area, you can now accept those missions that are marked as only available to second-level wizard apprentices. By the way, the most popular ones now are about the missions in the secret territory of Norman. Hey! Shouldn't these mission schools have been released a long time ago? Richard asked curiously. Sass shook his head and said, it's different. The first batch of tasks were indeed released by the school. But now there are many more tasks because many instructors in the school have also issued some tasks, mainly to collect some resources that do not conflict with the school, such as organs of some monsters unique to the secret realm, etc. You will know the details if you go and see them. The rewards are very generous. Senior Sass? Can a second-level wizard apprentice issue tasks? Richard asked. Yes, but it is only accessible to first-level wizard apprentices. And there are area restrictions. The scope of the task is limited to the mud swamp. Only after both conditions are met can you apply to release the task at the trading area counter, Sass said. When Richard heard this, he was a little disappointed. Although the permissions of the second-level wizard apprentice were greatly improved, it was not enough. For example, the tasks issued were limited to the swamp, and the practicality was greatly reduced. Otherwise, he can use his rapidly improving pharmacy skills to ask his apprentices to help him collect raw materials. But a third-level wizard apprentice? When the time comes, I will apply for it. A group of freshmen waited at the door eagerly for a long time. But the bald man in charge of the new wizard qualification test did not come out. At this time, they were also a little restless waiting. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and the bald man walked out with a young man with a smile on his face. Suddenly, dozens of freshmen fell silent. Sass watched Richard walk away before shouting, "Continue the test." After saying that, he turned around and entered the room. The dormitory area for first-level wizard apprentices, where the co-associations of each principality recruit new members. In one place, there were large words written, Green Kingdom Mutual Aid Association. And there was a long table and a lounge chair next to it. Lying on the recliner was a gray-robed apprentice, flipping through a book leisurely. Senior Otis? Senior Otis? As soon as he heard this voice, the gray-robed apprentice frowned visibly and raised his eyelids. It turned out to be Jacob. If he hadn't come from the Green Kingdom and happened to be in the same county as himself, he would have been too lazy to pay attention to him. Any wizard apprentice who was interrupted when he was watching with great interest would definitely be angry, and said immediately angrily, "Jacob, what are you doing in such a hurry? Remember, you are now a distinguished wizard apprentice. If you are outside, your status is already higher than that of a formal knight. You must always pay attention to your words and deeds." Jacob was stunned after what he said. When Otis saw this, he obviously felt much more comfortable. He laid down on the recliner leisurely and started to rock slowly. "Tell me, what's going on?" The boy named Jacob looked at Senior Otis's expression carefully this time, reorganized the language in his mind, and said, "Thank you for your teachings, Senior Otis. I wanted to ask you if there is a first-level wizard apprentice named Richard in our school. I was just at the talent testing department." But he was interrupted by Otis halfway through his words. "Richard? Who did you just say you saw? Richard? Is he still alive?" Otis stood up immediately after hearing this, and said in shock. No matter how stupid the boy was, he instantly understood that the man named Richard was definitely not simple. What's more, as a selected wizard apprentice and future wizard seed, he is by no means dull. "Yes, Senior Otis." The bald man in charge of the test called him Richard, and he seemed to be surprised. The boy told Otis exactly what he saw at that time. "Where is that guy named Richard now?" Otis asked. "It's right over the two-story building where wizard qualifications are tested." Otis was silent for a moment, and after pacing back and forth a few times, he murmured, "That's right." After Richard disappeared, the school had cancelled all his student status information. Now that he is back, he must be. You need to apply for reinstatement first. Well done, Jacob. Next time you get such news, remember to tell me as soon as possible. This is a magic stone as a reward for providing timely information. After saying that, the old student hurried away. This immediately made the boy a little confused. Looking at Otis's hurried away figure, he couldn't help but whisper, "Senior Otis, I'm not here to tell you this. I just want to ask thisly find out what the origin is. However, the income from a magic stone is quite good. I should be able to treat Lena to a big meal on the second floor." When the boy first came to the school, he heard that rare dishes were sold on the second floor of the cafeteria, but they were expensive. In less than half a day, the news that the previous freshman chief had come back from the dead spread throughout the Ignis school. At this time, Richard came to his new room, which was located behind the original dormitory. The people who lived here were all the second-level wizard apprentices of the school. As soon as Richard entered the room, he found that the room was more than twice as big as when he was a first-level wizard apprentice. It is about 70 or 80 square meters, with a bathroom, a bedroom, and a living room. There is also a long red desk in the living room. The material and grade are better than those of the first-level wizard apprentice. It seems that the overall treatment of the second-level wizard apprentice is better than that of the first-level wizard apprentice. When I was a first-level apprentice, I got better. To put it simply, It is like being upgraded from a single standard room in a hotel to a business suite in the previous life. This is also normal. Second-level wizard apprentices are considered to have entered the backbone of the school. Although third-level wizard apprentices are much stronger, their number is much smaller than that of second-level wizard apprentices. Therefore, many tasks are for second-level wizard apprentices. The advanced wizard apprentices are completing the task in teams. In this regard, the school certainly does not hesitate to improve the treatment of second-level wizard apprentices. This can be regarded as a disguised way to encourage the first-level wizard apprentices to work hard to break through and strive to be promoted to the second level as soon as possible. After Richard rested for a while, he carefully sorted out his next study plan. One was to search for information about Rodrigo, see if he could find relevant clues, and seek to obtain follow-up meditation methods. This was a top priority. The second thing is that Richard plans to find a zero-level witchcraft that increases movement speed. This is still his shortcoming. He relies on drugs to escape, although he has basically not escaped in the past 6 months. But it's always better to be prepared. The third thing is to follow Tutor Celis and learn pharmacy. So, starting from the next day, Richard followed his mentor Celis and studied elementary pharmacy seriously. Basically, as long as Celis demonstrated and explained the actual operation of a medicine, Richard could basically memorize it. And after thinking about it for a while, he could basically complete it independently. This made Celis very excited, and he repeatedly praised Richard's talent in pharmacy. Richard, compared to your wizard qualifications, your talent in pharmacy is simply unparalleled. I am convinced that in just 2 or 3 years, you will be able to become a master of pharmacy. Thank you for the compliment. Instructor, I mainly rely on your guidance. In fact, what Richard was thinking in his heart was, Mentor, 2 or 3 years is too long. I am seizing the day. Richard had carefully thought about how much talent he would reveal in pharmacy. Since he already had a complete foundation of Murloc pharmacy, he could be considered a half-master of pharmacy. Therefore, Richard has a relatively solid foundation in both practical operations and theory. If you still hide it and make yourself look like a novice, it will do no good to you if you want to learn some subsequent pharmacy content. Only by showing excellent pharmacy talent can one quickly learn subsequent advanced pharmacy knowledge. Therefore, after making up his mind, Richard did not overly conceal his pharmacy strength and showed half of it generously. But this also made Celis so surprised that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear for a long time, shouting that he had found a treasure. After half a day, Richard learned the techniques and principles of making 2 new potions. At the same time, Richard also directly rented a junior alchemy room downstairs for 3 months. For him now, the usage fee of 2 magic stones a day is really a small sum. After all, in the past 6 months, Richard had accumulated countless rare herbs, and just a few of them would earn him hundreds of magic stones. If the space in his package wasn't so limited, he could have brought back a bunch more. Night. Second-level wizard apprentice dormitory area. Dong dong dong. There was a regular knock on the door. Richard couldn't help but be confused. He had just moved here a few days ago, and who had come to his door? But Richard opened the door without any hesitation. After all, this was inside the school's headquarters, and the possibility of enemies was basically non-existent. With a creaky sound, the door was opened. A familiar and slightly crying Richard was like the cry of a kingfisher. At the same time, a fiery body rushed into Richard's arms and collided with Richard's strong body, making him even more weak and boneless. Of course, Richard saw clearly who the other party was. Just because he saw clearly who it was, he couldn't push away or dodge. A pleasant fragrance kept rushing into Richard's nostrils. Relying on the foundation laid by practicing fishman pharmacy in the past 6 months, Richard could easily tell that one of the fragrances was the faint scent of violet flowers, and the other one, it seems to be a girl's body fragrance. It seems that the latter smells better than the former. After being stunned for a moment, Richard slowly put his hands around Mei Luo's slender, but surprisingly elastic waist. As soon as he put his hands on it, he found that it was so hot and soft. The two of them maintained this state for a full 7 or 8 seconds. At this time, Richard suddenly felt hot and wet on his shoulders, as if some liquid was flowing down. Gently lifting the senior in his arms upright, and looking at Mei Luo's red and slightly swollen almond-shaped eyes, Richard realized that those were senior's tears. This made Richard feel like a warm current had been injected into his heart, and he was immediately moved. "Senior, don't cry. I'm not doing well." As he spoke, he gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Meluo stared at Richard blankly, and didn't speak for a long time. But suddenly, she started crying loudly like a flash flood. Richard, when I heard the news that you were killed in battle, I really regretted it at that time. Why didn't I stay with you? Team! Seeing the senior sister suddenly crying, Richard was at a loss for a moment, and didn't know how to comfort her. He found that he was really not good at dealing with emotional problems, and it would be easier to face those monsters directly. But he instinctively pulled the senior sister into his arms, feeling that this might make the other party feel better. Sure enough, Meluo's sobs became much quieter. But the girl's cry had already caused other second-level wizard apprentices with keen senses to open the door and poke their heads out when they saw the charming girl in Richard's arms. Most of them had expressions of understanding. Some of them even said hello to Richard, with expressions that everyone understood. This made Richard feel a little embarrassed, and he quickly pulled the senior sister into his room. When Meluo saw Richard hurriedly pulling her into the room and then hastily closing the door, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. But she didn't say anything. She just lowered her head shyly, crossed her fingers, and looked a little nervous. Chapter 131: The Clues Left by Rodrigo. Richard immediately noticed that the pattern on Meluo's chest had changed from one bone stick to two bone sticks. It seems that Meluo has been promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice at some point. However, just as Richard was staring at the pattern on Meluo's chest, Meluo mustered up the courage, raised her head, and planned to say something. But when he saw Richard staring blankly at the top of his curve, he was immediately ashamed, stamped his feet, turned around, opened the door and ran away. This made Richard a little unable to react. What was going on? Didn't he do anything? Alright. It's really hard to guess what a girl is thinking. However, this was just a small episode. From that day on, the relationship between Meluo and Richard improved by leaps and bounds. Basically every day, after Richard had learned the relevant knowledge of junior pharmacy from tutor Celis, Meluo would wait to go to the restaurant on the second floor of the cafeteria with Richard. Meal. The originally high cost of restaurant meals was now borne by Richard, just like adding a side dish in his previous life. While being accompanied by a beautiful senior student and enjoying delicious food, Richard's life can be said to be a happy one. Richard also learned that it turned out that Meluo was successfully promoted to the second-level wizard apprentice last month, which took 1 year and 11 months. This speed is considered excellent, considering Meluo's qualifications. This speed is normal. Moreover, for the first time, Richard learned that Meluo was a giant national business alliance from another continent. Vitrol. This is a country similar to the city-state of Athens in Richard's previous life. It is a huge alliance composed of hundreds of kingdoms, principalities, regions, and large cities. The alliance level is only responsible for two things: mutual defense and free trade. In addition, other things are done independently. Moreover, the business alliance is very unique. If you have a map of the entire territory of Vitrol, you can clearly see that the territory of the business alliance stretches along the mainland coastline. In other words, the hundreds of kingdoms, principalities, regions, and large cities that made up the commercial alliance developed along the coast. A huge shipping industry and commerce are the cornerstones of its economic prosperity. It is said that in many port cities of the commercial alliance, there are countless goods, and commerce is much more prosperous than in the cities of Baia's continent. In addition, the business alliance is the only human country in the continent of Vitrol, but it is not the only civilized country. In the middle of the continent of Vitrol, in the endless grasslands, there lives an ancient and powerful race of orcs. Meluo comes from an area called the Loras Peninsula, located to the east of the Vitrol continent. Starting from the Loras Peninsula, once you cross the Storm Strait, you will immediately reach the Crab Claw Peninsula of the Kingdom of Heron. So, from this perspective, although Meluo's hometown and Richard's hometown belong to two different continents, the distance between them is not that far. According to Meluo, she came to the Ignis school because her father had some connection with a formal wizard of the Ignis school, although she is mainly affinity with dark elements. The business alliance of the Vittler continent not only has many white wizard academies, but also a considerable number of black wizard academies. So normally, she should join the wizard academy in the continent of Vitrol. But because her father was worried that the internal fighting in the family might involve her, he specially asked someone to arrange for Meluo to come to the Bias continent. Her family, the Norris family, is the most wealthy family on the Loras Peninsula, and is famous for controlling the peninsula's huge shipping business. But where there are interests, there are struggles, and her family is no exception. This reminded Richard of his own family, which was small but very warm. In the past few days since Richard returned to the school, Ram and his girlfriend Courtney also came to visit Richard once. The two were still first-level wizard apprentices, but their mentality was much better than before. After experiencing the last life and death test, they were more calm and composed. Through Ram, Richard also quickly learned about the current situation of several of his friends. For example, Ophelia and Andrea, since the last Dark Fishman incident, thought that they were really killed and were quite sad. They have been working hard to improve their strength in the past 6 months. Therefore, as soon as the Norman secret realm was opened this time, the two of them went there early. According to Ram, Ophelia and Andrea's strength increased very rapidly. Ophelia, in particular, is now quite famous even among second-level wizard apprentices. Of course, the most eye-catching among the 3 wizarding academies is Tori Grace from Guru's Academy. It is said that in the last Dark Murloc incident, he was the one who turned the tide and relied on a low-level witchcraft given to him by his mentor to withstand the Murloc's attack until the official wizard arrived. Later, he was directly rewarded with a bottle of red shock mixture. Now the famous celebrity Tori Grace is also in the Norman secret realm. It is said that his strength will soon break through to the 3rd-level wizard apprentice. This is an exaggeration, because he is very likely to break the record of the Guru's Academy for the fastest promotion to the 3rd-level wizard apprentice. The previous record of Guru's Academy was 1 year and 7 months. But Tori Grace has reached the peak of the 2nd-level wizard apprentice in just 1 year. It seems that there are indeed many geniuses in every era. Tori Grace? This name is so familiar, Richard thought to himself. Every night, when Richard returned to his dormitory, he would carefully study the memory crystal given to him by instructor Celis. Recently, he also took the time to go to the school library several times to look for some information about Rodrigo. But after searching for a long time, Richard discovered that most of the information about Rodrigo was circulated in the biography of the bard. The records and a few words did not constitute a systematic content at all, let alone the clues about the ruins. In contrast, the memory crystal given by teacher Celis was much more detailed, such as the paragraph that Richard just saw. Rodrigo, the greatest necromancer in ancient times, is the originator of the necromancer summoning school. He claims that one person can be as powerful as hundreds of thousands of regular troops. This is a bit exaggerated. This long paragraph in the middle made Richard stunned for a moment. But the next second, he frowned. In ancient times. It's really the ancient times. So this is troublesome. Basically, there is basically no inheritance from ancient times that can be passed down completely. After all, it was too old. And there is a high probability that the ruins where teacher Celis went were probably not the ruins of Rodrigo, but the ruins of a school of thought passed down by him, or a college that had deep connections with him. As Richard continued to look down, the necromancer Rodrigo created the 2nd-level necromancy undead army and the 3rd-level necromancy undead scourge. These 2 witchcrafts are famous among the necromancers. It turns out that they were both pioneered by Rodrigo. No wonder they are called the originators of the necromancer summoning style. Richard knew something about the power of the 2nd-level witchcraft undead army. It was said that this witchcraft could summon thousands or even tens of thousands of undead creatures, led by the Death Knight of the undead realm. With abominations, wailing banshees, ghouls and various skeletons as the main forces, you can easily destroy a county. For example, in Richard's hometown of Rossby County, if an undead wizard used this 2nd-level witchcraft undead army in the county, the entire county would be directly destroyed. The 3rd-level undead witchcraft undead natural disaster is even more terrifying. It is said that it can directly destroy a kingdom. But it is a pity that as far as Richard knows, the 3rd-level witchcraft of undead and natural disaster has been lost for nearly 1,000 years. The 2nd-level witchcraft undead army is listed as the top secret of the Ignis school. It is extremely difficult to obtain the qualifications to learn it. In addition, it is said that only a handful of people can learn it. Of course, this is also it may be related to the extremely small number of 2nd-level wizards. Richard was so excited after reading these contents that he wished he could immediately find and explore the relevant ruins of Rodrigo. It would be best to find these long-lost powerful witchcraft and then learn them. After calming down, Richard continued to read carefully. According to the memory crystal, according to the clues and judgment collected by teacher Celis, there are 3 areas where Rodrigo left obvious traces: the Bearing Mountains of Baeus Continent, the Summer Sea Basilius Island, the Forest of Ivers at the junction of the Vitrol Continental Business Alliance and the Dead Steppe. Richard had never heard of the latter 2, But he had heard of the Bering Mountains on the Bayes continent, because this is a famous Jedi, or forbidden area in Bayes continent, and it is filled with all kinds of powerful monsters. Even if formal wizards want to explore, they usually have to form a team of several people before they dare to go deep. And from time to time, they will hear that a famous formal wizard has died inside. Just going to the Bering Mountains to search for relevant clues is extremely difficult. This matter seems to be completely unsolvable for me at the moment. Richard frowned. Among these three areas, the Bering Mountains are extremely difficult, and the latter two can be seen at a glance. They are extremely far away from Richard. They are either on a remote island in the vast ocean or on another continent. If we really want to explore, the long journey alone is probably already full of dangers. Hey, it seems that at the moment, we can only make plans after searching for relevant information about Basilius Island, the Summer Sea, and the Ivos Forest on the continent of Vitrol. Hey, it seems that we can entrust Senior Meluo to these two places. Her family is a large business family, and it is also located on the continent of Vitrol, so it should be relatively easy to search. Noon the next day, the restaurant on the second floor of the school. On a dining table inlaid with golden patterns, there are several delicacies, one of which is baked crystal snail, which is cooked with a strange creature called crystal snail. After eating, it can slightly increase the speed of mental recovery, and it also tastes great. Unique flavor. Senior, there's something I need to trouble you about. Well, what's going on? Mei Luo looked at Richard with her big eyes. She knew her junior fellow student, but he rarely asked her for help. Richard took out 2 boxes, opened them, and quickly closed them. After all, there were other people dining around, but Mei Luo had already seen clearly that it was filled with at least dozens of bottles of Fire Dancing Star. As for the other box, Richard also quickly showed it, which contained the primary mental recovery potion he had recently made. As the 3 major undead wizard academies and the 5 major matron families in the Underdark region are still fighting fiercely, the prices of alchemy bombs and combat potions have been rising all the way. At present, the price of Fire Dance Star has exceeded the price half a year ago, reaching 22 magic stones per bottle, and the prices of various combat potions have also increased significantly. Richard, what is this? Mei Luo asked doubtfully. Senior, it's like this. I want to entrust your family to help me collect some information. This will be regarded as the entrustment fee for the task. Richard organized his speech and said, "Ah? What kind of information does it cost to collect so many magic stones?" Mei Luo certainly knows the value of the 2 boxes in front of her. According to the current market situation, it is worth at least 1,500 magic stones. No matter where you put it, it is considered a huge sum of money, which can be enough to issue tasks within the school and hire several third-level wizard apprentices to participate in the kind of tasks. I would like to entrust your family to help me collect some things from Basilius Island in the Summer Sea and the Ivors Forest on the continent of Vitrol, mainly to collect some local legends, ballads and bards. Biography, describing local strange events and customs. Richard thought very clearly that there must be no clues directly related to Rodrigo. If there were, it would have been his turn long ago. Therefore, you can only analyze it yourself by collecting some information and materials. Senior, you know that these 2 locations are not in Bayes continent. The distance is too far. So you see, Mei Luo immediately understood what Richard meant. I see. But this investigation will probably take a long time. The Summer Sea you mentioned? Richard, I have heard my father talk about before. It is just south of the Vitrol continent. It is said that the seawater there is always above 30 degrees. So it is called the Summer Sea. I guess the island of Basilius should be there. And it is probably tens of thousands of miles away from our school. It's okay. As for the time, it's limited to half a year. Do you think it's okay? Senior? Just try to help me collect relevant information within half a year. Richard estimated the time for various preparations on his side, and said it is limited to half a year, as long as it's local customs, biographies, strange events, etc. Is that all? Mei Luo was also a little confused, not knowing why the junior in front of her wanted to collect these things. However, although Richard saw Mei Luo's confused expression, he did not explain it. After all, it was better to know some things by himself. However, we shouldn't need so many magic stones. Right? Mei Luo thought for a while, and pushed back a box. No, senior sister. Help me investigate as detailed as possible. It will be the greatest help to me. You know, I recently studied potion with teacher Celis, and I have some experience. Therefore, Earning magic stones is still important to me. A relatively easy thing. Richard smiled and shrugged. That's true. You are now a quasi-potion master, Mei Luo said with a smile. Then I won't be polite to you. And I will accept it first. Of course, senior sister. If it's not enough, remember to tell me again. Richard raised his glass and gestured. Chapter 132 News from the Family. A week later. Norman's secret land. A grey-robed man, with a sinister face and 3 plague worms on his chest, was standing next to the corpse of a shadow elf archer, looking at a blood falcon that was jumping in his hand. The blood falcon is small in size, not as big as an owl. Its pair of eye-catching red blood eyes are particularly eye-catching. If you look closely, you will find that the redness is a bit abnormal. That's because the blood falcon in front of you is broken away from the category of natural creatures. After being performed the zombie transformation ritual, it retains some of its instincts in life, such as flying, but it is controlled by the caster. This blood falcon is now a messenger corpse bird controlled by Joaquin. Currently, his whole body is numb. He actually came back to life? He was washed away by an underground river and fell into a mezzanine underground. He experienced many hardships for half a year and finally returned to the Ignis school successfully. This is a plot that only appears in the autobiography of a wandering poet. After reading the message on the corpse bird, Joaquin's face was ashen, and his mind was filled with 10,000 grass and mud horses running past. This person is none other than the 3rd-level wizard apprentice of the North Ring, Joaquin Frehues, the senior of the red-haired girl Jenna. Thinking back when Master Gildas handed Richard's portrait to him, he was confident that it wouldn't take long to complete the task easily. After all, he was a 3rd-level wizard apprentice, and no matter how outstanding the opponent was, he was only a 1st-level wizard, just a wizard's apprentice. But when he handed Richard's portrait to a 3rd-level wizard apprentice of the Ignis school he was familiar with, the other party told him that Richard was missing. It was said that the wizard apprentices from the 3 major academies encountered dark fishmen while performing a clearing mission, and there were heavy casualties, and Richard was one of them. After hearing the news, Joachim had already made a careless mistake and was fooled by Richard, whom he had never met before. He even lost face in front of his mentor. So, this time Joaquin was more cautious and went to the place where Richard disappeared, which was the place where many wizard apprentices fought with the dark fishmen, to check. Except for the corpses of some apprentices whose faces were indeed unrecognizable. Joaquin could not find Richard's body. This made Joaquin couldn't help but feel suspicious, thinking that Richard might not be dead. But when he waited until the end of the task of eradicating the vassals of the underground race, he didn't see Richard appear. This made Joaquin start to doubt himself again. More than a month passed, and Joaquin again asked his acquaintances in the Ignis school, but still heard no news of Richard's appearance. At this time, he had some confidence, and went back to report the news to Master Gildas that Richard was likely to be killed. Unexpectedly, half a year has passed since this incident, and something has changed. This is equivalent to being slapped in the face again, because the situation reported to the instructor was untrue. Therefore, it is best for you to handle this matter perfectly immediately. What is the perfect treatment? Obviously, the perfect treatment is to kill the resurrected person again. However, Joaquin considered that he could not leave the Norman secret realm for a while, so he decided to spend some magic stones first and let several 2nd-level wizard apprentices find a suitable opportunity to kill Richard. I'm just afraid that if he stays in the Ignis school and doesn't go out, he'll be in trouble. Joaquin thought for a while and left a message on the corpse bird, which meant that his junior, Lucius Redman, the 2nd-level wizard apprentice of North Ring, was responsible for killing this Richard. The specific reward is 500 magic stones. In order to avoid any accidents, he also made a special note and asked Lucius to call a few more 2nd-level wizard apprentices to join in the action. Because of the Norman secret realm, many 2nd and 3rd-level wizard apprentices from the Ring of Norse and Gullus Academy are now traveling back and forth between the Norman secret realm and the Ignis school headquarters. Ignis school library. At the administrator's counter, Richard was chatting with the senior 3rd-level wizard apprentice old man. Now, he could roughly sense the strength of the other party. As he estimated when he first entered the school, the opponent's strength should be about the same as his current one, and his mental power was close to the limit of level 3. However, the complexity and quantity of the types of witchcraft that the other party has learned must far exceed his. However, one thing is that Richard is very confident. That is, in terms of the degree of control of witchcraft, he will definitely be one step ahead of the other party. Therefore, If there is a real fight, the outcome is hard to say. Are you looking for a zero-level witchcraft that increases movement speed? Yes, Senior. But I just searched around the second floor and couldn't find any similar zero-level witchcraft. The old man shook his head and said, the number of witchcraft that increases movement speed in the shadow system is very small. It is normal that you can't find it. Generally speaking, there are many more witchcraft that increase movement speed in the wind system. It's a pity for you, Richard. It has no affinity with the wind element. Richard also knew what his problem was. He was of the dark fire and natural elements, and his affinity levels were declining. His affinity levels were medium, low, and inferior. This made him very confused. And currently he could only rely on shadow-based witchcraft. The old man thought for a while, and then added, however, I know that there is a third-level wizard apprentice named Willowy Piazza. He has a collection of the rare witchcraft you need. The name seems to be called Shadow Dance Steps. But if you want to exchange this thing from that stingy guy, Richard, you will probably lose a lot of magic stones. When Richard heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. To be honest, he could barely speak now, and said that problems that could be solved with magic stones were not big problems anymore. After knowing clearly that the other party is in the trading area, Richard quickly came to the trading area, Walloway's grocery store. As soon as Richard walked in, he saw Walloway, who was taking a nap. He had a chubby figure and squinted his eyes, looking shrewd. It is difficult to connect him with a third-level wizard apprentice. But Willowy is a real third-level wizard apprentice. Although judging from the aura, he should not have reached the peak of a third-level wizard apprentice. But it is not far away. Senior Walloway, I heard that you have a book of witchcraft called Shadow Dance. The aura of the peak level 2 wizard apprentice revealed by Richard did not make Walloway look down upon. After looking at Richard up and down, he said slowly, do you have any silver dragon grass? Just exchange for silver dragon grass. If you have 3 silver dragon grass, it will be yours. As a quasi-pharmacy master, Richard knew what the other party planned to do as soon as he heard it. Although the silver dragon grass is very rare, its effect is relatively simple, considering that the other party is a third-level wizard apprentice and is so anxious to get it. There is a high probability that he wants to make a rare silver dragon potion for the growth of mental power. With a frown on his face, Richard smiled and said, Senior Walloway, do I need silver dragon grass? Yes, you must get the silver dragon grass, Walloway said firmly. Walloway is very clear about his situation. He has taken basically all kinds of spiritual power-increasing potions available on the market, except for ancient mixtures such as Crimson Shock Mixture, because the quantity was too rare, and the school only released a few bottles as rewards. He couldn't get them. Others, such as prophetic potions and so on, he has already taken as long as they are available on the market, along with the rapid growth in strength. It has also led to the current dilemma he is facing, as he approaches the peak stage of the third-level wizard apprentice. He has basically become resistant to all mental power-enhancing potions. Therefore, if he wants to go one step further and become a formal wizard, he needs to take new spiritual power-increasing potions. Currently, he has contacted a potion master and collected other herbs, but he lacks silver dragon grass. Senior Walloway, take a look at my potion. How do you think it works? Richard confidently took out a small box from his arms, and then took out a golden horn frog egg from the box. No need to read. I have basically taken whatever is available on the market, unless yours is red. Before he could finish his words, Walloway stopped. He was sure that he had never seen this kind of potion before. Of course, there is no such thing as drug resistance. Walloway's small eyes widened. He looked carefully at the golden soybean grains in front of him, and asked doubtfully, this is a special potion produced in the dark territory can enhance mental power. Senior Walloway can try the effect first. This pill is free, Richard said with a smile. Potion from the Underdark? Walloway was a little convinced. After all, his school had gone deep underground, and it was normal for some apprentices to look for some potions unique to the Underdark. Are you sure it's a potion that enhances mental power and has no side effects? Have you taken it yourself? Walloway was still hesitant. Of course, the effect is very good. Richard swallowed one pill in front of Walloway. Seeing that Richard was so happy, Walloway's little eyes lit up, and he swallowed the golden horn frog eggs in one gulp. In less than a few seconds, Walloway's little eyes lit up instantly like an electrified incandescent lamp. And he thought to himself, sure enough, it's effective for me. There's no resistance at all. What a good thing. Immediately, Walloway's shrewd little eyes immediately started to move. Well, Richard, how many of these do you want to give me in exchange for the shadow dance? Less won't do. I need at least 100 pills. Willow said, as he made a big one gesture. 100 pills? You really dare to ask for it? Richard thought to himself, shook his head, and immediately turned around and left. No, 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 don't leave. The price is negotiable. Junior, please give me a price that is negotiable. Wallaway could no longer remain calm, and hurriedly ran out from behind the counter. After all, for him, as long as he can get the potion in Richard's hands, he can raise his mental power to the peak of the third-level wizard apprentice in a few months. And he will have a chance to become a formal wizard. Therefore, he was even more anxious. After all, silver dragon grass was hard to find, and there was no telling when he would receive one. Moreover, there was a failure rate in refining it. How could such a finished potion be reliable? 10 pills. Richard thought for a moment and quoted a price. At this time, it was Wallaway's turn to look a little bit dark. Is this how the bargain was done? He had seen it cut in half directly, but this was the first time for him to cut directly into the fracture like this. See, after some back and forth, it was only after Richard showed off his superb pharmaceutical skills that Wallaway reluctantly agreed to exchange 30 golden horn frog eggs for rare witchcraft shadow dance steps. There is also a condition that Wallaway has a free opportunity for Richard to refine the potion. After getting shadow dance, Richard was in a good mood and went all the way to the alchemy room of Teacher Celis. But as soon as he entered the door, Seals told him some bad news. Richard, the second-level wizard apprentice who was stationed in your family was injured. According to the news he sent back, there is currently an outbreak of monsters in Rosby County, and Silverpine Town is also the hardest hit area. I think it is better to let you know. When Richard heard this, his heart sank immediately. Teacher, is the situation serious? Celis nodded and said, but don't worry too much. I will issue another mission later, and arrange for a third-level wizard apprentice to go there. Teacher, you still don't need to issue new tasks. Can I go back by myself? You? With your current strength, there is still a relatively high risk in fighting monsters. Celis dissuaded. As for Richard, who had great hopes of becoming a master of pharmacy, Celis still hoped that Richard would not go back by himself. After all, in his eyes, with the strength of Richard's second-level wizard apprentice, it is still easy to encounter danger when fighting monsters. He didn't want the good young talent he was looking for to die on the way. Teacher, I believe I can do it. For Richard, who had been killing monsters for half a year in the Grey Fern Wilderness, he still had confidence in protecting Silverpine Town from monsters. Okay. Then be careful along the way. Seeing that his favorite disciple had already made up his mind, Celis immediately stopped trying to persuade him. After all, an eagle cannot be raised in a cage. After walking out of Celis' alchemy room, Richard originally wanted to say something to Meiluo before leaving. But suddenly he remembered that Meiluo had gone on an escort mission with several second-level wizard apprentices that morning, and would not be back until tomorrow. So, Richard asked Ram to talk to Meiluo, while he simply packed up his things and set off immediately. When a freshman saw Richard walking out of the gate of Ignis School, he immediately returned to the school and said something to an old student. Then, like a chain reaction, the news spread from one to another, and soon, it reached the hands of 3 second-level wizard apprentices of the Ring of North. One of these 3 people was the guy named Lucius Redman who accepted Joachim's mission. The 2 people next to him are both his best friends and younger brothers. Lucius Redman may not be considered the peak strength of a second-level wizard apprentice, but he is a contracted creature that has reached the strength of a third-level wizard apprentice. So, he is very confident about the task that Senior Joachim has offered a reward for. However, his contracted creature needs to be in a swamp environment to be effective in combat. Therefore, the trio's preset battlefield was to ambush in a swamp area at the end of the trail to the west of the Silt Swamp. We can't go any further, because if we go any further, we will leave the mud swamp and enter the Black Forest area, and it will become extremely difficult to find another swamp. When Richard walked along the west path of the school and passed through a dense black leaf forest, he noticed something was wrong on both sides of the path ahead. So he immediately stopped. In the swamps on both sides of the trail, the water is turbid, with tiny bubbles emerging from time to time. But Richard's eyes were looking at the bushes at the corner in the distance, and he said in a deep voice, "Come out." Chapter 133 1 against 3. Richard felt it silently, and felt 3 powerful auras waiting for him ahead. Of course, what is said here is not weak, because compared to ordinary second-level wizard apprentices, The 3 auras are beyond the ordinary category, and have reached the upper level. One of them has reached the peak of the second-level wizard apprentice. Compared with the aura revealed by Richard after using Rodrigo's meditation method to concentrate his breath, the aura was almost the same. 3 people of this level came to intercept him, which also made Richard quite confused. He recalled carefully that he had just returned to the school not long ago, and he had been following Celis recently, mainly studying and researching pharmacy. What to do to make enemies everywhere. Hey, he is indeed the former chief freshman of the Ignis school. He is indeed extraordinary in strength. He can actually detect our aura in advance. 3 men in black robes were seen walking out of the bushes, looking sure that they were convinced. The look of inspection. The person who spoke was the man in black robes in the middle, the one whose aura reached the peak of the second-level apprenticeship that Richard sensed. All 3 of them were wearing hoods, with the low-hanging brims covering most of their faces, so their features could not be seen clearly. However, Richard was sure through his own breath that he did not know them, and had never even seen them before. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, you will suffer less, the short black-robed man on the far right added. This made Richard instantly question his face. How confident the other party was that he dared to say such things in front of him. And judging from what the man in black robes in the middle said, the words freshman chief have already shown that the other party is undoubtedly trying to surround him. And there is absolutely no case of finding the wrong person. In that case, there is no need to waste any more words with him. When Richard took the first step, he had a dark element shield on his body. He waved the bone summoning staff and pointed towards the ground. In less than a second, 3 people appeared in the huge reverse pentagram array on the ground. Skeleton Archer. Immediately, the opponent began to dodge the arrows shot by the skeleton archer in a hurry, while quickly performing defensive witchcraft. Instantaneous witchcraft? No. It's silent. The man in the middle opposite said in surprise. An expert can tell the outcome with just one move. Richard's move instantly made the 3 people realize that they seemed to have seriously underestimated Richard's strength. Because the skill of silently casting witchcraft requires an extremely high level of control over witchcraft. Generally speaking, only those who have reached at least a master-level control level can master the silent spell. Many third-level wizard apprentices have not mastered this skill. In addition, Richard performed these 2 witchcraft too fast. Lucius Redman, the man in black robe in the middle, was not mediocre and had keen observation. He had already noticed that Richard summoned the skeleton, and it took a long time to cast the 0-level witchcraft. Less than a second. Which is terrifying. This shows that the other party's level of control over the 0-level witchcraft of summoning skeletons has surpassed the master level and reached the grandmaster level. The other 2 men in black robes also had a glimpse of the fact that Richard summoned 3 skeleton archers, and knew that this mission was absolutely difficult. How is it possible that Richard is so strong? Lucius's face under the hood was quite angry. Summon your contracted creature quickly. Otherwise, we will definitely not be able to resist it, the short black-robed man whispered. The black-robed man in the middle suddenly emitted a black light, which was the dark element shield. However, Richard noticed that the wooden short staff in the other party's hand flashed with black light. He must have thought that the short staff solidified the dark element shield, which enabled him to instantly cast the defensive magic. The short black-robed man summoned a walking corpse, and immediately hid behind it. The last tall man in black robes flashed the green whirlwind on his body, and his movement speed began to surge, barely dodging the arrow attack. At this time, the 3 of them had begun to feel regret in their hearts. Richard's strength was unpredictable. He was not like an ordinary second-level wizard apprentice at all. He seemed to be more troublesome than an ordinary third-level wizard apprentice. What was originally thought to be an easy task has turned into a life-and-death battle. A sharp bone flute sounded. At this time, Richard felt a fierce aura that was at least stronger than the 3 of them, and he quickly approached here from the swamp area on the side. Richard smiled slightly. Things finally became a little more interesting and no longer boring. To be honest, the 3 second-level wizard apprentices still did not arouse his interest. However, now there is finally an opponent who is worth watching. Suddenly, a huge snake head poked out of the swamp. Its long neck was at least 7 or 8 meters long. Then it revealed a wide and flat body, and a pair of long and wide fleshy fins were clearly visible. The upper and lower jaws of its mouth are relatively protruding, and its prismatic fangs are extremely sharp. The first time Richard saw the other person, he recognized what kind of creature it was. It was a swamp plesiosaur. Its combat power was equivalent to that of a third-level wizard apprentice. Feeling the call of his contract partner, the swamp plesiosaur rushed over quickly. Its original ambush location was more than 100 meters behind. But as soon as the swamp plesiosaur arrived, it felt that the person it was dealing with this time was not simple. As a creature with far sharper perception than humans, it could feel the volcanic energy lurking in Richard, as well as a faint sense of natural threat. If the plesiosaur knew that the person opposite had killed hundreds or thousands of monsters like it, it would know that its perception was really sharp. Originally, it wanted to carefully sense the enemy before attacking, but due to the urging of the contract partner, it had no choice but to attack immediately. Feeling the huge threat from Richard, it unleashed its innate witchcraft surge as soon as the game started. I saw the swamp plesiosaur spread its fins, which were more than 10 meters long, and vibrated at high speed. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Suddenly, the silt and turbid black water on the surface of the swamp surged up high like waves, attacking Richard and his 3 skeleton archers layer by layer. The mud and turbid water are like huge waves, making a roaring sound like a tsunami. As the 7 or 8 meters high silt hit Richard like a mudslide, Richard looked calm and waved his hand. He saw a large hand of dark elements with a diameter of nearly 3 meters. He immediately appeared out of thin air and slashed with his palm. There were huge waves of mudslides and rocks flowing one after another, but they went straight towards the swamp plesiosaur. Richard's body was still shining with the light of bones, which was why he had put on the skeleton armor. Then Richard put a pair of skeleton armor on each of the 3 skeleton archers, and ordered the 3 to continue fighting the 3 black-robed men. The lion still needs to fight the rabbit with all his strength, which is a kind of caution. Richard pulled out the knight's sword with his right hand, followed closely behind the big shadow hand, and charged straight at the plesiosaur, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him at an extremely fast speed. Richard, who is already a senior knight, is now faster than the 3rd Prince William, who was known for his speed half a year ago. When the swamp plesiosaur saw that the surge was broken by the opponent's dark element hand, it was a little frustrated, but when it saw that Richard dared to rush over, it looked happy, because it had another innate ability, 100 crack strike, which was exactly you need to be close. I saw the swamp plesiosaur raising its long neck back, and in an instant, it used its pointed jaws to stab dozens of times like lightning. Every time it hits the ground, mud will splash out, forming a pit several feet deep, which shows how powerful the attack is. On the other hand, Richard's figure was like a butterfly walking through a flower, dodging the lightning-like sharp jaw strikes of the plesiosaur. The few that could not be dodged were resisted with the skeleton armor. The strength of the skeleton's armor was beyond the swamp plesiosaur's expectations. A hard blow with its sharp jaws could only break the bone spurs on the surface, but it itself was dizzy from the shock. Richard took a look and saw that this was a good opportunity. Richard jumped high, aimed at the long neck of the plesiosaur, and chopped it down with a heavy sword, with an additional skill of high-speed vibration. In an instant, like a hot knife cutting through butter, it cut through the hard scales, extremely tough muscles, and bones of the neck, and the plesiosaur's slender neck broke with a snap. The incision was as smooth as a mirror. The next second, blood several meters high spurted out from the incision like a bloody fountain, soaking Richard under the white armor, making him look like a bloody killer. Lucius Redman, the 2nd-level peak wizard apprentice, who signed a sole contract with the plesiosaur, immediately screamed as the plesiosaur died and fell to the ground, almost with the snake's neck. The dragons died simultaneously. After taking a look, Richard finally understood why a swamp plesiosaur whose strength was 1 level above it would be willing to obey the instructions of someone with lower strength. It turned out that the 2 parties had signed a sole contract. Signing a sole contract means that if one of the parties to the contract dies, both parties will die. But one big advantage of signing this contract is that for the wizard apprentice, through this contract, he can sign contracted creatures that are much stronger than himself. In other words, once the sole contract is successfully signed, it is equivalent to having an additional powerful fighter. Beloved, his strength instantly increased. Therefore, in the wizarding world where strength is paramount, many wizard apprentices will choose this shortcut. As for the blood oath contract, there is no such problem. The death of the creature in the blood oath contract will not have much impact on the wizard apprentice. However, the blood oath contract also has 3 major disadvantages. The first is that when the contract is signed at the beginning, the strength of the contracted creature must be lower than that of the wizard apprentice. In addition, regular feeding of essence and blood is required. The last point is that if the strength of the contracted creature slowly exceeds that of the wizard apprentice, the blood essence it requires will greatly increase. As a result, one day, the wizard apprentice will be unable to provide it. And the result is that the contracted creature will defect. What Richard signed was a blood oath contract. But he was confident that the speed of his strength improvement would stabilize the soul-eating demon spider. At this moment, the scene of Richard easily killing the swamp plesiosaur that was comparable to a third-level wizard apprentice made the other two men in black robes scared to death. The will to fight was lost in an instant. This is probably what it means to capture the leader first. Richard. Stop. I request to redeem my life based on the noble principle of redemption with gold. As long as you sign a contract with me, I am willing to pay a price of 1,000 magic stones. The short man in black robe shouted hurriedly. Me too. Me too. I also want to redeem my life. I know the location of the ruins of an ancient wizard. As long as you sign a contract with me, I will tell you immediately. The tall man in black robe saw his teammates surrendering and surrendered. Not to be outdone, he shouted immediately. Richard smiled slightly. Just when the two of them thought that Richard was going to agree, they saw the skeleton archer swishing two arrows, which directly hit their throats, killing them on the spot. At this moment, the corpse bird in the short black robe slipped from his limp hands. It seemed that he had never expected that Richard would kill him without any hesitation, leaving him without even the time to release the corpse bird. A delicate sheepskin scroll slipped from the fingers of another tall black-robed man's right hand, which seemed to contain some powerful witchcraft. However, the counterattack plan obviously failed, and it would take time to release the scroll. Does Richard not care at all why he was ambushed? There was a strong sense of unwillingness in the eyes of both of them, and they couldn't understand why. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't they have to ask a few questions before killing? What Richard did was totally against common sense. At this time, the soul-eating demon spider quickly crawled out from Richard's arms. The current soul-eating demon spider was getting smaller and smaller, only the size of an ordinary person's palm. But its color had changed. From the original white body, it gradually turned to crystal color. At present, more than half of its body has completed this change. It is said that when the color of the soul-eating demon spider's body changes to crystal color, it means that it has entered the mature stage. The soul-eating spider is now devouring his soul, and there is no need for Richard to use the spiritual manifestation technique anymore. One stream after another, for streams of extremely fine, but extremely pure ownerless spiritual power were fed back from the soul-eating demon spider and merged into Richard's spiritual sea. But the most important thing was the one mixed in it, a trace of pure soul energy. All of a sudden, a tingling sensation on his scalp came one after another, and Richard felt like he was floating in the air. Since returning to the school's residence, Richard has not experienced this feeling for a long time. From this point of view, Richard hopes that the more wizard apprentices who come to hunt him down, the better. As long as the official wizards don't take action, he is currently not afraid of anyone. When the soul-eating spider crawled into the bodies of 3 second-level wizard apprentices and searched the memory fragments of the three, Richard discovered that he seemed to have underestimated the Cooperative Association and other forces. Although these 3 second-level wizard apprentices are all from the Ring of North, they quickly locked in on Richard through the alien version of the Fellow Club, the Ignis School's Cooperative Association. This time, they attacked me because they received a bounty worth 500 magic stones. As for the client of the mission, the memory of the black-robed man who signed a soul contract with the swamp plesiosaur showed that he was a third-level wizard apprentice from the Ring of North named Joaquin Falahuas. But Richard frowned, and he was sure that he definitely didn't know this Joachim. And the only time he had any interaction with the Ring of North was when he killed the red-haired girl Jenna and the three of them. It seems that 80% of the time, he was targeted because of this incident. However, half a year has passed since this incident, and you are still staring at him? Is it possible that this third-level wizard apprentice named Joaquin Farias is the boyfriend of the red-haired girl Jenna? If that's the case, it would make sense. Chapter 134 Black Forest Market. Richard carefully recalled the arrangements he made at that time, and he was very cautious. Unexpectedly, he was still found out. But after thinking for a while, Richard concluded that the other party must have used some kind of witchcraft to find out that he had killed Jenna and several others. It seems that I still underestimate the power of witchcraft in this world. After all, this is a mysterious power that cannot be explained by science in the previous life. I just don't know if there is anyone else behind this third-level wizard apprentice, such as a formal wizard. However, it is impossible for Richard to go back and investigate the third-level wizard apprentice named Joaquin now. Richard immediately decided to rush to Isong Town as soon as possible and deal with the matter when he came back. After all, once we know the existence of the other party, the trend between the enemy and us has changed. It is no longer the enemy in the dark, and we in the light. So it will be much easier to deal with. However, what Richard was very interested in now was a memory of the tall black-robed apprentice. Just now, he shouted that he knew the location of a ruins. Richard thought that the other party was just talking nonsense and delaying time. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be true. And the ancient parchment that recorded the specific location of the ruins was also carried by the other party. In addition, Richard knew the location of a nearby wizard market through the memory of the leading man in black robe. Follow this west path for about 100 miles. After entering the Black Forest and walking for dozens of miles, you will find a wizard's market near a T-junction. Of course, although this is a wizard market, in fact, most of the time, those coming in and out are wizard apprentices. Official wizards rarely come to this kind of market, which is mainly populated by apprentices. The reason is easy to understand. There is very little overlap between what formal wizards and wizard apprentices need. To put it simply, it is difficult for formal wizards to find what they need in markets, where wizard apprentices are the main ones. Originally, the leading man in black robe planned to dispose of the loot here after killing Richard. After all, he was also worried that the things in Richard's hands would be left behind. This made Richard's eyes light up, because he had always been worried about the other party's items having some kind of mark or backhand. Richard usually wouldn't pick up the loot. You know, this is a huge waste. Now, since there is a wizard's market ahead, it would be great. You can quickly take action and replace it with magic stones. However, after a year of experience, especially half a year of training in the Underdark, Richard is no longer the rookie he used to be. To be cautious, Richard would not search for the 3 bodies in person. Instead, he would possess a skeleton archer and go to rummage through the bodies. Why not let the soul-eating spider possess the body and help rummage through it? That's because the soul-eating spider is not a human after all, and cannot identify the specific value of items. So Richard has to do this job himself. Sure enough, Richard's caution was justified. When the possessed skeleton archer searched for the tall man in black robes, he took out an unusually tightly bundled parchment from his arms, which seemed to be a memory. The map in the clip records the location of the ancient wizard ruins. Richard immediately controlled the archer and opened the rope buckle. But as soon as he opened the scroll, he didn't expect a cloud of black smoke to rush straight into the skeleton archer's face. He only heard the strong corrosive sound of sizzling. From the skeleton archer's body surface came from the skeleton armor. I saw a large piece of white bone armor from the skeleton archer's face to his chest, which was corroded into pits and pits, which shows how toxic it is. Fortunately, the skeleton archers are undead creatures, and their bodies are protected by the witchcraft skeleton armor used by Richard, so they are basically unharmed. Black corrosive poisonous smoke. Richard immediately looked stern. Fortunately, he was cautious enough. Otherwise, the boat might capsize in the gutter. This kind of poisonous smoke is highly corrosive and neurotoxin. As a pharmacist himself, Richard is certainly aware of the lethality of this hidden trick. If you really let this poisonous smoke spray on your face, not only will you be blind in an instant, your skin will ulcerate, but the action of the neurotoxin will cause nerve paralysis. Over time, the best treatment time will be lost, and you will basically die. After the poisonous smoke dissipated, Richard took a closer look and found that the knots tied up the sheepskin rolls had 2 knots. One large and one small. The larger one was a fake knot. After pulling it, the map could still be opened, but a thin thread would be triggered. A long small tube containing poisonous smoke. Only by pulling on the small knot is the correct way to open it without triggering the slender tube. What a ruthless trick. If it were any other wizard apprentice, he might have fallen into the trap. However, this also shows that this old parchment scroll must be worth a lot of money. Otherwise, there would be no need for the other party to tamper with this item. Richard thought to himself. Since the ancient parchment scroll had been opened, Richard took a rough look at the map drawn in the parchment scroll. There are quite a few relics of this kind of ancient wizard that have been handed down, and they have a somewhat mixed flavor. Some of the relics have no exploration value at all, and a very few are relatively well preserved. The original owner of the ancient wizard is powerful. Only in this case, there is relatively large exploration value. Richard, who didn't care much at first, suddenly raised his eyebrows, and his expression became serious after seeing the location shown on the map. In the center of the parchment scroll, there is a drawing of a continuous range of towering mountains. The top of the mountains is painted with white paint to depict the image of snow. The shapes of several peaks are also painted very vividly, and the entire map is extremely realistic. In addition, in the center of the continuous mountains. The 4 characters bearing mountains are marked in the Hutt language unique to ancient wizards. In the southwest of the bearing mountains, a peak near the core area is marked with a big cross type. Next to the cross, there are a few small words in Hittite, place of eternal life for the dead. His. Could it be that this is Rodrigue's ruins? No. What Instructor Celis is exploring should most likely be Rodrigue's ruins in the Bearing Mountains. Although he did not directly answer the question about what he was exploring due to his oath. The ruins information, Richard murmured. There can't be 2 Rodrigo ruins in the Bearing Mountains. Right? Richard couldn't figure it out for a moment. Of course, it is also possible that this is the remains of another ancient wizard, because there is no other text description on the entire map. This kind of map without beginning or end is the most troublesome. But according to the memories of the tall man in black robes, this ancient sheepskin scroll was obtained by a few of them when they ambushed a seriously injured 3rd-level wizard apprentice. There is no doubt about its authenticity. Moreover, when Richard guessed the original owner of the ancient wizard here, why he immediately thought of Rodrigo? It was because from the 4 words eternal life of the undead, it can be seen that the ruins of this ancient wizard, if it is real, then its identity is most likely to be an undead wizard. Looking at it now, this may also be a ruins of other necromancers. You know, if it is also the ruins left by the ancient wizard of the undead system, it will definitely improve Richard the most. Assuming that it is the ruins of a water wizard. Even if Richard can successfully explore the ruins, his harvest will definitely be greatly reduced. Because many witchcraft models, and the treasures left behind, such as witchcraft, etc., will definitely be the inheritance of water system. Even if Richard takes it, he still has to replace it. In this case, the value will be greatly reduced. Therefore, when Richard saw the words eternal life of the undead, he was basically sure that he was going to explore this location. Of course not now. Richard controlled the skeleton archers and beat the 3 people's short staffs, bottles, scrolls, parchments, etc. into a big bundle, and then set off again. The primary goal now is to quickly rush to the wizard market ahead, dispose of the loot, and buy a mount. It would be great if there was such a flying mount, which would greatly reduce Richard's travel time. Richard is already a high-level knight in physical fitness. Compared with ordinary horses, the difference in speed is not very big, but with transportation tools, traveling will definitely be much easier. Evening. A 3-way intersection in the Black Forest. According to the memory of the man in black robe, the market should be on the left side of the first fork on the right. But the scenery in front of him clearly showed that there was a cliff on the left side of the first fork in the road, which made Richard feel a little confused. Isn't this the fork in the road? When Richard took a few steps forward, with his keen sense, he noticed slight witchcraft fluctuations more than 10 meters ahead. Richard suddenly realized that this place, like the Ignis School's residence, was covered with witchcraft formations such as invisibility or illusion. After Richard slightly revealed the mental fluctuations of a peak 2nd-level wizard apprentice, a blood-eyed crow appeared out of thin air with a quack quack, circled in front of Richard for several times, and then flew away again. Because of the memory image of the man in black robe, Richard immediately understood that this was meant to guide him in. As Richard stepped forward, the surrounding environment changed instantly, from cliffs to a mist-shrouded valley. The curved path under his feet extended forward, leading into the valley. There seemed to be a lot of faint voices coming from inside the valley, but it was just because of the fog that I couldn't see clearly. After walking for tens of meters more, after passing through the foggy area, the appearance of the entire market suddenly appeared in front of Richard. It was a long street with mostly fixed shops on both sides, and a few of them a temporary stall. Unlike the trading area of the Ignis School, the number of temporary stalls far exceeds the fixed shops. Here, there are still mostly fixed shops. At the entrance of the long street, there is a checkpoint. Richard initially sensed that there was a 3rd-level wizard apprentice sitting there, and there were more than 10 fully armed knights. A 1st-level wizard apprentice was responsible for chores, such as collecting money, fees, etc. As soon as the 1st-level wizard apprentice sensed the aura of Richard's peak 2nd-level apprentice, he immediately said respectfully, "Sir, to enter the Black Forest market, you need to pay 2 magic stones. If you need to set up a stall, you need to pay another 10. A magic stone. In addition, no fighting is allowed in the market. Otherwise you will become the enemy of the Modimus family." "No stall." Richard nodded, and after handing the other party 2 magic stones, he was told okay. Many people in the market were wearing hoods, and the wide brim of the hat prevented others from seeing their faces clearly. But there are also a small number of wizard apprentices who do not hide their faces and are looking around casually. But most of these are disciples from major colleges. The special patterns on their chests have already revealed their origins and strength. Since this place is very close to the Ignis school, it is rare for wandering wizard apprentices with no eyesight to sneak attack the students of the college. According to Black Robe's memory, the person in charge of the market here is the Modimus family. A wizard family. It is said that a descendant of the family with official wizard strength teaches in the Ignis school. Richard walked quickly around the long street, and then after thinking for a moment, he quickly went in and out of various shops. After a while, Richard's loot package shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, except for the ancient parchment scrolls, which were not sold, all other items had been quickly sold by Richard at a discount. After purchasing some rare raw materials and food, Richard came to a shop selling mounts. That's right. It was a shop, not a stable, because Richard could clearly see that there were several animal pens in the backyard, which contained 3 kinds of creatures: wildebeests, forest wolves, and gray-spotted black bears. They must have been domesticated creatures that could be used as mounts. As soon as Richard entered the shop, a first-level wizard apprentice came over and greeted him. "Sir, welcome to Modimus Mount Shop. Are you planning to buy a mount? Do you need me to introduce it to you?" "Okay." Richard nodded slightly. It seemed that this mount shop named after Modimus must be a shop opened by the Modimus family themselves. "This is a wildebeest." The first-level wizard apprentice introduced it very enthusiastically. After a while, he introduced the advantages and disadvantages of the 3 mounts incisively and vividly. Wildebeests are good at running long distances, and are also the cheapest. They only cost 15 to 20 magic stones. To put it simply, they are the otherworldly version of bloody horses. In addition to their amazing endurance, forest wargs are good at jumping and moving. They can walk on steep mountain roads as if they were walking on flat ground. They also have good attack power. The price is also much more expensive, requiring 50 to 80 magic stones. The gray-spotted black bear is a mount that focuses on defense and combat. It is not fast, but its combat effectiveness is the best among the 3. After a brief thought, Richard decided to buy a timber wolf, because the fastest route back to Rosby County had several extremely steep mountain roads, which were just right for timber wolf. "Sir, have you decided to buy a forest warg? Please come with me." When the first-level wizard apprentice saw that Richard had decided to buy it so quickly, he immediately smiled and introduced it eloquently while leading the way. These forest wolves are all mutant breeds carefully cultivated by the Modimus family. When Richard walked into the animal pen in the middle, he saw forest wolves imprisoned by independent wooden fences. They were either lying down or standing, but they were all in high spirits. It was obvious at a glance that they were well cared for. Chapter 135 Mutated Winter Wolf. The standing mutated forest warg is nearly 1.5 meters tall at the shoulders, with a body over 3 meters long. It is extremely muscular, has long black hair, and has very good defensive power. There is a saddle on the back of the warg, showing a perfect concave shape. There are bridges on the front and back of the saddle, and there are 2 steel pedals on both sides, all of which are designed to allow people to sit on it steadily. There is also a bit and reins on the head. The whole set of equipment is similar to that on a horse, but has been specially improved. After all, the appearance characteristics of wolves and horses are very different. According to the first-level wizard apprentice in front of me, this kind of forest warg was selected from the mutant species of ordinary wargs. After careful breeding and several generations of cross-fertilization, the current variety was finally developed. The current warg breed is resistant to fatigue and is good at traveling long distances. At the same time, its amazing jumping ability is especially suitable for steep terrain such as jungles and mountain streams. When Richard heard this, he looked happy. The price of the warg he was looking for was indeed not cheap. It actually cost 100 magic stones. In general, the warg costs between 50 and 80 magic stones, which is considered to be the highest priced one. However, when Richard looked around, a touch of pure white caught his eye. "Hey, that white warg is extraordinarily tall." Richard saw an extraordinarily tall white-haired warg sleeping soundly in an independent wooden fence in the deepest part of the wolf stable. The first-level wizard apprentice followed Richard's gaze and immediately explained. "Sir, this is a winter wolf from the north. It has been transported here after a long journey. The purpose is to hybridize with the mutant forest wolf. It is said that this winter wolf is also a mutant and has reached the strength of a low-level monster. Although he has not yet awakened his natural witchcraft, he is extremely powerful and even injured 6 or 7 official knights during the roundup. Oh! Can this winter wolf be sold? A bright light flashed in Richard's eyes. Sir, this end is not for sale. 200 magic stones, Richard said, holding up 2 fingers. It's really not possible. Sir, the first-level wizard apprentice said, shaking his head like a rattle. 500 magic stones. Sir, we are using this mutant winter wolf as a breeding wolf. The first-level wizard apprentice's tone has obviously changed. From the original absolutely no to the current hesitation. It can be seen that his heart has been shaken. 1,000 magic stones. How much do you think it can be? The first-level wizard apprentice's eyes widened. He had just finished half of his excuses, but was immediately interrupted by himself. 1,000 magic stones. Sir, this should be no problem. Please wait a moment. Because the transaction amount involved is too large. I need to report it to Level B's tamer immediately. The first-level wizard apprentice left in a hurry, muttering to himself as he ran. Sell? Of course. 1,000 magic stones. Whoever doesn't sell is a fool. Besides, when I bought this mutant winter wolf, I only spent 600 magic stones, including the shipping fee. Now that the breeding is over, it would be great if I could sell it for 700 or 800. I didn't expect such a rich buyer to come. After a while, a first-level wizard apprentice came accompanied by a tall man with a beard. Judging from the aura he sensed, the bearded man in his 40s or 50s seemed to be only a second-level wizard apprentice. It seemed that he should be the kind of wizard apprentice who did not have good wizard qualifications, but was quite good at taming animals. Sir, this is Trainer Lieber, the person in charge of our mount shop. Before reaching an agreement, please ask him to introduce you to the basic information of the winter wolf you want to buy, so as to avoid unnecessary disputes. Richard nodded and agreed. He was quite satisfied with the approach of the mount shop, which meant that he was selling with integrity and saying bad words first. Sir, the mutated winter wolf you want to buy is a 3-year-old male wolf. Its mutation is characterized by enhanced physical fitness. Currently, its melee fighting ability has reached the standard of a low-level monster after testing. However, it has not yet awakened. There is no innate witchcraft. In addition, sir, this mutated winter wolf has not yet been fully tamed. If it acts as a mount, there will be certain risks. I hope you can know this in advance. Regarding the last point, Trainer Liebel looked into Richard's eyes and said it, seeming a little worried that if Richard knew that the winter wolf was not fully domesticated, he would give up the purchase. But to his surprise, Richard just nodded and didn't say anything about giving up the purchase. I will take care of this myself. Trainer Lieber, please help me get a suitable saddle and put it on. Richard thought for a moment and added, because this winter wolf is more than one size larger than other forest wolves. A forest wolf saddle would definitely not be suitable. At the moment, Richard does not have time to order a saddle from somewhere else. That's no problem. I happen to have a pair of saddles specially made for winter wolves. The workmanship is absolutely exquisite, so I will give them to you as well. When the animal trainer Liebel saw Richard, he agreed to the deal without hesitation. Immediately readily expressed that he could give me a set of exclusive saddles as a gift. After all, the mutated winter wolf that someone bought for 1,000 magic stones should be given a complete set of saddles, bits, and reins. The 3 of them chatted and walked, and soon came to the fence where the winter wolf was imprisoned. At this time, the mutated winter wolf that was originally sleeping suddenly woke up after sensing the approach of Richard and others, and immediately rolled up and stared at Richard with its bell-sized eyes. Only then did Richard clearly see the mutant winter wolf in front of him, which was as big as a calf. It was so tall that it seemed to be even bigger than the Siberian tiger in his previous life, especially like the pure white husky, but several times larger. Through the thick white fur, you can see the bulging and strong muscles, sharp teeth and claws. It seems that what the trainer Liebel said is true. This mutant winter wolf is very good at close combat. However, as Richard approached, the tall and mighty mutated winter wolf seemed to be slowly retreating, making the whole scene slightly weird. The animal trainer Liebel on the side was greatly confused. He could see that the mutated winter wolf was very nervous now. I have been here dozens of times, and I have never seen the mutated winter wolf look like it is facing a powerful enemy. Could it be that it's because of him? Tamer Liberal glanced at Richard, who was just a second-level wizard apprentice. It was the unique murderous aura of Richard, who had killed hundreds of monsters, that made the mutant winter wolf feel like a formidable enemy. Richard smiled slightly and slowly stretched out his right hand and inserted it into the wooden fence. Just when the first-level wizard apprentice looked worried and wanted to remind him, he was pulled by the legal animal trainer next to him and motioned for him to continue watching. The mutated winter wolf shivered and began to lie down. Finally, it turned its entire soft white belly over, letting Richard's right hand rub its belly casually. This made Richard smile slightly and said to himself, "What a smart winter wolf." His original idea was that if the mutated winter wolf dared to resist, he would directly suppress it violently. If you would rather die than obey, then I'm sorry. Richard will choose to kill it directly, and then use the soul-eating demon spider to control it. But what Richard didn't expect was that the opponent's perception was so sharp. He seemed to have seen his hidden strength, and he instantly surrendered and transformed into Era. Since he is so obedient, of course, there is no need to trouble the soul-eating spider anymore. After letting the Liber trainer smoothly place the special saddle and reins, Richard jumped onto the huge mutant winter wolf. With a slight squeeze of his legs, the winter wolf took off like an arrow from the string, galloping away in the direction directed by Richard. After a while, after a few jumps, he nimbly returned to the mount shop. The fast speed and flexible dodge made Richard very satisfied with this mutated winter wolf, and he readily handed over 1,000 magic stones to the trainer Libel. As if he had thought of something, Richard temporarily stored this unusually conspicuous mutated winter wolf in the mount shop. He got up and went to the herbal shop again to replenish some herbs used to make hemostatic potions, primary healing potions, primary antidote, etc. Because Richard suddenly thought of this problem just now. Although he rarely uses these medicines to treat injuries, there is no guarantee that he will not use them when he returns to Yisong Town. If I need to use it at that time, I don't have the herbal medicine at hand, and my skills as a pharmacist can only be useless. Just like a clever woman can't make a meal without rice. However, after spending all this money, plus paying 1,000 magic stones for the mount, Richard discovered that he still had nearly 2,000 magic stones left from the sale of the spoils. Sure enough, robbery is the fastest way to earn money. No wonder so many wizard apprentices like to take on this kind of bounty mission. The rewards are really huge. Half an hour later, Richard returned to the mount shop with a bulging package. But as soon as he entered the door, he found several wizard apprentices wearing the standard gray robes of Guru's Academy. They seemed to be pointing around the white mutated winter wolf they had purchased. One of them, a third-level wizard apprentice, was talking to the man from the mount shop. The first-level wizard apprentice, who had received him before, was talking about something. "My lord, I'm really sorry. This mutated winter wolf has just been sold. Now it's just a customer who keeps it with me." The first-level wizard apprentice also seemed to know that the other party belonged to the guru through the mark on the gray robe. The official student of C Academy was struggling to explain at this moment. "Hey, I think you want to raise the price on the ground. An ordinary forest warg only needs 60 magic stones. I offer 600 magic stones, which is enough to represent my sincerity." The third-level wizard apprentice seemed to be sure that what he saw in front of him was a first-level wizard apprentice just wants to raise the price. This is also a commonly used price increase method in general stores. "Sir, it has really been sold. I will ask Master Liberal to come out right away." He was also present when the sale just happened. The first-level wizard apprentice was blushing at this moment. After all, he couldn't afford to offend a third-level wizard apprentice. Just when the third-level wizard apprentice wanted to say something else, the sharp eyes of the first-level wizard apprentice spotted Richard, who had just entered the door. As if he had found a savior, he shouted loudly, "Sir, you are finally back." Then he said to the third-level wizard apprentice of Guru's Academy, "That gentleman is the distinguished guest who purchased the mutated winter wolf. He is now the owner of the mutated winter wolf. I did not lie to you." In an instant, the 2 men and 1 woman from Guru's Academy focused their attention on Richard. Since Richard was not wearing the standard apprentice robe of the Ignis School, but a black robe, the aura he displayed was only that of a second-level wizard apprentice. So the third-level wizard apprentice raised his eyebrows and said, "Level 2 wandering apprentice? How about you transfer this mutated winter wolf to me, and I'll pay you 600 magic stones." Richard said calmly, "I'm sorry. I also need it now." At this time, the first-level wizard apprentice next to him said straightforwardly, "This gentleman just bought a mutated winter wolf with 1,000 magic stones." His 1,000 magic stones. The 3 people from Guru's Academy looked at Richard in surprise. You know, although this mutant winter wolf is rare, in their eyes, it is definitely not worth 1,000 magic stones. But Richard is different. First, because the money is like picking it up on the street. When it comes to spending it, he will naturally buy it if he thinks it is good. Second, because Richard is in urgent need of a transportation tool, and the mutant winter wolf is better than the ordinary forest wolf. It was 2 levels better, so he bought it. The 3rd level wizard apprentice seemed a little annoyed and said, 1,000 magic stones? You two are not singing double acts, are you? How could anyone be willing to pay 1,000 magic stones to buy a winter wolf? Senior Mukin, let's forget it. 1,000 magic stones are too expensive. The 2nd level wizard apprentice girl next to her shook her head and said. The 3rd level wizard apprentice glanced at the beautiful schoolgirl, gritted his teeth and said to Richard, that wandering apprentice, 1,000 is 1,000. The deal is done. Richard couldn't help but feel amused. It's really weird. I didn't agree at all. Do you think that if you offer 1,000 magic stones, I have to sell you the mutated winter wolf in my hand? Immediately, Richard said angrily, for personal use. Not for sale. Turn around and leave. Suddenly, this made the other party feel that he had been provoked. And he said sinisterly, wandering apprentice, you have to know that sometimes trouble comes from your mouth. I advise you to sell it to me. However, the price has now become 800 the magic stone. Richard was speechless for a while. Did you drink too much fool's wine, a kind of strong liquor? Huh? The 3rd level wizard apprentice asked doubtfully. This kind of preface and no follow-up sentence suddenly made several people around him a little surprised, wondering what Richard meant. Stupid people who drink too much usually have a louder tone. It seemed that there was no such kind of afterthought in the other world. And several people around him burst out laughing. Even his schoolmate was covering her mouth and laughing. You hateful wandering apprentice. Your arrogance will make you suffer and regret for the rest of your life. The 3rd level wizard apprentice retorted with a red face. If this hadn't happened in the market, he would probably have attacked Richard directly. After saying that, Richard shrugged, ignored the others, jumped on the mutated winter wolf, and ran towards the exit of the market. This made the 3rd level wizard apprentices of Guru's Academy's eyes light up. And they immediately said to the schoolgirls, you guys take a stroll in the market first, and I'll go out. As if she had guessed what Senior Mukin was going to do. The beautiful junior girl said anxiously, Senior Mukin. But the senior from Mukin suddenly disappeared in a flash. Chapter 136 Disguised Decoction. Just when Richard and the 3 wizard apprentices from Guru's Academy had a little incident in the Black Forest market. Since half a day has passed, the person who was arranged to contact Lucius in the Ignis school has not yet received any feedback from Lucius. The contact frowned, wondering if something had happened, such as the failure of the killing mission? Although it stands to reason that Lucius and the other 2 should not have any accidents. But up to now, there has been no feedback, which makes him restless. Lucius and the 3 of them are considered a powerful group among the 2nd level wizard apprentices, with the 3 of them joining forces. Ordinary 3rd level wizard apprentices can't stand them. Let alone this time, they are only dealing with a 2nd level wizard apprentice. But after waiting for another half an hour, the contact person couldn't sit still anymore. So he immediately called a few people to accompany him to check. Led by a strange little beast, a few people quickly followed the path of Lucius and the others, heading all the way from the west path. Finally, before it was completely dark, the 3 of them arrived at the place where Richard and Lucius fought. The strange little beast turned around 3 times, indicating that Lucius's aura disappeared here. The contact person and the accompanying people immediately started searching carefully. After searching around, they finally found some clues. Obviously, this was the scene of the battle. However, judging from the deliberately concealed scene, it means that one side must have won. Considering that Lucius and the other 3 have not sent a signal for a long time, the contact person basically concluded that the target person failed to kill, and Lucius and the other 3 were unable to kill him. One person survived. This couldn't help but shock his whole body. You know, Lucius and the other 3 are all outstanding among the 2nd level wizard apprentices in the North Ring. Especially Lucius. His mentor is quite fond of him, and thinks that Lucius is promoted to an official wizard. The probability is more than 60%. But now, it is damaged here. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, the contact person immediately took out a blood falcon corpse bird from his arms. After entering the information, he immediately asked the blood falcon to send a message to Joachim. Deep in the Norman secret realm, the corpse of a tall lobster man lay on the spot. The fatal wound on his body was a large hole punched through his chest, which even the thick carapace could not withstand. The man in black robe standing beside him, looking through the messages from the blood falcon, was none other than Joachim, the third-level wizard apprentice of the Ring of North. Trash? Lucius is a trash. 3 people can't even handle a second-level wizard apprentice. In the end, I have to take action myself. Joachim was a little restless. The other 2 were just that. But Lucius's mentor was quite powerful among official wizards. It's good now. Lucius has gotten involved again, before schoolmate Jenna's matter has come to an end. If 2 official wizards come to him to ask for an explanation, he will be in trouble. I will be like that poached egg. Both sides will be fried golden. It seems that things can't be delayed any longer. It's a pity to waste such a good Norman secret realm. Damn it! If I just wait a few more days, I can collect enough supplies to exchange for the Crimson Shock potion. But now, I should hurry up and deal with things first. Although he felt a little regretful, Joachim no longer hesitated and immediately turned around and galloped towards the exit of the secret realm. After all, it would be the same if he came back after finishing the matter. It would be just a few days later. But it would still be a few days later. In Joachim's mind, killing a second-level wizard apprentice like Richard was nothing more than a piece of cake. It was getting dark. However, Richard, who had just obtained a new mount, was a little excited in his heart. And considering his strength, there seemed to be no monsters or dangers in the Black Forest that required special attention. Therefore, Richard drove the mutated winter wolf along the forest path and rushed towards the Heron Kingdom. The saddle presented by the Maudimus family mount shop seems to be made of the skin of a monster blackhorn sheep. It is very breathable and comfortable. And the waist of the wolf is very flexible. Unlike the horse, the saddle is very flexible. Excellent shock performance. Richard is sitting on the mutated winter wolf, except for the strong wind blowing in front of him when the speed is too fast, causing his hair to be messy. He has almost no shortcomings. Now, Richard's overall travel comfort level has been improved by more than 2 levels. At this rate, the originally planned 5-day trip would probably take 2 days to arrive. Just as Richard was sitting comfortably on the back of the mutated winter wolf, enjoying the alien version of the Mercedes-Benz Maybach, a man in gray robes behind him was chasing after him, surrounded by a burst of cyan air, and he was walking the legs, which were about to appear as afterimages, ran quickly behind the mutated winter wolf. If you look down from a high altitude, even though the man in gray robe is trying his best to use his 2 legs to move forward, he is still getting further and further away from the strong white figure several miles ahead. Although the man in gray robe never saw the white figure in front of him, he was not discouraged. As he ran, he murmured to himself, "Does this wandering apprentice know that I will chase him out? This is too good at running. 2 of them, it's almost an hour, and it's getting so dark. Why don't you find a place to camp?" Although there are no particularly powerful monsters in this dark forest, there are still some monsters that the second-level wizard apprentices are afraid of. I don't believe it. You can keep running without camping. Mukin, who had been chasing for half an hour, naturally refused to give up the fat he was about to get. In his opinion, since this wandering apprentice had the ability to spend a premium of 1,000 magic stones to buy this mutant winter wolf, it meant that he must have something more valuable on him, or a large amount of magic stones. Either way, it represents a fat sheep. Although it was very tiring for him to chase after him, he was sure that the other party must be looking for a place to rest. By then, a wandering apprentice with the strength of a second-level wizard apprentice would not be within his reach. Half an hour later, when the novelty was over, Richard crossed his legs and slowly slowed down the mutant winter wolf, and began to search both sides of the trail. After a while, I found a wolverine's den not far from the trail. After driving away the wolverines at will, Richard rested here. The question of why the wolverine's lair was chosen is actually quite interesting. Initially, Richard had relatively little knowledge in this area, but after spending half a year in the Grey Fern Wilderness, his experience immediately became richer. First of all, monsters' lairs are generally not the first choice. Most monsters don't care at all about the hygiene of their lairs. The smell is strong. Even after cleaning, there was still a faint smell of excrement. Badgers, have basically very clean nests because they excrete outside the holes. To put it simply, badgers will build a dry toilet outside the cave. In this case, the cave is slightly smaller, and the sanitary condition is very good. The wolverine is one of the larger badgers, so Richard's entry and exit did not seem crowded. Of course, it would be best to find a wolverine, but it is difficult to find one nearby. Richard was lucky enough to find the wolverine's cave. After finding the campsite, it is natural to solve the problem of food and drink. When it comes to his diet, Richard will never compromise if he has the conditions, and will be relatively particular. Therefore, after a while, a strong aroma of wine and barbecue wafted out from the entrance of the Wolverine's cave. And the mutated winter wolf next to it was so greedy that it kept acting coquettishly around Richard. Hey! Don't you eat raw food? Why do you want to eat cooked food? Richard glanced at the mutated winter wolf and was speechless. This guy saw himself grilling meat and seemed to realize that grilled meat tasted much better than raw meat. He immediately stopped eating his raw meat and turned around to act cute and ask for the cooked meat. What a smart guy. However, for the sake of your hard work in hunting spotted rabbits, let me help you roast 3 rabbit heads. Richard shook his head and said helplessly. The 3 spotted rabbits that the mutated winter wolf had just hunted were quite plump, so they were considered worthy of their service. Richard unloaded 12 rabbit legs and threw the rest to the mutated winter wolf. Unexpectedly, this guy was actually a foodie and could tell that it tasted better when roasted. So, when Mukin followed the footsteps of the mutated winter wolf and arrived near the Wolverine cave tired and hungry, he saw the scene in front of him. I saw only one person and one wolf, gathered around the campfire, biting into the fragrant barbecue. The wandering wizard apprentice also paired it with a bottle of wine, and the aroma of the wine overflowed. Mukin swallowed and sniffed. Tell me, Avosha honey wine. This costs 5 magic stones a bottle. Mukin, who was well informed, could immediately tell the type of drink the other party drank from the faint taste of honey in the aroma of the wine. At that moment, he was convinced that the other party was a fat sheep. He was usually reluctant to drink this kind of wine, and so far, he had only drank it twice. At this moment, Richard, who was eating roasted rabbit legs and drinking wine, had sensed this uninvited guest in advance before Mukin noticed them, and through his keen sense of breath, he knew that this uninvited guest was the 3rd-level wizard apprentice of Guru's Academy, whom he met in the mount shop before. Now, Richard was just pretending not to know anything. The mutant winter wolf, this hot guy, had snot and tears running down his face, but he was reluctant to give up the spicy rabbit head in his mouth. That's right. Richard specially added some ingredients to the 3 rabbit heads of the mutated winter wolf. Although the taste is a bit strong, it is definitely spicy and numbing. The mutant winter wolf is now experiencing a soul-searching question. Continue eating or give up? It's really spicy, but delicious. Didn't notice anyone approaching at all. Mukin thought for a while, then took out a small transparent glass bottle from his arms, which contained a small amount of gray liquid. Pop Mukin pulled out the cork from the bottle, and immediately, a strange stench came out. Pinching his nose, Mukin drank it with a grimace, and then began to slowly knead his face. After Mukin quickly rubbed his chin, surprisingly, a beard began to grow on his chin. Without stopping, Mukin slowly kneaded from his chin to his earlobes. His face also changed dramatically, from the original white face without beard to a full beard. After that, Mukin started to gently rub his nose again. Slowly, his nose also changed from a high bridge to red rosacea. A few minutes later, a bearded old man with rosacea appeared. His face, hair color, and even voice had undergone tremendous changes compared to before. This man was Mukin, who drank the disguise potion. Disguise decoction, a rare potion preparation, has the special effect of changing body characteristics, but it has a certain time limit. Mukin thought for a while, then took out another black robe from the package, deliberately stained it, and tore a few small holes. Then he changed out of the gray-colored robe of the Guru's Academy and the short staff in his hand. It became a dead branch picked up nearby. At this time, Mukin had completed his ragged transformation, transforming from a handsome young man into a down-and-out old man. Mukin looked at himself carefully again, and after making sure that there was no flaw, he walked out of the bushes in a tattered black robe and walked slowly towards Richard. It smells so good. Lost travelers. I hope I can get some gifts. The old man's red rosacea nose twitched, and he squinted his eyes, seeming to be immersed in the aroma of roasted rabbit meat. When Richard looked up, he couldn't help but feel stunned, because from his breath perception just now, he was clearly sure that the other person was the 3rd-level wizard apprentice of Guru's Academy, whom he met in the mount shop. Why did he suddenly turn into the bearded old man in front of him? A traveler who happened to be passing through here? Richard's sharp eyesight allowed him to clearly see every pore on the man's rosacea, and sweat was still being secreted from the pores. Obviously, the man's face was as real as it could be, and it was definitely not a disguise covered by a human skin mask. What's happening here? Richard's brain began to work at high speed. There are just 2 possibilities. The first case is that I just perceived it wrong and made a mistake. And the second case is that the other party used some kind of witchcraft to change the body shape or disguise. But as far as he knew, transformation, an extremely rare witchcraft, was difficult for even formal wizards to perform, let alone a third-level wizard apprentice. However, he had hunted hundreds of different monsters in the Grey Fern Wilderness and had developed precise perception. The possibility of making mistakes was very slim. Obviously, the first scenario was unlikely. Then, there is only the second possibility. The corner of Richard's mouth curled up. Since the other party wanted to play, of course, he had to cooperate and see what kind of medicine the other party was selling. Of course. Please take a seat. Richard gestured to the other party to sit down casually by the campfire, and threw him a roasted rabbit leg that was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The smell of barbecue immediately made the tired Mukin salivate, but he still smelled it cautiously. And after confirming that there was no strange smell, he started to devour the food. The old man was tearing the rabbit's legs apart as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days. And his lips, which were originally chapped, were now glossy. In less than a minute, a 2-pound rabbit leg was swallowed whole by the old man in front of him. If Richard had not sensed the other party's whereabouts early on, he would have been deceived by the other party's acting skills that surpassed that of an actor. Unfortunately, because the other party's little moves before had already fallen into Richard's eyes. At this moment, Richard felt as if he was watching a live performance by a talk show actor in his previous life, and couldn't help but laugh secretly in his heart. However, Richard was loose on the outside and tight on the inside. In fact, he did not relax his vigilance at all. The black jade ring in his hand and the extremely pure spiritual power in his mind were already ready, and he could instantly cast the dark element shield and secondary spirit impact. The two great witchcrafts of defense and attack can be said to be the greatest confidence that Richard dared to do this. Chapter 137: An Unexpected Gain. After eating the roasted rabbit legs, the old man smeared grease on his tattered black robe with both hands, and said in a rich voice, "Young man, your gift to a stranger is a reflection of your noble character. Here is a little one I just captured. I'll give you the pet as a thank you." After saying that, the old man slowly took something out of his arms. However, the action of the other party taking something out of his arms made Richard immediately alert. But taking a closer look, Richard was shocked. It turned out that the old man took out a transparent crystal ball from his arms. In the crystal ball, there was a palm-sized goblin dancing in it. Extremely enchanting. The little goblin is only about 10 centimeters tall, but her body structure is the same as that of a human woman. It is convex where it should be and concave where it should be. She only wears a gauze coat and her body is as soft as boneless. The only thing she has is what makes it different from human women is that it has a pair of transparent wings as thin as cicada wings on its back. Richard instantly recalled some records about goblins. Goblins, extremely rare magical creatures, have various innate abilities. But most goblins have innate abilities such as charm or elemental enhancement. Strong goblins even have 2 or 3 innate abilities. If a wizard or wizard apprentice is lucky enough to sign a soul contract with a goblin that matches his elemental affinity, he will receive the goblin's blessing, which is an extremely rare solidified benefit. Its effect is to greatly increase the elemental damage of a certain series of witchcraft by a wizard or wizard apprentice. But this time, the other party obviously wanted to confuse Richard through plots such as good people get rewarded and adventures in the forest. When Richard took over the crystal ball with a little fairy inside, he carefully observed it with his eyes for a second or two. You will be completely charmed by the little goblin, so he can honestly explain all his secrets. It turned out that this third-level wizard apprentice from Guru's Academy had this idea. No wonder. Even after the other party caught up with him, he did not immediately attack the second-level wizard apprentice, but went around in such a big circle, just to try to get the secret and maximize the benefits. Richard thought to himself, what a thoughtful third-level wizard apprentice. He doesn't just know how to fight and kill. Mukin, disguised as an old man, still had a kind face. While handing over the crystal ball, he carefully observed Richard's expression and thought to himself, "Hey, take it quickly. If you stare at it for another 2 seconds, I don't believe you won't be bewitched by Yulia. By then, I will know the origin of your magic stones." But the next second, Mukin did not wait for Richard to be charmed, but instead felt a sharp pain in his head. In an instant, the necklace around Mukin's neck suddenly flashed a cyan shield. This was exactly the secondary mental charge that Richard had secretly launched. But it was also a bit beyond Richard's expectation that the opponent actually had a rare automatic body protection witchcraft item. which prevented his secondary mental charge from being fully effective. But at least it caught the opponent off guard, since Richard already knew the other party's intention. Of course, he would not waste any more time and continue to be coy with him, and directly choose to start a fight. But at this time, Mukin also realized that his plan must have been discovered by Richard, and he was attacked by the opponent first. This made Mukin, who was a third-level wizard apprentice, quite angry. It was a bit like the embarrassment of being exposed when he played the role of Grandma Wolf in front of Little Red Riding Hood. Although he had no idea where he went wrong, he was actually exposed. Richard found out, however. At this time, Mukin obviously put away the amiable smile on his face, and his expression instantly turned sinister. "Boy, you're dead." I saw a black film flashing on Richard's body, and at the same time, he waved the bone summoning staff forward gently, and a huge light green inverse pentagram appeared on the ground. In less than a second, a combination of a skeleton guardian, a skeleton berserker, and 2 skeleton archers crawled out. 4. Mukin couldn't help shouting. Mukin shouted in his heart. How could this be possible? How could he summon 4 skeleton summons? Of course, he knew what kind of witchcraft Richard was performing, but he was surprised just because he knew it. But the next second, Mukin's face suddenly became extremely happy. Apparently he thought that there must be some treasure on the other party. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to be just a second-level wizard apprentice with such strength. He was seen flying back quickly, and the little goblin in his hand was quickly taken back into his arms. The next second, the inverse pentagram array also lit up on the soles of his feet, and a translucent humanoid shadow suddenly appeared. A pair of scarlet eyes looked directly at Richard, making people shudder. Wraith. Richard couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was the first time he encountered such a spiritual monster, and this resentful spirit was the summon of the other party. Although this is the first time for Richard to fight such non-physical monsters, as a member of the undead creature category, Richard is quite familiar with them. For example, physical attacks are ineffective. It comes with a curse attack, so it's best not to be attacked by evil spirits, etc. At this moment, the 4 skeleton summons summoned by Richard had already launched an attack on Mukin. Mukin also waved his short staff and pointed it at Richard, and the vengeful spirit rushed directly towards Richard. So both sides started fighting with each other's summons. Since it was his first time to fight against the vengeful spirit, Richard did not dare to underestimate it. He immediately added skeleton armor to himself and chanted a spell. Since the resentful spirit has no entity and has been floating in midair, it moves extremely fast. Just when he was about to catch Richard, a big hand composed of dark elements appeared behind him out of thin air and grabbed him. When dealing with spiritual monsters, Richard grasped one point: use the invisible to counter the invisible. Richard immediately controlled the dark elemental hand that grabbed the ghost and smashed it to the ground. Boom! As the dark element's big hand exploded, a large pit immediately appeared on the ground. The ghost was stunned for a moment. Stunned on the spot, and his aura was obviously weakened a lot. However, this was not over yet. Richard immediately took out 2 tubes of fire dance star and silver moon dust from his arms, and threw them directly into the ghost in the pit. Boom! 2 consecutive explosions caused the injured ghost to become more seriously injured. Now its body has become almost transparent. This kind of resentful spirit, whose strength has been greatly reduced, no longer poses any threat to Richard. When Richard turned around to look at the disguised third-level wizard apprentice from the Guru's academy, he was shocked. I saw that the skeleton berserker he summoned had been torn into a pile of bones at this moment. It was obvious that he had been affected by some powerful witchcraft. The skeleton guards were moving slowly, obviously hit by a slowness spell. At present, only the 2 skeleton archers he summoned were struggling to hold on. But the next second, a skeleton archer was also killed by a secondary shadow arrow from the opponent. For the first time, Richard met a wizard apprentice who could kill 3 of his skeleton summons. The other party really gave me a surprise, and Mukin's surprise was several times greater than that of Richard. The resentful spirit, which had always been invincible, was almost killed by Richard so quickly. This has never happened before. Moreover, the opponent was only a wandering apprentice with the strength of a second-level wizard apprentice. How could he have such strong strength? This gave Mukin the feeling of hunting in the jungle and targeting a rabbit, only for the rabbit to suddenly transform into a tiger. Richard immediately started to perform witchcraft continuously. In less than half a second, he used slowness, weakness, and biting shadow curse on Mukin. Richard's control over the first 2 reached the limit. Every witchcraft was performed. It only takes 0.2 seconds. And the last item is the 0-level witchcraft solidified by the bone summoning staff, which is instantaneous. Mukin originally thought that Richard should have used all his means at this moment. As long as he killed the remaining 2 skeletons, he could take the initiative on the field. But he only saw Richard performing witchcraft smoothly, and quickly one after another. This was quite different from what he expected. He had no idea that the other party had such strength. The next second, he suddenly felt weak and weak all over his body, plus a chilling feeling in his heart. He instantly realized that he was under the spell of slowness, weakness, and another unknown witchcraft. Mukin felt like he was going crazy. It was extremely rare for a mere second-level wizard apprentice to practice the 0-level witchcraft of summoning skeletons to master level or above. But what are the 3 witchcrafts that I just performed in a row? The combat advantage he had worked so hard to achieve was gone in an instant. And now he was at an extreme disadvantage. For the first time, Mukin felt that the entire battle scene was a bit beyond his control. Immediately, Mukin's face turned grim, and he took out a scroll from his arms and tore it with force. A white light flashed, and the effects of slowness and weakness on his body were lifted at the same time. After his whole body's movement speed was restored, he immediately broke away from the fight with the skeleton archers. However, at this time, Richard's dark element hand was also ready. He suddenly appeared from the shadow beside Mukin and took a hard shot. Bang! The cyan shield on Mukin's body immediately shattered. Mukin was terrified and took out a bottle of unknown potion, guzzling it down. Suddenly, a black light flashed on his body again. It seemed that this was his last resort of defense. Possessed skeleton. Suddenly, the originally sluggish skeleton guardian was like an 80-year-old woman who instantly transformed into Bolt. And the originally slow movement speed became extremely fast. High-frequency vibration. Boo! The black film on Mukin's body was immediately cut through by the skeleton guardian's iron sword. At this time, Mukin didn't know that he had hit an iron plate and met a master who pretended to be a pig and eat the tiger. Immediately, Mukin began to flee towards the original route without looking back. When Richard saw this, he decided to use Shadow Grasp to deal a fatal blow to Mukin. Suddenly, Mukin, who was running for his life in front, was knocked down and pressed under by a huge white figure. It turns out to be his own mutated winter wolf. Richard was immediately overjoyed, immediately cancelled the use of Shadow Grip, and continued to use the possessed skeleton. The skeleton guardian immediately rushed forward with a click. Mukin, who was fighting against the powerful mutant winter wolf, found that the sword-shield skeleton with unfathomable strength was rushing towards him, and he couldn't help but shouting, "I am Garuschu." But before he finished speaking, the skeleton guardian controlled by Richard didn't hesitate at all, and without even asking a question, he slammed a sword into his chest and penetrated his heart. "You?" In Mukin's unblinking eyes, his head limply slumped to the side, and the gurgling blood on his chest dyed the ground red. The next second, a black devil flower suddenly emerged from the dead Mukin's body. In an instant, the devil flower spread into many petals and rushed towards Richard and his summons. Oops! The tracking mark of the Guru's school. In an instant, Richard dodged and hid behind the skeleton archer. But the next second, the petals of the devil flower also circled around and landed on him. Richard's face turned dark immediately. This mark from Guru's academy was much more difficult to deal with than the one on Jinnah's body before. It actually marked all the creatures around the place where the incident occurred. In addition, 3 of his skeleton summons, including the mutated winter wolf, were also marked, which gave Richard a huge headache. With the death of Mukin, his appearance also began to change dramatically. From the old man with beard and red nose, he suddenly turned into a young man, which was the same face when Richard met Mukin at the mount shop in the Black Forest Market. Look! At this time, the soul-eating demon spider realized that it was time for the feast, made a hissing sound, crawled out of Richard's arms impatiently, and began to devour Mukin's soul. As an ownerless mental power about the size of a thumb was fed back from the soul-eating spider, it merged into Richard's spiritual sea. Suddenly, a refreshing feeling of betel nuts and cigarettes made Richard fly into the clouds and drift away in an instant. The feeling of ecstasy. This was the most intoxicating time for Richard since possessing the soul-eating demonic spider. When the soul-eating spider finished devouring his soul, it crawled into Mukin's body from his mouth. After a while, it began to read Mukin's memory pictures, and the slide-like pictures were transmitted to Richard's mind. After a while, Richard couldn't help but reveal an expression of ecstasy on his face. At this moment, Richard had a feeling that you can't find anything even if you step through iron shoes. And it takes no effort to get there. It turns out that Mukin, as a promising student among the third-level wizard apprentices of Guru's Academy, had already signed a training agreement with Guru's Academy last year and redeemed the first level of the Advanced Meditation Method Spiritual Body Meditation Method. That is, the content of the apprenticeship period. The second option that I have been pursuing is to find 3 advanced meditation methods in the direction of the undead, so as to forcibly break the limitations of Rodrigo's meditation method. The unexpected gain allowed Richard to make a breakthrough in the second plan, and the current progress is January 3rd. In addition, Mukin still had the formula of the disguise potion he had just used in his mind. This was an extremely rare potion formula with special effects, and Richard valued it very much. However, one of the main raw materials, modified grass, is relatively rare, and the finished product of the young decoction has a particularly foul smell and an extremely bitter taste. However, in Richard's opinion, these are insignificant compared to its huge impact. Chapter 138 Stand and Doll. When Richard controlled the skeleton to take out the crystal ball from Mukin's arms again, he found that the little goblin inside was also dead. I couldn't help but feel a pity. But from Mukin's memory, he also learned that he had signed a soul contract with the little goblin. Obviously, once he died, the little goblin would not be able to live alone. However, this little goblin is specialized in wind. Even if Richard could capture it alive, he would not be able to use it much, and he would not sign a soul contract with it. Therefore, after Richard felt a little sorry, it was okay. After all, for Richard, it was just like missing out on a large amount of magic stones. However, the soul-eating demon spider was quite excited. It immediately climbed onto the crystal ball, easily pierced the crystal ball, and began to devour the little goblin's soul. Richard suddenly felt a mental power feedback that was no less than that of Mukin, the third-level wizard apprentice of Guru's Academy, along with a trace of extremely pure soul power. This little thing is okay. As expected, it is all concentrated essence, and it has such a strong soul. Moreover, I didn't expect that it would be able to help me after death. So it's not a loss. After the soul-eating spider had finished devouring it, it crawled back toward Richard. It staggered a little as it crawled, as if it was drunk. Oh, this is drunk. Richard looked at the color of the soul-eating demon spider's body. The crystal color had covered most of its body. Currently, only around the eyes and part of the legs were left uncovered. It seemed that the soul-eating demon spider should be able to enter soon. Growth period. At this time, Richard received a message from the soul-eating demon spider in his mind, which meant that it was going to sleep for a while. Hey, it's so fast. Richard looked happy and murmured. Obviously, this is the time when the soul-eating demon spider will change from the infancy stage to the growth stage. By then, the soul-eating demon spider's abilities in all aspects will be further enhanced. Richard carefully put the little thing into his arms again. Currently, this little thing is Richard's treasure. Not only can it control the bodies of monsters to help fight, but it can also read most of the memory images in the brain, achieving effects similar to soul-searching or truth-telling. Therefore, even if a rare goblin specializing in dark elements were to be traded with him for the soul-eating demon spider, Richard would not be willing to do so. After processing the battle scene a little, Richard walked towards the location where he first sensed Mukin. There should be other things left by Mukin here. Sure enough, in a bush, Richard found a cane and a bulging package that Mukin had hidden here before taking the disguised decoction. This light green walking stick is quite eye-catching. It is about 1 meter long and seems to be made of an extremely rare bright wood. It feels very delicate. After Richard carefully read the explanation of the magic circle, he couldn't help but gasp. This stick is like a top-notch witchcraft tool. Wrath of the Storm. If the holder uses wind witchcraft, the power is increased by 36%. At the same time, the single target attack witchcraft Wrath of the Wind is solidified. The charging time is 12 hours, which is very practical. It's so clever that I was mistaken by my cleverness, Richard whispered while stroking the fine texture of the fury of the storm. You know, if Mukin didn't plot anything and just went straight up and fought Richard at his strongest, he would still be defeated. But the outcome is definitely likely to be much better than before, and you may even be able to escape with your life. Unfortunately, now, the decision is wrong. Mukin misjudged Richard's strength and thought that Richard was just a little Karami. After opening Mukin's package and taking off his belongings, Richard found some bottles and jars, mostly various potions. In addition, what caught Richard's attention were 3 doll-like things. Richard took a closer look and found that the 3 dolls seemed to be made of some special animal skin, tied up into the shape of a little man, with limbs and a head. Moreover, Richard could vaguely feel that there seemed to be some mysterious energy hidden in it, after recalling the similar content he had seen in the relevant books in the school library. It seemed that these were 3 stand-in dolls. At this time, Richard's eyes lit up. With this thing, it seems that the devil flower mark on himself and the mutated winter wolf can be eliminated. The original main function of the substitute doll is to transfer some extremely vicious curses, diseases, and even marks. You must know that some curses of dark wizards are almost unsolvable. In this case, normal treatment ideas are cut off, and the only method is transfer. The earliest origin of the stand-in doll is said to be from the Troll Empire in the Middle Ages, where it was a form of treatment invented by the witch doctors of the Troll Empire at that time. But as it gradually spread, human dark wizards improved it. Not only does it have the original functions, but it also develops new areas of use. Now, substitute dolls can be used for reverse attacks. For example, the enemy's hair, blood, and even clothes that have been in close contact with the enemy can be used as witchcraft media on the substitute dolls. Then, the dark wizard can be used to attack enemies from a distance, including but not limited to various curses, nightmares, etc. if the mark is transferred from the main body to the stand-in doll by the caster. When the prophecy wizard makes an occult judgment, the target will be misled to be the location of the stand-in doll. Of course, the success rate of the prophecy is closely related to the degree of control over witchcraft, mental strength, etc. of both parties. Even if Richard transfers his mark to a stand-in doll, he may not be able to mislead a formal wizard-level prophecy wizard, and the success rate will be much lower. Immediately, Richard bit his index finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, then drew an ancient witchcraft rune in the air and projected it onto the little man. This was a universal spell for substitute dolls used by witch doctors in the ancient Troll Empire. As the ancient Hittite mantra sounded, the dark element energy in the air around Richard gradually surged like a tide. As Richard injected a trace of his consciousness into the substitute doll, suddenly, the surrounding dark elements frantically squeezed into the little man, as if the tiny doll in front of him was an extremely huge black hole. A few seconds later, a lifelike face that looked like Richard suddenly appeared in the head area of the villain that was originally the faceless man. I saw the devil's petal mark on Richard's body, slowly flowing towards the stand-in doll like water. And then, a black petal mark was engraved on the doll's body. It really works. Richard looked happy. Immediately, Richard prepared to remove the demon petal mark on the mutated winter wolf. But as soon as he turned around, Richard rejected this idea. After thinking for a moment, Richard waved his hand and called the mutated winter wolf over. The mutant winter wolf's intelligence level is quite high, close to the intelligence of a 10-year-old human child. Richard stuffed the used stand-in in his hand into the saddle pad and touched its furry head. You are free. Go back to the north. Whether you can save your life depends on your luck. After saying that, Richard recited a spell, which was the spell to release the control of the mount that Liberal's trainer taught Richard after he bought the mutant winter wolf in the mount shop. The mutated winter wolf immediately felt a shackle of nothingness breaking somewhere in his body. Immediately, it understood that the person in front of it no longer had a master-slave relationship with it. Let's go back to your hometown. The mutated winter wolf looked at Richard in confusion. It didn't quite understand why the owner wanted to give it freedom. The mutated winter wolf turned to look at Richard and then looked at the north. Ouch! After a long wolf howl, the mutant winter wolf rushed towards the north like an arrow. After careful consideration, Richard decided to release the mutated winter wolf to lure away possible investigators from Guru's academy. Because as long as the other party finds the place where he and Yukin fought, in addition to tracking the marks, there are still many ways to search. He has already experienced the magic of witchcraft when he met the red-haired girl Jenna. The plan that was supposed to be flawless in the previous life was full of loopholes in this world. Therefore, after his arrangement, if the enemy wants to catch up with him, he will definitely have to spend more time and energy. Moreover, he basically has the raw materials for the disguise decoction, especially the main ingredient, the deformed grass. I happened to receive 2 plants at the previous Black Forest Fair. Wait a minute. After the disguise potion is prepared, I will have changed my appearance and the possibility of being caught up will be further reduced. Richard thought for a moment and realized that he seemed to have provoked 2 groups of enemies, North Ring and Guru's Academy. Chapter 139 New Witchcraft Shadow Dance Steps. Regarding Mukin's body, Richard took out the formic acid potion from his arms. which was also purchased from the Black Forest market. However, what Richard did not expect was that he would use this potion so quickly. He only thought of this problem after experiencing the last battle with 3 second-level wizard apprentices in the North Ring. In the Grey Fern Fields of the Underdark, every monster corpse can be used as a blood sacrifice to the 3-headed snake god Kumara. Even those that are slightly inferior can be used as food for the Murloc tribe. There is no need to use potions to process the corpses. But things are completely different after returning to the surface. Many of the enemies Richard encountered were no longer mainly monsters, but mostly humans. Therefore, it is sometimes necessary to destroy the body and cover up the traces. Although it cannot completely cover up the traces, it can at least greatly increase the difficulty of the other party's investigation. Formic acid is a highly corrosive agent made from the saliva of black fire ants and mixed with other herbs. For common items such as corpses, linen, and ordinary furs, only a few drops are needed to turn them into a puddle of black water. But its effect on inorganic objects such as iron and stones will be much worse. Boo-hoo! As several drops of formic acid dripped, a strong corrosive sound was heard, and a faint black smoke instantly rose from Yukin's body, exuding bursts of stench. It's like the smell of rotten eggs that have been expired for more than half a year, mixed with the smell of Yanita. Richard, who had been holding his breath for a long time, immediately shook his head. After a while, only a pool of black water remained on the ground, and Yukin's body and clothes disappeared without a trace. At this point, Richard finished his cleanup and began to pack up his things. He took a brief inventory of his gains. If you don't take into account the knowledge gained in witchcraft, potion formulas, etc., just looking at the physical gains, the profit this time was also quite large. It was even richer than the spoils obtained from the 3 level 2 wizard apprentices of the Ring of North. The top witchcraft item, Wrath of the Storm, alone is worth about 2,000 magic stones. Moreover, Richard later found a top-level active trigger witchcraft item, Wind Spirit Pendant, on Yukin. According to Richard's estimation, its value may be even higher than Storm's Fury. Wind Spirit Pendant is a top-level witchcraft prop. When the holder encounters an attack, it will automatically trigger the 0-level witchcraft wind element shield and swift wind. At the same time, after the prop triggers the special effect once, it only takes 12 seconds to trigger it again. Hours of charging time. Richard touched the prismatic transparent crystal-like pendant in his hand, and could feel the 2 increasing powers of the wind element inside the crystal. It's a pity that Richard said it was impossible not to be greedy for this kind of defensive witchcraft prop that would be automatically triggered. But he still decided to sell it immediately at the next wizard's market. Reduce the risk of being tracked or located. Muken also carried 7 intermediate magic stones, and more than 300 ordinary magic stones with him. In addition, there are also a series of medicines such as hemostatic medicine, healing medicine, primary mental recovery medicine, etc., which are also valuable. If you add them all together, it must be worth about 7 or 8,000 magic stones. A great harvest. Before setting off, Richard summoned 3 skeleton guards and placed them in a V-shaped formation to guard them in the middle. At the same time, he also took out a set of black robes from his package and covered one of the skeleton guardians. With such an arrangement, it looks like 2 wizard apprentices carrying 2 skeletons. This way it won't look too obtrusive. After all, a wizard apprentice, even a 3rd-level wizard apprentice, with 3 skeleton guards would be too conspicuous. As for why not take out 3 sets of black robes? It's very simple. There are a limited number of black robes in the package, so we have to use them sparingly. While rushing on the road, Richard was also reflecting on the battle process, such as where he could improve and where he still had shortcomings. In terms of combat awareness, your own inspiration panel cannot be directly improved. During the half-year in the Grey Fern Wilderness of the Underdark, Richard spent most of his time fighting. Therefore, in terms of combat experience alone, he is no less than Muken, the 3rd-level wizard apprentice of Guru's Academy. But for Muken, most of his enemies are wizard apprentices who are also humans, unlike Richard, who are mainly monsters. So from this perspective, Richard's combat experience is not rich enough. Richard has a good habit of constantly summarizing and accumulating combat experience. Develop good habits that will benefit you for life. This is what he did in the Grey Fern Wilderness. After each battle with unfamiliar monsters, Richard would summarize his combat experience. So in the future, whenever he encounters familiar monsters, Richard will be able to quickly find out the opponent's weaknesses, formulate tactics, and kill them quickly. This is why the warriors of the blind Murloc tribe admire Richard. the wandering wizard so much. Richard had fought against almost all the monsters on the outskirts of the Grey Fern Wilderness. Almost as soon as they met, Richard instinctively knew the best way to kill them, and quickly killed the monsters. Ordinary fishermen warriors only had to cheer on. After the battle, just collect the loot. Judging from the current problems he encountered in this battle, Richard feels that first of all, he still has too few powerful single-body witchcraft. Although the Shadow Grasp is fully functional and belongs to the hexagonal witchcraft, in terms of attack power, it can only be considered strong, not top-notch. Secondly, in terms of long-range attack methods, the long bow originally from the Shadow Stalker has gradually been unable to keep up with the increasingly powerful enemies. His enemies are now getting stronger and stronger. From the original first and second level wizard apprentices to the current third level wizard apprentice. From the Ring of Noth to the Gulas Academy. Their backgrounds are getting bigger and bigger. Moreover, Richard discovered that Guru's Academy was indeed the strongest among the 3 undead wizard academies. The third level wizard apprentice Mukin just now was quite powerful. Not to mention the top level witchcraft props. Even disguise potions and goblins are extremely rare items. But the other party was able to find them all. It can be said that they use a variety of methods. If Richard hadn't had enough backups, and he hadn't been vigilant enough, the ship might have capsized. According to Mukin's memory, Richard found that following the Black Forest Trail, all the way south, after crossing the border of the Heron Kingdom, but before reaching Rossby County, there were still 2 counties to pass, among which the one in Andal County there is another wizarding market near Andal City. Based on your own travel speed, it would take about 2.5 days to reach Andal City. But if you work tirelessly and travel day and night, you can compress the time to 1.5 days. Just work harder if you work hard. Richard planned to rush to the wizard market quickly, sell the things at his hands, and then see if he could find a strong bow that suits him. Many wizards and wizard apprentices in this world are from noble families, and for them, bow and arrow is a basic skill. Therefore, many people, even if they become third-level wizard apprentices, or even wizards, will try to make or buy witchcraft prop-level bows. That is, bows engraved with special witchcraft arrays, and with special effects. If you can buy this kind of powerful bow at the next wizard market, your long-range attack power will be greatly improved. Time keeps passing as Richard continues to rush. Richard accidentally looked up, but he didn't expect that today was the full moon, and the moon in another world was as bright and flawless as in his previous life. The moonlight shines on the dark forest with intertwined branches, and sheds little bits of moonlight, making the already weird-shaped trees look even more ferocious and weird at the moment. The trees on both sides of the path danced and danced in the breeze, making bursts of rustling sounds, like strange laughter. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would be frightened and sick. No wonder at night in the Black Forest. Even first and second level wizard apprentices generally do not choose to travel at night. This atmosphere alone is scary enough. Only someone as skilled as Richard was brave enough to travel overnight. But he also noticed several waves of scents following him. Some had already left, while others were still following closely in the trees on both sides of the path. As the morning light appeared, the sky gradually brightened. Richard, who had been on the road all night, was a little tired even though he had the physical fitness of a senior knight. The unknown creatures on both sides of the Black Forest Trail, after following Richard for a while, still did not dare to rush up and attack him. This may be because the 2 fully armed skeletons holding swords and shields looked really meatless and unpalatable. Looking at the tall trees that gradually became sparse on both sides of the trail, Richard knew that he had left the core area of the Black Forest, and his current position had probably entered the border of the Kingdom of Heron. The borders of this world are basically roughly divided. For example, taking a certain river as the dividing line is just a rough idea. There are no barbed wire fences, boundary markers, or 24-hour patrols along the border. So, the journey was uneventful. After walking for about an hour, Richard finally walked out of the Black Forest and entered a plain area. As the morning sun slowly rose and the mist gradually dispersed, Richard, who had excellent eyesight, could already see dozens of miles ahead. There seemed to be a human village with scattered houses vaguely visible. Richard immediately looked happy. There was a village, which meant there were people. You can take a break and buy some food, water, and even horses. Although the speed of ordinary horses is definitely not as fast as that of mutant winter wolves, it is just for transportation, so there is no need to be so particular, since he no longer had the mutant winter wolf, a mount that was good at crossing mountains and hills, and he had to go to the wizard market near Andal City. Richard changed his original plan of taking a shortcut by crossing mountains and hills to quickly heading to Andal City along the highway. Getting closer to the village, Richard saw obvious changes in the environment on both sides of the trail. I saw that the originally messy bushes of different heights had turned into a patchwork of winter wheat fields. Since it is already the green grass moon, winter wheat has survived the cold winter and entered the period of greening. Greening, as the name suggests, means that winter wheat starts to grow new leaves again, and the leaves that originally turned yellow to survive the cold winter will now turn green. Accompanied by the unique fragrance of new leaves of winter wheat and the smell of earthy wheat fields, Richard unconsciously began to feel very good. Before entering the village, Richard put away the 3 skeleton guardians. With a warm smile on his face, he walked into the village like a sunny boy. Soon, Richard was treated like a distinguished guest at the home of a slightly affluent farmer. Of course, after paying a gold dinar. After eating a breakfast that was quite luxurious in the eyes of the farmer's family, Richard asked for a room to rest for a while. The bedroom on the 2nd floor of the farmer's house. Richard looked at the 76,598 energy points accumulated in the past 6 months on the inspiration panel and fell into deep thought. The original plan was to save this large amount of energy points and use it to break the limit of meditation. But now it seems that it is necessary to improve the shadow dance step first. The effect of this rare 0-level witchcraft is to blend oneself into the shadow. Within the shadow, the caster's movement speed is greatly increased, and part of the damage taken when attacked will be shared by the shadow. The specific effect depends on the witch. There are big differences depending on the degree of technical control. If Richard could master this sorcery that focused on increasing movement speed, his strength would increase slightly again. It was discovered that the host is practicing the 0-level witchcraft shadow dance steps. Yes/no? Consume energy to gain inspiration for practicing the 0-level witchcraft shadow dance steps? Richard thought for a moment, then dragged the slider to 5,000 and selected yes. In an instant, Richard entered the dream space. This time, the location seemed to be in a forest. He saw Richard possessing a man in black robes and began to chant the shadow dance spell, synchronized in his mind, outlining the 6 sorcery runes involved in the shadow dance. With repeated attempts, Richard's understanding of shadow dance steps is also improving rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, Richard's figure began to fly in the mottled light and shadow of the forest. As soon as he entered the shadow area, Richard's speed would surge. At the same time, his whole body seemed to be covered with a dark gauze, making it difficult to see clearly. After thousands of practices, after a while, the world was spinning, and Richard returned to his true body. When you bring up the panel, the witchcraft column displays the following: Shadow Dance, Master 38%. Special Effect: Primary Shadow avoids damage. Primary Shadow damage immunity. When the caster is in the shadow area, all damage received will be reduced by 20%. Richard looked overjoyed because this special effect was very practical. So, Richard started to improve again without hesitation. After traveling through dreams several times, Richard spent a total of 12,000 energy points to raise Shadow Dance to the limit. At this moment, the relevant information on the panel is displayed as follows: Shadow Dance Extreme. Special Effect: Shadow avoids damage. Shadow damage immunity. When the caster is in the shadow area, all damage received will be reduced by 50%. Looking at the above information, Richard smiled with satisfaction. With the window half closed, Richard couldn't wait to start testing the witchcraft shadow dance in the room. It was seen that Richard's speed remained unchanged in the bright area. When he entered the shadow area where the sunlight could not reach, his whole person seemed to be covered with a black gauze, like a human-shaped black mist, and his speed doubled. But once out of the shadow area, Richard's figure returned to its original speed. This fast and slow transition, over and over again, made people feel dizzy and want to vomit. It is conceivable that if the other party is not prepared, he will be caught off guard by Richard's witchcraft. The shadow dance steps at the extreme control level doubled Richard's movement speed in the shadow area. You must know that Richard himself has the physical fitness of a high-level knight. What is the concept of doubling it on this basis? The mental energy consumption is approximately 2 standard units per minute. This was not a big problem in Richard's opinion, as formal battles usually lasted only a few minutes and ended. If you still can't win in a few minutes, it's better to choose a strategic retreat. Half an hour later, Richard rode on a horse with a helpless expression and said goodbye to the enthusiastic farmer's family. This rogue horse was already the best one that farmer helper Richard could find after searching the entire village. But the speed of the horse is not much different from Richard's walking speed. The only advantage may be that it is less tiring. So, Richard rode his horse and headed towards Andal City along the wet path. A day and a half later, Richard, who traveled through the stars and nights, finally arrived at the wizard market near Andal City. After paying the entry fee for a magic stone, Richard walked into the Andal market, which has the same name as the nearby county. I saw a sign board erected at both ends and in the middle of the street, which marked the pattern, name and sales type of the official store. For example, the cross sword and axe logo represents a store called the Dwarven Hammer Blacksmith Shop, which sells a variety of finely crafted weapons. For example, the test tube and beaker logos represent a store called Yettle's Pharmacy, which sells various alchemical potions, and so on. This allows new wizard apprentices to the market to quickly find their target store. Richard took a look and found that there was actually a small auction house here. Moreover, it seems that in order to avoid vicious competition, there will be no more than 3 stores of the same type in the market. Li Cha looked at it and found that there were basically 2. This should be the result of deliberate guidance by market managers. Both sides of the street, like the previous Black Forest market, were filled with wizard apprentices setting up stalls. The size of the entire market is half a chip higher than the Black Forest market, probably because they are far away from large academies. The trading needs of wizards and wizard apprentices have also begun to increase. After thinking about it for a while, Richard decided to go to the auction house to take a look first. Generally speaking, if something goes to the auction house, it must be a good thing. Moreover, the few things I have on hand may not be affordable in ordinary stores. Therefore, Richard went straight to the only 3-story building in the middle of the street. On the way, Richard slightly adjusted the special effects of breath gathering and displayed the fluctuations of the 3rd-level wizard apprentice. In an unfamiliar environment, you can avoid a lot of trouble by showing your strength a little bit. Just as he was about to enter, a beautiful girl came into the gorgeous lobby. She was about 20 years old and exuded the mental fluctuations of a 1st-level wizard apprentice. Obviously, the other party noticed the young Richard at the first moment. Of course, not because of Richard's handsomeness, but because of the unfathomable aura around him. The girl immediately realized that the young man in front of her might be a big client. "Sir, you are welcome to Pete's auction house. Are you looking for consignment or purchase?" The girl's voice, as clear as an oriole, sounded beside them. "Buy." The girl smiled and continued. "Sir, please come with me to VIP room number 3 to take a rest. At that time, I will give you a detailed introduction to our auction house's collection. By the way, do you have any requirements for the items you want to purchase? Do you have a better bow?" Richard pondered for a moment and then said, "If there is a good knight's long sword or half-handed sword, I would like one too." Hearing Richard's words, the girl looked happy and said hurriedly, "Sir, you are so lucky. Yesterday, someone just sold to our auction house a high-end witchcraft prop-level longbow. Moreover, our auction house also has 2 intermediate-level witchcraft prop-level longbows. If your time allows, there will be a small auction in 3 days." Richard immediately frowned, stopped and asked, "Can't the items in your auction house be sold in advance?" "Well, it's not impossible. It just needs to be increased by 50% from the auction's base price before you can buy it directly. In this case, the price may be lower," the girl explained awkwardly. In her opinion, this business may go bad again. After all, a 50% increase is really not something ordinary people can afford. The magic stone shouldn't be a big problem, as long as it's good enough. Richard breathed a sigh of relief, then waved his hand, interrupting the girl's answer. Of course, it was impossible for Richard to stay here for 3 days just to buy a longbow. Moreover, there might be someone competing with him at the auction, so if he could buy it directly, it might not cost much more magic stones. "Okay, sir, please rest for a while. This is honey tea, which has the effect of calming the mind and relieving fatigue. I will go get the long bow." The girl turned around happily and walked out of the room. Richard didn't touch the honey tea. After a while, the girl fetched 3 long bows. The first thing that caught Richard's attention was a pure white long bow with a hint of cold air. It seemed to be made from the backbone of some kind of marine creature. Circles of polished joints could be clearly seen on the bow. "Sir, it is said that this longbow is a weapon from the Naga, a rare species of intelligent sea creature. Since it was transported from the distant Vitral Continent Commercial Alliance, the price will be higher." When the girl saw Richard's gaze, she first noticed the white longbow, so she quickly introduced it. "Naga Heart Piercer, Advanced Witchcraft Prop Level Longbow. solidified with zero-level witchcraft ice arrows. 3 special ice arrows condensed from ice can be used every day. It needs to be charged for 24 hours after use. Use again. The basic price is 780 magic stones. If you want to buy it directly, you need to pay 1170 magic stones. Ice arrow? Richard's eyes lit up immediately when he heard it. And he said, 3 times a day. How powerful is the ice arrow? Is it comparable to the ice arrow technique? The girl suddenly felt embarrassed. Sir, how is this possible? If you can use the ice arrow technique 3 times a day, then this, not a heart piercer, is at least a top-notch witchcraft item. After actual measurement by our appraiser, the condensed ice arrows, when used with longbow shooting, are about half as powerful as the zero-level witchcraft ice arrows. This immediately made Richard frown. This power was still too weak. Chapter 143 Top Witchcraft Props. Is there anything better, such as a longbow of top-level witchcraft prop level? Richard asked proactively this time. Of the 3 bows the girl just took, the remaining 2 were obviously longbows at the intermediate level of witchcraft props. Richard had even less interest in watching this. The girl looked a little hesitant. When Richard saw this, he was overjoyed. Obviously, the girl's expression has revealed that this auction house must have a longbow of the top level of witchcraft props. The current situation is that this item has either been ordered by someone, or the auction house wants to use it as the highlight of the auction. The magic stone is not a problem, Richard added. My lord, please forgive me. If you really want to buy top-level witchcraft items, I need to trouble you and show your purchasing power, the girl said seriously. This is because the girl met many wizard apprentices. After coming here, she would be like Richard. After seeing several items, she was not satisfied and asked to see higher-end items. However, this was beyond her reception authority, and she needed to report to the supervisor. However, when the supervisor comes, he often shows timidity, obviously because of limited financial resources. After experiencing several situations where customers refused to buy, her supervisor already had some opinions on her. Well, okay. Can you take a look at this? Richard didn't think anything of it. He took out the Storm Fury short staff and handed it to the girl. In the past, it was very common to verify capital when purchasing expensive goods. Moreover, there are even more exaggerated things. For example, when Richard purchased Hermes bags in his previous life, he often needed to get the goods distributed. The meaning of distribution is that if a customer buys a bag, assuming it costs 100,000, he must also spend another 100,000 to buy other Hermes products. Otherwise, Hermes bags cannot be sold to you. Is this a top-notch witchcraft item? The girl took the Wrath of the Storm and was instantly shocked by the powerful wind element energy it contained. She immediately looked at Richard with wide eyes and said in surprise, Not bad. Can this prove my purchasing power? Richard said with a smile. Of course. Please wait a moment. I will ask the supervisor to come over right away. The girl respectfully handed the Wrath of the Storm hands to Richard and ran out in a hurry. The girl knew that this visit must be a big customer, because this was her first time meeting a customer, and she was using top-notch witchcraft props. After a while, the girl came in accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in a tuxedo and dressed like a butler. The appearance of men is also more distinctive. With a mustache. Dear distinguished guest, H. Lowe. I am Boris, the director of Pit Auction House. I heard that you want to buy a top-level witchcraft prop-level item. Boris bowed slightly and greeted politely. Yes, I came here this time to buy a top-level witchcraft prop-level weapon. Either a bow or a knight's sword, Richard said slowly. Then do you have any requirements for specific weapon attributes and styling? It doesn't matter. As long as the lethality is higher, the better. If that's the case, our auction house has exactly 3 of the items you need. Please wait a moment. Boris smiled and whispered to the girl to get them. After a while, Richard saw the girl holding 3 boxes, 2 large and 1 small. However, the small box didn't look like it could hold a bow or a knight's sword, which made Richard a little confused. Boris opened the largest box first, took out a huge light blue longbow, and began to introduce Griffin Wings, a top-level witchcraft prop. The raw material is the feathers of a griffin. It is cured with the wind and sharpness techniques. It can shoot 5 arrows per day that are blessed with these 2 zero-level witchcrafts. After use, it only takes 12 hours to charge, and can be used again. How powerful are these 5 arrows? Richard raised his eyebrows, and asked with a hint of interest. If you pair it with a special arrow made of griffin tail feathers, The griffin tail arrow. Then the lethality of each of these 5 arrows will exceed 7 degrees. Close to 8 degrees. Boris said firmly. Richard looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely satisfied inside. This attack power has already reached the lethality of the weaker level 0 witchcraft. Moreover, it can be used 5 times a day, which is not a lot. Coupled with his extreme level of bow skills, I am afraid that the lethality can be increased by 1 or 2 levels again, because, generally speaking, the lethality of magic is less than 5 degrees. Those with more than 5 degrees, but not more than 20 degrees are 0-level witchcraft. Above 20 degrees, it is considered to have entered the threshold of 1st-level witchcraft. It should be added that the lethality mentioned here refers to the lethality tested by a medium-qualified wizard or wizard apprentice, with a proficient level of witchcraft control, and without the influence of witchcraft props and other factors. For example, the shadow grip mastered by Richard is actually not very lethal when used, and the damage is only about 12 degrees. However, if a top genius with super affinity to dark elements were to use shadow grasp under the same conditions, the damage would probably reach over 15 degrees. Therefore, the lethality of a witchcraft is determined by a combination of factors such as the level of witchcraft control, element affinity, and witchcraft props. Of course, shadow grip is not known for its lethality, but its versatile applications, which makes it rank extremely high among 0-level shadow witchcraft. Richard gently stroked the light cyan, griffin wings that Boris handed him. The bow had a strange touch that was neither gold nor wood. Thinking back to what was just introduced, it was made of griffin feathers. It should be true. Moreover, there are 2 miniature witchcraft arrays on the bow handle of griffin wings. At this moment, majestic wind element energy is surging. Presumably one of them should be the sharp magic circle, and the other is wind magic circle. However, seeing is believing. So Richard stood up and asked, "Can I try it out?" "Of course. VIP. Please come with me." Boris stood up and walked to the side of the VIP room. After opening a small door, what caught Richard's eyes was a spacious small training ground. The entire training ground is rectangular, with a depth of more than 100 meters and a width of only 30 to 40 meters. On one side of the end of the field, there are several dummies made of ironwood. Richard immediately felt itchy when he saw it. He followed the instructions on the griffin wings, and after reading a few syllables, the long bow glowed with green light. Obviously, this was the state of the witchcraft circle being activated. Nearly 100 meters away, Richard set up his eagle's tail arrow and aimed at the ironwood dummy. When he placed the arrow on the bow, in an instant, Richard felt 2 masses of wind energy being applied to the eagle's tail arrow in his hand. Chirp! Followed by a distinctive, extremely sharp sound that broke through the air. A blurry afterimage was seen passing by, and the eagle-tailed arrow shot directly into the ironwood dummy's torso at an ultra-high speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Duo! After the hit, there was only a dull impact sound, which seemed not to be very powerful. But Richard, whose eyesight was far superior to that of an ordinary person, had already seen clearly that the eagle-tail arrow he had just shot had already sunk deeply into the hard ironwood, with only the tail of the arrow showing, less than an inch in size. Richard couldn't help but feel a surge of panic in his heart. This penetrating power is comparable to the heavy sniper rifle Barrett I saw in my previous life. This is exactly the high lethality longbow that Richard needs right now. Boris and the girl did not expect that Richard could directly hit the dummy with his bow from such a distance. At this moment, Zheng clapped his hands and praised, "Good archery skills. Your bow and arrow skills are really eye-opening." "How much does this bow cost?" Richard asked proactively. "The basic price is 1,800 magic stones. If you want to buy it directly, you need to pay 2,700 magic stones. Of course, we will also give you a tube of eagle's tail arrows, a total of 20 pieces. If you purchase the eagle's tail arrows separately, you need 5 magic stones each." Richard nodded, said nothing, and turned back to the VIP room. Boris and the girl looked at each other, and they couldn't figure out what Richard meant. Did he want it or not? After sitting back down, Richard said, "Director Boris, won't you introduce the second item?" Boris was stunned for a moment, reacted instantly, and immediately enthusiastically introduced the next item to Richard. When the girl opened the second large box, a slender silver-white knight's sword came into view. As soon as it came into contact with the air, frost began to condense on the surface of the sword's blade. It is only about 20 centimeters longer than the average knight's sword, and the width of the sword is also slightly narrower. In addition to the witchcraft circle, There is also a complicated pattern on the hilt. It seemed like he had seen this pattern somewhere before. An idea flashed in his mind. When he recalled it, Richard found that it seemed somewhat similar to the pattern of the Night Elves, but different at the same time. After Richard took another careful look, he felt that this long sword was most likely not made by a human craftsman. So he turned around and asked, "The long sword of an elf?" Boris looked quite surprised, looked at Richard with admiration, and praised, "The distinguished guest is really well informed." Immediately no longer exciting, Boris began to introduce Ice Guardian, a masterpiece from the elf craftsman in the north. The whole body is made of cold iron mixed with a trace of gold essence. It is said that this kind of long sword was made by the elf queen herself. Standard configuration for the guards. When Richard heard this, his expression immediately changed slightly. Of course, he had heard of the name Jin Jing. Only a small amount of this material was needed to greatly increase the hardness of a weapon. Boris paused, then added, "Although it is standard equipment, it is extremely rare in the wild." Upon hearing this, Richard nodded in agreement. Only a handful of the equipment of the Elf Queen's personal guards could be left outside. Boris emphatically explained this point, and his purpose was very clear. He wanted to express that although this piece of equipment is the standard equipment of the Elf Queen guards, it is very rare in the human world. Ice Guardian is a top-level witchcraft prop. There is a witchcraft circle on the front and back of the sword hilt. The sword is equipped with the ice-based zero-level witchcraft deep winter cold and gradual freeze. The sword is in the middle. Everyone will be injured by its special cold air, and their movement speed and agility will be greatly reduced. Unexpectedly, the two witchcraft formations both inflicted ice damage. After a moment of thought, Richard understood the elf craftsman's idea of creating this long sword. This Ice Guardian does not have the sharpest technique attached to it. That is because a trace of gold essence has been added to the blade. In terms of sharpness and hardness, even if a witchcraft circle is added to further strengthen it, the improvement will not be as large. Large because it is sharp and strong enough. Therefore, in the limited space, the hilt of the sword was engraved with an ice magic circle, making this weapon surprisingly cold. Richard's fingertips lightly passed over the frost-covered sword blade, and he felt an extreme cold penetrate his body from his fingertips. You must know that this was before the special effects of the witchcraft circle were turned on. If the special effects of the two witchcraft circles are turned on, and then the long sword is used to slash the enemy, the opponent must feel very sore. That's drinking Sprite in the summer and feeling cool. If the special effects are used, how long can the two witchcraft arrays last? It can last about 10 minutes. It will take a day to charge it again, Boris added. Richard nodded. 10 minutes was basically enough for a battle. He liked the special effects of this weapon so much. It reduced the enemy's movement speed and agility, except for a few wizards specializing in ice. This special effect could only be produced by master craftsmen in the north. However, this elf sword has an extraordinary origin, and its price must be astonishing. What's the price of this long sword? Richard thought for a moment, then turned to Boris and asked. The basic selling price is 2,200 magic stones. If you choose to buy it directly, you will need to pay a total of 3,300 magic stones. Boris looked at Richard meaningfully, as if he wanted to observe the other party's willingness to buy and financial resources through Richard's expression. But Richard's expression never changed at all, and he just handed the sword back to the girl in a very gentlemanly manner. At this point, Boris raised his brows and did not continue to introduce the last item. Instead, he picked up the teacup on the coffee table and said, "Dear guest, please allow me to drink some honey tea. I just introduced 2 items, and now it's a bit dry mouth." Richard smiled dumbly. As soon as he heard what Boris said, he knew that the other party had not expressed his position after seeing him twice, and he began to doubt whether he sincerely wanted to buy it. The next second, Richard turned to Boris and said with a smile, "Director Boris, I want to sell this Wrath of the Storm to your auction house. If the price is right, I think your house will not mind buying more. Such a collection." Boris's eyes lit up when he saw the short science staff handed over by Richard. Just now, he heard Pernalise say that the other party had a top-notch witchcraft item in his hand. But now, he was still shocked when he saw it, because Storm Fury is made entirely of bright wood and specializes in the wind element. If you meet a wizard apprentice with a high affinity for the wind element, it can be said that they complement each other. Moreover, from another perspective, this Wrath of the Storm is a short staff. For wizard apprentices, the threshold for using a short staff is obviously lower than that of bows and swords, so there will be a certain range in value. A bonus. Boris couldn't put it down and held Storm's Fury in his hand and studied it carefully. Then checked the explanation circle and said, "Dear distinguished guest, your Storm's Fury is very rare. We at Pete's auction, okay? I'm willing to pay 3,500 magic stones. What do you think?" Richard pondered for a moment, and the price was not bad. It was a little higher than Ice Guardian, which was in line with his expectations. Boris and Richard did not say anything, and continued, "Of course, VIP, you can also choose to consign the items and have our auction house auction them on your behalf. However, we will take 10% of the total price as commission." Richard would definitely not choose this form of consignment. For Wrath of the Storm, Richard felt that even if he happened to meet a wizard apprentice specializing in the wind system, the auction price should not exceed 4,200 magic stones. Deducting 10% of the transaction, the cost is only between 3,700 and 3,800. From this perspective, although the other party must have slightly lowered the price, I am in a hurry to make a deal, so there is no need to bargain over 1 or 200 magic stones. So, Richard smiled and said, "Director Boris, don't worry. Isn't there a third item? Can you introduce it to me now?" Boris smiled mysteriously and said, "Of course. This item can be said to be extremely rare, so the price is also extremely expensive. The average third-level wizard apprentice may not be able to afford it. But you, the distinguished guest, are definitely no longer in this category." After a pause, Boris saw that Richard still looked calm, so he carefully opened the small box and handed it to Richard. In the center of the gorgeous box, there was a gray metal wristband. It looked plain and seemed less valuable than the box. Richard couldn't help but be very curious and looked up at Boris. Boris waved his hand, indicating that Richard could check it out by himself. When Richard touched the metal wristband, he found that it was cold and of moderate weight. Moreover, the witchcraft array was actually carved inside the wristband. When he touched it with his hand, he found that the inner circle was actually full of witchcraft runes. It was extremely complicated. When he saw Richard finally showing doubts, Boris smiled with satisfaction and seemed very satisfied with the effect. He introduced, "This item, called Mimetic Wristband, is made of mimic metal mixed with gold essence, made by thorium, and by the hands of an official wizard. Mimicry metal." Richard felt a sense of surprise in his heart. Of course, he had heard of the name of mimic metal. It was said that only formal wizards could make it, and it was extremely expensive. The distinguished guests have also seen the witchcraft array inside the wrist guard. This is a special mimicry array. Although it is complicated, it only has one function, which is to simulate the shape conceived in the user's mind. Because this item is mixed with gold essence and thorium, they are extremely strong metals. Therefore, the greatest use of this equipment is to transform it into defensive equipment such as shields or armor. Of course, if it is used to transform into a knight's sword, there is absolutely no problem. But its special effects are not as good as the Ice Guardian you saw before. Richard nodded to show his understanding. The greatest function of mimicry metal is to change its shape so as to cope with various situations. Moreover, it is a good thing to lean towards defense, as your defensive ability can be improved to another level. Can I try it? Seeing Richard's slightly excited face, Boris smiled and nodded. After checking the explanatory circle inside the wristband, Richard immediately recited a few short syllables in Akkadian recorded on it. In an instant, the gray wristband turned into bright silver, and ripples appeared on the surface, just like the surface of a body of water. Richard began to meditate on the appearance of a square tower shield in his mind. The moment the tower shield pattern was completed in his mind, the wrist guard suddenly turned into a thin square tower shield to resist Richard. Richard was immediately overjoyed. The mimetic metal changed extremely quickly, almost synchronizing with what he was thinking, which was beyond his expectation. However, when Richard carefully observed its deformed state, he frowned and said, "This thickness," seeming to be a little confused about how much of a defensive role this thickness can play. Boris quickly said, "Dear guest, regardless of the thickness, the current area should have a defense level of 15 degrees. And the smaller the area, the higher the defense level. The highest can be close to 20 degrees, which is almost the limit of the wizard apprentice's attack power. It turns out that the larger the area is, the weaker the defense is, and the smaller the area is, the stronger the defense is." Richard nodded to express his understanding. If used properly, having this piece of equipment in hand would often be equivalent to an extra life. So, Richard raised the tower shield and asked, "How many magic stones?" "The basic price is 5,000 magic stones. If you want to buy it directly, You need to pay 7,500 magic stones. What? Richard couldn't help but lost his voice. Although Richard had expected that it would be expensive, he never expected that the price of this mimetic wristband would be so high. You must know that the entry-level low-level magic weapon only costs more than 10,000 magic stones. And this top-level witchcraft item actually requires 7,500 magic stones. It is a good thing. But the price is really too high. Of course, Boris saw Richard's surprise and said calmly, "This mimetic wristband was once an heirloom of a small wizard family. Later, some changes occurred in the family, and it fell apart. Since then, it has experienced many twists and turns. The mimetic wristband, finally ended up at our pit auction house. We also spent a lot of money during the acquisition. Originally, this item was intended to be the finale of our auction 3 days later. So, having said this, Boris paused and said no more. Of course, Richard understood what the other party meant. If he thought the price was too high, he could wait until the auction 3 days later to bid. If there were fewer bidders, the price might be cheaper. At this moment, the VIP room was completely silent. Neither Boris nor the girl interrupted Richard's thinking. No matter who it is, you should think carefully before purchasing such a valuable item. Actually, what Richard was thinking was not that the mimicry wristband was too expensive and therefore not worth buying. Is he considering choosing mimetic bracers alone, mimetic bracers, and griffin wings, or all three? The price of mimetic bracers alone is 7,500 magic stones. But if you include Ice Guardian and Griffin Wings, it is 13,500 magic stones. An absolute huge sum of money.